Chapter 241. South of Libra City is a fragmented plain farmland divided by dense river networks, artificial and natural canals. The human civilians, who make up 80% of the population of the United Kingdom, live crowded in this small area that is less than one-third of the total area of the kingdom. There's a clan almost every few miles, and you can find a village if you walk a few more steps. Due to the amazing food production of Libra Plain and the tragic civil war in neighboring countries, each village is home to a large population. The local clans, the refugees from outside, and the unions of various industries crowded together. If it were other regions, they would have been fighting for the water supply of the fields. Except for a small number of people whose businesses went bankrupt, offended the nobles, and had nowhere to go, and the refugees from outside who had just arrived and did not know the rules, they would be killed by the Holy Sword Army and the Beast Men on the other side because they sneaked to the West Bank to open up wasteland. Compared with humans in other places, the living conditions of the residents in the southeast are relatively comfortable. Of course, it is mainly because the fields in the United Kingdom are indeed fertile and can support so many people, and relying on the trade of Libra City, people who do not have fields can also do some small businesses and not make a penny. Therefore, food, cloth, handicrafts, and all kinds of commercial goods were transported to the trade market of Libra City through the river network and rural roads, and were purchased by caravans from all countries and ethnic groups. This was the daily life of this country. It would be unfair to say that the old nobles, like the Libra family, had no contribution to achieving such a prosperous scene. At least the Libra king was quite fair in doing business. It was said that when he was young and the God-chosen king was in power, he even implemented the shocking benevolent policy of the 4 dukes and 6 citizens. He was simply a world-famous wise prince. Therefore, despite the continuous tax increases and suppression, the people still have hope for the Libra king, hoping that he can be elected and restore the once lenient good governance. However, looking at the smoke and flames rising to the sky in the north, the civilians also realized that the stable daily life of barely being able to eat, and wear clothes would probably become a bubble. At this time, the atmosphere in a village in the south was completely different from the panic in other places. The villagers worked in an orderly manner, guarding the perimeter with live ammunition, carrying ammunition boxes, fuel and supplies, checking and maintaining the Cockroach Mobile Fortress, Zaku 2 mobile soldier and Honglong equipment, and preparing for the next operation at any time. In the center of the village, where the village square used to be, there was a deep pit that looked like an open pit mine. Under the pit, there were densely packed secret passages like ant holes, and rails for transporting supplies were everywhere. From time to time, the obelisk in the center of the pit would flicker like an antenna, and then a cloud of black smoke would come out of the entire mine. Then, in the next moment, crawling skeletons would continuously transport supplies out of the tunnel. Yes, this was the secret base that the company and the Wind Army had jointly established in the United Kingdom. The initial preparations were quite troublesome, requiring spies who had been lurking in the kingdom for several generations to act as guarantors, so that the company's foreign caravans could gain a foothold in the southern villages. Then, they gradually bribed the nearby villages and patrolling Holy Sword Army, using gold coins or magic to replace all the nearby villagers with their own people. Then they began to dig holes to avoid being noticed by the elves, and carefully built the teleportation field. Of course, it didn't matter if they were noticed. After all, even if the elf god stood here and looked at it, it probably wouldn't be able to tell what it was. So basically the teleportation field was built according to the plan, and after 2 years of design, preparation, infrastructure and trial operation, it was put into use on time. After connecting it to the headquarters of the Fearless Fortress, all the military supplies were delivered in 1 or 2 months. Huh? What the hell is this? It doesn't look like we're in Hueco Mundo. You're so old-fashioned. This is the most advanced teleportation technology. Do you see that spire? It's a full-band signal beacon developed based on the technology of the White Tower. Now, through the relay station of the remote magic communication tower, it is directly connected to the Imperial military network. Now, as long as we have the coordinates, we can achieve point-to-point directional transmission. I just did experiments in seclusion for a few years. Why did the Empire's magic technology suddenly take a leap forward? Because a lunatic with a tumor in his brain suddenly appeared. Actually, this is normal. Every 40 generations of monkeys will have a particularly strong genetic mutation, and the same is true for humans. I suspect you are scolding Killian. Hey, don't block the road and move forward. Come on, let's talk about it. Everyone has a share of the Titan relics, and no one is allowed to grab them. The Ruins Tour group follows the flag. So even the Imperial soldiers, who were preparing for war, could not help but stop what they were doing and turned their heads to watch a group of white-robed tour groups file out of the tunnel with thick black smoke. One ear was sitting on Justice's head, asking his comrades to record a video for the occasion. He turned around and saw a group of white robes rushing out of the teleportation field. He was speechless and quickly took out the telegram book at Dwarf, at One-Eyed Dragon, at Bastard, at head of the El Malloy family. One Ear, what's going on? Where are the reinforcements of the Blood Cavalry? Where are the Gundams and tanks of the Training Corps? Why are there so many white robes? One-Eyed Dragon, they said they were going to travel to some ruins. One Ear, what? I'm fighting a war. Who asked them to come here for a trip? When will the reinforcements arrive? Atlantis is the cutest. The head of the El Malloy family, hey, One Ear, don't mess with at my trumpet. At Khadgar's beard. How's the teleportation field? Khadgar's beard. The next opening is expected to be in 24 hours. One-Eyed Dragon, huh? It only takes 4 hours to charge the teleportation field, right? Khadgar's beard. Just now, a group of white robes passed by, not a group of sheep. If you are not afraid of the circuit overload blowing up the fortress, just wait for me to overhaul it. Or if you give me 6 times more manpower and budget, I guarantee that it will be completed in 4 hours. One-Eyed Dragon at Dwarf. One-Eared, damn, they took a cockroach away. Damn, that's my cockroach. Sauron looked at the complaints of a bunch of people on the notebook, and his eyebrows couldn't help but jump. This group of locusts, usually they hide in their magic towers and pretend to be dead. The company has to haggle with their apprentices for a long time when they need technical support, but when they heard about the ruins of Titan, they actually came to rob them in a group? Too much. He closed the telegram book and put it in his arms. Sauron decided to ignore it. He should go and see what happened to the elves. The elves' reinforcements have arrived, but they are mainly here to ensure logistics. But the Green Dragon King may come back in person soon to help put out the fire. The Libra King complained as soon as he saw Soren, that is the famous Ding Shang, one of the 5 great dragon kings. In terms of pure combat power, ordinary gods of war are no match for him. When will the Empire's reinforcements arrive? How many people are there? Is there a martial god who can slay a dragon? I can't fool you for long. Don't worry, the Empire is behind you. My army will be here tonight at the earliest. Don't worry. I have prepared an entire armored division of brothers, and a cloud-piercing arrow will bring thousands of troops to meet you. And I have called a van of liches to support you. What else do you have to be afraid of? Invincible, okay, and slaying a dragon, right. Hey, I won't be sleepy if you talk about this. Let me tell you. In the past 2 years, I have really been studying how to slay dragons whenever I have free time. Absolutely professional, clean and neat. In short, leave it all to me. So Sauron hurriedly boasted and finally fooled the old ghost King Libra. Sauron could understand the old man's embarrassing situation. Although King Libra took the city as the acting king, it is not certain that he would really jump back to the Empire. At least, King Libra has not violated the covenant with her so far, and has not revealed her real name, right? Otherwise, how could this old man fool a true god? Sauron knew the punishment for breaking the covenant very well, and he saw through it but didn't say it. After all, this cunning politician would not easily bet on the scales until the final moment, when the victory or defeat of both sides was decided. Yes, now the Alliance with its main force going out to fight, and the Empire, with its surprise troops infiltrating, have reached a new delicate balance in Libra City. One in the west and the other in the south, both sides have teleportation magic circles near Libra City. Moreover, a large army has been assembled on the other side of the teleportation array. Currently Sauron, the top-level god of war, is disguised as a soldier and following the Libra King, so he is inclined to the Empire's side. But if the Dragon King really arrives, and the Empire's reinforcements do not appear, he can jump back at any time and become a real hero of the Alliance, who is ordered to restore order and maintain the Alliance's logistics line. But on the other hand, if the Empire's army can arrive in time and solve the teleportation array of the Western Alliance, he will naturally not be buried with the Alliance, but will continue to fulfill the previous contract with Sauron, and the Libra King will become a hero who leads the revival of mankind and resists the tyranny of the elves. Become an important banner for the Empire to fight against the Alliance. So to put it bluntly, the ambiguous attitude of the local snakes like the Libra family is enough for Soren. Next, as long as the reinforcements withdrawn by the Elf Alliance are defeated head-on, and the strength of the Empire is demonstrated, the kingdom can rely on the Libra King to quickly conquer the local areas and establish a more stable ruling foundation. So after Soren reached a contract with the Libra King, he immediately contacted the Fearless Fortress headquarters to send the main force to participate in the war. Although it was delayed for a while by those otakus from the Technology Development Bureau, it was acceptable as long as the army arrived in 24 hours. By the way, I wasn't bragging just now. After all, although Soren couldn't get sponsorship and only set up a teaching brigade according to his own ideas, the Nightmare Knights, as the main investment of the company, were still prepared based on the strategic guiding ideology of mobile offensive under Soren's strong promotion. So Soren really has a brother of an armored division and a van of liches. In addition, it is not the Nightmare Blood Knights now, but the Blood Cavalry. The full name is the 11th Mechanized Army, the 31st Armored Cavalry Division, and the Blood Cavalry under the 4th Army. Well, the name change is a long story. Actually, to start from the beginning, 3 years ago, Soren got a flag, so under the guidance of Sejin, he wanted to exchange his dragon spear from Lich Flower, but the other party put forward additional conditions. To rebuild the Blood Cavalry in an upright manner. Oh, to change the name. These liches have some strange problems. Although I don't know why they have to change the name to Blood Cavalry, but just change it. Anyway, the Lancaster family is on the verge of extinction, and now the Parliament has changed several ways of people. There is actually not much resistance to changing the name, but it can also solve some other things at the same time. Soren thought of a way, made connections, spent some money, and used some tricks. In 3 years, through a series of war reports, military equipment innovation and exercises, hundreds of well-reasoned reports and analysis were presented to the faces of the generals of the Parliament. After sufficient demonstration, these old guys were finally convinced that the original feudal warlord system with the knights as the core and the nobles' private army as the auxiliary had too large a difference in combat effectiveness among the various armies and units, which was not suitable for the Parliament's overall command and arrangement of supplies, and was no longer suitable for the all-out war mode of rapid advancement. Informationization, modernization, three-dimensionalization and scale. Finally, under the strong promotion of Soren, the modern militarization reform of the entire army of the Psychic Empire and the 7 main knight orders was realized, and the entire army was reorganized and expanded. So Soren changed the name of his army to Blood Cavalry, and it was natural, and no one cared about him at all. On the contrary, the noble generals in the Parliament, although they were conservative about strategy and were not very happy to pay for new equipment, were more excited than one another when it came to the name change. Originally, according to Soren's calculations, the military system of the old human empire was a standard corps of 5,000 people, which was probably a brigade-level combat unit, assisted by some golem skeletons, artillery units, ammunition logistics, and battlefield medical support. The original knights were expanded into a division-level force of tens of thousands of people. As a result, who knew that those generals and nobles all claimed to be descendants of the human king's military guards, and took out their family trees to prove that they were descendants of the inheritance of the god of war, and they had to grab the title of guards. This is true. Now that the human king is gone, the king's blood is not popular. Then, among the inheritances of this ancient human empire, the most popular and orthodox, and the most pleasant to talk about, is not the inheritance of the god of war of the human king's guards. Moreover, the imperial nobles were not the real old imperial nobles, but the retainers of the old nobles. Therefore, the concept of the guards division proposed by Soren was particularly appealing to them, and it was in line with the nobles' spiritual needs to justify their family traditions and gild their own faces. Therefore, this military reform quickly evolved into a political activity for the imperial nobles to justify themselves. Whether or not one could obtain the title of guards became a symbol of judging a family's strength. But with this, the establishment of 3 divisions in one army was not enough, and finally it was forced to expand one level higher. So the original plan of the 6 front armies of the empire became 6 front army groups. The first front army group is the southern defense line that the allied forces are fighting hard. The former Dark Flame Bull Knights have now been reorganized into the 1st Guard Army Group. In theory, it is commanded by the leader of the Imperial Guard and Prime Minister Killian, but in fact it is directly commanded by the generals of the Parliament. It has 3 Guards armies and 9 Guards divisions. Each Guard division is still fully staffed with 3 Guards brigades, plus a Master Regiment of a Reserve Guard brigade. Moreover, each brigade was directly transferred from the Army Corps of each family, and there were nearly 200,000 people at once. Of course, most of them were golems and skeletons, but the officers' titles were real. So now in the Parliament, almost every Grand Duke, Border Marquis, Earl Lord, General Marshal, and even ordinary Imperial Knights have a rank such as Guard Brigade Commander or Guard Regiment Commander. Even the legitimate sons of each family must at least be listed in the 1st Army. Otherwise, if you don't wear the military emblem of the Guards, you won't have the face to walk on the streets of the imperial capital and call yourself an imperial noble. The second army is the navy led by the white-robed Haribel. This is not controversial. The coastline of the Psychic Empire is so long that the imperial capital is basically exposed on the border, so of course, the navy is very important. Before being beaten to the ground by the fleet of the Sand Country, they had to grit their teeth to build a navy. Now there is finally a chance. Although the current imperial navy is basically limited to the stage of skeleton ships, pirate ships, and hired lizardman canoes. Other warships and naval fortresses are under construction, and they are often hoisted and beaten by the rising elven pirates, passing leviathans, elven coastal patrol boats, and reefs under the sea. But they are still given 3 naval fleets, 9 division-level squadrons, and base commander numbers. So every pirate who used to chew on stinky clams and worry about where to catch fish tomorrow has now become an imperial naval officer, wearing a brand new uniform, touching the military glory on his chest, and pledging allegiance to the Empire's spider flag with tears in his eyes, firmly believing that he will have a bright and beautiful future. The third army group is a bit controversial. Chimera, Golden Lion, and Nightmare are the 3 main armies. They used to compete for the first place and the second place. Nightmare and Golden Lion together were undoubtedly the main battlefield, but Soren just wanted to change the name and get the Dragon Spear back. He was too lazy to waste the company's money for the 3rd and 4th place. And the Golden Lion was beaten into a mess, becoming the only knight group to lose the army and territory after the war. So the 3rd army group was assigned to the monster army that had conquered several countries in the past 3 years and left thousands of miles of red land in the western border of the alliance. The commander is Priscilla in white robes. The Chimera Knights, once a monster-killing team, have been reorganized into the 19th Mountain Division of the 7th Field Army of the 3rd Army. This Knight's Order does not have many people, in fact, it is barely enough to form a brigade, it is better to call it a Special Forces Battalion. However, there are too many other werewolves, giants, and lizardmen, and those tribal leaders, chiefs, and chieftains only give the title of brigade commander is too low. In this way, it is barely enough to give them a large army. But the 4th Army is a bit too big for the regular army that fought in the bloody Battle of Fearless Hill. For example, the 11th Army sent by the company is actually a reorganization of the entire Nightmare Knights, which is a 31st Armored Cavalry Division. It's not that they don't want to expand to full strength like the 3 guards before. But everyone knows that Soren's requirements are relatively high. He also needs to work on his own training brigade. With the financial resources and production capacity of the company, arming an Armored Cavalry Division is already the limit. But for the time being, the 32nd and 33rd Division numbers were retained to prepare for the expansion of new equipment after the production capacity was increased. But for some reason, after discussion, the Golden Lion imitated the Blood Cavalry and only retained the organization of the 10th Army and took out a large amount of funds, also imitating Sauron and others, selecting elites to set up a 28th Armored Cavalry Division. The remaining conservatives were transferred to the 29th and 30th Divisions for preparation. It can be seen that not all nobles are not ambitious. At least the Knights of the Golden Lion are ashamed of the defeat. However, in this case, the Golden Lion would only have 1 army-level unit, and the 4th Army would not be fully staffed with only 2 armies. So the final solution was, the Technology Development Bureau took out the Death Knights experimental unit, the 100-man regiment, and mixed it with the battlefield liches of the Schwartold Magic Corps to reorganize it into the 12th Army, which also had only 1 34th Division in actual organization, and kept the numbers of 2 divisions as backup. So the 4th Army integrated 3 knight regiments at once, and was still commanded by the white-robed Schwartold. It can be said that they are more elite. As for the remaining 5th Army and 6th Army, they were given to the Franny Front Army and the garrison troops of the Kingdom of Sand in the 2 newly conquered battlefields. In other words, in fact, they were all given to the white-robed Anubis alone. The 2 knights of the Ice Wolf and Iron Dragon, 2 of which were not loved by the Parliament, were also integrated into Anubis's command. No one objected. After all, Anubis is now a popular political star in the Empire. He not only expands the territory for the Empire, but also has a legitimate military heritage, a noble warlord for generations, and is also the successor favored by the palace minister Killian. His popularity in the Parliament is so much better than that of Sauron. Now every faction is trying to curry favor with him. And Sauron is the most ruthless one. He not only helps them build military factories in the Sand Country, but also gives gifts and donations continuously, and various interest-free loans to support the people's livelihood economy and military construction in the occupied areas. If this lich is a female, he will have to pack himself up and send himself away, which makes Zygen very angry. Well, the money is not wasted after all. Anubis also reciprocated and gave Sauron the 45th Division of the 15th Army of the 5th Army, and the 54th Division of the 18th Army of the 6th Army. One is used to place the Franny Vanguard People's Army, and the other is used to place the Ali Production and Construction Corps. Win-win. Chapter 242. The Libra area is now in a delicate balance. This is of course the core base camp of the Alliance, and it is completely deep in the enemy camp with large armies on all sides. But no one knows that the Imperial Army has already infiltrated the base camp, and the gods are still focusing on the Golden Wheat Plain and the defense line of the First Army. The first move is on the side of the Imperial Army. However, Sauron also needs time to prepare. Even if he innovates the teleportation field technology, he can hide it from the Elven Wizard and teleport troops without anyone noticing. It is impossible for his armored cavalry division to be transported all at once. Not to mention the various strategic materials such as fuel, ammunition, magic crystals, etc. At present, the only way is to smuggle the elite troops such as the Teaching Brigade in batches. Of course, if it is just to destroy the teleportation gate of the Alliance in the West City District and cut off the shortcut for the Elf Army to return home, it is enough to prepare for a surprise attack in a few days. However, when to start the war depends on whether the Empire's pre-war preparations are completed first, or whether the Elf Alliance notices that they have been raided from behind. Of course, the war issue should at least wait until the army arrives before considering it. At present, Soren is more concerned about the ruins of Titan. How is it? What did you find? After pacifying King Libra, Soren drank another bottle of Thetis' embrace and jumped into the bottom of the Libra River, returning to the ancient city submerged at the bottom of the river. The cockroach mobile fortress was already lying on the square of the ruins at the bottom of the river. A bunch of white robes were wandering in the ruins. Some were picking up the crystals that were scattered everywhere by the water flow, some were studying the architectural ruins and texts, and some were taking photos under the remains of the crystal wall. There is no need to consider the influence of water pressure at all. You know what, sometimes dead people are quite convenient. Director Madness stood in the square with his hands behind his back. Among the three faces, Joy was looking at a statue missing its head and right arm in the square, thinking, while Ecstasy looked at Soren. Sir Soren, your Titan relic should not be found here, right? So Soren took out the flux implosion heavy ion generator in his arms. This component was found in the ancient noble cemetery in the North Elf Forest. It should be from the same era, right? Legend has it that Justice used this thing to kill 300,000 orcs. A group of white robes rushed over and snatched the rectangular box away, just like dogs seeing bones. Sauron saw that Director Madness was still standing there, looking at the statue and thought, so he took out the black ore that looked like a soul crystal and asked, Director, I saw a huge crystal wall around this ancient city that blocked the river water, but it seemed that the magic meter's annihilation was activated, breaking the magic that maintained the wall. Although most of the crystals were dispersed by the water flow, this thing should be a soul crystal, right? And according to the Libra King, after the box is used, such crystals will also appear nearby. So are this ancient city, soul crystals, and soul magic also relics made by Titan relics? Medus turned his happy face to look at him, and reached out to take the black crystal. You gave this thing to the Technology Development Bureau so easily, just to ask this? What happened here before? The origin of soul magic. You are a general, but you don't want to exterminate the gods, but are interested in magic archaeology. Sauron thought for a while, and shook his head. I am actually concerned about where the real Titan is. These ruins components don't matter. It would be great if you are willing to share all the relevant information you have with me. Maybe I can get some inspiration, and find more random things for you to study in the future. Madness nodded. Interesting. Let's put aside the R&D funds and reimbursements, and just chat casually. However, before discussing Titans and souls, Lord Soren, I also have a question for you. How do you know that the box is a device component that drives the inward implosion of magnetic fluid and ejects heavy ion beams with asynchronous pulses through the bidirectional confinement of magnetically coupled implosion targets, and the inertia of magnetic storm compression? There is a label next to it. I touched it, and got it through spiritual communication. Soren shrugged. Is that really psychic? If you call the ability to communicate with other races psychic, then I guess it is. Soren shrugged. This is the default passive of all time travelers. Madness's three faces showed doubts. Is psychic so shameless? Even if it is a rune that records information, can it be considered communication if you touch it? Well, even if what you said is true, this ruins does look very old. At least it is a city in the late Old Empire before the Great Disaster Winter. Logically speaking, it is impossible for things from that era to be passed down to the present. probably because they are protected by the crystal wall and river water you mentioned. We will study this for a while. There was no magic technology in the old Empire era, but the inheritance of the Lord of Libra City is quite clear. There may be some martial god inheritance, or family tree secrets of the nobles. As for the Titans, it is not a secret. Most of the Titans' relics are under the roots of the World Tree in the main temple of the elves. Soren frowned. The roots of the World Tree? Is it related to those elf killers? Madness hugged his shoulders. Yes, one of their tasks is to recover the lost relics. When the elven gods and the previous human war gods joined forces to defeat the Titans, they gave humans more than just 7 guns. Until 1,000 years ago, the temple had been developing the Titan ruins under the roots, researching and making various Titan artifacts, and giving them to the main gods, or the chosen warriors under their command. Use the magical power of the Titans to maintain the hegemony of the Elven Temple. I personally guess that even the many magical achievements of the elves are derived from the study of the Titans. However, 1,000 years ago, you know who led the vanguard army to try to revive mankind. They once killed many gods, robbed many Titan relics, and then melted them all at once. Sauron was dumbfounded. Melt, just like that. Oh, melted a full 500 pounds, right? Mittens also had a regretful expression. That idiot's IQ is really hopeless. He really doesn't know anything. He just destroyed the real artifact casually, and there is only a pile of garbage in the warehouse. Alas, fortunately you gave this thing to us. Don't worry, we will cherish it. Sauron, Ahem, in short, due to the revival of the Empire, and also due to the battle at that time, many main gods fell. It seems that the use of the Titan artifact will obscure the aura of the prophet, and even Destiny cannot see the progress of the war clearly. Therefore, the temple suffered heavy losses in the last war, and many of the fallen main gods, such as alchemy, were advocates for the development and use of Titan artifacts. So later, the elf temple changed to a conservative and cautious attitude towards the development and use of Titan artifacts, and in order to prevent the loss of Titan artifacts from causing the threat of the spiritual empire, which was enough to cause the fall of the gods. The gods voted in a meeting to prohibit the abuse of Titan artifacts, seal the Titan treasure, and send the assassin of Root to recover the artifacts that were previously rewarded. Even the elven god cannot violate the temple ban and use the Titan artifacts at will. After all, the Titan technology is far beyond our understanding. Unless there is a disaster that even the gods cannot solve, such as the invasion of 300,000 orcs, they will not take unknown risks and easily unseal and use the Titan artifacts. Sauron frowned. So, according to King Libra, the orc invasion did happen after the rise of the Empire, so this box is the private goods that Justice did not give to the temple to seal. Mednus agreed with his guess. It is indeed possible. Although most of the artifacts were sealed by the gods, it is inevitable that some are lost. It is completely understandable that the main gods keep some powerful artifacts as trump cards. In recent years, our empire has also sent many people to search for ancient Titan relics throughout the continent. We are also old rivals with General. It's just that in so many years, the Wind Army has not been able to get anything good. On the contrary, you are so lucky. Whether it is the Kingdom of Sand or the United Kingdom, every time you go abroad, you can dig up an ancient relic. It's outrageous. Maybe it's the Titans calling me. Sauron curled his lips. That's not right. This is actually more than the second time. If he hadn't stopped it last time, the Technology Development Bureau's secrets would have been leaked by the traitors, and the profits in recent years would have been negative. But Titans are really under the control of the temple. That's in line with the main line he is doing now. He has to defeat the temple before he can rob its treasure. There's no need to rush this way. Madness smiled. Maybe you are really a lucky star. Well, the soul crystal is such a confidential thing. I wanted to say a few words to fool him. But maybe you can find something interesting. Then, I will quietly reveal some confidential information about soul magic to you. This is a huge secret that may even shake the foundation of the Empire. Don't leak it casually. Oh, you just casually told me the secret that can shake the foundation of the Empire? You didn't even sign a contract? Then the Titan's ruins are quite profitable. Said. Then Madness put 3 faces in front of Soren, raised the crystal in his hand under his eyes, and smiled like a ferocious ghost. This is indeed a substance of the same nature, but I don't recommend calling it a soul crystal. Because the soul is fake, the lich is fake, and death is fake. In this world, there is no such thing as a soul, nor is there any so-called reincarnation. This soul crystal, the cornerstone of the soul, the carrier of the soul. It is actually man-made, no, something made by the Titans. If you use a microscope with a high enough magnification to look at it, you will find that this so-called crystal is actually a synthetic resin with a regularly arranged pattern engraved inside by some means. This is a technology far beyond our imagination. The amount of information recorded is countless times greater than the spiritual base of the top-level puppets we can make. But if I suspect correctly, this is similar to the spiritual base used by our lich to control the artificial body in puppets, and is a kind of soul signal receiver. And it is a very tiny special material that can be naturally absorbed by the body of the organism along with the water source, the wind, and the spores of plants and animals. Through this unconscious, natural way of taking in the spiritual base of the organism, our soul signal is received, just like operating an artificial body puppet, a puppet controlling the body of the organism. I think it can be called the spiritual foundation of the Titans. Ah, the Titans, the creator of everything and all living things. What's that expression on your face? Sauron's mouth was dry. No, this is underwater. I'm shocked? Madness frowned, shocked? Why are you shocked? Normal people should think I'm a lunatic and sneer at my theory, right? But with your expression, you actually believe my theory? I think my hypothesis is too crazy. How can you accept it? I can't accept it with my 3 heads. How many do you have? Sauron was stunned for a while, took a deep breath. But you can make assumptions. There must be a reasoning source, right? This is also a reasonable possibility, isn't it? You can create puppets. So who created you, right? Madness was stunned for a moment, changed his face to a he-go, and danced with excitement. Very good. I was right about you. Kid, you are really crazy. You are more suitable to be a magic researcher than your wife. It's a pity not to be a mage. Okay, then I tell you my inference. Yes, we can also talk about wheat. The topic jumped so fast that even Soren couldn't keep up. Little wheat? Madness put his arm around Soren's shoulders and pulled him past the cockroaches, past a pile of white robes studying boxes, and towards the edge of the city ruins. You see, our Technology Development Bureau has always had an exclusive project, which is to break the golden wheat curse of the elven gods. Of course, I also know that it is the psychic tower that affects the growth of plants and animals. There are too many related papers and arguments. Indeed, there is no grass growing within the effective range of the psychic tower. Therefore, we spent a lot of time discussing how to shield the magic radiation of the psychic tower, and studied various materials that can absorb magic radiation, such as cockroach shells and cockroach wing membranes. The most amazing thing is that some people even tried to cover the wheat field with this white robe to study whether it can shield the magic radiation and allow crops such as wheat to thrive. But without exception, we all failed. But you can see that it is not that our radiation shielding materials are ineffective. These things can be used for military purposes. Then perhaps, our theoretical direction is wrong. After all, they are all magic radiation. Why does the radiation of soul magic cause crops to wither, while the magic of elves can bring a good harvest? They walked to the edge of the city, and vaguely saw the remains of a large number of broken crystal walls in the distance. So I assume that the reason why wheat can't grow is not because of the radiation from the magic tower, at least not the main reason. It's because some key thing needed for wheat growth, yes, soul crystal, or Titan spiritual base, was sucked out by the spiritual tower. Then in theory, even if it is within the range of the spiritual tower, as long as there is still enough soul crystal to replenish, wheat can still grow normally. But this experiment is difficult to do, because Titan's spiritual base is too small, and my existing equipment can't observe what happened at all. I can only reverse the reason. For example, Libra Plain, this land is so fertile, and the crops are growing so well. Could it be that it is precisely because there is a large amount of Titan's spiritual base stored under the river, which promotes the growth of food? Sauron frowned in thought. Madness spread his hands. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, and it takes time to prove it. Now these crystals have been washed away by the water. If the surrounding food production plummets in the future, it means that the radiation of the soul crystal will suppress food production. But if there is no significant impact, then perhaps, as I assumed, these crystals are placed at the bottom of the river, and naturally integrated into the natural ecosystem, and the cycle of plants and animals through the water of the Libra River. But why? Why else? For more puppets. You know that our puppet-making school has a theory that the so-called soul is actually a collection of memory, emotion, and knowledge. Then theoretically, through sufficiently precise manipulation, I can make the puppet give birth to its own unique soul. Then I am in the same relationship with it as the Titan is with me, the creator, right? I am getting off topic. Anyway, the spiritual base that records our lich souls, and these crystals are basically similar in principle. But what if we are not the original puppets of the Titans? What if we, humans, are fundamentally different from lizardmen and elves, and are not species created by the Titans, and therefore are incompatible with this ecosystem? What should we do? If I were a Titan, I might try to expel all these aliens and pests that have mixed into my test bench. Or, are humans the experimental subjects that I put into this test field? Or, do I want to further study the creations of these other worlds and turn humans into my puppets? Wouldn't it be very troublesome to capture them one by one, transform them, and implant spiritual bases to control them? But what if I add the spiritual bases used to control puppets into the natural cycle and become part of this ecosystem? Then humans who are in the natural cycle will naturally be filled with Titan's spiritual bases one day, right? Then when these spiritual bases grow with humans and record a person's long and short life, isn't it equivalent to recording a person's original soul? In that case, it can be replaced by another soul anytime and anywhere. In the end, it is not impossible to completely replace all alien humans with Titan's creations, isn't it? Sauron turned his head to look at Madness's smiling face. This is quite scary. Your own body is controlled by another soul and gradually replaced. Madness patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't mind it too much. It's just a guess. After all, I'm not a Titan. Chapter 243. For some reason, the style of this world is getting more and more abnormal. Those who study science and technology in the magic world are either time travelers or psychopaths. But perhaps, the secret topic between this time traveler and the psychopath, the lunatic's conjecture about Titan, is the closest to the truth. Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Titan's spiritual base, the receiver of consciousness, the puppet doll that manipulates the flesh of indigenous creatures, the remotely controlled carbon-based artificial human. Madness would have such an association, and there may be a reason for it. Because isn't this the principle of the second generation of the elves' divine bodies, using artifacts to replace containers? After the liches were reincarnated, they used the spiritual base that carried the soul to manipulate the puppets of the artificial skeletons to create magic, which was exactly the same. Perhaps the humans and elves in this world, although lacking the basic knowledge of scientific principles, can still directly reverse engineer, imitate, and apply the Titan's technology because of the so-called magic cheats. To some extent, including magic, this entire world is the legacy of the Titans. Soren looked at Madness. Assuming your theory is true, in fact, all humans in this world are puppets of the Titans. Even according to the records of the lizard men, the elves were also creations of the Titans, but they later betrayed them. But the Titans are dead, right? This creator of everything, the master of this experimental field, the ancient god who manipulated humans behind the scenes, has not been betrayed by the elves, assassinated by humans, and sealed under the world tree? The happy smile turned to him. You reacted quite quickly. Yes, the Titans are so awesome, but they are dead. This is the core of the conflict. What on earth are Titans? Are they a race or individuals? What is their purpose? Why did they create lizard men? Why did they create elves? Why did they try to manipulate humans? How did they die? Are they really dead? How did they do it? There are too many possibilities for these questions. The time is too long. I can't give a reasonable explanation. Madness spread his hands and swept over the ruins of the city and the remains of the crystal. And the humans of the old empire, if they were not created by Titans, where did they come from? How did they come? Why did they perish? For example, was the severe cold really a natural disaster that was unique? Or was it created by the Titans to eliminate human pests? Who were these Titan spirit bases under Libra City? When did they place them here? And for what purpose? I can't answer any of these questions. But these are actually not important. Sauron was stunned. Not important? Madness laughed. Yes, it's not important, because for fragile and short-lived individuals like us, the world of gods and Titans is always endless and unknown, and you can never exhaust the absolute truth and explore all the past. So instead of always thinking about the answers of the past, they are cautious and careful about the Titan ruins that may contain terrible secrets. They are worried about this and that. That is bound to slow down the progress of technology. In the end, they will be caught up, surpassed, and replaced by others. Yes, I am talking about the difference between humans and elves. To some extent, we are all heirs of Titans, right? But the difference is that the elven gods, taking the Titans as a lesson, are more careful to maintain their own rule, and prevent being overthrown by their own creations, like the ancient creators. At the beginning, they regarded the Titan relics as props to maintain their power, and gradually, they regarded these things as uncontrollable risks. They lost their ambition, because there was no need to be aggressive. As for us, humans, our time is very limited. We don't have to worry about when we will be replaced by a Titan ghost, or some magic radiation will have a permanent impact on the living environment. Because even if there are no Titan relics, most people will not live long. So we must focus on the future rather than the past, on the present rather than the past. What can we learn from the world around us? What can we get from the Titan's relics, and how to use this knowledge for our own benefit? Let me live my limited life more easily and happily, and more excitingly. The opportunities and unknown possibilities in it are the real wealth that is valuable to mankind. This is the talent of mankind. Soren was a little impressed by this madman. I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. You look so cool and scary, but your outlook on life is so positive. Madness changed his face to a wild laugh. Bullshit. Personally, I just want to make some toys to kill time. But in fact, most of the time, research experiments are repeated experiments and data recording. I have to say something fair and square to fool the researchers in the technical bureau, so that they have some pursuit and sense of mission, otherwise they will all run to the nobles' houses to be sons-in-law, bodyguards, and watchdogs. Do I have to make the report myself? So don't poach people from my bureau anymore, understand? Sauron, Besides, I'm telling you this, but it doesn't mean that the risk of Titan relics doesn't exist. Then it changed its face, and fumbled with the black crystal given by Sauron. We still can't be completely sure of the effects of most Titan relics. Just talking about the Titan's spiritual base, there are still many doubts. In theory, these spiritual bases have long been circulating in the human body, and have become the conventional soul crystals. But I haven't heard of any human being replaced. After all, if they were replaced by Titan's creations, at least the magic talent of the human race should be greatly improved, reaching the level of Warcraft, elves, and Titan's creations. But in fact, most humans are still like this, and the proportion of people with magic talent has not changed much. Maybe it's because Titan died, and the subsequent transformation of humans was not carried out. Of course, I still suspect that although this possibility is very small, there may be a few humans whose souls have been replaced. Sauron is in danger. Don't be nervous. If my inferences and conjectures are all true, the Empire, at least the Imperial capital, should not have such a dummy. After all, with so many psychic towers, the Titan's food can't grow, let alone the Titan's puppets. The Technology Development Bureau has also calculated that the number of crystals produced by the Imperial capital's psychic towers every day far exceeds the number of deaths on that day. I suspect that the Titan spirit base circulating in nature is absorbed together, so theoretically, the Imperial capital, which is within the influence of the psychic towers, may be a restricted area controlled by the Titans. Spellcasters who have grown up in a high magic environment like the Imperial capital for a long time are less likely to have their personalities replaced. Then? Will there be exceptions? Sauron frowned and asked. Madness shrugged. How do I know if there will be exceptions? I just inferred it this way. But according to this inference, perhaps people born outside the Imperial capital, humans in other allied lands, have a higher probability of being replaced by the Titan spirit base. Perhaps after being completely replaced, the entire human mechanism is slightly different, and it may not be affected by the spirit tower, but these all require an experimental material to study. Do you have such an experimental material that you are willing to slice for me? No, so our understanding of Titan's spiritual base is still at a very early stage. We simply use the magic energy overflowing from this raw material without involving its true purpose and essence. I just want to remind you, Lord Soren, don't think that you could understand the purpose of Titan relics just because you have the talent of psychic communication and rashly activate Titan relics. What if, as I guessed, a certain device suddenly activated the true function of the Titan's spiritual base, then to a certain extent, can't it be said that all human beings in the world will be exterminated in an instant and become Titan's puppets? Sauron, yes? Shit! Madness nodded and patted Soren on the shoulder. You did the right thing this time. You found the Titan's relics and handed them over to the Technology Development Bureau as soon as possible. Don't worry, leave it to professionals to operate. We will carefully study and make something fun. Wow, your words make me even more worried. You just want to study something that may destroy humanity. Isn't it fun? In a sense, the temple's approach is really correct. Oh, don't worry. Don't go to the other extreme again. Soul Crystal or Titan Spiritual Base. This is just one of the applied technologies that was reversed from the many Titan relics collected by the Empire. Don't worry, at least in the field of exploratory reverse experiments, our Technology Development Bureau is professional. You don't even count how many white robes there are. How do you think we achieved our success? Are we really smarter, more outstanding, and more hardworking than other researchers? Wrong. It's just that when we were tinkering with the Titan relics, we were a little bit luckier than others. Among a series of consequences such as the project going out of control, the experiment going wild, and the Empire being destroyed, we happened to choose the option that could promote human progress. Think about it from another perspective. In fact, if we had made a wrong choice once, the Empire might have been dead long ago, So why should you care about the side effects of Titan puppets and relics? That's nothing. So just leave all the relics to us without worry. Even if you don't believe in the technical strength of the Technology Development Bureau, just believe in our luck. Well, believe in luck. It's totally unconvincing. Okay, Sauron, is it too late for me to get the box back now? Of course it's too late. The liches have already collected a bunch of samples, and after snatching the Titan's box, they immediately ran away. And Sauron didn't even come back to his senses, and didn't have time to drag them into the water to deal with the Dragon King. These guys who are more slippery than loaches slipped away. In fact, Soren was still immersed in the fact that the rise of the Empire's magic technology was based on the Technology Development Bureau's persistent luck and death. It's a bit difficult to say this. But Soren suddenly found that he could understand a little bit of the definition of the Psychic Empire as an evil empire by the elves. On one side is extreme caution, and on the other side is extreme recklessness. No, it's not recklessness, it's completely Russian roulette style, pure death. It can kill 300,000 people, or even turn all living things into puppets. For the liches, it is just an interesting toy. That means they are too lazy to go to the battlefield. How can fighting and killing be as exciting as the toys of the Titans? However, perhaps courting death is also a unique talent of humans. When humans, who are constrained by limited life, break free from the shackles of life, they will seek more and greater excitement without limit, so that they can experience the fear of death and destruction again, and experience the joy of the living again, right? Sir, I finally found you. Damn, what the hell is that? How come there is such a big cockroach under the Liber River? Sauron patted his face, and turned to look at the shocked old king. Don't worry, it's just a monster. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Is the forest fire out? Ah, 80% of the forest land was burned, but it was barely under control. The Libra King rubbed his eyes, and his eyes were still attracted by the terrifying cockroach that went away. Oh, by the way, the Dragon King came and brought back a group of wounded soldiers, including my son Arthur. I'm going to the military camp. Why don't you come with me? Go meet the Dragon King? That's fine. The news that Madness threw out was too shocking. Sauron didn't have 3 heads to digest it. He could only put it aside for the time being and kill a dragon to calm down. Oh right, did Arthur survive? Arthur survived. Although the first army was called the Guards, it was an army of nobles, not the main force of the company. The firepower density was uneven. It was still a feudal army in military transformation. The number of heavy artillery and firearms was insufficient. The combat effectiveness of each guard division and guard regiment is also inconsistent. Some defense areas are the troops of the great nobles, with a large number of magicians to suppress magic, while some are ruined nobles, and the defense line is full of skeletons. So Arthur is said to have survived. His luck is not too bad, he was not killed by the shells, and it seems that he did not lose his arms and legs, but he had a little tinnitus. After retreating with the chaotic soldiers, he was quite quiet, as if he was scared. Justice arranged the reorganization of the allied forces. He was the son of the Libra King, so naturally he was released with other noble children and received special treatment. However, out of tens of thousands of troops, only a few hundred returned. According to their titles and birthplaces, all the human noble sons, who had used military merits in the past, were thrown back. As for the troops under their command, they naturally did not have that blessing. After the reorganization, they were directly deprived of their military power, and continued to stay in the Allied army, as cannon fodder for frontline exploration. Soren still disguised himself as a guard and followed behind King Libra, swaggering into the military camp. At this moment, the military camp of the Allied army in Xiqing district was completely different from when he came here before. The traces of the explosion in the central teleportation array were still clearly visible. Many military tents and fences were blown away by the impact of the explosion. Broken limbs were everywhere, and no one had time to clean them up. Randomly, batches of wounded soldiers were transported out of the teleportation gate. It was a completely tragic scene. Who would dare to believe that the war has not even started yet? The Libra King was kind, comforting the young nobles who were wailing and crying around him, caring for this one and comforting that one. He was not at all anxious about his son's condition, and was not in a hurry to go to the Central Army to discuss. What was there to discuss anyway? He was asked to contribute money and effort to support the army. How could he invest in 2 families with only 1 share of the money in his hand? Of course, he would wait and see who would win. In the end, he was not in a hurry, but the Dragon King was impatient, and he came to him and shouted angrily, "Libra King, how do you do things? Why can't the forest fire be extinguished? There was such a big mistake in the rear. How do you do things? The Dragon King actually controlled the sound deliberately. But the slightly leaked dragon power had forced the wounded soldiers around to tremble and almost faint. Even the Libra King was a bit overwhelmed. So he explained with a smile, "Dragon King, calm down. I have punished the rebels, appeased the people, and controlled the fire. We will be able to restore supplies in time. You old dog lied all the time." Before the Dragon King could speak, a tall elf suddenly rushed over from behind him. It turned out to be a green dragon with flames in its eyes, probably a descendant of the Green Dragon clan. "Lord of Dust, this old dog is so outrageous. He actually killed all the beast men in the upper city." "What, Libra King? What my disciple said is true." The Dragon King was shocked. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I just went to the fire scene to check. I flew back from the upper city. I saw them throw the beastmen's bodies into the trench and bury them." The Green Dragon King's disciple held the hilt of the sword at his waist with one hand and rushed to grab the collar of the Libra King with the other hand. "And the city is full of his army. This old beast is so bold, he wants to rebel." But the young dragon's hand did not grab the Libra King and was slapped away. It was the Dragon King who pulled the disciple behind him. No, he took the initiative to stand in front of the disciple, raised his eyebrows, and glared at the guards, who flashed out from behind the Libra King. If the Dragon King had not stepped forward in time, his disciple would have been caught by this warrior. "What is going on? The East Spear has been famous for a long time, so it's fine if it dares to confront it. But how come another human warrior appeared and dared to glare at him, the Dragon King, with murderous intent?" "Libra King, what do you mean? You really want to rebel? So it's a misunderstanding." The old king was helpless, smiled naively, and turned his head from behind Soren and said, "Those orcs took advantage of the fire to rob. I have to deal with the soldiers first to protect the arsenal and granary, and then put out the fire, right? How come those orcs are not under the command of the dragons? Did you betray justice and cooperate with the undead to cause chaos in the rear? What nonsense are you talking about, old dog?" The Dragon King's disciple was furious. "Shut up." The Dragon King was also furious, because he found that he could not detect the aura of the warrior in front of him. This warrior was standing in front of him, and he could clearly see that the speed at which he flashed just now was also clearly a top-level warrior. But the most terrifying thing was that the Dragon King could not capture the opponent's aura. As long as he is alive, he will breathe. Through the frequency and strength of the opponent's breath, he can judge the opponent's basic quality. No breath doesn't mean that the opponent is too weak to be detected. On the contrary, it means that the opponent is strong enough to control his breath, so that the Dragon King can't accurately judge the strength of both sides. A human warrior who can control his own breathing, and dares to stand in front of the dragon and look at the dragon. Given the age of the Dragon King, it certainly knows what kind of people this is. It also knows that if it is really that group of people, then I am probably standing too close to the opponent now. Libra King, you are really capable, and you are really unfathomable. We misunderstood. Although the Dragon King said this, he looked into the eyes of the warrior opposite through the helmet mask, his whole body tense, and he took a step back cautiously. The Dragon King's disciple frowned and wanted to say something, but was stopped by the Dragon King's wave, so he had to bite his teeth and shut up and retreat. The Libra King hid behind Soren and said with a smile, No, we are all ministers in the same palace, and we are all doing justice. If there is any small misunderstanding, just talk it out." The Dragon King took 3 steps back in succession before he breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the warrior, who was as still as a piece of iron with caution. "Let's go back to the mountain to put out the fire." The Libra King flattered with a smile. Did this old dragon take the wrong medicine? So easy to talk to today? Ah, I understand. Thanks to your help this time, I really look at you with new eyes. That person is the 2nd-generation Dragon King Dust Lord of the Libra Mountain Green Dragon clan. The younger one is one of its disciples. He can force 2 dragons to retreat. He really deserves the title of the Empire's martial god. I admire you. Sauron, To be honest, I can't beat him. After all, the Dragon King doesn't bother to hide his breath. So Sauron can make a more reliable judgment on the strength of both sides. The judgment is that if you use the Bluetooth martial god skill, the hegemony is fully open, and you force it head-on, you can't beat him. So you have to use the Killian martial god skill and play dirty. Chapter 244. Lord of Dust, this forest fire is so strange. There must be something wrong with the Libra King. Why not take him down on the spot? The humanoid Dragon King Lord of Dust and his indignant disciple Mu were standing on the back of the young dragon that could not transform yet, circling around the fire scene, looking around with a solemn expression. From afar, they saw that a large area of the outer forest had been burned to charcoal, but the surrounding area had been isolated by trenches dug by the human army and firebreaks split open, and it was indeed under control. Moo, have you ever thought about why we dragons live in villages like elves? The question of the Dragon King choked the disciple Moo for a moment. What does this matter? The dragons should be more lively. There should be more choices for mating. Humph, you are almost 1,000 years old. You are still thinking about mating. Well, that's right. 1,000 years old, that was probably the first batch of eggs at that time. The Dragon King glanced at him fiercely, and the instant pressure shocked the disciple. Did you participate in the last war? The last war, you mean? Moo's arrogance was suppressed. No, I couldn't transform at that time, and I wasn't sent to the front line. Really, that's right. If I had been on the front line, how could I be alive, and standing here today? I remember that all my disciples died, and only you, a young dragon who doesn't even remember the horror of humans, are left in the village. The Dragon King sneered fiercely, making his disciples' hair stand on end. Humans, the terror of humans? Humph, we dragons are not originally social creatures. The Dragon King looked down coldly at the densely packed ants on the ground. Building camps and forts, 1,000 years ago, adult dragons would occupy an entire area as their nests and hunting grounds, reigning at the top of the ecosystem. Young dragons of 200 or 300 years old, who could hunt for themselves, would be driven out of the territory to survive on their own. Those young dragons, who were not strong enough, would join forces with some elves and gods to form a mutually beneficial alliance and share a forest and mountain. But in most cases, we are the true kings, the rulers of all beasts, and the supreme predators. Until we ourselves become prey. What? Prey? Moo was angry. Do you mean, these ant-like humans? No. Absolutely impossible. The Dragon King grinned. Impossible? Nothing is impossible. As long as a method of slaying dragons is developed, all humans will know it soon. But most of the dragons are alone in their nests all year round, and they do not communicate with the outside world unless they are in heat and mating. And every one of them is as self-righteous and arrogant as you. And of course they don't know until they die that 1,000 years ago, there was a group of aliens among these ants. A group of despicable scums who are strong enough to slaughter us like prey and do everything they can. They sneak attack, traps, poisoning, besiege, peel off our scales to make armor, devour our flesh and blood as supplements, plunder our wealth to prepare war horses to fight against the gods. It's ironic, we consider ourselves top predators, but in their eyes, we are just preparing to fight against the elves and gods to increase our prey and resources. What a shame, huh? By the time we reacted, hundreds of dragons had been slaughtered by them. If it weren't for the reminder from the queen and general of the Silver Dragon clan, we would have been killed one by one. That's why the Dragon Kings who were fighting endlessly at that time joined forces, went against their nature, and took the weak young dragons under their wings for centralized protection. And after negotiation, they distinguished according to the innate magic attributes of dragon species, and accepted young dragons, who were not their own blood descendants, but had the same magic attributes as them as disciples, and taught them equally. At that time, we were planning to unite the Dragon Clan, build our own power, and work with the elves to avenge these sworn enemies of humans. The Dragon King turned his head to look at his disciples, who were shocked to the point of collapse. As a result, you saw it. We were at the forefront of that battle, and almost all of us died. Now we are on the verge of extinction. In order to protect the remaining young dragons and eggs, we can only agree to be split up by the gods, and become 5 dragon villages under their protection. This is actually like this. Moo's jaw dropped. Humph, it seems that the temple really didn't teach you these things at all. I'm not surprised. The Dragon King looked at his disciple coldly. Moo, when you were about to capture the Libra King, did you notice the existence of human warriors around him? Moo was suddenly shocked. The Dragon King understood from his expression. I see, then his strength is even higher than yours. If he still has a gun in his hand, it may pose a threat to me. That group of people have been killed in the inheritance of the Alliance, but there is one person next to the Libra King. He must have come from the south, and God knows how many have come. This old dog has betrayed us. We must eliminate the hidden dangers before they take action. Moo was confused and scratched his head. That's why I just asked you why you didn't take action. The Dragon King sighed. Moo, you are my disciple, the 3rd-generation Dragon King of the village, the Lord of Wood. Think about it. What is the most important thing for our clan? Is it to tear our faces apart and fight a big battle on the spot, and finally kill a few humans to vent our anger? Or to capture a few spies, and make contributions to the alliance in order to obtain the reward of the gods. Mu frowned and hesitated for a moment. No, it's not important. What's important is the young dragons and unhatched dragon eggs in the village. The Dragon King nodded. Finally, you haven't been taught a fool by the elves. First, make sure that the dragon eggs in the nests of Libra Mountain and the Forest of Justice are burned. This united kingdom is no longer safe. You take the eggs away tonight. I will stay to attract the attention of humans. Try to cover the young dragon's departure. As long as I am not dead, they dare not act rashly. Mu opened his mouth to say something, but thinking of what the Dragon King said just now, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Seeing that he agreed, the Dragon King finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with relief. Fortunately, you are not an arrogant fool. This is good. The continuation of our clan can be entrusted to you in the future. Want to slay the dragon? At the foot of Libra Mountain, in a noble manor barn somewhere, the cockroaches and Zaku too, that the teaching brigade had completed the supply had been secretly transported here. Sauron and the dead soldiers gathered together for a pre-war meeting. But our army hasn't come yet. Those white robes suddenly went through the portal again, and they went back again after a short trip, as if they were joking. This will delay another day. I think Khadgar will be angry to death. Soren was not panicking. Don't worry about that. I have discussed with the white robes and the fortress. Pollux has prepared the troops for battle. The white robes will help us transport an armored regiment to join the battle, and then expand the teleportation field of the fearless fortress to transport follow-up reinforcements and supplies. We can launch the offensive at dawn. We elites will be responsible for slaying the dragon, and the army will be responsible for pushing down the allied camp on the west coast. But how to slay it? Isn't it said that real dragons are invulnerable to swords and guns, immune to magic, and have super wide-range dragon power? A kick of the eyes can scare cows to death, and can instantly cast dragon breath forbidden spells. One ear was making a noise. Soren waved his hand. Alas, it's not that exaggerated. Just a reptile. I think it's a sign of selling one's head. Cough cough. Sorry for exaggerating too much. In fact, dragons are just some mutated high-level monsters. I suspect they are also the optimized products of Titan based on lizard men. The difference between them is probably equivalent to the difference between us and elves, which is no big deal. Of course, they do have special dragon language magic, and can also transform into human forms with smaller targets. It might be a bit tricky to fight. However, the strength and speed of the dragons in the form of elves are far beyond the average elf swordsman, which is about the strength of 8 to 10 bottles of magic potion. It's not impossible to deal with it. But the Dragon King is really powerful, probably stronger than the Lion King. At least when I stared at the old lion, I still had the energy to move. 8 to 10 bottles of magic potion. There are so many Death Knights in the Empire, and few of them drink 10 bottles. And the Dragon King is here too? Then even with the Zaku too, we still can't beat a top level 1. It's no wonder that the dead soldiers are worried. If we simply use the direct battlefield strength of the potion enhancement sequence, 4 bottles are the basic, 8 bottles are the elite peak, and 10 bottles are the top level. Although the pilots of the training brigade here are all the elite veterans, who followed Soren to behead the dreadnought, most of them have only digested about 6 or 7 bottles of potion due to their qualifications and age. Not only because the time to make and digest the potion is longer, but also because the material requirements after the 10th bottle are higher. If you want to make a top-level potion, you must use materials provided by top-level monsters of considerable strength, right? Even Soren himself only digested the 10th bottle in 3 years. Well, in fact, his dragon blood talent is digested and absorbed very quickly. With the company's financial resources, it is not difficult to get some scraps of mythical beasts and monsters. But after the 8th bottle of Prometheus's burning, Shi Qiong got a complete set of secret recipes from her master, and made the 9th bottle of Rose Root, and the 10th bottle of Rose Growth for Soren. It is said that this is a complete set of potion formulas that can greatly improve combat power. There are 2 more bottles at the back, which are very rare secret potions that can be strengthened to sequence 12. But the effect cannot be reflected in the early stage. Anyway, Soren tried it with the Unicorn of the Holy Legion, and it seems that it did not trigger any magic effect. The increase in strength or combat reaction was completely covered by the improvement of the martial arts skills, and could not be reflected. It seems that a complete set of 4 bottles of potions must be digested to form a perfect magic closed loop to achieve a certain special effect. But before it is completely completed, only a little data can be added to the cornerstone of Achilles' bone. Because the raw materials of this potion are relatively precious, one of the main materials, a unique magic rose, grows relatively slowly, so if Soren fights in close combat, He can only rely on the dominance and dragon spear to output for the time being. Of course, although there is no additional amplification effect for the time being, Soren is also a top-level warrior who has basically mastered the two sets of martial arts skills of dominance and murderous aura after 3 years of fighting on the battlefield. It's no problem to deal with ordinary dragons. But this time he intends to kill the Dragon King who has been famous for a long time in the continent. To be honest, the second-generation Green Dragon King, during the third Anti-Elves invasion, so many gods and liches fell, and it survived, which is enough to show the strength of this old lizard. Even if he drinks 12 bottles of magic potion, Soren is not sure that he can really defeat the opponent. Even if the firepower bonus of Zaku 2 is taken into account. It's better not to take it into account. I heard that Zaijin was useless when fighting Madness last time. Such a precious thing should be kept for bullying elites, and don't lose it when fighting monsters above your level. I find a way to get the Dragon King involved, you guys go steal its eggs. Sauron deployed the dead soldiers according to Killian's words and deeds, using the dragon-slaying secrets he had seen in Blood Wine. Dragon eggs take 100 or 200 years to hatch, and it takes several decades for a baby dragon to grow to the size of a dog. Before 500 years old, they can even be seen as unintelligent beasts, and it takes at least 1,000 years to transform into a human form. We will sneak attack the dragon's nest tonight, surround the eggs, and attack the reinforcements. Those dragons are almost extinct, and we will definitely be unable to perform. And I counted the humanoids, including the Dragon King, and there are no more than 10 of them. The main force is probably on the front line, and the others are all dragon-shaped monsters. How can we lose when we are riding a flying dragon? Replace all your ammunition with holy silver demon-killing bullets, replace all the gargoyle missiles on your back with armor-piercing warheads, and replace fragmentation grenades with volatile poison gas bombs. Remember to use the enchantment of Behemoth Slash on the battle axe. Just treat it as our routine exercise to defeat the demon god, it won't be a problem. Yer nodded, and asked worriedly, can you really hold the Dragon King back by yourself? My plan is foolproof. Sauron said carelessly, don't worry, don't you know me? I'm a cat, and I have 9 lives. Anyway, if we really can't beat them, we can just call Xiaozhua and Xiao Yu to help. So the dead soldiers began to make the final battle preparations for the raid on the dragon's nest. And Sauron also set out to find King Libra for dinner. Yes, dinner. This is the plan to contain the Dragon King. The Libra King came out to set up a table, and invited the nobles of Libra City to have a meal in the name of calming people's hearts. The second-generation Dragon King was of course invited. If it gives face, then let's drink a few cups together, and see if there is a chance to kill it with some medicine. If it doesn't give face, then think of other ways. Anyway, it can't be defeated head-on, so it can rely on traps, cheats, and sneak attacks. There is always a way to deal with these beasts. Sauron sneaked and ran all the way with the beast suit, adjusting the body stimulation to the fighting state that can enter the god of war at any time. Turning around, he saw a familiar face by the fire trench. The old Libra King actually had the leisure to squat by the city wall and watch the wildfire? Oh, it's Arthur. The two really look alike. Hey Arthur, congratulations on surviving the battlefield. How do you feel? Well, what are you looking at? Oh. Sauron slowed down his pace, walked to Arthur's side, and immediately saw what the other was staring at. Beside the trench under the city wall, there was a large area of charred corpses that were burned to death in rows. Citizens who were covering their faces with scarves to block out the stench of corpses were throwing corpses into the trenches. It is said that a dragon just flew over the sky and suddenly spit fire, burning all the workers digging trenches to death. My father asked me to bring another group of people to deal with it. By the way, the work last night. Arthur did not turn his head, and looked at the tragic scene below calmly. In fact, this kind of thing is not surprising. There is a dragon nest in Tianli Mountain to the north, and young dragons often come down to rob the livestock raised by residents. Sometimes they get drunk or have too much fun, and they breathe fire without hesitation, burning villages and farmlands. Of course, the elves will not help us humans punish the dragons for such a thing. After all, they are just ignorant children. So my father once set up a grant to help the victims of the dragon disaster pay the tax for that year. Yes, even if the family business is burned, you still have to pay taxes. If you don't pay, you will be beaten to death by the Holy Sword Army. Alas, this kind of financial subsidy was mostly cancelled after the Crown King came to power. So in recent years, many people have been forced to flee to the west coast and become refugees because they were unable to pay food due to the dragon disaster. Arthur turned his head to look at Soren. Battlefield? Actually, the battlefield over there is no different from the one in Libra City. Maybe there was more thunder, but I didn't see any enemies, and I was defeated and returned inexplicably. Overhead, there were still these dragons flying around, and from time to time, they would breathe down and burn the deserters to ashes. I was wondering, if these dragons are so powerful, why don't they just deal with the undead by themselves? Why do they have to drive us mortals to the front? Well, maybe they can do it, they just want to watch us burn. No, you misunderstood, they really can't do it. Sauron was about to say something but stopped talking. Because at this time, Arthur turned his head to look at the wildfire, looked at the flying dragon hovering in the distant sky and laughed, "Ha, but I understand it now. I have grown up, and I am so happy for the first time. It turns out that watching the things you hate burn in the flames. It is such a pleasant thing. Ha. Are you suffering from battlefield stress trauma and a little mentally disturbed?" Sauron wanted to ask this, but he heard the same low laughter of ha, he, and he from behind. It was like the wild wind blowing in the lonely grave, and it was like the hyenas eating corpses barking. So Sauron understood that this was not his hallucination. It was the workers who were burying the charred corpses. At this moment, they were looking at the mountain fire, the burning Libra mountain, and the flying dragon struggling in the sky. They hid their smiles under their veils, and laughed low and from the heart. Ha, he. Burn. Damn dragons, damn elves, burn them all to ashes. Now it's your turn, all burn to ashes. At this moment, Sauron, who was fortunate enough to listen to people's voices, also sighed. I'm so ashamed. So everyone thought so. Well, if all humans hope so, then burn them to ashes. Chapter 245. First there was a green flame, then the stars flashed, and then among the stars, thousands of rainbows showed off, and then in the next moment, electric snakes danced wildly, wind, thunder, fire and lightning. Hail and rainstorms poured down, and violent ice cones and snow rivers smashed from the sky. The cone-like ice arrows smashed the scorched forest into pieces. The rainstorms that came with a strong wind swept away the flames that poured down from the sky. The incendiary bombs had almost burned out, and the burning forest was isolated and basically burned out, so the remaining flames were completely extinguished under the overwhelming forbidden spells of the Dragon King. The Lord of Dust stepped on the back of a young dragon, descended from the sky, and landed on the wreckage of the palace that was blown open in the upper city. He looked around and saw that the bodies of the kingdom's elven guards, who had been attacked and killed and injured before, had not been properly placed. They were hastily covered with sheets and spread out in front of the palace. He gradually frowned. At this time, dense drizzle also fell on the heads of the onlookers, and the water droplets formed lines and fell from the eaves with crackling sounds. It's really an eye-opener. This time, thanks to your help, Dragon King, the fire was put out. I have prepared some wine. Your Highness, please come and visit us. Everyone, come and calm down. Ha! The Libra King was in the drizzle, and the black dust on his face was wet by the rain and stuck to his face. He laughed so hard that only his white teeth were exposed. The nobles also nodded and bowed, competing to flatter the Dragon King. They all praised the Dragon King for personally extinguishing the forest fire and saving countless lives in Libra Mountain. It was really a great achievement. Achievement? The Dragon King had a gloomy face, and veins were throbbing on his forehead. The Forest of Justice has been burned down. Let me see how you will explain to the Supreme God. Send all the survivors of the elves to the military camp. The Libra King still smiled. After all, a disaster has been quelled, and we should celebrate. Why don't I host a banquet and treat everyone to a good meal? After fighting fires day and night, we must recover our strength before we can go on the road again, right? There will be no delay. I have sent people to cut the large pieces of beef and mutton. There are also fresh livestock. I only ask your majesty to restrain your people and not hurt my subordinates. The Dragon King waved his hand impatiently. All right, that's enough. Since the meal is ready, serve it up. Then there is no need for the Libra King to say any more nonsense. I will restrain the young dragons here. Come down and rest for a while. So the Libra King waved his hand, and truckloads of meat and groups of fresh livestock were brought out from the kingdom's granary and led to the square in front of the palace for the dragons to enjoy. The young dragons, exhausted from fighting the fires over the past 2 days, fell from the sky to rest. They feasted, eating up the food rations of several villages for a year. And those human civilians who also fought the fires and saved a lot, but ended up being the achievements of the Dragon King and forgotten, hid in the alleys outside the square, drooling, with red eyes, and in the rain, watching these reptiles eat up all the food they had worked hard for a whole year and were reluctant to eat. Looking at the whole square, which was dyed red by the blood of livestock in the drizzle, They stared at the fat dragons who were lazy and greedy, as if they were also involved, and felt like there was a fire burning in their stomachs. Awing! A loud dragon roar accompanied by green lightning, a huge green dragon with a wingspan of 20 meters appeared in the rainy night. The Dragon King Dust Lord also showed his true form. He had just returned from the battlefield, and cast a white forbidden spell to put out the forest fire. He was indeed a little hungry at this moment. Although he also knew that the old fox Libra King must have had second thoughts, the Dragon King could still see that the meat scent was all fresh livestock, without any disease or abnormality, and there could be no conspiracy. After all, there is no poison that can kill a dragon even if it can't kill sheep. But Lord Dust was also sure that the people of the Empire would definitely take action in 2 days, so the Dragon King also took the time to eat a full meal to prepare for the battle that could come at any time. Yes, at any time. The battle could happen. So when that breath appeared again, the Dragon King, who had just eaten half full, was not surprised at all, and his golden eyes, as big as tires, glanced over at the first time. The people hiding in the shadows outside the palace seemed to have noticed something, and unconsciously followed the sight of the Dragon King, who suddenly stopped eating, and turned their heads to look at the street in the south. A warrior in iron armor and helmet, dragging a 4-meter-long dragon spear horizontally, appeared at the end of the dim street, breaking through the rain curtain, as if emerging from the thick fog, and gradually emerging from the water curtain. Click, click, click. The iron boots stepped over the puddles on the street, and walked over step by step from the street. Although the opponent did not put on the Libra family's battle robe at this time, but changed into a strange black tight leather armor, the Dragon King was still familiar with the opponent's aura. Naturally, he was the Libra King's bodyguard warrior, who had just met not long ago. Speaking of Libra King. As expected, the old fox Libra King has already taken the opportunity of arranging food delivery just now, and slipped away from the battlefield at the first time. Humph, but it doesn't matter. Libra King will always be indecisive in front of the powerful Libra, and will not dare to bet casually. Then as long as you crush them with absolute strength, you can subdue these fence-sitters again. It's not difficult, because the opponent is completely within the calculation range of the Lord of Dust. Sure enough, this man is a big leader with a dragon spear. This group of warriors is really the same. No matter how many years have passed, they are young and energetic, arrogant and brainless. No matter how many times they are slaughtered, they will revive like cockroaches, crawl out from the dark corners, and repeat another meaningless failure. However, the Lord of Dust thought that the two sides had met, and would have a basic consensus on the difference in strength. The other side would also wait until the helpers of the Empire arrived before appearing again. But he didn't expect that he only lured the prey for a while, and the prey took the bait. No, it should be said that it was originally expected by the Lord of Dust. He deliberately consumed a lot of magic power to put out the fire, just to show weakness, so that the vanguard army would think there was an opportunity to take advantage of it and focus on himself. I thought the other party could see that this obvious flaw was a trap, but they would still miss the opportunity and stare at their chance to attack at any time. But the Dragon King did not expect that not only was the lure successful, but the effect was so good that the other party was really lured by the bait and jumped out at the first time. Roar! Ah! At this time, the young dragons around also noticed the warriors coming towards them, and they all showed their fangs and spread their wings like stressed wild dogs, protecting the food behind them like dogs. Well, the young dragons that the Dragon King personally brought with him were all relatively young. At this time, other young dragons who had grown up a little bit, under the leadership of Mu, had escorted the dragon eggs to other dragon villages to seek shelter. Those who stayed with the Dragon King were all selected by him as targets. At their age, these young dragons hated ghosts, and could eat people without self-control. The Dragon King was originally forcing them to come out, but who knew that he didn't have time to use it. Haha, that's right, humans are so young, and the inheritance has been broken so many times. Even the new generation of dragons have forgotten many of the previous death battles, let alone ants whose lifespans are as short as ants. Anyway, this is probably another young man who has talent, but has not seen much of the world. He really thought that he had a dragon spear in his hand, so he had a chance of winning, and could seize this opportunity to fight back, right? Naive. So naive and boring. The Dragon King looked coldly at the vanguard, who was adjusting his breath and walking slowly in the rain, and was raising his physical strength to the peak. He held down a sheep with one claw, held it in his mouth, and tore it open as if in a demonstration, scattering the bloody internal organs all over the ground. It is enough to just drag this vanguard army here. The Dragon King's vertical pupils stared at the only artifact in the other's hand that could cause fatal damage to him. Vanguard Dragon Spear. The Lord of Dust has always suspected that the elves made this thing with the intention of provoking a fight between humans and dragons from the beginning. But it has always been uncertain. After all, until 1,000 years ago, who would believe that humans could really threaten dragons? But the Dragon King who survived the Third War and watched countless fellow tribesmen and disciples die in the same move will no longer lose his vigilance against this spear. The first shot is the most dangerous moment. This first shot must be aimed at it. Of course, it would be better if it is aimed at the surrounding young dragons. In short, unless the first shot is severely damaged, then the Lord of Dust will be confident that he can judge the opponent's strength from the opponent's first shot, and will never give the opponent a chance to make a second move and tear the opponent to pieces. Come on, after so many years, let me see it again. Star, chase, what a weird pose. Sauron danced the Vanguard Dragon Spear in his hand, like a monkey dancing with a golden hoop. From left hand to right hand to left hand, and then picked it up and pointed to the sky and posed, "Everyone, please look, the Vanguard's Dragon Spear. Let's give some applause." The Dragon King was still dumbfounded, and the militiamen who followed Sauron began to applaud under the leadership of Arthur. Thank you for your support and encouragement." Sauron's loud voice, through soul resonance and spiritual communication, echoed in the Libra city, echoed in the ears of humans hiding in the shadows and the dragons in the palace. "I am an ordinary warrior dwarf. Here, to the Green Dragon King of Libra Mountain, Lord of Dust, issue a challenge. Makara, a fair fight." Then, without waiting for the Dragon King to react, he threw the dragon spear like a javelin, which flew far across the rain curtain and landed on the square in front of the palace. The tip of the spear pierced the ground nearly a meter deep. Including the Dragon King, everyone, or dragon, couldn't help but focus their eyes on the shadow cast by the sharp spear. What's going on? What happened? The Dragon King's huge mouth opened wide, and the mutton in his mouth fell out without realizing it. Then, in its ears, Sauron's voice, which was 3 parts mocking, 3 parts contemptuous, and a little bit of pity, rang out, "What? You don't even dare to take the flag. Look how scared you, an old reptile, are. You're staring at my gun with your eyes crossed. No way, no way, no way. You, the Dragon King who is half buried in the ground, are actually afraid of an iron spear? Well, respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional virtue of mankind. I won't use the artifact to avoid people saying that I bully you." Sauron casually took out 2 pairs of wolf claw-like boxing gloves and put them on his hands, and 2 pairs of chicken feet-like knee pads buckled on his knees, then hooked his finger at the Dragon King. "Today, I will show you how to tear a green dragon with my hands. Friends, please double-click and give a good review. Hey, I waited for you to eat and drink enough before I came up. Don't dilly-dally like a woman. You can't win, and you blame me for taking advantage of you." Then the Dragon King's mentality collapsed. "You are too much. Okay, if you want to die, I will grant you your wish, a fair death." Accompanied by a deafening roar, the blooming jade lightning surged and jumped, and the surging magic power blew the surrounding cattle and sheep into pieces. Even the young dragons couldn't stand the terrifying dragon power, sobbing and flying into the air to avoid it. The huge dragon disappeared with lightning and thunder. Despite the great humiliation, the Dragon King still kept a clear mind and instantly transformed into an elf man who was more convenient for fighting. Holding a magic sword, he rushed toward Sauron with the magic light and fire surging behind him. And it was not just his own charge. At the same moment, the raindrops falling around him suddenly stopped, then bounced back into the air, as if someone suddenly pressed the reverse button, and turned into sharp ice spikes and cones again, like a cage that appeared out of thin air. Countless ice thorns and thorn rings surrounded Sauron and strangled him. Yes, this rain, this forbidden magic rain is still under the control of the Dragon King. It is actually an ongoing magic cage. Although the so-called fair death of the orcs prohibits the use of magic lower than the death, it has no constraints on more advanced magic or special skills such as dragon breath and dragon language magic. Arrogant ants, dare to challenge the real dragon, and you will only die. Although he roared like this, the Dragon King actually used a 2-handed sword and an elf posture, which was completely an elf swordsmanship. That's right, since the opponent prepared a tactical countermeasure for the purpose of slaying the dragon. How could the experienced Dragon King let the opponent's preparation succeed? This magic combined with swordplay is a standard elf fighting method. It is the skill that the Dragon King learned from the strongest elf god of war, Fearless. You can't imagine it. Vanguard Army, the Dragon King, who has obviously recovered his original form, can transform again in an instant, although the physical strength of the elves will be weaker, as long as he doesn't use the dragon form. Your dragon spear has no targeted effect. Wait, did he really not expect that? If he had such a plan, he would have thrown the dragon spear aside at the beginning. The Dragon King was shocked and immediately took precautions. Then, at this decisive moment, being trapped by the icicles and the magic swords piercing in the sky, Sauron, who was almost in a desperate situation, took a deep breath. The next moment, he disappeared from the Dragon King's sight. What? Impossible. What happened? Where did he go? How did he do it? If any of these distracting thoughts appeared, the Dragon King would be dead. But fortunately, the sixth sense and vigilance trained by years of battlefield experience finally saved the Lord of Dust. The moment Sauron disappeared, the Dragon King, although he could not see the target, threw out the sword with his hand. The magic sword flew out in a circle, bursting with green lightning and spinning, like a round blade that cut through the light curtain, whistling along the trajectory of the two sides' advance, cutting the battlefield diagonally. The streets and towers swept by the blade were cut like tofu. And with the force of throwing the sword, the Dragon King changed the trajectory of his thrust in an instant. He moved his body to the right. So when the two passed each other, the Dragon King only lost his left arm. But this round was lost by Sauron. Because at this time, he was not only in full force, but also used 4B suits for both hands and feet at once, squeezing his potential to the limit. Sauron must make good use of these limited moments when his heart is overloaded. Instant kill, at least severely injuring the Dragon King, is considered successful, but relying on the new magic weapon of the Technology Development Bureau, the fatal sneak attack suddenly launched failed at the first strike. Chapter 246. Even if he waited until the opponent had eaten half of his food and his stomach was not digested, and it was inconvenient for him to move, even if he tried every means to provoke and anger the opponent, even if he deliberately threw away the dragon spear to attract the opponent's attention, the Dragon King still did not get carried away by his pride and completely avoided the vital points. An arm is nothing for the top level. It is better to say that this body is originally transformed by magic. And it is not painful at all, but Sauron threw out the fatal card. No, even worse, in order to achieve the surprise of this sudden first attack, Sauron did not hold back at all and burst out with all his potential. The speed of this sprint was too fast. The distance between the two sides was too far when they passed each other. Also, they were far away in an instant. I am afraid that there was still a chance to use the combat power amplified by the B suit through close combat. However, the battle is not a turn-based game. Now there is no chance to stop and reload the game to change tactics. Then I won't change it. Fight to the end. Sauron stepped on the blood-soaked square and braked hard. He fell to the ground like a comet. The shocking shock wave stirred up gravel and flesh and blood like waves. Just a sudden stop was like a cannonball blasting out a deep pit, bearing the terrifying recoil and load. The blasted gravel and rubble had great power under the impact of this explosion, and the skin on Sauron's face and legs was blown up. Internal organs, bones and muscles. The damage that Sauron suffered at this time was probably much greater than that of the Dragon King, who only lost one hand. But Sauron still managed to stop, before he rushed too far and completely lost his chance of winning. Rebound again. Die! Boom! Accompanied by a scream that sounded like Shura and a ghost. Accompanied by the force of his feet, the roar of explosions reverberated around the palace again, and the shock wave blew away most of the bricks and stones on the square, and raised sand and dust like waves. Sauron turned around and launched a second attack, with more violence and speed than before, directly broke through the sound barrier and launched a surprise attack, but it was still too slow. One strike, yes, just one strike. The Dragon King estimated Sauron's strength. The principle that if the first strike doesn't kill, then repeating it is useless is not limited to Killian. It's the same for the top-level war gods, who have experienced hundreds of battles in that era. The so-called top level, the comparison, is only comparable to the small group of people who stand at the peak of strength in this world, reach the same level of combat power and destructive power as them. There is a possibility of threatening the opponent. But it does not mean that if your combat power reaches the standard, or even exceeds the top, you can really beat a top. To give an exaggerated example, all spellcasters have magic combat power that is superior to the top-level hero Leakart, right? Can they defeat Leakart? Yes. At the top of the top where there is almost no way forward, the combat power of both sides is on par with each other. Combat experience, fighting will, conspiracy and trickery, infinite determination and will between life and death, and even most of the time, sufficient luck are the key to determining the outcome of the battle, and these, thousands and tens of thousands of years of combat experience, and countless vanguard combat experience, are the basis for the Dragon King's confidence. Therefore, even though Sauron's speed and strength have reached or even surpassed the limits of the creatures in this world, the Dragon King still knows how to deal with it. All things collapse, and the mustard dust is buried. The air was distorted, the blood rain was stripped off, and a huge bubble seemed to unfold in the air, completely blocking the route of Sauron's second sprint. With the point pointed by the left arm of the Dragon King Dust Lord, which was the broken arm that was just torn off and thrown away by Sauron, as the center, the flesh and blood suddenly evaporated and dissipated, as if some strange aura suddenly unfolded, evaporating the rain into fine dust mist. But Sauron could see the amazing magic contained in this seemingly ordinary cloud mist. A great sense of crisis suddenly jumped up against his spine and into his head. He couldn't rush through from the front. Ah! Sauron had to brake again and jump back in the opposite direction, forcibly avoiding the range of magic. The buildings that were enveloped by the dust ball fell apart in an instant and were decomposed into the same dust. If he had held the severed hand in his hand just now, he would have been dead the moment this move exploded. Yes, the second-generation Dragon King of Libra Mountain, the famous killing move of the Lord of Dust, Mustard Dust Burial. A forbidden killing move that crushes matter into tiny dust with powerful magic. What's even more shameless is that this is dragon language magic. The so-called dragon language magic is a cause and effect magic unique to the Dragon Clan. It prepays the results of magic, so the forbidden spell can be launched in an instant without any signs of attack. It can even be said that dragon language is a more advanced and perfect spell form. Regardless of the rituals, materials and preparations of magic, all restrictions are ignored. With the highest priority, the result is prepaid in reality, and the cause of magic is postponed to the future. Yes, it is directly triggered by the dragon's flesh and blood as a sacrifice. You are really shameless, especially in this flag-planting duel. It is agreed that everyone is not allowed to use magic, but you are still using cheats to cast instantly. Can the broken meat be used as a bomb? It's just a rip-off. Fortunately, the speed of the dust ball's expansion is not very fast, and the final limit range is not particularly large. With Sauron's extremely high perception and speed, he instantly forced the effective range of Mustard Dust Burial. However, this move is not even the final kill prepared by the Dragon King. Yes, a signature forbidden spell is thrown out at will. It is just used by the Lord of Dust to distance himself and block his movement. Because the Dragon King lost a hand in a frontal mistake, he knows the opponent's strength very well. Not to mention that he was unprepared just now. Even if he was concentrating now, the Dragon King still couldn't see Sauron's figure clearly. It could only barely catch a trace of his trajectory, and the power that could tear the top-level body apart with one blow. Once he gets close to him, he will be torn to pieces in an instant, so he must never fight in close combat. Ah! The Lord of Dust grabbed the broken part of his right arm with his left hand, dug out a large mass of flesh and blood filled with thick blood plasma, and threw it into the sky. True. 10,000 dusts peeling off. Sacrificing the flesh and blood of the Dragon King, the pieces of flesh floating in the sky exploded one by one, forming countless dense small dust balls. Although the effective range of a single one is not large, it protects the Dragon King at the core, completely blocking the attack route of Sauron, who rushed in from other directions at a high speed. This damn cunning old man. Sauron flew past the side of the Lord of Dust and quickly went around the blind spot behind the Dragon King. Trouble, really a bit troublesome. His own speed is too fast to pass through this dense dust ball. If he walks in a straight line, he will definitely be seriously injured. If he tries to dodge and go around, he will have to slow down. Once the Dragon King captures the target, he will be attacked. Even unavoidable. Wait, is it not over yet? Splitting dust and severing worlds. The Lord of Dust really threw out all his killing moves in one breath. From the wound of his broken arm, dragon blood gushed out like a sharp water arrow. Then at the same time, countless blood beads were transformed into blood arrows, like a blood web of spider silk spreading all over the sky. At this moment, the world was pulled into countless broken crystal lattices by the blood web. Then the blood beads burst one after another, and the micro-dust balls connected in a string divided the space, like a bunch of airline knives, dividing the sky and the earth, laying an inseparable trap. This old reptile is so cunning. Sauron immediately understood the opponent's tactics, which is consumption. First, he arranged the dust balls regardless of the cost to increase his comfort, and then scattered a large number of dust silk draws to further compress Sauron's activity space. When repeatedly dodging more and more dust balls, Sauron's own activity range will be reduced, and his physical energy will be consumed sharply. As long as his speed drops to the point where the Lord of Dust can capture him, what is waiting for him is the real killer move. Presumably, This is the special tactic designed by the Dragon King as a leader of the older generation to target those opponents who are faster than him. But, wouldn't your own escape route be blocked this way? Sauron laughed wildly and braked suddenly. He slid behind the Dragon King and took out a rotary machine gun from the shadow and started firing. Damn, you are cheating me. Go to hell. Munitions. The Lord of Dust certainly knew that this new long-range weapon of the Empire, cannons and muskets, had caused terrible casualties on the front line. The firepower and range were amazing, and they could effectively kill most elites. It is exaggerated to say that any shot of an Imperial soldier can kill a 1,000-year-old swordsman. The exchange ratio is really ugly. On the battlefield, only the top-level strongmen can rely on their own means to avoid the dense firepower attack. The Dragon King is of course confident that he can win by relying on his own strength and forcing a long-range sniper with his opponent. But it still chose to avoid it. Because it is not sure, this weapon is still too new. The Dragon King is not familiar with the power of the musket at all, but it can see that this opponent is not the rookie as he thought before, but a very insidious and despicable villain. Although he had the power to crush me, he chose to paralyze me in various ways, mislead my judgment, and then attack me with a sudden burst of power. It was really just a little bit away. Just now, it was only half a body away. The dignified Dragon King would be killed by this villain in one move, and his reputation would be ruined. So there is no need to take the risk of fighting hard, just keep delaying, whether it is a musket, a dragon spear, an empire, or a vanguard army, as long as it is human. The human body has its limits. There is no such free and convenient magic in the world that can strengthen a person's body to the point of even surpassing a dragon without paying a price. If you keep going, you will run out of energy. So the Lord of Dust, with almost cruel calmness and experience, forced himself to fly through the air. With wind wings and get out of the net he had set up. He was even swept by the dust ball, and his whole body was cut into a bloody mess, but he didn't care. While avoiding the strafing, he continued to distance himself from Sauron. This old dog is really a bit difficult to deal with. In fact, there are no bullets in Sauron's machine gun that are enough to kill dragons. After all, he has never killed a dragon properly. He just scattered all kinds of attribute bullets, poison bullets, curse bullets, magic-breaking bullets, armor-piercing bullets, and incendiary bullets in stock. I plan to try which one has better effect, and then develop it in a targeted way. Who knew that this old dragon would be so straightforward and not give him a chance, and just turn around and make a dog hole and slip away? Hey, didn't you say that I would grant your wish if you want to die? Sauron chased with his machine gun for a while, but he couldn't catch up with the top-level Dragon King who was trying to dodge. He also saw what the old guy was thinking. He wanted to delay until Sauron's strengthening time was over. He simply didn't bother to chase him, and directly removed the strengthening and fell to the ground to taunt. Hey, come down and fight, Dragon King of Libra Mountain. Why are you running away? You are so old, but you keep circling the pillar. Don't you feel ashamed? The Lord of Dust turned a deaf ear to him and continued to distance himself until the Fair Death duel was activated, and he stopped at the edge of the duel barrier set for both parties. While it was on guard against Sauron, it used magic to rebuild its flesh and blood, and restored its transformation to its peak state. It even waved its hand, and called back the magic sword. Well, all the output was in vain. But Sauron also smiled and watched the other party recover, and had no intention of rushing up to attack again. After all, he knew his situation, and there was no need to try again if the sneak attack failed. Now it was Sauron, who was bleeding and covered with wounds. If he continued to fight at this pace, he would die first due to the side effects of the bee suit. Vanguard, I admit your strength, but your battle ends here. The Lord of Dust sneered and floated in the air, looking down at the ants in front of him, who were at the end of their rope, like a true god, and was not in a hurry to end the game. Sauron was not in a hurry either. After all, his goal had been achieved. He came to hold back the Dragon King. Although the dual magic of Macro was said to be fair, it could actually be cheated and exploited in various ways. In fact, it was not fair at all. But at least, there was one special effect that was very useful. After this duel is activated, a barrier similar to another dimension will be unfolded, pulling both parties into the barrier. In this way, no matter how fierce the fight between the two parties is, it is only between these two people. Outsiders cannot interfere, and the people inside will not be able to break the barrier and understand the situation outside unless they decide the winner. So the Dragon King was indeed held back by Sauron, with his own life. This idiot still thinks he has a sure win, and the smiling human in front of him is just holding on. But Sauron actually used his magic eye that could see the cause, an effect to see through the back of the Dragon King and the situation outside the barrier. The mountain fire was ignited again, this time on the main peak of Libra Mountain, where the dragon's nest was on the mountain. At the same time, right next to Sauron, Arthur led the infantry to form a square formation, holding the musket given by Sauron and firing randomly. More soldiers, wearing the battle robes of the Libra family, rushed out from all directions, in the streets and on the roofs, opening crossbows and strong bows to shoot randomly. The young dragons above the palace cried and screamed, trying to call for the help of the Dragon King, but received no response. So these young dragons, one by one, were injured by the dense stray arrows, fell to the square, and then were stabbed to death by the militiamen with long spears. What, you ask why these dragons, even young dragons, are so weak and vulnerable? That's very simple, Sauron drugged them. Wake up, today is the end of mankind, oh! The Dragon King frowned suddenly, and a sudden abdominal pain came. The tip of the sword pointing directly at Sauron sank down, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. I was poisoned. No, impossible. How did you? It's not poison, it's laxative. It's a secret recipe for cleaning the intestines of large monsters. I asked a little girl who talks a lot for it. Sauron admired the twisted and twitching face of the Dragon King, and leisurely pulled out the star-carved sword from the shadow. Maybe you don't know, but I think slaying dragons has been going on for a long time. Basically, I ask everyone if they have any secret skills to slay dragons. Now it seems that the veterinary method is the most effective for dealing with beasts like you. Then, the break is over, let's play the second half. Chapter 247. To be honest, after living for so many years, the Lord of Dust thought he had a clear understanding of the meanness of human beings. But at this time, he realized that he was still too naive. There is no limit to human beings. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you so weak? Oh, look at your face. You are exhausted. Ha ha ha. This smell is really amazing. He was pulling and fighting with me at the same time. You are really worthy of being the top Dragon King. Ha ha ha. In fact, there was no so-called second half. Facing Sauron's constant crazy taunting and the heavy sweep of the star-carved sword, the Dragon King really had no strength to fight back, let alone talk back. No matter what skills you want to use, you must maintain basic attention, especially dangerous magic. Although combat mages will try every means to reduce the casting time or prepare rituals in advance to achieve the effect of instantaneous offensive magic anytime and anywhere during the battle. But after all, they are just magic users, not the real creators who control earth, water, fire and wind. At this time, the Lord of Dust could not use his signature move, Mustard Dust Burial. The dust ball caused a complete shattering damage appealing analysis, which was too thorough and a threat to the Dragon King himself. He also needed to maintain extra attention to confirm the trajectory of the walking spell. Therefore, the Lord of Dust could only forcibly endure the urge to defecate and rely on swordsmanship to fight in close combat. Yes, it must attack, do its best to end this battle. After all, the Dragon King could not delay any longer. Would Sauron stand by and watch it defecate before fighting fairly? It's impossible, isn't it? We must fight in close combat. We must take advantage of the last chance when the opponent just got out of the enhancement and quickly kill this despicable vanguard. We must do our best to break free from the shackles of this death battle barrier. So the two of them chose to fight in close combat with swords. But when the blades of the magic swords intersected, there was a loud ping. When the Lord of Dust felt the tremendous force coming from the opposite side, he understood why the opponent would make the same tactical choice. The star-carved sword in Soren's hand had no visible blade at all, just a group of twinkling stars. He had to pay extra attention to grasp the way of the sword strike, and Soren didn't really use this weapon as a sword to stab, but just swept it horizontally like an iron rod and smashed it forcibly. Each sword contained great power, forcing the Dragon King to use all his strength to block it. But everyone knows that it is already difficult to hold back the anus. If the muscles are tensed, exerted, and then released, once a hole is opened in the back, it will burst out and can no longer be held. This is not a game, this is a battle. Death caused by malaria and exhaustion and being unable to fight has always been one of the most direct reasons for the end of a war in the era of cold weapons. No matter how powerful and top you are in the past, as long as you are still a creature that will grow old, get sick and die, you can't use even 1/10,000th of your ability at this time. So he was completely suffering from diarrhea that almost made him collapse. The former top Dragon King now had weak hands and feet, and felt like he was lying on cotton. He could only barely parry Sauron's sword strikes. To be honest, he wanted to die. But Sauron didn't hit the Dragon King's head, just tortured it. Mental attack. Each sword could take his life, but he didn't. Sauron just hit the Lord of Dust's weapon and competed with it. So every time the sword struck, there was a ping sound, and there was a puff sound behind the Dragon King. Ping puff. Ping puff. Ping puff. The last one was not careful, and the Dragon King was deviated by Sauron's sudden fake move. His body lost balance for a moment, and his posture collapsed in an instant. When he recovered the flaw, he was a step slower because of the stuff in his crotch sticking to his legs. So Sauron seized this opportunity, pulled out his musket, and fired a shot, blowing a big hole in the Lord of Dust's chest. Its entire body was trembling, and it took 2 steps back and knelt on one knee. Then Sauron rushed forward, raised the star-carved sword and smashed it down on the Dragon King's head. Although the Dragon King subconsciously moved his body and raised his sword to block it, at this time even this sword, which was probably also a divine weapon, could not withstand it, and was directly broken by the star-carved sword. The star-carved sword fell obliquely on the Dragon King's shoulder, smashing most of its shoulder blade and knocking it to the ground. With a snap, the Dragon King fell to the ground, his stomach rumbling non-stop, and the big hole in his chest was bleeding, red and yellow mixed together, and he could no longer get up. Humph, the last meal of mutton, it's very tasty, your majesty the Dragon King. Sauron swung his sword and broke the opponent's hands and feet, and swept out a sword towards the face, knocking off the opponent's chin. In order to avoid being discovered by you, I specially put the medicine in starch capsules, and I was afraid that you would hesitate to test the poison, so I wrapped it in a layer of sausage casing and stuffed it into the sheep's stomach and sewed it up. This service is quite considerate. Humph, but you guys are so happy to eat right away, it seems a bit unnecessary. To be honest, I didn't expect the effect to be so good. TSK, this is too strong. Although I haven't used it on a dragon, I put a little more for safety, but the effect is really... Ha, it's really spectacular. Sauron looked at the Dragon King, who had collapsed in the body fluid with a gloating and slightly sympathetic look, and took out the crystal ball to film its miserable situation. Woo. Ah. The Lord of Dust can no longer express his shame and anger with words. In fact, he has probably completely lost the concept of shame and anger. At first, the body fluids with colors and smells splashed out from under the body, but then it started to dehydrate directly. Blood-red sewage and body fluids, or cell fluids, could not be suppressed from overflowing from under the Dragon King's body, but due to the special characteristics of the transformation magic, the body fluids discharged from the body would be replenished by the main body. But there were still a lot of laxatives in the main body, so the skin of the elf shell on the outside of the Dragon King's body gradually became swollen, like a blown-up balloon, and the whole body was shaking and shaking. The entire body began to burst irregularly. This was caused by the muscles and skin being stretched out by the huge internal organs that suddenly returned to their original form after failing to transform. This was probably not a problem of putting too much medicine, but a chain reaction of excessive purgation, which caused the transformation magic to go out of control. Are animal laxatives so strong against dragons? Sauron swore that he really didn't mean it. Before a fair duel with the enemy, isn't it common sense to first give the opponent drugs? Who knew the effect would be so outstanding? And it was really beyond satisfaction, especially when Sauron looked at the situation outside the barrier. Those young dragons who also took laxatives were also having diarrhea, but they were not like the Dragon King, who was completely incontinent and fainted from Parkinson's disease, drowning in his own sticky phlegm and feces. Could it be because of his age that the old reptile's body was actually very poor, and he couldn't control it once it collapsed? It's like this, he can't still be pretending to be dead. Sauron thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. After all, he was a complete layman in professional knowledge such as warcraft, alchemy, and even transfiguration magic. Anyway, he recorded such a wonderful video, so he would let the professionals analyze it. Sauron doesn't care about burying people, especially those who choke to death in their own shit. Seeing the end of the second-generation Dragon King of Mount Libra, Sauron was also quite sad. If the laxative had taken effect earlier, the first attack just now would have killed it instantly, right? If that were to be said, a dignified Dragon King would at least have died in a fair duel at the hands of the God of War. But now such a disgusting and miserable death. The Dragon King of Mount Libra was taken by me. It's really hard to say this. What happened? It's thundering and raining. Ah, the mountain is on fire again. The former female knight of the Holy Sword Army, Ginny, turned her head to look at the west. After a short storm, the Libra city behind her began to thunder and lightning again, and the flames were all over the sky. From the distant bloody wind, the fierce screams of the monsters came, and the peaceful and tranquil hometown in the memory seemed to be gradually fading away. Let's go, Ginny, let's hide in the suburbs first. Even the goddess statue has fallen down. Maybe a war will break out. The rabbit Lili carried a school bag and a round hat on his head, dressed like a primary school student, and disguised himself as an ordinary person. He fled the city with Ginny and other refugees who were avoiding the war. The flow of people was like a long snake swimming, and under the guidance of the Libra caravan, they took refuge outside the city along the trade road. It used to be refugees from other places who fled to Libra City along this trade road for transporting gold to find a living, but now it was the other way around. The civilians of Libra City rushed to flee. No one was nostalgic for their family business. After all, living in such a world, the people at the bottom knew very well that they were just floating duckweed that could be swallowed up by this chaotic world at any time. Lie. Aren't you worried about that big guy? Ginny was wearing a cloak and holding a sword, walking with her bad friend. TSK, he still needs us to worry. I might as well worry about myself. I heard that the orcs in the north of the city were killed. Lael checked his hat and carefully buttoned the rabbit ears. It's only a matter of time. Alas, if the goddess doesn't come back, the orcs on the west coast and the humans on the east coast will fight, and it will be out of control. Why do we have to fight and kill? Isn't it good for everyone to live together in peace? The female knight was still worried. At this time, the crowd in front of the team suddenly started to scream and riot. What happened? Lili immediately hid behind the female knight. Follow me, don't fall. Ginny clenched her sword and took Lili to avoid the rioting crowd and climbed to a nearby villa tower on the roadside to hide. Then, they saw from a distance the reason for the panic of the crowd. An army came from the south. An unprecedented iron army. Iron-tracked chariots, iron spiders, iron golems, and iron dragons, everything seemed to be covered with a layer of iron. These iron giants gathered in groups, rolling over the plains with tracks, wheels, bone claws, wings and other means, moving at high speed and raising large clouds of dust. Just seeing the momentum of thousands of beasts galloping from afar would scare the refugees to collapse. But fortunately, the army did not rush directly to attack the refugee team, but bypassed the team in front and turned an angle to the northwest. In front of everyone, the leading several huge iron spiders burst into a flashing light, freezing the surface of the Libra River into ice in an instant, so the whole army crossed the river on the ice without stopping and headed straight to the north bank of Libra City. What the hell are these things? Iron monsters? I've never heard of such things in the United Kingdom. The female knight was stunned. Wow. It's getting more and more chaotic. What will this world become? Lili couldn't help but cover her throbbing heart. No, it's really beating. The bee badge that she took out from her arm seemed to be stimulated by the flash just now. The silver bee-shaped brooch was buzzing and flapping its wings like a living thing. Lili was shocked and didn't catch it for a moment, so it flew away. Ah, wait, pure silver can sell for a lot of money. Lili. Seeing the little rabbit jump out, showing off his stealing skills and chasing the brooch, Ginny had no choice but to start her daily routine again. The rabbit thief ran in front, and the patrolling female knight chased behind. Damn it! Is that big guy deliberately playing tricks on me? Can the gift fly back secretly by itself? Stopped? Lili chased the silver bee and caught up with it not long after running. The brooch stopped and lingered in front of a building with locked windows and doors. It seemed as if something was calling it. Lili, why did you suddenly run away? What if you get lost? Ginny was panting after chasing, holding her waist and really wanted to pull her ears. I've been worried that you would be caught here one day, but you actually ran here by yourself. Ah, where is this? The female knight looked at the goddess statue on the building. It's the Inquisition, the temple. Woo, that's the hell. Of course Lili had heard of it before, and was so scared that his hat bounced off his ears. The Temple Inquisition is spread throughout the Alliance, and it is the most feared institution, especially for the people. Once you are suspected of being an enemy of God, or disobeying the authority of the temple, and are caught here for interrogation, don't even think about getting out alive. Why would it want to fly to such a place? Chapter 248. The mission of the Temple Inquisition is very simple: to search, capture and attack the enemies of the temple, mainly magical creatures and magicians. For example, necromancers, black magic, and monsters from other worlds. These are all on the arrest list of the Inquisition. The assassin of the root also belongs to the sequence of the Inquisition, but this involves the core secrets of the Titan relics after all, which ordinary people cannot know. Therefore, if we compare the popularity, the Inquisition is still the most notorious. This organization is not well known enough in the United Kingdom. After all, Libra City is essentially managed by the human aristocracy led by the three kings due to the internal situation of justice. As for the aristocrats, they forbid this and that to ordinary people. In fact, they don't know how many dirty black magic props are hidden in their homes, so they don't like the power of the Inquisition around them to be too large. If this were another country ruled by elves, the Inquisitor would be a terrifying existence that could stop children from crying at night. A simple example is that the vanguard troops, under the rule of the Alliance of Gods, were basically wiped out by them, repeatedly. So this holy war is indeed no different. All the judges of the United Kingdom followed justice to the battlefield, and the few who stayed behind also ran out to put out the fire in the past 2 days. The door of the court was casually closed. After all, who would have thought that there would be such a daring person who dared to break into the court? Ping. Ah, my hand was broken. Okay, don't worry, follow me. Lael and Ginny followed the flying silver bee and sneaked into the court. The magical silver bee was obviously summoned by something, and it took them through the secret door, tunnel and secret room with a clear goal, and arrived at the door of a prison underground, lying on the door and flapping its wings. What's going on? Is this a cell? Is there a prisoner in it? A dark magician? Ginny drew her sword and was on guard. Lael jumped up to the wall, grabbed the iron fence, and took a look inside. Ah, there's someone inside. Could it be the big guy's companion? Didn't he say that if I get into trouble with this badge, maybe someone will come to help me? The female knight was worried, really? But ordinary thieves can't be locked up in the Inquisition, right? Could it be a black magician? Don't care about her. Layla took another look inside. It's a girl. She was beaten badly. I think if we leave her alone, she will be dead when the Inquisitors come back. But if you think she is a black magician... The female knight was shaken. To put it bluntly, do you really think that civilians are fools? Where do so many black magicians come from? It's just these judges who take a fancy to a shop or farm, and then falsely accuse the wife and daughter of a witch who has made a deal with the devil, and then capture them, torture them to death, and rob their property. In small villages and towns, there are examples of such cases where the temple's courtroom has confiscated their homes and exterminated their families, and their lands have been annexed. Sometimes even the title of nobility is useless. That is to say, in the United Kingdom, there are indeed many nobles, who are witches, who have made deals with the devil, so the temple is not so arrogant. To put it bluntly, they just bully the weak and fear the strong. As a patrol officer, Ginny has seen too many similar things. Woo-hum. Forget it. Anyway, I have already broken in. Hey! The female knight kicked the prison door open. Lai was not in a hurry to go in, and observed at the door. He saw a silver bee fly into the cell, and land on the girl's chest, emitting a faint silver light. Hey, are you okay? Ginny came closer, and found that the girl was actually an elf. No, judging from the tattoos on her skin, she was probably a half-elf. The attitudes of the allied countries towards half-elves were different. Mercy was more merciful. Not only did it allow the existence of half-elves, it also provided them with shelter, and even selected its own apostles from them. The most famous one was General Silver Dragon, who almost became a half-elf model of the Lord God. However, Justice's attitude was more stringent. Under her rule, intermarriage between elves and humans was prohibited, and elves who violated the rules would be forced to serve in the frontline legions. Humans who dare to offend elves will be killed without question. If a half-blood child is born, she will not kill the baby in the name of justice, but she will use tattoos to distinguish between half-bloods and ordinary elves, and use half-bloods as subordinate servants. That harsh attitude is much more excessive than that towards other orcs, which is very strange. However, the probability of a half-elf being born is very small, so it does not cause any major adverse effects. Ginny checked the girl's injuries, and bit her lips silently. Her fingernails were pulled out, her eyes were blinded, and there was not an inch of skin on her body that was intact. There were bruises and swellings everywhere. Moreover, it seemed that she bit off her tongue while the guards ran to put out the fire. She lost too much blood, and might not be able to be saved. Layla was still lying on the railing of the skylight by the wall, secretly looking at the girls in the cell. She herself was often beaten by the elf guards. Every time she saw a similar situation, she would always think of herself. Maybe Rabbit is just lucky, at least she can still live till now, while most girls, like her, died under the shadow of the glorious United Kingdom. Hey, why don't you help me open the door? Huh? Lael turned her head, and saw a skull smiling at her from the skylight of the next cell. Ghost. What? Who are you? Ginny was also frightened, but she was better off, not like Lilai, who was frightened to the point of foaming at the mouth and fainting. The skull rolled to the skylight and looked at her through the bars. Me? I'm just a skeleton, an undead, a necromancer, whatever you want to call me. I've been locked up here for a long time. I can't die even if I want to. Let me out. Ginny looked distrustful, judging people by their appearance. The girl who was tortured to death was sympathetic, and it made people feel wronged at first glance. But the skull floating around next door was really unbelievable. It felt that this thing didn't stay in its coffin properly but floated around everywhere to scare people. It would be safer to be locked up under the Inquisition. Hee, you're wrong to say that. To be frank, I'm in this state because of justice. Back then, I was the most handsome guy in the area, but I was locked up here by the elves and turned into a ghost who couldn't live or die. Do you think I want to? Don't you think I'm worse off than the half-elf spy who freed herself? Spy? Ginny was stunned for a moment. Wait, did she say what was in her mind just now? Oh, your magic defense is too low, and you don't have a mental barrier. Oh, don't worry about such trivial matters. Just think of me as a mind reader. That's right, aren't you here to save this half-elf? It's for the secret she found out, right? Then let's make a deal. I tell you her last words, and you let me out? Ginny was confused and still hesitating, but the skull rolled to the skylight on the other side, lowered his head, and looked at Lai, who was sitting on the ground rubbing his buttocks and had just fallen down with his ears exposed. Hey, Snow Rabbit, let me out. I tell you where your family is. Lai's ears suddenly stood up. What? You know where my family is? The skull laughed, of course. With your fur color, you are a snow rabbit from the IC. Hey, this is Libra Plain. It's far away from your hometown. How did you get here, little rabbit? Let me out. I take you back to your hometown. I know the IC very well. Lai jumped up and seemed to be convinced instantly. Don't be fooled, rabbit. There's something wrong with this guy. Ginny was anxious. The skeleton rolled to the other side again and glanced at Ginny. Well, I want to go on adventures and become a knight like Sid. Hey, stop reading minds, you dead bone. The skeleton ignored her. Who is Sid? I haven't heard of him. Is he very strong, compared with Killian? What? You are an ally and you don't even know Killian? Wow, this guy won't die, right? Oh my, that's really good news. Ahem, anyway, you want to become stronger, right? I teach you. Don't look at me like this. Back then, 17 or 18 war gods couldn't do anything to me. If I wasn't injured, the elves couldn't catch me at all, you know? The female knight still didn't believe it at all. Nonsense. You believe what a head you met on the roadside said, but Lai grabbed her hand and looked at her with wide eyes. Ginny, I want to find my family. I stayed in Libra City to steal money just to get information about my people from the caravan. If you help me once, I promise I will never steal anything in the city to make you angry again. Woo. The female knight felt attacked by the cuteness of the rabbit. Although I am a female knight, I am also a girl. I also like cute furry things, but I am too strong to hug them. I really want to pinch her ears. Ah, asshole, I let you out. Shut up. Ginny was being publicly executed and kicked down the wall of the prison. Ahem. There's so much dust, ahem. In the cell on the other side, a skeleton was chained with countless iron chains. The flesh and blood had long since rotted away, leaving only the bones and human skin hanging in the air through the iron chains. Judging from the thickness of the accumulated dust, even the elf judges probably haven't entered this room for hundreds of years. But the skeleton was not dead yet, and it was still flying around with a piece of spine like a black magic. Hey, you have good qualifications. It can actually break the barrier. It's not something that can be done with just strength. Come on, see those chains. Smash the stones that fix the ends of the chains, those with the red magic circle. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Wait a minute. Lai stopped the female knight again. She looked at the silver bee that was still flapping its wings on the corpse of the half-elf girl on the other side. Silver bee brought us here to save this girl. She is the big guy's companion, right? What are her last words? Oh, she wants to warn the contact that the egg is about to hatch. Layla and Ginny frowned at each other. Egg? What does this mean? Oh, what else can this mean? Skull was almost dying of anxiety. Titan egg. When the temple encounters an opponent that it can't beat, it will hatch a titan from the roots to act as a thug. Last time our team fought all the way to the world tree, we were defeated by those things in the end. But it's really strange. I remember that Justice didn't have a titan egg in his hand. Then let's go find the big guy first. Hey, don't go. Oh, it doesn't matter. If you two want to help pass the message, just tell the magic item. I see it has a magic circle that can automatically find the way and return to the host. Don't worry, the environmental magic has suddenly become so powerful that even I can wake up. It's no problem for this fly to fly back by itself. Anyway, let me out first. Help! Cold sweat seeped out from the Libra King's forehead and rolled down his nose. He looked at the stinking corpse mountain on the square, which was like an alien, a hybrid of elves and dragons, and his heart felt like it was falling into an ice cave. The Dragon King of Libra Mountain, one of the best war gods in the Alliance, actually died like this, and died so pathetically. He couldn't help but turn his eyes to the man who was laughing and bragging with his son Arthur. Soren, the war god of the Empire, is so terrifying. How old is he? How did he practice to gain the strength to kill the 5 Dragon Kings in such a short time? It's nothing. It's just killing a god. There are still 72 people in the Empire who can tear the Dragon King apart with bare hands like me. Fuck, is it true that it can be accurate to the last digit? The Libra King felt dizzy. This time, he might have bet on the wrong number. Oh, your majesty, are you okay? You don't look very well. Are you tired from putting out fires and hosting banquets these 2 days? Sauron laughed and patted the Libra King on the shoulder. The old king also smiled and bowed. No, it's my honor to serve the Empire. Haha, this time we were able to slay the Dragon King thanks to the efforts of King Libra. Don't worry, I will report to the Parliament and publicize it throughout the Empire, organizing everyone to learn from the spirit of the Libra family, actively cooperate with the Empire's offensive, draw a clear line with the Alliance, and contribute to the great cause of human revival. I believe that with King Libra as an example, families from all over the Alliance will surely stand up to resist the tyranny of the elves. The day of overthrowing the oppression of the temple and flattening the gods and dragons is not far away. Ah, yes. You are right. Your Excellency. There is actually something. The Libra King's calves were trembling. By the way, there is one more thing I need to tell you in advance. Sauron suddenly put away his polite smile and swallowed the Libra King's words back into his stomach. On the front line, the elves won. Sauron sighed. How should I put it? The nobles of the Empire never disappoint us. Anyway, their defense line was breached again. Alas, they were tested on the first day of the first battle, and they started to lose in the second game. It's really unbelievable. Ahem, but it's a little better than before. In order to prepare for the war, there is more than one line of defense, so the Imperial army can retreat and reorganize to continue fighting. The battle will probably continue for a while, Your Majesty. Please relax a little, and don't have too much psychological pressure, understand? The Libra King slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on his face eased again. I see, I understand. Just don't worry. Well, oh, did you say anything just now? The Libra King bowed and laughed. No, how could I hide anything? I just want to confirm with you. Didn't you kill the Dragon King? Do you want to hold a celebration banquet for you? Oh, forget it. There is a smell of shit in the air. It's quite disgusting. Chapter 249. The Imperial nobles, the Imperial Guard nobles, as expected, failed again. The so-called solid and rock-hard southern defense line could not be stopped at all. In the first battle, the gaps in the firepower points and defense lines were found, and in the second battle, the Allied forces arranged elite troops to break through the front line. It was less than 48 hours apart, which also included the time for Justice to simply reorganize the Allied forces. You may ask, how did they break through such a sharp and dense firepower network with machine guns and artillery? Very simple, they broke through the defense zone of the troops without firearms. In fact, Soren had already seen that the 9 full-strength guard divisions of the First Army were purely a joke. They simply changed their names and bought some new weapons. They did not carry out any real military reforms according to Soren's suggestions. And the troops that purchased firearms and ammunition on a large scale were only a few wealthy troops. The scale of purchases would naturally not be large at the beginning, and they would not be used in a centralized manner, let alone equipped with cannon fodder from the side branches. Of course, Soren deliberately let this situation go. Since there are some problems, the aristocracy of the old society must be completely destroyed to solve them fundamentally. The best solution is to let the 2 mountains of the elf god and the imperial aristocracy collide with each other and die, and then he will come out to collect heads. If these aristocratic armies are reformed too strong, it will be inconvenient for him to deal with these few remnants in the future. So the actual situation is that the combat power of the Guards Division, Guards Brigade and Guards Regiment still has not made an epic-making leap, and the quantity and quality of equipment are completely uneven and very different. The firepower network on the entire front has serious loopholes. Most of the regiment-level units are still the rubbish of the feudal era, without any changes. The actual combat effectiveness of these miscellaneous guards is not even as good as that of the Nightmare Knights 3 years ago. At least the nobles of the Nightmare Knights often fight with the Elf Fearless Legion on the battlefield, and they are more or less familiar with the tactics of the Elf Legion. But the long-term strategic thinking of the Southern Front is defense. Let alone new weapons, even the aging of golems and skeleton soldiers is very serious. Many of the magic weapons and magic traps in the past have been forgotten by the nobles themselves. How can they be effective in cooperation with the battle? In particular, the Allied forces took advantage of the arrogance that the Empire had after winning the first battle. They came up with a bunch of war gods riding dragons, taking the lead in attacking weak points, and coordinating with mixed armies of various races, cannon fodder, meat shields, melee, and ranged mages. It was a regiment combination that had micromanaged magical medieval troops to the extreme. They rushed through the range of the Empire's artillery fire despite losses, bypassing the blind spots of machine guns and fortress cannons. Once they successfully broke through from the flank and rushed into the trenches for hand-to-hand combat, they were immediately crushed and had no chance of winning. In this situation, what is the use of the fierce artillery fire from other friendly troops? The troops on both wings were defeated. Can they still hold on in the trenches and bunkers? It's impossible, so the great retreat, turn, was staged again. Of course, this time, because Soren had really seen the level of the Imperial nobles, he specially taught them how to dig trenches, dig foxholes, and how to retreat and reorganize in an organized manner. There is also a timely communication network to ensure the connection between the commanders of the entire front line and know the situation of each part of the front line. At least the retreat was stabilized and did not turn into a rout. In addition, some main forces with better equipment and firepower were deliberately avoided, so the main forces did not suffer particularly heavy losses. But many strongholds and equipment were still lost. The Allied forces only laid the first line of defense and did not carry out subsequent pursuit. They even allowed the Imperial army guarding some fortresses and bunkers on the hill to leave, so as to prevent these elite troops from relying on firepower to defend. Although the Allied forces regained the upper hand in this round of small-scale contact, some core problems of both sides were exposed. The General Imperial Guard Division was already crushing the Elven Servant Army, but it was still no match for the elite Elven Corps of the Allied Army. As long as the Elves and Dragons took the lead in the charge, the general low-level soldiers, golems, and skeletons, no matter how many there were, could not stop them. But on the bright side, the situation was still much better than the last time. At least last time, the elite of the Allied army was used to fight the elite troops of the Empire. It was just stubbornness, it was a hedge, it was a crushing strength, and it fought all the way to the Imperial capital. But this time, they adopted tactics right from the start, using elites to attack miscellaneous soldiers, breaking through the weak points of the defense line, outflanking with flank pressure, forcing the Empire's elite divisions to retreat to avoid losses and achieve a strategic victory. What does this show? It shows that the Elf Alliance's strength is really insufficient. In the past, it was enough to frame all the troops and attack. Now it is necessary to micromanage tactics. This is the proof that the opponent's empire is getting stronger, and the Imperial army was neither arrogant nor discouraged, and retreated safely to the second line of defense to reorganize again, and even the white robes and the god of war on the top did not appear. Well, the Imperial army could not withstand the impact of the Elven Alliance, which was also within the expectations of the Parliament. Based on the experience of being crushed to the capital in the last war, the Empire did not place too much hope on the first line of defense this time. Instead, it adopted a flexible defense with a large depth and multiple echelons according to Soren's suggestion. The miscellaneous troops were in the front, and the elite troops were in the back, exchanging space for time. The more they gathered in the rear, the greater the firepower density of each guard division. The First Army even built the first railway track in the Empire, and specially assembled the 350 type mobile railway fortress artillery brigade, which could transport and deploy a large number of fortress artillery at any time and place in the depth of the defense line by rail, transfer them at any time and place, and carry out all-weather firepower strikes. The tactics of the First Southern Army Group were to contain, consume, and strangle the main force of the Elves. Of course, the nicer way to put it is a flexible defensive pocket formation, and the more unpleasant way to put it is to say, hold on, brothers. Hold on for me. What's even more exaggerated is that it seems that because the Guards Army Group withstood this wave of attacks, and only lost one line of defense, there was no situation where the entire regiment was surrounded and annihilated and lost its organization. The situation was much better than expected, causing the nobles of the imperial capital to cheer and even hold a celebration banquet. Can you believe it? What's even more exaggerated is that even from the perspective of the Alliance, it is really hard to say who will win or lose in this game. Justice, it's not that she didn't want to push the Imperial City down in one wave. She really decided at the last minute to stop after laying down the first line of defense. Because the casualties were too heavy. Not many of the miscellaneous troops died. After all, the first-line empire was also a miscellaneous one, and the firepower density was not high. But the elite troops, leading the charge, suffered very disproportionate casualties. The gargoyles that chased the flying dragon and exploded, the skeletons with bombs in their ribs, the entire trench was buried with poison gas, explosives, incendiary traps, machine guns, mines, and barbed wire. What did the elf swordsman veterans get after charging all the way through the tragic killing? Dispersed a bunch of skeletons? Not achieving a key victory is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the disability rate. Putting the elites directly in the front row to charge, although successfully breaking through the defense line, reducing the casualties of the miscellaneous soldiers, and the elites are not so easy to die in battle, but injuries are inevitable. Especially mines. The veterans whose hands and feet were cut off, and their intestines were blown off, quickly consumed various healing scrolls and magic potions. The temple priests were in an unprecedented high-load state. Although the number of elites killed on the spot was only a few hundred, the number of wounded was tens of thousands, and the elves, who were already sparsely populated, were strongly shocked. We can't continue to fight with the new tactics. We have to use the old tactics, and the cannon fodder races go first. So Justice arranged the Crusade army again, planning to hand over the second line of defense to the Allied forces with the orcs as the core. And the wounded and the secret weapons of the Empire seized from the battlefield were urgently sent back to the base camp for reorganization. Poljus, there is your letter. My letter? Aren't we in pre-war communication silence? Where did the letter come from? Poljus, who was observing the battlefield situation in the distance with his one eye, jumped off the cockroach-modified fortress command vehicle for some unknown reason, and took over the Mithril be intercepted by the Wind Army assassin, who came out of the shadows, and was responsible for the security of the army. Of course, he knew that the B-shaped emblem of the Wind Army could be used to transmit urgent information like a bat. Pressing the emblem, a female voice came out, Pelusius, Lili and I are going to the north. Don't worry, and your companions asked you to be careful of the Titan eggs. Is this news really for me? The one-eyed dragon was speechless. She said it was Pelusius, didn't she? The Wind Army assassin shrugged. Who on the battlefield would call names in plain text without encryption? And who is this? Who is Lili again? What is a Titan egg again? The one-eyed dragon was going crazy. Poljus! Khedgar, who was also observing the battlefield, shouted. What are you doing again? The portal has been activated. For beams of light shot up into the sky from afar, which was a sign that the elf portal had been activated. Even the 31st Armored Cavalry Division, all the officers and soldiers of the Mobile Artillery Brigade, and the Mage Commander, who were more than 10 kilometers away and hidden in the curtain, could see it clearly. For Hodel Shadow Curtain, this mobile fortress specially modified from a mobile iron spider, chimney, can spread a small range of curtain magic at any time and anywhere to hide the location of the artillery position and prevent it from being detected by the elven wizard. Could it be that the elves have sent reinforcements back? Isn't the teaching brigade slaying the dragon now? Should we open fire in advance? Khedgar suggested. Pelusius frowned. Have you detected the signal of the furnace group? How long will it take them to reach the combat position? According to the plan, the 1st Armored Regiment to be sent over, the Furnace Armored Regiment, which is mainly composed of the Furnace Town Vanguard, will use its high mobility to outflank the enemy from behind, and when the main force of the 31st Division launches an attack from the south, it will attack from both sides from the north. Now the Artillery Brigade of the 31st Division has arrived at the firing position, calculated the shooting accuracy, and hid in the curtain waiting for the attack signal. The main force of the 31st Division, Obbies, Ernest, and the 2 mobile cavalry brigades have also made preparations for the artillery charge, and now they are just waiting for the signal from the Furnace Regiment. There's still half an hour left before the scheduled time. But if it drags on like this, what if the person teleported here is an elf god? If we launch the attack in advance, what if the enemy escapes? But the armored regiment may be delayed, and it may also alert the enemy. Pelusius's face was gloomy. Although he felt that his colleagues around him were whining, he had to admit that he was a little nervous. After all, as the magic commander of the Blood Cavalry, the magic chief of staff of the 31st Division, and the rank of colonel, he was half a level higher than the colonel of the training battalion of Soren, but when it came to how much confidence he had in the actual combat effectiveness of the 31st Division, he was actually not very confident. In fact, except for Soren himself, No one in the entire 31st Division, or even the entire Empire, knew whether Soren's military reforms were effective. And everyone in the Empire, and even the Parliament, was listening to this guy's endless ideas and being dragged forward by him, probably because the nobles in the Parliament didn't know how to fight against the gods. At least one person knew how to fight, and it couldn't get any worse, right? Now, as expected, the latest intelligence received was that the front line of the First Army had been breached. Then the 31st Division, which was teleported deep behind enemy lines, would certainly bear pressure from all sides. Whether they could withstand it or not, Polly just was really unsure. He turned his head to look at the equipment of the artillery brigade, which was vaguely visible in the mist of the curtain. 150 self-propelled artillery battalions, a total of 6 artillery companies, each with 6 artillery pieces, a total of 36 150 caliber self-propelled artillery pieces, that is, the previously developed 150 howitzers were loaded onto the crawling alchemical spider body, and the soldiers called them spider cannons. 2 280mm towed heavy artillery battalions, similar to the self-propelled artillery battalions, also have a total of 36 280mm heavy artillery, occasionally transported by abominations and giant monsters, towed by track tanks on flat ground. Soldiers call them abomination guns, and connect to the cockroach command vehicle of Pollux through the military network, aiming and commanding directly through the sand table. 2 ghoul long-range rocket artillery battalions. Each company has 4 rocket artillery vehicles, a total of 24 skeleton rocket artillery vehicles. Each vehicle fires 12 gargoyle rockets at a time for fire coverage. In addition to these 6 artillery battalions, there are also some support vehicles, such as cockroaches responsible for command, chimneys responsible for unfolding the curtain, and vehicles for transporting shells and supplies. To be honest, the ability to transport such a large amount of heavy equipment in time, and even to enter the combat position earlier than the armored regiment, is really thanks to the help of more than 30 white robes jumping around. Such firepower is unique to the Empire, and it is unique. Whether it is paper analysis or previous exercises, Polly just has absolute confidence in the destructive power of this artillery brigade under his command. But, after all, he had never fought an elf before. It was his first time, so he was a little nervous, uneasy, worried about gains and losses, afraid that he would not do well enough. If he was too nervous and shot all at once, and the elf still felt that it was not strong enough, it would be embarrassing, right? Lucius, what's wrong? Then he also saw the star rising in the night sky in the north. It's a signal. The assassin of the Wind Army had not left yet. He probably wanted to see it instead of guarding the perimeter. The armored regiment is in place, fire. Yes. Khedgar, who followed the car, nodded repeatedly, his beard trembling, fire. Lucius swallowed his saliva. Okay, I understand your feelings at the moment, because I am the same. Eager to try. Excited. Ready to move. For the upcoming iron and fire slaughter. Attention, all units. Fire. Chapter 250. Looking from afar at the military camp in the West City, it was razed to the ground by the steel meteor that fell from the sky and turned into a sea of fire. Cold sweat oozed from the forehead and back of the Libra King, completely sticking to his shirt. The whole person was shaking uncontrollably, and his teeth were trembling. Wrong. He has been fussing all his life, claiming to be the king who controls the scales. But this gamble was wrong. He concealed something from Soren. The Libra King originally thought that he could conceal the Titan's egg by handing over the box of justice. Hand over the trump card of justice, and you can hide her trump card. Tell half the truth, keep half the truth, and don't tell a single lie, and you can keep both boats stable. But after witnessing the firepower performance of the 31st Division Artillery Brigade, he felt that her things might not be considered as a big trump card. Ah! Ha ha ha. The cheers around him suddenly scared the Libra King. He turned his head, and found that his youngest son Arthur was beside him. He was holding a young dragon's head with a dung fork. His body was fishy and smelly, and he didn't know whether it was blood, dirty liquid, or dung juice. Looking into the distance, the meteor showers fell in the west one after another, and he shouted wildly. This guy actually jumped up and hugged his father, and turned around, laughing. The elves are defeated. The elves are defeated. The sour smell of feces and sweat almost choked the Libra King to death. After finally breaking free from this idiot's son, the Libra King hid aside and leaned against the wall to catch his breath, supporting his legs that were already shaking and weak, so as not to fall to the ground. At this time, the crowd gradually gathered around the square, gathered around the large pile of rotten meat that exuded a foul smell. Although not many civilians were lucky enough to meet the Dragon King alive, such a huge pile of meat, and the young dragons that fell to the square and stuck upside down on the spire, spilling blood and feces all over the city. Everyone knew what happened. The Dragon King is dead. The king is dead too. That's the military camp, right? So many meteors are falling. The crusades are finished. The Statue of Justice has collapsed. The Forest of Elves has burned down. The dragon's nest on Mount Libra has collapsed. The river level has dropped. The fountains and wells are all out of water. What? How could this happen? Oh my God, how can we farm without water? How can we pay taxes without food? What can we do? The people were buzzing and gradually fell into panic. These days, these things, one after another, are completely unexpected. People often say that the wheel of time is turning, and a speck of dust falling on the heads of ordinary people is a mountain. But this is not just a speck of dust. The times are just dusting the quilt. What will happen in the future? What should we do in the future? How to survive? The emotions of confusion, ignorance, and fear spread among the crowd. Then a voice rang in their ears. Residents of Libra City, I am a dwarf knight of the blood cavalry of the Psychic Empire, an ordinary foreign warrior. I am new to your land, and I am here to help. I have eliminated a nest of dragons. Please don't hesitate to do me a favor. The crowd turned their heads to find the voice, and looked at the tall warrior dwarf, who was standing on the mountain of Dragon King's corpse, cut off the old dragon's head that had been restored to its original form, skewered it with a spear, and held it high. I am a straightforward person. I won't say any more nonsense. From now on, Libra City is the territory of the spiritual empire. Those who disobey will be watched, even if it's a dragon, even if it's an elf. Those who dare to be enemies of our empire will only end up like this. Death is the only way. He swung his gun and threw the Dragon King's head into the air, jumped up and kicked it, and the sparse flesh and blood splashed on the faces of the onlookers, who were looking up. Everyone understands this principle. Do you have to do it again? Pa. You understand it all. Those who collude with the elves and demons and resist the empire are our enemies. The only fate is death. And for those who are willing to obey the rule of the empire, we also recognize that your personal safety will not be violated. I don't know where this empire came from. I have never heard of it. The civilians looked at each other, but it was almost the same. There were lords and kings everywhere on this continent. Now that the elves and dragons are gone, sooner or later there will be warlords from other places to occupy the city. At least this group of empires didn't say they would massacre the city. To maintain law and order, the Libra family has communicated with the empire and will use their treasures to feed the civilians within a month. They will also provide job opportunities and pay salaries. You can ask them for details. In short, anyone who violates the order and loots food and money will be killed without mercy. Oh, there is money to be taken. So the Libra King surrendered? The crowd began to whisper. But the empire does not recognize the aristocratic system of the elves and demons. It does not recognize the aristocratic fiefdom. Therefore, in order to confirm the land and population, our army will inspect the Libra plain from tomorrow. The whispers disappeared at once. What did you say? Land inspection. Re-register the land. Our army will eliminate the monsters entrenched on the north and west banks, and take back the territory of the pseudo-nobles under the command of the elves and demons. Libra King. Ah, yes. The Libra King, who was hiding in a corner, thinking about finding a chance to escape, was almost scared to death when he was pointed at by Sauron. From tomorrow on, you are no longer the Libra King. I appoint you as the mayor of Libra City, select officials on your own, and register the population of Libra City for me. Those who don't want to be subjects of my empire, just leave without seeing you off. Those who are willing to pledge allegiance to my empire, register as subjects of my empire. When I integrate the land along the Libra River, I will evenly distribute the fields for cultivation according to the number of people. By the way, in order to show the benevolence of my empire, there will be no tax for the first 3 years. Silently, there was not even the sound of a needle falling in the whole city. Does this idiot know what he is talking about? Then, accompanied by a loud bang, a huge cockroach fell from the sky and landed on the ruins of the palace, and the smoke and dust it raised blinded everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Soren had jumped onto the cockroach's back with a gun in his hand. All units, destroy the portal and wipe out all the orc tribes on the west coast that dare to resist within a week. Then the cockroach flapped its wings and took him to the sky. The crowd looked up, and soon they could no longer see the cockroach warrior. But what he said was probably true, because everyone saw the Iron Dragon squadron flying over their heads, carrying heavy bombs, and the iron wings covered the sky, casting a shadow that looked like death. Resistance is a dead end. Surrender. Maybe you can get a piece of land. And the first 3 years are tax-free. The Libra king raised his head and looked at the rows of steel dragons flying in the sky with his chin open, and then a stench made him shut his mouth. When he looked down, Arthur and a group of civilians had surrounded him. Mayor, can you start inspecting the land? Oh. Inspect, inspect, inspect. Arthur, go take a shower first. The Crusade camp. The morale of the Allied forces was low. The mixed forces of various countries and ethnic groups often had conflicts between races at first. At first, human cannon fodder was beaten, lynched, killed and hunted from time to time. But soon these vassal armies had no time and mood to fight among themselves. Because the Allied forces conquered the first line of defense of the empire at the cost of losing elite troops. And laying the first line of defense may not be a good thing. Because you also have to push your own front forward. You can't just give the territory you have conquered with great difficulty to the empire, right? But once they move forward, it means that they are completely within the coverage of the empire's firepower. Before, only some heavy artillery could scatter from a distance. But the first line of defense is completely within the killing range of the empire's various crossfires, magic, physics, and various long-range mechanical weapons. So the empire's first line of defense now also became the first line of defense of the Allied forces. Now it is the Allied forces that must defend, and must withstand the continuous, day and night bombing and shooting, and the endless waves of skeleton zombies and golems that surge up like an ocean. Fresh blood and flesh were constantly added to the trench, and the battle line was maintained with pure human lives. The elite main force of the elves certainly could not be consumed on the front line. They were still far away, recuperating in the base camp at the other end of the wheat field. The defensive troops were replaced with mixed cannon fodder from the vassal army. Almost no veterans could withdraw. They were all killed in the front, and then a group of newcomers went up to fill the meat. Teams were stuffed into the meat grinder. Who cared about orcs or humans at this time? Unless they were elves, they would have to go up and die. If there was anything to be thankful for, it was probably the lack of firepower of the First Army. At least the Guards' army did not have the firepower of the 31st Division, and they were all large-caliber fortress guns with a relatively low firing frequency, and they were used in a scattered manner. So the damage during this confrontation was actually mainly caused by the skeleton soldiers. Occasionally, the Allied forces launched a tactical counterattack and rushed into the minefield and killed a lot of people, which was also the main reason for the loss of personnel. The actual casualties from the artillery bombardment were not too great, and it was mainly due to mental pressure. With a bang, the people around him scattered like stars in the sky, as if they were drawing a lottery. Every time, they had to pray that they could survive. This pressure was the greatest. Of course, the elf supervisors who were not on the front line would not understand such trivial matters. As long as they were on this side of the wheat field, they could mercilessly shoot magic arrows at the heads of the fleeing soldiers, let them continue to become nutrients for the wheat field, and use their own fate to deter the new batch of cannon fodder on the front line. This is actually a very rational tactic. Use flesh and blood to consume all the steel on the other side. Then you can make the next strategic breakthrough led by the elites. Of course, the tactics of the Crusade army are more than that. On the east side of the wheat field, the Crusade army headquarters, the frontline temple of justice. To be precise, it was the temple of the elf god Harvest, the magic temple used to inspire and maintain the great magic of golden wheat. However, Harvest is only a lower god, and her position tends to be merciful. Now she is mixed with her good sisters. Now that the Crusade army has gathered at the front line, her temple has been requisitioned as the palace of the supreme god Justice. I'm here to see justice. Eastern Spear Sid stood at the temple gate and said calmly to the elven centurion who was blocking his way. The 4 sword masters behind him also nodded. The centurion had no choice but to smack his lips and wave his hand to let the temple guards behind him, who were ready to face a great enemy, make way. So the unarmed old knight entered the temple surrounded by 4 sword masters, and led by the apostle made all the way to the depths of the bedroom. Through a layer of white smoke like magic curtain and the faint sound of running water, it can be inferred that Justice is bathing. Sid raised his eyebrows. Well, I'm quite old. If I want to sleep with you, I'd better find someone else. The maids glared at him, and they wanted to draw their swords and kill this rude man who was talking nonsense on the spot. But the goddess's laughter came from the curtain. Spear of the East, the 3rd game, I want you to be the vanguard and conquer the Empire's defense line. Oh! The old knight was a little surprised. You still want to fight? Even if I heard that your kingdom has been conquered, even that old reptile has been killed. The retreat route of the transmission channel was cut off, and the vassal states around the United Kingdom had no rescue forces at all. The morale of the Crusade army was already unstable. "Why don't you withdraw your troops? Are you so eager to die? How about I help you?" "Disrespectful person." Slap. The head maid couldn't help it and shouted. The old knight rolled his eyes at her. "You know that etiquette is dead, right? Otherwise, there would be no need to arrange these 4 pillars to guard me, right? You? Ha, that's enough. Bring up the Titan egg." The goddess ordered, and the maid had to hold back her anger, turned to the side hall, and held out a round metal ball that looked like a watermelon. Sid also stopped talking for a moment. He really didn't know much about these messy magic props. "This is a Titan egg, which can give birth to a Titan." The magic curtain was opened, and the goddess Justice, who had just taken a bath, still had dew on her skin, was only wrapped in a loose silk nightgown, and her wet hair was scattered on her shoulders, but the eye mask was still intact and tied tightly to cover her face, and she walked out with her long legs. The maids and the sword masters guarding Sid immediately knelt on one knee. Only the old knight stood there like a wooden stick. Titan? Is it the ancient god in the legend? Ancient god, not really an ancient god. Justice's mouth curled up slightly. Just understand that a Titan guardian will be born in this egg, which is similar to the golem in the Empire. But it's more powerful. See this button? You can rush to the Empire's position with the egg and press this button to come back. Help me do this, and you will fulfill your promise. How? You can't refuse a promise, right? Sheeta frowned deeply. Just do this, and you will fulfill your promise to me? Heh, this kind of thing. Don't say I didn't remind you. We had 200 people at the beginning, and most of them died at the hands of this gatekeeper. Justice smiled. If it were you, run back immediately, maybe there would be a chance of survival. At first, 200 people? The gate? Sheeta didn't understand these words. Anyway, throw this egg to the opposite position to activate it, and it's over, right? Then I won't care about your dog-eat-dog holy war anymore, and you can just go back, right? Of course, I promise. Justice smiled like a goddess at the knight, who adhered to his morality. Chapter 251. Sauron wanted to complain. This guy, Pollux, just attacked a teleportation camp, but he actually emptied the entire base of ammunition of the artillery brigade. You are plowing the land. Is it necessary? If we hadn't checked the wreckage afterwards, and found that a group of wounded elves were withdrawn from the front line to recuperate, and there seemed to be more than a dozen dragons. It is probably that a lot of elites were killed, otherwise this battle would have been a big loss. Well, after all, everyone has a first time. It is inevitable that they will be a little too excited too hard, and play too high for a while, and don't pay attention, and then they will be sluggish for several days. Those who understand will understand. Fortunately, the main forces of the 31st Division have basically arrived. After Pollux and his men had a good time firing all their ammunition and entering the sage time, there are still other people who have not eaten meat and can perform combat missions. In addition to the mobile artillery brigade that concentrates on long-range firepower, including Soren's tactical teaching brigade, the 31st Division has a total of 7 regimental combat units, 5 of which have been deployed to the United Kingdom and joined the combat mission of sweeping the remnants of the orcs on the west bank of the Libre River. The Furnace Armored Regiment is mainly composed of human civilians, new vanguards, recruited from Furnace Town. It is equipped with the most advanced regular army, and is basically organized according to the Independent Tank Regiment. Armored vehicles are used on a large scale, including spider-like 8-legged alchemical vehicles and tracked tanks. Specifically, the Furnace Armored Regiment has a command company including the Cockroach Command Vehicle and the Chimney Concealed Mobile Fortress, a direct engineering company and a logistics supply company, as well as 2 armored tank battalions of the same organization, the Hammer and the Scimitar. The tank battalion is the main assault cluster. Basically, one squad takes care of one tank. Each battalion has 2 field command vehicles for the battalion commander and the deputy battalion commander, and 27 tanks. Each tank is a squad, that is, the entire armored regiment has 58 armored vehicles. Of course, the engineering and logistics companies also drove some spare replacement tanks. The chassis of this tank has tracks, road wheels, spiders, and other modifications. The standard weapon is a vehicle-mounted 100mm rifled gun, equipped with a rotary machine gun and a 4-round gargoyle missile group, and a high-explosive grenade launcher. At Soren's strong request, this type of tank is collectively called the Type 59 armored vehicle. No matter whether it crawls, rolls, or grinds, and what modifications and accessories are used, it is still Type 59. The Furnace Armored Regiment belongs to Soren's Vanguard Army, which is mainly composed of ordinary humans. It is a standard template tailored for them. It does not require any magical talent. The purely mechanical Type 59 has been mass-produced, but the driver training is relatively slow. However, the relevant experience and technical drawings have been sent back to the Arishi Production and Construction Corps, and a special tank production line has been opened on the other side of the sea. There is no need to say more about Soren's Tactical Teaching Battalion. Zaku's Special Forces and the Honglong Tactical Bombing Squadron are both battalion level, but the cost is too high and no rich people have placed orders yet. He also has another mechanized cavalry squadron led by Yuyui. This unit was the first to gain recognition, and 3 mechanized cavalry regiments, Nightmare, Pure Blood and Death Soldier, were configured based on this unit model. Mechanized cavalry, or mechanized knights, are new equipment designed for Death Knights. This is because most noble magic knights are more inclined to magic and tactical command, and few use the great knights for combat enhancement. To put it bluntly, their melee strength is insufficient. The solution to this shortcoming is to miniaturize the Zaku prototype and turn it into an alchemical armor similar to an exoskeleton armor. This alchemical skeleton armor is an upgraded version of the Legion armor, and can also be seen as wearing a magic puppet outside the body. The knights can replace their own weapons according to their own expertise. There are many combinations of melee and long-range magic props, and they can even be matched with flying wings for short-distance flight. The most popular component is the mechanical horse. Well, or mechanical nightmare, it is a kind of flashy aristocratic toy, which is an alchemical puppet mount in the shape of a horse. Storing more magic crystals can increase the endurance of the mechanized knight. Soren thought it was useless, and could not compare to Wujio and Zaku, but the knights, especially the female knights, strongly opposed riding on the road wheels to the battlefield. Without even a horse, what kind of knight is it? As a result, this completely flashy mechanical knight was finalized as a type of soldier. In addition to the nightmare of the Obvious faction, and the pure blood of the Earnest faction, even the neighbors ordered a bunch of golden lions, which solved a lot of funding problems. However, another group of dead soldiers followed Soren's advice and replaced the 4 legs with wheels, tracks, spiders, etc., and replaced the components for various terrains. Many flashy beautification functions were deleted, and they dressed themselves up as steel ghosts that could barely be seen in human form. The mechanized cavalry of these 3 regiments is the main force of the 31st Division. This time, the Pure Bloods will stay in the Dreadnought Fortress base camp, while the Nightmares and Dead Soldiers will be responsible for sweeping the orcs on the west coast. Well, to be honest, there is really nothing much to say about the sweeping process. The Dead Soldiers alone are equivalent to a small Zaku per capita. Gargoyle bombs, high-explosive grenades, mortars, and machine guns will bomb from far to near. After entering the visual range, various magic scrolls will be dismantled and thrown out. If the opponent can still rush to the front, then everyone will grab weapons and fight. The only difference between Nightmare and Dead Soldiers is that the noble knights are more lenient and try to keep the inhuman corpses intact. After all, the materials of these magical creatures are worth a lot of money when they are sold back to the Empire. It would be a waste if they were all blown to pieces. The main battles can be easily solved by these 2 regiments. Soren lost interest after watching 2 massacres. In addition to the mechanical cavalry, there are 2 regiments that are specially allocated to Elias. Red Condor, the number given to the demons under Agars. Soren strongly recommended it, and Agars accepted it without any concern. This army is the demon clan's own command system. They have learned a lot of magic and alchemy from the Empire. Soren is not sure how powerful they are. This time they did not join the battle, but assisted in maintaining the teleportation field for military transportation. Speaking of which, this teleportation field was created by Soren, Agars, and perhaps Guild together. If we expand on it, it will be a bit far-fetched. In short, the Demon Clan is also staying as a reserve this time. Another ally regiment that came to participate in the war was the private army of the fighting nobles of the old monster Yaja, the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail Corps has nobles, vampires, golems, and skeletons. It is a very old school and pure Imperial magic corps. If you must say there is any unusual special ability. These people under the Yaja family, whether alive or dead, cough cough mainly vampires, have some kind of blood-sucking insect eggs parasitizing in their bodies. Once the Holy Grail Corps captures a tribe of orcs, they will perform bloody sacrifices and black magic like demons from hell, and all the living creatures they capture will be bloody and half-dead, and planted together to form a huge pink meat nest, and then implant those blood-sucking insect eggs in the living bodies in the form of various body fluid exchanges. The whole process was as disgusting as a low-cost B-level plasma film made by a sociopathic director, who had just escaped from the Abnormal Human Research Center. Soren couldn't help but go out to vomit after watching for a while. "Sir, do you want to ask what this is about?" The old monster also followed him out, and walked slowly to Soren's side to watch him vomit. Ugh, 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 ugh. Will you tell me? Soren wiped his mouth and glanced at the old monster's thigh with the corner of his eye. No, he is not a twisted pervert. The twisted pervert is the one next to him. The old monster's previous suit was torn apart when he massacred the city last time, so he changed it to the shell of his collateral granddaughter, Mayuli, who was squeezed dry and used by him. Alas! If I were reincarnated into this family, it would be really miserable for the old man. Hee, we are close allies. What can't we say? To be honest, in the past few years, I have watched my family business prosper, and I am more and more glad that I chose to join you. I would like to hear your advice on this secret. It even bent over as it spoke, not knowing whether it wanted to use the suit to give benefits, or whether it was the centipede's habit to bend its limbs. Ouch. I can't bear just thinking about it. No, 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 I don't deserve it. Just say it if you have something to say. Haha, then I just say it. The old monster snapped his fingers, and a large number of white maggots rolled out of the land soaked in blood plasma, and then these maggots quickly hatched into flies, densely packed in a semicircle that enveloped the two people. Well, this is probably some kind of bug magic to prevent eavesdropping. Bug magic is really versatile, but it's just too disgusting. Ugh, the old monster said nonchalantly, this is the Red Holy Grail, a variation of red magic, which is a part of reshaping in the process of analysis, separation, reshaping, and maintenance. My family has been studying the techniques of reshaping for many years. We once exchanged our experience with other white robes for maintenance, and finally completed the Holy Grail of red magic. So the Legion was named after this? Sauron spat out the saliva in his mouth. What's the use? Strictly speaking, it's useless. Ah? Sauron looked at it with a crooked mouth. The old monster smiled. This kind of black magic in the full sense, even if it has some side effects of killing, is time-consuming and laborious, and has many flaws. As a forbidden spell to fight with others, it is already outdated and useless compared to the iron magic you brought. To be honest, your army is using iron and fire to completely put the family traditions of the old nobles of the previous generation into the grave. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. After all, efficient means will always eliminate inefficient methods. But after all, my family spent so many years, and so many generations of people died researching this thing, and it was lost without being used once, so I am always a little unwilling. Iron magic? Well, now the mages in the imperial capital have indeed begun to call science, derived from alchemy, iron magic, and so on, and are seriously studying it. Sauron, the alien, watched a group of liches discuss seriously. Science is also a kind of magic, and he also felt helpless and unable to complain. No, so specifically, what is the effect of this magic? Damage, curse, blessing, hatching insects? Sauron saw those things trapped in the flesh-colored walls, half dead, sucking the blood of the host and growing rapidly. It looks like a combination of some kind of insect, and the host's physical characteristics. Lying alien? Alien? You can call it that. This magic was incomplete when my family obtained it, and we used some family spells to improve and supplement it, and finally we got this half-insect alien. They have extremely strong physical qualities, and their speed, strength, and magic resistance are all at the elite level. They can heal quickly and evolve in a targeted manner, and their perception is also extremely strong. But these are things born from the blood of the host. If they do not take blood regularly to survive, they will die soon. So as soon as they are born, they will spontaneously look for host creatures to devour and suck blood. If you airdrop these aliens to neighboring countries, you will soon be able to kill all the nearby orcs. The old monster said in a brisk tone, as if he was introducing his new dog. Fuck. This is a bit too much. It's unnecessary. Sauron watched the things that exploded quickly grow from eels to hounds, then turned around and pounced on the wall to devour their previous hosts. He hesitated for a moment whether to use the dragon spear to kill these things that would obviously affect the ecological balance. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary either. The old monster nodded. I think 4 or 5 elf veterans can deal with such aliens, and they can be used like hounds to eliminate hidden assassins. If you want to massacre an entire army or tribe, it's much more efficient to use bombs and incendiary bombs. As expected, you are better at killing people. Sauron, eh? By the way. It glanced at Soren, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and said, when studying the Red Holy Grail, my family once conducted experiments on humans. Isn't that natural? In your eyes, is there a difference between humans and insects? The old monster seemed not to see Soren's eyes, and said with a smile, do you know what I made? Guess? What else is there? Isn't it also an alien? Would it be different if it was cultivated in a human body and an orc body? It's still the same blood-sucker that preys on the mother race. Huh? Sauron couldn't help but open his mouth and turned his head to look at the old monster. He suddenly understood what the other party meant by opening this secret barrier. So many blood guards in his family, and this so-called Holy Grail. Your Excellency is really smart and understands it at once. The old monster nodded. The red magic fragments in my family were taken back by Lord Grimjow in white robes after defeating the gods on the battlefield. The insect magic I added was just to make up for the missing parts, which caused some degradation in the appearance and intelligence of these aliens. But the other parts are strictly in accordance with the original version. That is to say, the prototype of this magic is probably used to make vampires. The blood Holy Grail inherited by the first ancestor of the blood clan, and the princes should be created by the red magic of the gods. As if to emphasize his own justice, the old monster added another sentence. So they were the first to act. Chapter 252. The history of the blood race in this world is quite clear. After all, the blood race is an important part of the empire. The princes and nobles compiled the Blood Bible, the Blood Holy Grail, and the Blood Holy Ancestor Trinity inheritance lineage. Soren also often deals with the blood race. The company is now also an investor in the casino. I have heard some of them when chatting. In addition, the old monster now talked about some of the discoveries made by their family when studying the Red Holy Grail and studying ancient books. Soren could roughly guess some situations. At the very beginning, the starting point of everything, the first generation of blood ancestor, the white-robed Juyu in the waxing moon, was a princess of an ancient human kingdom. She once asked the elven gods for eternal youth and beauty, so Fairness gave her the Holy Grail of blood. The princess drank the elixir in the Holy Grail and gained eternal beauty. In exchange, Fairness took away her love, and the first ancestor of the blood clan Juyu was born. This may not only be a metaphorical fairy tale, but may be literally transformed by the magic of the Holy Grail, or something like a Titan relic. However, the story of this first ancestor and the white robe is not detailed in the Blood Bible that records the inheritance of the blood clan genealogy, and most blood clans are not aware of it. After all, Juyu basically does not take charge of things anymore and rarely appears in public. It is purely a symbol, and the actual protagonists of the Blood Bible are more of the blood princes, who are in charge now. It is relatively clear that the 13 blood princes, who are now the elders of the blood clan, were also the lords under Juyu's kingdom at that time. Because they were loyal to Juyu, they also obtained eternal power and swore to protect the holy princess of the blood clan. The current blood race is basically the descendants of these princes' first embrace. From these few words, we can see that the era of the birth of the blood race was probably before the establishment of the psychic empire, after the great disaster of the ancient empire, when the gods had signed a ritual contract with humans. Such blood-sucking races that prey on humans were, of course, completely beyond the ability of humans at that time to resist. So countries asked the gods for help and protection, and the elves gradually transformed from alien allies of humans to the patron saints of humans, which was probably the era when the blood-sucking demons were rampant. Needless to say, the princesses and princess countries have long been destroyed by the gods, and every blood clan is on the list of the elves and hunted down. They even hunt and suck blood from humans while escaping. They are also a veteran terrorist organization in the other world. However, judging from the special effects of the Red Holy Grail, I am afraid that the reason why these blood clans can keep jumping around and not be wiped out is that they are severely tricked by the elf temple. The basic process is that every time the blood clan is attacked, they are not completely killed, but are chased and wandered around, especially those lords who do not obey the gods. They may suddenly be hunted by vampires one day, and the fallen blood-sucking nobles are defeated by the gods, who follow them. The local humans are protected, more obedient and grateful for the kindness of the gods, building temples for them, and gradually becoming servants of the elves. Not only did these vampires suffer the destruction of their home kingdoms, they also became pawns of the elven gods. While being hunted, they were forced to kill their former fellow humans due to the blood thirst caused by the Red Holy Grail, which in turn created the impression that the temple was actually protecting humans. The villain image was deeply rooted in people's hearts, and further stabilized the legitimate ruling status of the elven gods. Although the vampires' own Bibles wrote that they had been secretly fighting with the elven gods, they were still regarded as enemies by humans to a large extent. The blood race also treats humans as superior hunters who only care about food. It was not until the late stage of the Third War that the two sides reached an agreement due to the pressure of the common enemy. The blood race, led by the princesses and princes and guaranteed by the human king, officially joined the empire and became an ally of the Anti-Elf Alliance. So after thinking it over again and again, Soren acquiesced to the old monster's tit-for-tat and use of the Red Holy Grail against the non-human race. The non-human aliens born from the Holy Grail are quite perfect as a magical synthetic beast. It can be seen that the old monster should have some private exchanges with the Agar's demons. The improvement of the Holy Grail magic beasts made Soren think of those 8-eyed demon hounds. It can be said that it is a real hybrid created by combining magic dogs, magic insects, non-human blood, and the magic of the Red Holy Grail. Although it looks a bit ugly, the production method is a bit inhumane, and the comprehensive ability and IQ were also reduced to improve obedience, but from the perspective of a magician, these are really pretty good magic synthetic beasts. Strength, speed, magic resistance, stealth, perception, obedience, organization, very perfect. It can be used like a hound to hunt down and kill the fish that have escaped the net, search for lurking assassins, or scout and attack nearby tribes to disrupt them. And it is more adapted to the magic environment of this world than the demon hound. As for the various collateral damages that may be caused by using aliens, what can I say? After all, they were the first to attack, right? If the vampires are used to hunt down humans, then the Empire can also use aliens to hunt down elves. It's a fair trade, just karma. Originally, Soren wanted to stay in the United Kingdom for a while, sit in the army as a top leader, and urge the land reform of Libra City to bring the local population to the vanguard army. But the Wind Army brought a summons from the council. The Great Council was going to hold a meeting, and this time it was about the Great Crusade launched by the elves, a general's meeting. Soren, the chief officer, the lowest level of lord, usually didn't have to attend those meetings to raise budgets and sponsorships, but he was actually the core of the company faction, the actual controller behind at least 3 divisions, and he had to attend this time. Fortunately, the teleportation point to the Libra plane had been destroyed, and even if the Allied forces came back to help, they had to teleport to the neighboring country first, and then march hundreds of kilometers to come. The neighboring countries near the United Kingdom are all strategic buffer zones, and there are no threatening armies at all. Besides, not to mention so many firearms and equipment, the big sister Avis, the pig Scrofa, and the old monster Yaja, plus the freak Pole Lucius, many people are beyond the general elites and the strength of the top superiors. There should be no problem in watching the scene. So the battle to sweep and pacify Libra City was handed over to the various units of the 31st Division to play freely, and Soren was ready to leave and teleport back to the Empire. By the way, let me mention teleportation magic. Strictly speaking, teleportation magic is not a magic that humans learn from elves, or at least it can be said that it is not a technology that elves learn from titans. This is magic brought by the demons. After all, the elves do not have the population and army of the ancient lizardmen to resist the invasion of the demons from other worlds for a long time. Therefore, the elves decided to seal the teleportation portal and close the door once and for all to solve the hidden danger of the demon invasion. Of course, the elves actually have only a limited understanding of teleportation magic. At least, they had not found similar technology from the Titan ruins before, so they could not close the gate. The demons can still come and go freely, but they have to prepare for war for the time being to temporarily suspend the invasion. However, the elf wizards still mastered their own unique teleportation technology by studying how to close the teleportation gate. The Empire also obtained relevant knowledge of Hueco Mundo through the demons. Now, the teleportation field created by Soren and Agar's is a new teleportation magic inspired by Ginhuavar, which is a step further based on the teleportation of the demons. Theoretically, the teleportation field can completely skip the ley lines, the directional magic pulse guidance of the Hueco Mundo corridor, and ignore the distance. As long as there are coordinates, the teleportation army can be transferred point by point. In other words, now the nobles of the entire parliament think that they are hiding in the imperial capital and are protected by the anti-teleportation magic barrier imposed by Killian. Then at the critical moment, when the truth is revealed, Soren can even send the tanks of the Arishi production and construction corps directly to the head of the parliament to solve the root of these problems. However, in order to hide this crucial victory and avoid attracting the attention of the parliament too early, Soren still had to go around, first return to the Fearless Fortress from the teleportation field, and then use the stables of the White Tower City to teleport back to the imperial capital. What? Call for a taxi? Of course, since there was only one person, it was not impossible to call Sharon directly, but the United Kingdom and the Empire were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Who would reimburse him if he flew from the head of the Yangtze River to the tail of the Yangtze River? So Soren ran to the mine cave of the teleportation field first, and lined up with the skeletons transporting ammunition. As a large amount of smoke like car exhaust rushed into the mine tunnel, Soren covered his mouth and nose with his hood. If there is any shortcoming in this teleportation field, it is that if you inhale too much black smoke, you will get pneumoconiosis sooner or later. Of course, the scientific name of this black smoke is called powder of demons. It is to capture the demons in the virtual world. Every time it is teleported, one is blasted to fill the teleportation field to cover the troops. By borrowing the special properties of demons, a fixed point jump is achieved. Only after the elves die can they turn into demons. In the past, this thing gathered in the virtual world. Except for a small number of freaks with more magic power that can be wasted to be captured as shadow guards, there is no other use. Now a new use has been developed. Fortunately, I have killed a lot of elves on the front line these years. I will kill more in the future, and I guess there will be no shortage of ghost powder. He brushed the dust off his robe and walked out of the mine tunnel. The skeleton car passed by him, climbing up and down on the mine wall like termites, and there were densely packed mine caves like honeycombs around him. Some of these mine caves led to warehouses on other front lines, and some led directly to the canal waterway. The skeletons who got off the ship directly pulled the containers full of military supplies through the mine caves and waited for transmission. The center of the mine is also a square tower, but it is much larger than the one in the suburbs of Libra, and it is suspended in the air, almost the same size as the White Tower. If there is any difference, it is that it is covered with black coal gray by the dust of ghosts, so it is called the Black Tower. Under the large teleportation field of the Black Tower, there are alchemical machines digging and expanding more tunnels. At this moment, you can see several white-robed liches standing on the computer console next to the Black Tower, studying the composition of magic. The demons with horns and goat hooves on their heads, 3 eyes on their foreheads, and wearing the black and red uniforms of the Blood Riders, answered the questions of the liches. Okay, Soren knows what everyone wants to ask again. Uniforms. Why do you think they are spider silk stockings and hip-wrap mini leather skirts? Well, Soren did suggest it, but it was later rejected by Commander Avies. In the end, he sold this design to the club. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. After all, the Empire's steel production has to be used to cast guns and cannons, and the standard armor production lines of the furnaces have stopped. But as a professional army, uniforms are an effective upgrade to enhance cohesion. So, for example, the 31st Division used leather as the main material for their uniforms. There was no other way, as there was not enough food. Cotton fabrics had to be given priority to the nobles in exchange for military supplies. The sergeant's uniform was mainly made of black tan leather, with leather boots and leather coats. The Night Mage would have a bodysuit that was convenient for movement, just like the one worn by Sauron, a dark blue ninja suit, with a battle robe, armor, or robe on the outside. Well, it looks even more sexy. Ahem, in fact, you can't just look at the appearance. This close-fitting bodysuit is also a combat uniform jointly launched by the company and the Technology Development Bureau. From the mess of materials produced by the Technology Development Bureau, Soren personally picked a few that could be used to develop and utilize their military and commercial value. For example, this tights is made of synthetic fiber materials woven by magic, which is wear-resistant, high-temperature resistant, impact-resistant, elastic, breathable, and stretchable. It can effectively prevent the embarrassing scene of war gods, like Soren, from exploding after fighting too much and exposing themselves after the battle. Of course, to be honest, the magic sword is not as resistant as the magic armor plate, and it is quite troublesome to put on and take off. Once it is seriously damaged, it is impossible to replace the parts like armor, or even recast it, and the whole piece will be scrapped. However, what Soren liked was that this material was a product of failed research, and was eliminated as a copycat project of the White Robes. It had no resistance to high-level forbidden spells, but it could effectively defend and resist low-level magic effects. It was just right for the new vanguard under his command. So at present, only his 31st Division ordered this one-piece combat suit in large quantities, and distributed it to the soldiers as military uniforms. Sauron. Jumping out of the Black Tower teleportation field, Soren summoned his Mount Midnight, and was about to rush to the Imperial capital. Someone called him from behind. This was a woman wearing a black tights, and a black robe tied around her waist. She looked heroic, with flowing hair and a graceful figure. TSK, it was Guilt. Soren pressed the Jingming acupoint. Guilt, are you going to teleport to Libra City too? There's nothing to fight there. In the past 3 years, Guilt had been in the training brigade, and was considered a battlefield mage of the 31st Division, but from time to time, he would be called away by Killian to practice. I don't know how much he has learned. I'm waiting for you, the latest military report. Guild raised the bad letter in his hand. One good news and one bad news. Hey, you're still playing this game. Stop keeping us in suspense, and tell us quickly. Soren laughed. Guild was also straightforward, and went straight to the point. The second line of defense was breached. The commander of the Guard's army, more than 100 middle and senior officers died. At least 4 divisions completely lost their command center. The central command system collapsed, and a large number of golems have lost their combat effectiveness. Oh, what's the bad news? Guild, eh? Okay, no more trouble. Sauron patted his face. The Imperial nobles were again incompetent. It was expected. It was not a surprise at all. What happened? There are a lot of fortress artillery on the second line of defense, right? Guild had a blank expression. Oh, the good news is that those fortresses were blown up to the sky, and the ammunition depot exploded. At least we don't have to worry about the heavy artillery being turned around and used to attack us. Sauron stared at him. Elves, do you have some means to blow up our concrete fortresses? Are you kidding me? Guild looked at him for a while. Okay, then do it again, Sauron. What? Now we have 2 bad news. Chapter 253. What's worse than his teammates failing is that he refused to admit it even though he failed. Well, the First Army believed that the annihilation of only 4 divisions was within the controllable range, and refused to accept assistance. The Guards can still fight. Why can they be so stubborn when half of the 9 divisions were destroyed and countless soldiers and generals were lost? Because there are more than 9 divisions, and there are more than a dozen reserve troops waiting in line. The title of Guards is a symbol of family status. It's only been a few days since the battle started. The big families still have many private soldiers and trump cards. How can they be so submissive when the outcome is not decided yet? They gave up the title of Guards that they bid for after losing only once. They themselves are unwilling to do so, right? So the First Army said, don't panic, it's just a technical adjustment. When our army gathers, we will launch a counterattack soon, and will definitely retake the second line of defense. You can just sit back and watch our performance. The other army groups are so confident that they can electrify the entire army through the magic network, so it's hard for other army groups to say anything. Alright, let's see how you perform. Having said that, Soren doesn't believe that the Imperial nobles can solve the problem by themselves. Although it is a good thing to consume the power of the nobles, it would be putting the cart before the horse if the strategic overall situation collapses. So after discussing with Guild, Bastard will make preparations for both situations. First, he will debug the cutting-edge experimental machine he is responsible for, which is different from the customized Captain machine of Zaku 2, and confirm the battle intelligence on the front line at any time, ready to attack and support at any time. However, the Guards were so stubborn that they didn't even postpone the general's meeting. Soren had no choice but to rush to the Empire State Building to attend the meeting. Yes, the Great Council that was blown up by Soren before, the rebuilt Empire State Building is now the center of the council. In fact, it is just a skyscraper, a real estate project built with some magic and materials from the Technology Development Bureau. Although Soren thinks it's just average, it's nothing. But the natives don't think so. In the feudal castle era, building a skyscraper was absolutely shocking, which completely drove up the housing prices in the surrounding areas of the imperial capital and increased the company's assets by dozens of times. Now this building planned by the company, supported by the Technology Development Bureau, and invested by the nobles is the new peak of the empire's national strength. As soon as the envoys from all over the world got off the dock, they could look up and see this huge spire that towered into the clouds. It was made of crystal glaze all over, and it was brightly lit day and night, brilliant like a miracle. Often, the orc chieftains kneeled down in the street. So Soren had to bypass these country bumpkins, who worshipped the building in the street, and take a carriage to the building for a meeting. In fact, he always hated this kind of skyscraper, and couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by those real corporate tycoons when he was a punch-and-office animal. But this style is just what the imperial nobles like. The shrewd old rich men generously donated money to buy the company's stocks and real estate, and also built their own family buildings around the prime area of the Empire State Building. The 3 divisions of the army of Soren, and the expansion of factories in various bases are barely maintained by the cash flow from selling land and stocks. In comparison, military orders, trade smuggling, and usury are all small amounts of money that are used to exaggerate influence and buy people's hearts. Alas, the army is the real gold-eating beast. Speaking of which, the Empire State Building also uses the space extension and conversion magic of Klein's pot. Different ways of entering will lead to different areas. For example, you can take the elevator from the underground, and you can also enter the public entrance on the ground, which is heavily guarded by a large group of golems and blood knights. The public office area is rented to the parliament for office use, and the commercial area is rented to many noble workshops as shops. Nobles with higher status will go directly into their own private rooms in the building through the portal of the stable. The Empire Hotel, Casino and Club will naturally not miss this prime location, and each has rented many floors to open branches. Of course, the company also has an office, and Soren also has his own private room, but he doesn't go there often, and he has no idea which floor the parliament is on, and which floor the meeting is held on. Every time he showed up, he would be surrounded by a group of people, either trying to establish a relationship or offering himself as a bedmate. It was very annoying. This time, he simply used his seat officer's qualification and took the special passage. The carriage flew directly through the barrier to the parking lot on the top floor. He showed his Scimitar Warhammer badge to the iron golem relief guarding the door to confirm his identity, and then Soren pushed the door open and teleported into the meeting place where he was summoned to attend. There were so many seats officers, and so many things to do in the Great Council, so of course, it was impossible for everyone to gather together and vote on all the things one by one. This was not efficient at all. Therefore, it is usually voted by the Grand Council first, and the chairmen who are particularly interested, outstanding, and represent various factions are selected to form a smaller committee to be responsible for coordinating and planning specific agendas. If there are no problems with the plan passed by this small meeting, it will be directly implemented. Only when the factions have different opinions will they be brought to the Grand Council for voting. Of course, in most cases, after the nobles communicate with each other internally, there is no need to hold a Grand Council and call the liches to vote together. Of course, it's not that the nobles are so bold as to undermine the liches, but mainly because the liches themselves are too lazy to come to the meeting. And to be honest, considering that a certain prime minister does not understand people's hearts, it's better not to let him mess up the business. This time, Soren came to attend a small meeting under the parliament to manage specific matters. The Imperial Generals Meeting. To some extent, this is the highest military command agency and general staff of the Psychic Empire. To join this meeting, being a chief officer, a family head, and holding a corps are only prerequisites. In addition, there is another threshold, that is, you must serve as a flag bearer, a chief officer such as the Knight Commander, and personally command and defeat the elf army to obtain the title of general. This one is quite feasible. Since the founding of the empire, there have been few people who can kill gods with a few soldiers like Sauron. Therefore, as long as the elves' offensive is defeated and resisted during the confrontation, and the two sides can fight back and forth, all the flag bearers, the chief and deputy knights, and the corps commanders who participated in the war are eligible to be honored as generals. Get the qualification to be voted for. In this way, the final selection to the general meeting is still based on who has the most soldiers, the most money, and the faction power. Of course, after the military reform, the title of general and the number of soldiers under his command have become more specific. You must have at least one division, right? Sauron actually does not have the title of general. In the old military system, he is a 1,000-man commander, not even a corps commander. In the new military system, he is a regiment-level teaching brigade. However, the parliament is not blind, and no one can deny that Sauron has the characteristic of adding bonus to elves in combat. And his small group can seriously support 3 divisions. So the topic of this general meeting was the 6th major counterattack against the Elven Alliance. Soren also attended as a representative of the 3 families of Obbies, Sorg, and Carolingian. Entering the general meeting hall, the old men have not all arrived yet, so I will briefly talk about the current situation of the 3 female commanders he represents. First of all, Soren did not treat them as puppets. In fact, the 3 of them are all real and powerful, and each of them has retainers who are loyal to the family name. They are equal allies and shareholders of the company. Although the society of the Empire has changed dramatically under the spur of Sauron, it is still a feudal era after all. In many cases, the etiquette relationship between feudal vassals will not completely disappear just because etiquette dies. Some rules have indeed been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and need time to slowly change. Therefore, the 3 revived ancient families have gradually formed their own factions in various places. Now the big sister Obbies is sweeping the Libra Plain, and her magic potion and great knight training are about to break through to the god of war, so there is no need to say more. However, the old members of the Obbies family, the Knights of the Nightmare Knights, led by Tylon, and the Sisters of the Rose Society, the pair of Marlin and Selly, have all recruited a lot of people. Even among them, There are a large number of lower-level retainers and knights who lost their titles and property after the Lancaster family lost power, and they also joined the 31st Division in large numbers, and became the main force of the Nightmare Mobile Cavalry Brigade. These people are not interested in the ideas of the Vanguard Army. They are still very old-fashioned knights, thinking about making achievements and reaching the peak of life. But Soren was not worried. After all, the armored regiment next door had open classes every day, and sooner or later they would be able to attract these knights. Lakis was not in the imperial capital either. She went to Franny to appease the people. Although Franny had now been incorporated into the Empire's territory, and she had given up the title of king and was demoted to the Duke of Carolingian, she was still the legitimate heir of Franny's faction. Moreover, because of the royal blood in her body, a new imperial protection magic was woven. Even the nobles in the parliament paid great attention to her. The pure-blood nobles also intended to regard her as a new benchmark. In addition to her personal ability, Lakis, as the company's speaker in the parliament in the past 2 years, has already had considerable influence and appeal. In this way, the last princess of Franny naturally gathered a lot of Franny people under her command, especially the Vanguard Army. The 45th Division was separated from Anubis's command as the Franny Garrison Force, which reorganized Franny's Vanguard People's Army and the old troops of the surrendered empire to maintain the order of the territory. Among these people, there are old Vanguards, new Vanguards, Vanguard People's Army, and Franny's King Knights. It is simply a hodgepodge of Vanguards, and they fight at any time. If it weren't for the confrontation between the Empire in front and the Allies in the back, a fight could happen at any time. Now we can only rely on Lux's reputation to maintain order in Franny, and the company has also sent a large number of new Vanguards to preach and promote, and invest to restore order. After all, it is still very difficult to completely digest and annex a kingdom, but there are a large number of potential populations, a large number of mountain minerals, and good arable land here, and restoring peace in Franny seems to be some kind of agreement reached between the Empire and the heroes, so in general it is still worth it for the Empire to invest resources to maintain stability. At least, there was no large-scale rebellion or riot. In comparison, Sarasis was much more relaxed. The Iali province can be said to be the company's base camp, with Gooden, White Eagle, and Maria watching over it, and the support of the Yellow-Crowned Lizardman. The Iali Production and Construction Corps is the foundation for the company's blood transfusion, and the home of the new Vanguard. It has its own operating system, so the silly road deer really doesn't have to worry about anything. Of course, she is still working hard in her own way to learn magic knowledge, but she really can't compare her IQ with a genius like Zaijin. The magic courses for daily apprentices are not limited to this. The secret magic of the 3 families, Ulrides, Silver Dragon General, and even the old monster of the Yaja family, are thrown to this genius magic girl to learn. It really takes up all of Sarasis's time. She has no time to attend the meeting, and she is going to pass the tribulation recently. Well, at least that's what Soren guessed. When the two chatted with the telegram book, she mentioned that there were several times recently when she and her junior sister were almost struck by lightning during dual cultivation. Fortunately, the lightning rods installed around the house were quite useful. Ulrides was very nervous. But Soren ordered a Faraday cage from the furnace for her to retreat, so it's probably nothing. Right. Isn't this Lord Soren? You're sitting here alone with a sad face. What are you worrying about? Soren looked up and saw an old man greeting him. Who is he forcing? Hey, isn't this the general? I'm thinking about how to hack that bitch Justice and avenge my brothers in the guards. I was distracted for a moment. How rude. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Soren smiled flatteringly, saluted the old man who was wearing a general's dress robe and a guard's badge on his collar, although he didn't know who he was, and pulled out the stool next to him to invite him to sit down. Yeah, I guess so. Those guys in the First Army are really disappointing. If they can have 30% of your ability, Lord Soren, I, an old man, can also rest in peace. The old man waved his hand and didn't sit down. He just smiled and took out a small box the size of a harmonica case from his sleeve and handed it to Soren. You are? It's a thank you gift. The old man laughed. During the last war, many people in my family died at the hands of the Lord of Dust. I watched the video you sent back. Ha ha ha. It really made me feel better. I don't think you are short of money. This is just a small gift. No need to refuse. Anyway, none of my kids can use this thing. Just a small token of gratitude. No, actually I am short of cash. Since you are so polite, okay, I will refuse it. Seeing that Soren accepted it straightforwardly, the old man was also very satisfied. He nodded and patted his shoulder, then turned around and sat on the podium. Fuck, I called him the wrong name. This guy is a marshal. Soren really didn't know which marshal he was from. Only nobles like Lux, who had been educated since childhood, could understand heraldry. The empire has been passed down for 1,000 years, which is too long for humans. Even the nobles themselves can't figure out this title, and that title. So the nobles supported Soren's military reform mainly for the military ranks. These old nobles, like Soren, are actually the core leaders of the group. They don't know each other very well. Usually, each faction has a special spokesperson and rarely comes to the meeting in person. But this time is different. After all, it is a serious discussion about going to war with the Elf Alliance. Many old men rarely show up. The main topic of this meeting is how the Empire should respond to the holy war launched against the elves. Is it defense or counterattack? If it is defense, is it passive defense to arrange defense lines, or active defense to eliminate the elves' attacking forces? If we want to counterattack, where should we start the main attack? Which legion or unit should be responsible for the main attack? To what extent should we counterattack? To which line should we advance? Can we connect the logistic supply? And how should we deal with the occupied areas? Should we wipe them out or occupy and annex them? More importantly, how should we allocate and arrange the top-level liches and war gods? Where are the elven gods respectively? And which battlefield should we put the Empire's King Bomb, Prime Minister Killian, on? What about the waxing moon? What about the waning moon? What about the other war gods and great knights? Of course, these specific war arrangements are not something that Killian can think of alone. Human lifespan and experience have a limit. There is no so-called perfect all-rounder. It is rare to find someone who is both wise and brave. Sauron, yes, that's me. But everyone has his own specialty. If we gather everyone's wisdom together and work together, we may have a chance of winning. This is the little experience that humans have gained from resisting the gods for so many years. Even Sauron is not the protagonist of this meeting. He has spent too much time lifting weights to level up. He has only a superficial understanding of military command, intelligence strategy, etc. This time, he could only provide some references and suggestions for new equipment for the old men. He was the one who had fought the elves the most in the past 3 years, and he had a certain understanding of the combat effectiveness of both sides. In this way, when formulating the battle plan, at least the plans made at the generals' meeting could be avoided as much as possible from being out of touch with reality. So Sauron sat down again and waited for the meeting participants to gather. By the way, he opened the box given by the old marshal and took a look at the reward for this dragon-slaying mission. A small square metal ingot, the surface seems to be mirror-polished, and even the stubble on Soren's face can be seen. It doesn't look like magic mithril, but a bit like stainless steel, and the feel of it when applied. Oh, he has seen a lot of this stuff. If the dragon spear and the ring are polished and cleaned, they are exactly the same material. It's another piece of meat from the Titan. But it can be seen that it has not reached the level of a relic. It is just a piece of pure single material. But it is rare to be kept so well. I will take it to the Technology Development Bureau to show it to Zygen. Soren didn't take it seriously. As the generals arrived one after another, the waning moon came in and closed the door, unfolding a multi-layer confidentiality barrier. Soren also put the box in his arms, and put his attention back to the pre-war meeting. Chapter 254. In fact, after the military system reform, the combat power of the Imperial Army cannot be said to have been greatly improved, but the organization has finally improved a little. At least after the establishment of the military rank and staff of the war zone, each army group began to explore its own strategic deduction and counterattack plan. Like this, planning for future strategies was a unique attribute of one or two wise generals in the feudal era. For example, the Empire may have the ability to coordinate the whole situation with the white-robed Anubis. Now, at least the commanders at the division and brigade level know how to consider combat objectives and propose plans. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. After all, many of these commanders are elites, who grew up playing military chess. Although they dare not charge into battle, they are still as good as others in paper. But this also caused a problem, that is, among the 6 major armies of the Empire, except for the navy of the 2nd Army and the garrison troops of the Kingdom of Sand of the 6th Army. The other 4 armies had their own combat plans for the Elf War Zone. Now the 31st Division has opened up a battlefield in the Libra Plains, and the situation is even more complicated. Which direction should be the main battlefield? This is the first problem to be solved at the meeting. We must distinguish between the primary and the secondary. Although the Empire is rich, it is not so rich that I want it all. Push forward on the front line. Although 3 years of preparation have been made and each military region has sufficient strategic reserves, Once the action begins, there will always be unexpected situations on the battlefield. Once it falls into a stagnation or dilemma, which unit should be given priority for the subsequent reinforcements of the Empire? Which route should be prioritized for the top-level king bombs of the Empire to ensure the advantages of? These are all issues that require trade-offs. In this grand strategy, at least for the 6th anti-Elven invasion, Sauron had no say. He just sat and listened, occasionally standing up to answer the marshals and generals' questions about the elves' combat power and provide some reference suggestions. After all, although the Imperial Army is essentially a private army supported by various noble groups, the fundamental purpose of this parliament and even this empire is to unite and fight against the elves. If fighting each other has a chance of winning, why would humans, and even non-humans from all walks of life in all countries endure dissatisfaction and even hatred with each other and unite together? Previously, Sorin was only able to arrange the dispatch of troops almost at the same time as the Parliament's resolution because he happened to be in Libra City and learned about the news of Justice launching a holy war. Now that the Generals' meeting has finalized the decision, even if it really decides to withdraw the 31st Division and send it to another direction, he must obey the order. Of course, Sorin doesn't think that the Generals' meeting will be stupid enough to make such a decision. After all, he is a general who has defeated the elves. He will not fail to see how much strategic advantage a detachment with explosive mobility and combat effectiveness can bring to the front line by galloping and repeatedly thrusting in the back of the Goddess of Justice. Of course, in other words, the 31 SD Division's rear line battle zone is definitely not the main attack direction. First, the transport field can only transport limited supplies, and the fuel and ammunition consumption of the 31st Division is almost enough. Second, the United Kingdom is really the confidant of justice. The surrounding countries are all servants of justice, and there are not many armed forces that can threaten justice. Now that the main force of the Justice Legion has gone out for the Holy War, a large area of territory is completely an empty nest. The tanks and Zakus of the 31st Division can run back and forth like a pack of wild dogs. But at best, they can only cut off most of the supplies and reinforcements of the Allied forces and tie down some reserve troops, and cannot fundamentally solve the problem of the army that is already assembled on the front line. The third is that Sorin's qualifications are still too shallow. He also deliberately avoided the main battlefield. After all, these old men and generals have blood feuds with the elves. After so many years of preparation, they must be given a chance to enjoy themselves. It would not be good to take all the credit. The first bird to stick out is easy to be shot. Sure enough, this meeting was free of the pressure from the company faction, and the various armies began to compete for the opportunity to appear. Sorin roughly listened to the discussion of the generals, and there were 3 plans. The first one was of course to take the First Army as the core, annihilate the Justice Division and the main battlefield, and even the Third Army and the Fifth Army should cooperate with this strategy to carry out a roundabout encirclement. To be fair, although the First Army fought badly, it was still a good plan. No matter what, the Southern Line had built a lot of defense lines for hundreds of years, and a large number of furnace weapons were sent, with extremely dense firepower, and the main forces of the Imperial nobles gathered. Even if they could not fight head-on, they could still defend for a while. The monster corps of the Third Army can march from places where there are no roads on the map. Anubis' Fifth Army also has mobile units, such as the Iron Front Dragoon Regiment. Moreover, the Empire itself is not large. It is not impossible to secretly maneuver from the north to the south through the Empire to reinforce. If one guard's army cannot defeat you, then 2 or 3 armies will always win, right? This is the plan for a decisive battle. Another advantage is that it can gather all the Lich warriors of the Empire together to fight the elves and gods. Simple and clear, efficient and straightforward. Don't do so many empty words. Just do it, fight head-on and end it. If I hadn't heard that all the fortresses on the second line of defense were blown up, Sorin would not object to this head-on plan. The second is Killian's plan. Well, after all, it is a plan proposed by the Prime Minister, so we have to discuss it. In fact, I have said it before. From Ernest Hill, which was the pass guarded by the Dreadnought for hundreds of years, the current Dreadnought fortress began to launch a surprise attack. Killian personally led the main force of the Fourth Army and attacked the elves' lair in a straight line, overthrowing the Pantheon, chopping down the World Tree, and exterminating the elven gods. What? What about the army on the southern front? What's the point of being afraid of? It's just a change of home. It's just a fight. Whoever is timid is a dog. How should I put it? Sorin didn't doubt that Killian could rush all the way to the World Tree, but it was not certain how many of the main forces that followed him could survive. At least as far as Sorin knew, the Fourth Army was now facing a large group of elven war gods and dragon kings. It was said that the former four giants of order were commanding the defense on the opposite side. This side is equivalent to the shield of the elves. The defense line arranged for hundreds of years is only more difficult to fight than the southern line of the Empire, and there are too many top-level ones. Just defeating the Fearless on the first line alone does not know how many people died. In these years, Soren has been killing for a long time in the Snow Mountain to find an opportunity, but he has never been sure to break through the holiness of the second line. If you want to fight to the World Tree, there are still layers and lines, and so many gods standing. It is really difficult to fight, which is one of the main reasons why Soren pulled out the 31st Division and threw it behind the enemy. He had finally managed to gather such a small number of backbones of the Vanguard Army, and it was the time for growth and development. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to throw them into the meat grinder. And to put it bluntly, after so many years, almost everyone knew what Killian wanted to do, but how many people dared to follow him on this bloody road? So the first two plans were both head-on, but one was to defend against the attack of justice, and the other was to attack the defense line of order, and both would require the death of many people. But the third plan is a little different. Yes, Anubis's suggestion. It suggests that each war zone launch an offensive to contain the Alliance's combat power, but use the Third Army and Priscilla's army as the main force to break through. The divisions under the Third Army will advance eastward, deep into the heart of the Elf Alliance, and cut off the connection between the Justice Group and the Order Group. This is because these monster armies can cross mountains and ridges, and there are so many of them that ordinary servant armies cannot deal with them. But the number of the opposite benevolent elf army is not large, and they have to divide their troops to continue to monitor and guard the monster swamp. Therefore, they can avoid the real and attack the fake, take advantage of the loopholes to form a breakthrough, and force the two allied army clusters in the north and south to withdraw troops to deal with it. Then if elite troops are withdrawn from other legions in advance and given to Anubis to command in person, they can enter the swamp and ambush. As long as the Alliance begins to mobilize troops, the elite of the Imperial Army can seize the opportunity to rush out of the swamp to raid and penetrate, or surround and attack the reinforcements. In short, the main purpose is to annihilate the fresh forces of the elves. By eating up the elves' troops bit by bit, the balance of combat power can be gradually reversed. In other words, instead of a decisive battle, they would fight a war of attrition. The difficulty of Anubis' plan is that each war zone not only has to bear the original war mission, but also has to hand over some elite troops to it for command. Although there has been a military reform, it is much more convenient than before to temporarily transfer several divisions and brigades to obey Anubis' command. But the problem is that relying on the monster swamp, seizing the opportunity to fight a field battle with the elves' reinforcements, that's a bit risky. After all, the Empire has no defense line to rely on against the elves, and the chances of winning are really not high when the two sides fight fairly. If they lose a field battle, the entire division or regiment might be annihilated. Although Anubis is one of the few in the Empire that can fight a field battle, it doesn't mean that it can win every time. Moreover, if the elves don't fall for it, or if the Third Army cannot achieve enough results and forces Mercy to ask for assistance from the two wings, Anubis' elite troops will just sit in the swamp and eat dust, wasting their combat power. The benefits are great, but the risks are also great. These are the three strategic directions. First, we need to determine the strategy, and then arrange the details of each battle. To be honest, this kind of grand strategy has some truth, and it cannot be said that there is absolutely no chance of winning. Maybe the nobles really have a lot of trump cards that can beat justice? It cannot be said that Killian's plan is particularly bad. What if he kills everyone in seconds? Who knows? Anubis, the gold medal jungler, may not perform well this time and lose all his wealth. So after considering all aspects, Soren's decision is whatever. Anyway, his words don't count. The specific plan to be adopted will be decided after the generals have deduced it. But Soren still said that if the 31st Division is required to reinforce, he will withdraw the Teaching Battalion, the Furnace Armored Regiment, the Dead Soldiers Mobile Cavalry Regiment, and the Artillery Brigade to participate in the main battle. If necessary, the Security Division on the Franny side has little combat power, but the Ari Systems troops are also in place, and can be entrusted to the Imperial Navy to escort and transport back to the Empire for reinforcement at any time. The generals thanked the company faction represented by Soren for their support. Then they asked him to go back and wait for the interview news. Wrong. It was waiting for the military order. After all, the content of the meeting was not as simple as the 3 words grand strategy. Each army group had a detailed combat plan. At this point, The generals deduced the multiple offensive plans submitted by all parties, and chose the instructions for each army. However, it had nothing to do with Sorin in the early stage. Even if the 4th Army Group wanted to attack, the 30th Division would attack the first wave. So Sorin's order was to sweep the area around Libra City. The follow-up action, whether to expand the front to disrupt the Alliance's hinterland or withdraw to join the battlefield, depends on the performance of the subsequent troops and the development of the battlefield. In short, after more than a day of a meeting, Sorin yawned and got up. He was thinking about whether to flirt with Sijin or tease Skode after work, and pushed open the door to leave. The gatekeeper, Xiqianyu, put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Killian wants to see you." The next moment, Sorin was taken to the Prime Minister's office. Sorin. This guy is still sitting in the office, probably glued to the desk. What, do you want me to support your plan? Sorin stretched. Didn't I tell you that you can just wait until each division is expanded to the template of the 31st Division, and then you can just push forward the front line casually? It's been 1,000 years, wait a little longer. The Prime Minister of the Empire stared at him. I didn't come to you for this matter. You know that the Guards Division was defeated, right? Sauron nodded. Ah yes, for divisions were crippled, so tragic. Now 7 divisions are crippled, the Guards' counterattack has failed again. Ah, not surprised at all. So what is that? The Elves' trump card. It can actually defeat 7 Guards divisions. Ordinary top-level people can't do it, right? Sauron asked curiously. Killian flicked his fingers and unfolded a magic phantom. In the phantom was a metal puppet, or a magic iron statue, or more accurately, a liquid metal robot. What we see now is this polished humanoid figure, slaughtering the Imperial nobles neatly and efficiently. To be fair, the Imperial nobles on the battlefield really tried their best. They were both close combat and long-range combat, with clear division of labor, and they were all wearing colorful magic armor. There were also many people wearing the mobile knight suits developed by Sorin and his team. It was like a group attack, besieging the target. Unfortunately, the group was wiped out soon. It happened that the Titan ingot had just been obtained. Sorin could see at a glance that this thing was made of Titan flesh and blood. The attacks of the god of war and the magician were completely ineffective against it. On the contrary, it would learn the attack mode, and in turn use body parts to transform into swords or spears, imitating the swordsmanship of the attacked, and chasing and killing the surrounding targets like cutting melons and vegetables. Bullets and bombs were also ineffective. It might be punched with a few holes, and its shape would be blown up, but it would return to its original shape in an instant. And soon this thing learned to dodge bullets at high speed, and kill people who were shooting with guns first. Magic attacks were even more useless. The nobles tore up a bunch of scrolls, but in the end there was only a little light and shadow effect. What's even more outrageous is that not only is it useless, but the energy will be stored by this thing, and then it will use its body to transform into something like a particle cannon, firing high-energy rays in all directions. It directly lifted up and broke through the wall. No wonder the ammunition depot was blown up. The most disgusting thing is that this thing doesn't kill people directly, but beats them half to death. After eliminating all attack targets, it grabs them one by one and sticks its fingers into the opponent's eyebrows. Then it pulls them out, and you can clearly see the fingertips, and pull out a series of shiny silk threads. Then this thing grows a mouth, sucks the fingers and eats the shiny silk threads, along with the brain and blood foam on the hands. This thing is... Yes, it's the Titan. Killian's face was gloomy. We have to find a way to get rid of this thing. Sauron agreed. Okay, I think of a way. Killian rolled his eyes. I want to get rid of this thing. You want to go? You have a way. Why did you ask me to come? Sauron was a little confused. The Prime Minister spread his hands impatiently. Fearless Lake Light Sword. Titan Beheading Sword. It's with you. Lend it to me. You see? I'm not going to give in to you. This thing is new. If it eats more people, I'm afraid it will grow a face. While I can still handle it, the easiest thing is to chop off its head with a knife. What's wrong with your expression? Where's the sword? Well, why don't we think of other ways? Chapter 255. What is this, magic meter? Why did you give me this? I want the Lake Light Sword. What? Tear it down? What do you mean you took it down? What do you mean you took it down for madness? That's the Titan Beheading Sword. It's the most top-level artifact in the world. You just took it down. Tear it down. Ah. Killian overturned his favorite platform. Who knew that a Titan would appear in this day and age? Didn't they say it was extinct many years ago? And was it really a real Titan? Anyway, Sorin now feels more and more that his guess that the Titan is a technological warship and this new Titan is a robot on the warship is correct. Maybe the elves are secretly developing the equipment in the Titan warship and using the combat robots and other things. Don't panic, I have a way. Before he was beaten, Soren raised the magic meter in his hand and explained, looking at the battle record just now, the Titan's performance is only at the level of the top level. The most difficult problem is that the Titan metal is difficult to be completely destroyed. Rather than saying that there is something unique about the Dreadnought sword, it is just that the blade is made of Eden stone. I guess, maybe there is some special chemical reaction between Eden stone and Titan metal, which is why Dreadnought was able to kill the Titan. It just so happens that I have a piece of Titan metal, and the Technology Development Bureau also has Eden stone. After a little research and experiment, wouldn't it be fine to reproduce a weapon against Titans? If not, just recast the Eden stone into a sword, it won't take much effort. Killian finally calmed down, and when he saw the Titan ingot that Soren took out, he was confused again. Where did you get this? Isn't it too coincidental? Could it be that the law of causality has been activated again? Sauron handed the magic meter and Titan ingot to the Prime Minister. I don't think that's the case. Even if we don't have this Titan ingot, we have a lot of other Titan flesh and blood that can be used for weapon testing, such as the ring and the dragon spear. Why do you want to dismantle the dragon spear too? I can't say I haven't thought about it. No, absolutely not. Seeing Killian roll up his sleeves to reveal a fist as big as a sandbag, Soren hurriedly shook his head. By the way, there is one more thing, Prime Minister. When the weapon against Titan is developed, I have to advise you not to do it yourself. Now this Titan is just the first card played by the elves, and it is far from the point where you need to be sacrificed. So I guess that as long as you appear to deal with this Titan, the Justice of the South will besiege you with a large number of war gods. I later reviewed the battle against the Fearless. If a second elven god had appeared, none of our dead soldiers would have survived. But they never appeared, and even the Fearless did not use his true power until the end. So it is obvious that in this game, as long as Killian, the chess piece that can decide the outcome, has not appeared in the chess game, it can contain the alliance that is stronger than Killian, at least enough to stop its combat power. So the later you join the battlefield, the less pressure we will have on the front line. Killian glanced at him. No need to flatter me, I understand this principle. Anubis and the others have told me similar things many times. Anyway, just hide in the corner and wait for the opportunity to attack. I am very familiar with this routine. Forget it, I go to the Technology Development Bureau anyway. Let Gil kill this Titan. I wanted to change the subject but ended up trapping the guy. Why don't I do it myself? You go meet someone and ask her some questions. Killian waved his hand, and the table he had thrown to the corner flew back and lay down. Then he took out a pen and paper and started writing a letter. The Titan incident was a long time ago, and I'm not sure that a sword or any weapon is enough to deal with the Titan. Maybe there are some secrets in the past that no one has noticed. It's best to ask someone who knew the situation at the time. That guy and I don't get along very well. Well, most people and I don't get along very well. Anyway, you are so cunning and eloquent, so I leave this matter to you. If you can't do it, Guild might be killed by you this time, you know. Okay, Soren had to admit that he might have a little responsibility, so he just did a side quest. However, in this day and age, are there still people alive who know how to kill Titans? Then he took the letter written by Killian and took a look at it. It was a letter of introduction, and a letter of commission from the Prime Minister, appointing Soren as his proxy envoy to inquire about the details of the Titan Crusade. The target was Blood Ancestor Zuyu. Yes, this may really be the human being closest to that era. There is only one small problem. Does this vampire princess, Zuyu in white robe, have a good relationship with Yachukas? Soren asked cautiously. Will it be dangerous for me to go to see her alone? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to bring the princes of the vampire clan to pledge allegiance to the King of Man, right? Huh? Oh, don't worry, that guy is not interested in politics. The princes are in charge of the vampire clan's joining. Zuyu usually stays in the castle, and the vampire clan regularly checks whether she is dead. Anyway, she never comes to every meeting when I call her. It's obvious that she doesn't give me face. Humph, you can get along well with a geek like Index, right? Then I leave this guy to you. Sauron's brows twisted into a knot. It's not easy to call a vampire. Although from the legends of the Yagia family and the Blood Bible, it can be roughly inferred that this princess was also deceived by the elf god Fairness. But now so many years have passed, and she has become the alien queen for so many years. Who knows if her mental state is still normal? Well, does she have any hobbies? Should I prepare any souvenirs? Killian was furious. Sauron, look at me. I'm the Prime Minister. I don't care what her hobbies are. I'm the Prime Minister. She should give me gifts. Alas, I have nothing in common with this person, who gets negative interpersonal scores. The last question. Is this vampire princess 8 feet tall and 8 feet in hips? Killian was too lazy to get rid of him. He snapped his fingers and told him to get out, and sent the lower crescent to throw Soren out onto the street. To be honest, thanks to the parliament for sidelining this guy, if you get along with this guy for a long time, you will be pissed off no matter if you are a blood ancestor or a lich. But since he has accepted such a task, Soren still has to find a way to complete it. How does the sentence go? What should I do if the cuckoo doesn't call? Should I kill it, wait, or amuse it? Sauron's method can generally be described as taking a whistle and stuffing it into the mouth of the cuckoo, then blocking its nostrils, and then repeatedly squeezing the body cavity, so that theoretically the airflow will pass through the whistle and make a sound. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. Specifically, how to handle this matter. First, Soren went to the supermarket at the dock and called a large truck. He loaded a large truck with fruits, vegetables and meat smuggled by Arashi, fish and seafood caught from the distant sea, cereals, cheese and dairy products imported by Franny, and then silk skirts and jewelry boxes, champagne, fruit wine, grape juice, pepper, spices and white sugar. Then, he drove the car to a small villa on the astrology mountain and stopped. Yes, this is Skuld's home. She and her 2 sisters lived in seclusion here, under the protection of their ancestor, the White Robe Rivendell. But this time Soren was not looking for Skord. As the only human prophet who had truly completed the trial, Skord was under the full protection of the entire empire. At least half of the Wind Army had arranged to protect her in secret. There were several substitutes, who were elusive, and no one knew where they were now. Soren, who was heartless, did not ask. Anyway, he knew that even if he did nothing, this prophet girl would suddenly appear from some corner, and it was impossible to figure it out. Oh Soren, you're back from the front. Skuld isn't here. A lazy female voice came, and a lady with brown skin, silver hair, long waist and beautiful legs walked out of the garden, with a garbage bag in her hand. This is Skuld's eldest sister, Yulad. She has a silver pupil in her left eye. Her figure, appearance, skin color and hair color are all very similar to the girl Soren had seen in Killian's memory. She is almost like the real body of Rivendell, who had met once before, as if they were printed from the same mold. Perhaps this is the so-called blood of Raven Mountain, the inheritance of the prophet. Hello, big sister. Ah, Skuld is not here. What a pity. Ah, give me the garbage bag. Here is a small gift. Please accept it. Big sister, please don't be polite. Of course, you can't offend her family, not to mention that Soren really came to see her this time. Well, you are very considerate, but the company often sends gifts, so there is no need to send so many things every time. Besides, Belladandi is not here today. She went to the animal pen of the Technology Development Bureau again, and now Skuld is not at home. There is no one to cook. Yulyud was dissatisfied with her younger sister, who placed too much affection on the lab animals, because her younger sister was not around. She had no opinion on her brother-in-law. Although the imperial capital had rumors that he was a playboy, he did not do anything to the young Skuld. He was finally following the rules. Oh, Matthew helped to maintain the relationship regularly. He was a capable man. Soren wiped the cold sweat from his heart and threw the garbage bag onto the skeleton car. He turned around and quickly put on a smile. While helping to move the gifts into the house, he asked as if chatting, Sister, I heard Skuld mention that your magic eyes can see the past, and see everything that happened in the distant past. Oh yes, but I remember everything about Skuld even without my magic eyes. What do you want to ask? Yulyud was selecting wine from the Sand Country, with a very satisfied expression. Ah, it's not Skuld. I'm just curious and want to ask, Big Sister, what is the furthest thing you can see a few hundred years ago? The furthest thing you can see a few hundred years ago? This. It's a bit difficult to see the Third Great Invasion, and I can basically not see the era before the establishment of the Empire. Yulyud herself had not thought about this question carefully. She usually only used this magic eye to see which part of the meat sold in the vegetable market was fresh or not. Can you see the Third War? That's pretty strong. Soren and Skuld chatted on WeChat, Ahem, Telegram notebooks. The 3 sisters of Rivendell, Yulyud, Belladandi and Skuld, inherited 3 incomplete magic eyes respectively, seeing the past, seeing the present, and seeing the future. These 3 magic eyes, as long as they complete the trial, may evolve into the complete version of the prophet's silver eye, seeing destiny. However, only one person can have the destiny. Originally, their ancestors were planning to give the task of the trial of Skord to Yulyud. Soren could clearly tell from her breathing, steps, and the muscles of her shoulders and arms that this elder sister must have received long-term special martial arts training from Rivendell himself. She even inherited a pioneer dragon spear, which Soren did not hide from her. It was pinned between the leather armor on her waist. At least she was at the captain level, and the combat power was quasi-top level. Maybe she herself has been preparing for a long time to deal with fate? I don't know how Skode persuaded the ancestors and two sisters to complete the trial of Raven Mountain by himself and settle the cause and effect between him and fate. Of course, the prophet's magic I can only observe the aura, and Soren didn't expect Eula to see how the Titans were beaten. What he wanted to ask was relatively simple. I will negotiate a business with the vampire princess, Juyu in white robe, on behalf of the company in the next 2 days. Can you help me see if she has any hobbies, interests, details, handles, etc. that I can use? If the deal is done, I give you a commission? Hey, we're all family. Why be polite? Yulyud rolled his eyes. How big is this deal? It's hard to say. It's related to the entire blood clan. I give you 3 points. Seeing that the other party seemed to be hesitant, Soren estimated the complicated psychology of the older young woman after seeing that the younger sister had hooked up with a rich man while no one was chasing her, and added, if it's not enough, I give you another cart of gold. Deal. So Eulud and Soren hurriedly drove the carriage to the garden, went out and turned left and right, ran to the casino, grabbed a vampire manager to draw a tube of blood, and then started divination. Among the 3 sisters, the one with the highest talent for divination is actually the second sister Beldandi, who has a strong spiritual light, and can use all kinds of divination, astrology, and prophet cards. Maybe she was going to inherit the mantle of the prophet of the astrology mountain, but now she seems to be a helper in the animal pen. Although Eulud has learned a little divination, her main experience is still in martial arts training. She has to protect her 2 sisters, and take on the blood feud of Raven Mountain. On the contrary, it was Skord who had the biggest problem at first, because the burden of the magic I made him sleepy all the time, and it was difficult for him to accept Rivendell's education. Now he has become the only true prophet. As a result, the fate of the 3 sisters of fate has really changed completely. All the blood of the vampires can be traced back to the blood princess, which is enough for me to observe. What do you want to ask? Eulud also pretended to find a fortune-teller's skirt and put it on, covering her face, and taking out a crystal ball to touch it. Let's start with her hobbies. Let's see what she does when she hides in the castle. She won't have fun in the wilderness or bathe in women's blood, right? Juyu? I haven't heard of such rumors about her. Well, let's take a look first. Yulyud closed her eyes, holding the crystal ball in her hands, mumbling to herself in a dream. And Soren could clearly see that the reflection of Yulyud in the crystal ball opened one of its left eyes, like a silver star flashing, getting brighter and brighter, gradually dispersing the chaotic dust in the crystal ball, and revealing a shadow in a white dress. Perhaps this back figure is Juyu in a white robe. She seems to be reading a book while sitting by the bed? Sauron frowned and stared at it for a while. What book is that? Can the view be enlarged a little bit? Hey, don't bother me. Divination is not my job. Eulud shook his hands impatiently, blinked hard, picked up a small pot and dripped some eye drops into his eyes, then picked up the blood plate in the bottle for a while. Listen, this crystal is just projecting the aura I see to you. I don't know what I can see. Don't bother me. Tisk, it's not as convenient as Khadija's computer. It turns out that old magic needs the innovation of alchemy technology to regain its vitality. Understood, elder sister, please, I shut up. So Yulyud started to divine again. Sauron watched from the side. Until the sun set, the second sister Beldandi went home with a basket of vegetables. Ah, isn't this Soren? You're here to see Skode. I miss her too. It's a pity that she's not here. Ah, Eulud, are you fortune-telling? What did you see? Eula glanced at her sister and spread her hands to Soren. You saw it. She was reading a book. In the past 100 years, all the auras were reading books. Sauron frowned. Could it be that some defensive magic, anti-peeping magic or something like that took effect, to avoid being spied on? Ah, my sister's vision of the past is not a peeping magic. The auras she can observe are the absolute truth that happened in the past without any cause and effect interference. Beldandi explained gently. Yulyud spread his hands, with an expression that said, look, she said that. Now you know, the blood princess likes to read. Sauron was speechless. What the hell, it's okay to stay at home and read books, but you stay at home for 100 years and read the same book over and over again with relish? I'm afraid you have a brain problem. And what is this? The Blood Bible. Oh, is this the Blood Princess? I didn't expect she is also a book friend. Belldandy jumped up with joy and took a book from the bookshelf next to her. Oh, it really is. The book cover and size are exactly the same. Ah, I thought I had seen it somewhere. What is this book? Yulyud said after the fact. Master used to read it when he coaxed us to sleep, Belldandy explained to Soren considerately, The Princess of Thorns and the Knight of Stoneheart, but because the historical prototype of the male protagonist was the Vanguard army, it was later banned in the Empire, and is out of print. Yulyud scratched his head. Why don't I have any impression at all? Belldandy sighed. You practiced shooting every day and fell asleep as soon as you got on the bed. It's okay if you don't have any impression. This story is actually a tragedy. I felt so bad after listening to it that Master stopped reading it later. It's normal. The Vanguard is a frequent guest in biographical novels in this world, and each of them is a tragedy. Sauron curled his lips. So she likes to read it, right? The Tragedy of the Vanguard. Belldandy held the book in his arms, and shook his head with sadness. Why would she like it? Maybe she just wants to recall it. After all, this is her story. She unfolded the old-fashioned printed book with illustrations, and pointed to the portrait on the first page for Soren to see. Son of Merovingian, Elkwood Brunstad Merovingian. Soren narrowed his eyes, and reached out to touch the embossed portrait of the ancient princess. The rose crown of thorns, the Libra entangled by the golden snake, the sword emitting colorful light. Who is she? Belldandy sighed, the last descendant of the Merovingian dynasty, the royal family with a clear history and clear inheritance, the blood of the last generation of the human king, the Libra princess. Chapter 256. Feudalism is a system in which the royal family infests distant and uncontrollable territories, to be managed by clan nobles. The Libra Plain, an important region that has been the granary of mankind since ancient times, is naturally directly governed by the direct descendants of the Merovingian royal family. Princess Libra is the heir of this orthodox royal blood. This book, Princess of Thorns and Knight of Stoneheart, is a story based on this princess. However, she was born during the period when the Great Disaster reached its peak, and the entire novel also describes the events of that period. Knowing the ending, the bloody love story in the beginning is not so interesting. Soren flipped through it casually, and confirmed some details with Belldandy. The outline of this book is based on the love story of the heroine Princess Thorn and the hero Knight Stoneheart. It describes the novel of the catastrophe era from the perspective of the hero and heroine. The early stage is the childhood encounter and acquaintance of the two, and gradually develops feelings for each other. Overall, it is a relaxed love life. In the middle stage, the catastrophe worsens, the northern defense line and the imperial capital fall, the empire collapses, the people flee to the south, and the hero and heroine are separated. There is a plot in this story that caught Soren's attention. It is about the black ice on the Libra River overnight, and crops can no longer grow. The Libra Kingdom, which has taken in a large number of refugees, must also start to migrate south. In order to protect his lover and open up a safe road for the refugees, the male protagonist persuades the guards, who are fleeing to find the last heir of the royal family to serve as pioneers with him, and open the way for the refugee team in the wind and snow. Although the princess is reluctant to part with him, as the last heir of the empire and the leader of all people, she can only suppress her longing in her heart and give the sacred object of the dynasty to her lover to protect his safety. This holy object is the Sword of the Stone of Merovingian, the great emperor of the Merovingian dynasty, who was full of martial virtue and commanded 8 martial gods to dominate the world. Oh, and there is also the ancient branch of the thousand-knotted wood that the great emperor used to give to his generals to confirm the position of the army from a distance. The princess herself also wore the great emperor's crown of thorns, endured the pain and bleeding, and led the refugee team towards the safe habitat planted with the ancient branch of the thousand-knotted wood. During this process, the heroine gradually grew from a young girl to the leader of the refugees, the Princess of Thorns, and the hero also became a pioneer and the guardian of mankind, the Knight of Stoneheart. Although the two were thousands of miles apart, they always cherished each other, supported each other, and overcame all kinds of difficulties and obstacles along the way. From the middle period, the play was full of bitter love. And the ending was even worse. The hero and the pioneers paid a terrible price, and finally opened up a place for mankind to live, and the road to escape was about to come to an end. The elves appeared. The elves convinced the vanguards that only by ending the Titans could the natural disaster be completely ended. So the male protagonist and the last remaining people went to fight the Titans together, but in the end, he never saw his lover. Like most of the vanguards, he died in the battle against the Titans. However, the natural disaster was still ended by the elves, and all things in the world were saved. The remaining 7 vanguards, the first generation of great leaders, wanted to tell the princess the bad news of the Stoneheart Knight. But in the team that arrived at the habitat, the Thorn Princess was also missing. There is a legend that she had died on the way because she could not bear the crown. There is a legend that she was informed by the elves that her lover was dead, and she committed suicide. There is a legend that it was the then Imperial Palace Prime Minister Garelin who signed an alliance with the elves to usurp the throne. But because of the opposition of the 7 vanguards, in order to prevent them from using the last royal blood, the princess was assassinated. There is also a legend that the princess did not commit suicide or was assassinated, but found the elves and was willing to give up everything to revive her lover. But death is irreversible, so no matter what she tried, the magic eventually failed, and she paid the price. In short, the lovers probably never met again after they separated to save humanity. The story ends here. The Princess of Thorns and the Knight of Stoneheart, regardless of their identities, are just a microcosm of humans in that era. No matter what kind of royal nobles or mortal knights, what kind of earth-shaking love and hatred they have, most people, countless stories, disappeared silently in that cold and snowy night. Of course, the story of the Thorn Princess ends here. The story of the Libra Princess, or the Blood Princess, what exactly is going on, what is the truth, is not mentioned in this book. But knowing these is enough. There is no need to keep exploring other people's scars. Killian said that if you want to hear a tragic story, anyone can have a lot of it. After all, the existence of the imperial capital, a cemetery that gathers tragedy and pain, is not the sin of the elves. Even a skeleton guarding a newspaper on the roadside, if he could complain, would probably be able to tell a few tragic stories. So what if I had the prefix of princess? However, with a basic understanding of Zhu Yu's background and what she had experienced, Soren roughly knew what kind of mask he should wear to negotiate with her. He said goodbye to the prophet's sister, and set off for the mansion of white-robed Zhu Yu without delay. With Killian's letter as a medium, he found the location of the blood ancestor smoothly with the help of bats. This is an old castle outside the imperial capital. It has no special features. There is almost no magic barrier. The architectural style is also quite old. It is probably a house from the time of the 3 wars. Although it is old, it can be seen that it is quite clean. There is a small garden, and there are vampire servants and maids coming and going. At least the princes did not neglect the princess and let her starve to death. Soren handed Killian's letter to the vampire maid and asked to see Zhu Yu in white robe. After waiting in front of the door for a while, he got a reply as expected. No time, no meeting, if you need anything, go find the prince on duty. That's not to say I'm busy drowning in the sadness of my memories. Besides, it was introduced by this abominable guy Killian. Soren was not in a hurry. He unfolded the props he had obtained before and showed them to the maid. This is the Merovingian flag. The maid was very surprised, and hurriedly ran again with the tray, and came back after a while, respectfully returning the flag. The princess said that the Merovingian dynasty has fallen, and these relics are useless to her. You can keep them yourself, or send them to the exchange for auction. Well, it was expected. The flag fell into the hands of the Franny royal family. It was brought by Lux and others when they fled. It was just a symbolic meaning. If it was really a treasure that the Empire valued, it would not have fallen into Soren's hands. But the other party was so disrespectful. He refused to meet for the sake of this flag, but it doesn't matter, there is still the ring of the commander of the Vanguard army. The princess said that she is grateful that you are still fighting for mankind, but she is no longer a human, and she does not want to be involved in the right and wrong of the past. Oh, you don't want to see me? I thought I would be willing to give in for the sake of the Stoneheart Knight, who can almost be called the first generation of the Vanguard army. In this case, there is more. Sauron felt in his robe and took out a wooden hairpin. He picked out a hairpin with white flowers carved on it, and put it on the tray. Your Highness, the princess doesn't want to see me, so I won't force you. This little thing is a local specialty that I brought back from the local area after I conquered Libra City recently. In addition, there are some small gifts here to show my appreciation. The maid shook the purse that Soren stuffed into her and looked at him deeply. You have a lot of little ideas, forget it, just follow me. Soren smiled and saluted. The first 2 times were just tests. If the other party was really interested in reviving the Empire, then it was definitely her own opinion to bring the entire Blood Clan to form an alliance with Yachukas. Soren, who ruined the Blood Clan's plan, had to be careful with his words. But fortunately, it seems that this princess has no interest in politics, so it is easier to fool her. Of course, he had asked Beldandy about the preferences of the Thorn Princess. Since the princess had given so many artifacts to her boyfriend, Had the other party given her anything? As a result, the Stoneheart Knight was indeed a Stoneheart. In the early stage of the novel, he went shopping with the princess, but he never gave her anything, which made his girlfriend very angry. Alas, after all, the standard vanguards were all poor boys of humble origins and unknown. How could they have the money to buy gold and silver jewelry and magic artifacts for the heir of the human empire? But Soren is different. You see, he is smart enough to collect a lot of rags and vulgar things, specifically to please girls. Respected White Robe, Princess Juyu, I am Soren. Is this jewelry from Libra City? How come I have never seen it before? The Blood Princess, who was leaning on the sofa, interrupted Soren's introduction. She was holding a novel in her right hand, and picked up the hairpin presented by the maid with her left hand, and read it repeatedly. She was wearing a white dress, blonde hair and blood-red eyes. Except that her skin was whiter than that of ordinary people, she did not have many inhuman physical signs. Soren had seen her appearance in the aura. To be honest, with the makeup level of the imperial nobles, she was just an above-average queen. She could be rated 7 or 8 out of 10. She had an extra bonus without makeup. But her fighting ability was amazing. Soren found out at the first glance after entering the door. Oh my, this is not a simple vampire, but a vampire who is in the state of martial god every day. The spiritual pressure of the turtle is strong enough, but it is completely undetectable. Because it is a vampire. I can't beat it. No wonder she can live until now, and she doesn't care about Killian's face at all. It's verbena, a sacred flower that symbolizes justice and holiness, sacredness and nobility, and exorcises demons and evil spirits. It's a specialty of Libra City. Soren hadn't finished speaking yet. As a result, the hairpin was thrown in front of him. You gave me the jewelry that symbolizes justice? Juyu snorted coldly. It's okay that she forged the 3 holy instruments, but I didn't expect that she would replace the flowers I planted by the river. Humph. The flattery hit the horse's hoof, and the spiritual pressure emitted by the hum made Soren, who was frightened and sweating all over, nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, don't worry. My people can't stand the face of that false god. They have smashed the statue, and will send you the head another day. Juyu waved her hands impatiently. Enough, aren't you fighting? Why did Killian send you here at this time? If you have something to say, please speak up. Well, this girl is the heroine of a tragic novel. How can she not have any self-awareness at all? Yes, yes, yes. But Soren didn't dare to mess with someone of this level. It's like this. A titan appeared on the front line. Send me to deal with the titan? Juyu raised her eyebrows. Why, I don't need to stay in the capital. So you are staying here to take charge. That's fine. The strategic resource allocation of this superior makes otakus, and otakus responsible for guarding the imperial capital. At least they won't leave their posts, right? It's unexpectedly reasonable. Sauron smiled. It's just a titan. Why do you need Juyu to do it yourself? Just give us some pointers, and we young people will take care of the allies. Juyu looked at Soren with some suspicion. Your level is still a bit difficult to beat the god of war, right? Sauron did not deny it. Although my panel strength is weak, I can install mechanisms and use props. The Prime Minister wanted to use the Fearless Titan Beheading Sword, but that's not the Fearless Beheading Sword. It's the sword in the stone of Emperor Meravis, which was recast by the elves. Alas, it's all in the past. But no matter who has that kind of artifact now, they won't be willing to lend it to Killian, right? Humph. Juyu sneered gloatingly. Sauron wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and swallowed the second half of the sentence. But I took the holy sword apart and recast it as well. So, can I ask you, is there any other way to defeat the Titans? You may know more about the battle at that time. Does Titan have any flaws? How should I know? I didn't participate in that battle. I was still a weak girl at that time. Juyu said, huh? Every 3 sentences. Sauron, Fortunately, the man in white robe didn't say anything absolute. He turned his head and said to the maid, call an old man over. So the maid bowed and walked out of the living room. Sauron was a little puzzled. What are you doing? Aren't you going to ask about the details of that battle, and how to defeat the Titans? Juyu didn't even look up at him, flipping through the book casually, then asked the people who were there to tell you. What? Those who were there. That's... Greetings, princess. I've been summoned. What do you want me to do? A voice suddenly sounded from Soren's side, as if it appeared out of thin air. An old warrior in armor stood behind Soren. Soren turned his head and glared at the other person. He didn't feel the teleportation magic, nor did he hear any sound. God knows how the other person appeared. Juyu was lying on the couch, leaning on her neck to turn the pages of a book. Your junior wants to ask how to fight a titan. Sauron stared at the old man without saying a word. It's hard to tell. It's not a living person. It's a vampire, probably a prince, and maybe. The old warrior nodded gently at Soren. You are the Grand Commander who succeeded Killian. I thought it was going to give up our inheritance forever. Juyu, huh? Not bad. It's good to have this strength at this age. Soren spoke with difficulty. Are you the only one? Or are they all? The 13 of us were awakened from the pile of corpses by the princess. The old warrior saluted Juyu. From now on, we swear to sacrifice this corpse to the Empire and burn it up for the revival of mankind. Juyu closed the book, propped up her chin, and glanced at the vanguard in front of her with boredom. No, I'm not interested in the revival of the Empire. From the beginning to the end, I only wanted to save one person, and I failed. As for them, it was just a pure accident, nothing more. She stood up, leaving behind the vanguard of the old era and the vanguard of the new era, and walked out of the door alone. Chapter 257. Sauron stared at the Blood Knight, the prince, the first generation, the vanguard who participated in killing the Titans, and was speechless for a moment. Vampires can also be vanguards? Is this for the sake of humans? The other party casually invited Soren to sit down and chat. It's our first meeting. I have heard of your name for a long time, Sir Soren. Don't worry, Titans are not a big problem. It's a rare opportunity. Let's chat and introduce ourselves first. The old man took off the gauntlet on his left arm, revealing a black hand that seemed to be burned into charcoal, and showed Soren a bright red crown mark on his forearm. We are dead people. The glory and family of the previous life have passed away with smoke. Now you can call me Prince Lazinba. Our clan advocates taking the evolved human race as the core, recreating the glory of the ancient empire, and establishing an empire of humans that is immortal and everlasting, just like the elves and gods. Oh, the upper blood nobles will replace the gods and continue to rule humans, right? Sauron understood that this prince was an extremist who advocated transforming all human races into the undead race and establishing an undead empire. He frowned and asked, "Can you also be considered a vanguard?" The vanguard was originally a name given by others, and originally referred to the pioneers who paved the way back then. More strictly speaking, it refers to the inheritance of the 7 people who survived. We never claimed to be the vanguard. The old man smiled. We were forced to unite and fight side by side just to face the disaster. After all, in that situation, no matter you were a noble, a groom, a bandit, a knight who protected the royal blood, or a traitor who hated the royal blood, everyone had to put aside their disputes and unite to survive. Then, by chance, the 13 of us were awakened by the princess. We are barely a party. But our ideals and pursuits are different. And you can see that the princess is not interested in these things. So everyone has their own ideas about what attitude to take towards the elves, humans, the empire, and your ideas. Even within us, there are many factions. The battles over the lines of the vanguard in the general sense are fierce, not to mention. Isn't it the same for you? I read the pamphlets distributed by your supporters. Strictly speaking, it is completely different from the ideas of the vanguard in the general sense, right? Oh, I see. Isn't that it? Sir, please don't commit suicide. Life is still beautiful. Do you have faith? I want to revive humanity? What a coincidence. Me too. Which faction do you support? I support the vanguard. Great. I am also a vanguard. Are you the new vanguard, the Vanguard People's Army, or the old vanguard? I support the old vanguard. Are you the Imperial Vanguard or the Franny Vanguard? I am the Imperial Vanguard. Are you the Killian faction, the Rivendell faction, or the Crucible faction? None of them. I am from the Blood Clan. Go to hell, you heretic. Did I say something wrong? Is there anything funny? Sorry, ahem. So what is your attitude towards me? Sauron came back to his senses and asked. Prince Lazinba nodded politely. We have quite a big internal disagreement on your attitude. 7 princes support Yachukas, but unfortunately, due to its fall and the expansion of the company, these princes lost a lot of money, so they advocate that your power should be eradicated. There are 4 princes who are close to the imperial nobles and generally neutral, but they don't like the new vanguard's ideas. Sorry to be too conservative, they hate the new vanguard's ideas very much. At the same time, they are salivating over the company's business, but they just can't find an opportunity to start. As for me and my ally Prince Simisai, we are pursuing a higher goal, that is, to establish a true undead empire. Compared with worldly wealth, we favor your talents more. Your Excellency, and the new generation gathered under your command, are rare talents in recent years, and will surely become the backbone of the revival of mankind. If you are interested in eternal life, I am willing to personally help you with the first embrace. You are too polite. Not for the time being, not for the time being. Solon Khan was a little glad that he habitually stuffed a bag of gold to the maid. 11 of the 13 princes wanted to shovel him to death, but she called a relatively friendly old man. Just a little luck. Prince Lizinba sneered at the others. Haha, don't worry, those guys are all good-for-nothings who have lost their spirit over the long years. They only want to protect their eternal lives and property, and have long been corrupted and degenerated into empty shells that breed maggots. They just didn't dare to do it, after being warned by Killian. What kind of vanguard is this? They are just a bunch of cowards, not worth worrying about. Sauron, Should he feel sad or fortunate for the degeneration of these ancient vanguards? But you are not a coward, right? Sauron looked at him. If I reject your cooperation proposal, will you start to deal with my forces? At least, you won't tell me how to deal with the Titans so easily, right? Prince Lizinba spread his hands. How could that be? If you really agree, I will be very angry. I am afraid I will want to suck you dry on the spot, right? This is not okay, that is not okay. So what do you want? You old ghosts are so twisted. Because if you agree, it means you give up, right? The prince slowly clenched his fist. But you should have noticed that the power of the blood race has been restricted by some invisible ceiling, and the descendants will never be able to surpass the elders who first embraced. The infinite possibilities of being a human have been lost. We, the so-called princes, can't even recover to the level of the past. We can't even change and improve our containers like liches, because we are bound in this shell. Ha! The vanguard army that once killed the Titans can't even kill a dragon with one punch. It's a joke to tell others. How dare you go out and claim to be a vanguard? So my conditions are very simple. I hope to cooperate with the company to study how to break the shackles that restrict the power of the blood race. How come you use dragons as combat units in your era? Too exaggerated. The shackles of power. But you, princess, she is not subject to such restrictions. I guess it has something to do with the royal blood or the magic of the blood holy grail, but her existence also shows that the possibility of blood races increasing their power also exists, right? Previously, we started from the direction of royal blood and signed a contract with Yachukas to deprive the descendants of the Stars family of their royal blood, so that we could study the secrets of the blood holy grail. But there has been no effect for so many years, and the princes have gradually given up the research. And the blood holy grail. Fairness, who signed the contract with the princess, is dead, and no one in the world knows the secrets of this elf anymore. Prince Lizinba loosened his fist. Although I am very unwilling, if we cannot crack the secret of the blood holy grail, transforming into a vampire is just a way to escape reality and survive. It is impossible to defeat the gods and build an empire with only this level of power. It must be a human with the potential to do it. Oh, so your prince is studying the magic of the blood holy grail to break through the power of the blood race. Sauron touched his chin. Now only my Lizinba and Simisai families are still holding on. The others have given up long ago. It's not that I can't understand their despair. After all, we have tried many times to use the power of the blood race to resist the gods, but we have failed. Prince Lizinba leaned back on the sofa and crossed his hands. The failure I'm talking about is not the kind of failure where 1 or 2 operations are disrupted and the goal is not achieved. It's the kind of failure where your subordinates, your colleagues, your comrades in arms, everyone, are uprooted and killed, and in the end only you are left. You suddenly open your eyes and find that the princess has pulled you up from the grave again, and you turn your head and see that everything you have worked so hard for has turned to ashes in the sea of fire. Failure. Again and again, over and over again, no matter what means are used, the end is the same. You open your eyes, and finally only the princess is by your side. Can you understand it, sir? That feeling of powerlessness? That feeling of defeat? Haha, I'm afraid not, because you have been the winner so far. And we have already lost and gone crazy, so there is no need to take us losers to heart. The results you have achieved so far are much greater than all of us put together, so if you have anything to say, just tell me what you want. Prince Lizinba stared at Soren's eyes, and his true intentions were exposed. You have money, people, technology, an army, and extraordinary luck. If we join hands with you, maybe we can also benefit from it. As long as you agree, you can help us old men who have lost our possibility. What is the secret of Titan? Of course, with the strength of the company, I am afraid that we will not look down on the useless gold and silver in our hands. But if you are interested, each company still has a lot of inheritance and experience of the god of war. Even if you don't need it, the vanguard troops under your command can always use it, right? What do you think? Oh, your highness, you are talking too much. You are too kind. Sauron immediately smiled enthusiastically, shook Prince Lizinba's hand vigorously, As long as we fight the elves together, we are like-minded people. Come, let's unite. Prince Lizinba was stunned for a moment. He probably didn't expect Sauron to be so generous, and agreed so decisively. You, Lord Sauron, are you really so decisive to agree? This investment is a bottomless pit, and if the shackles of power are really broken, in the eyes of the 11 princes, I am afraid that your power must be eliminated as soon as possible. Heretics, I know. Sauron waved his hand nonchalantly, and pulled Prince Lizinba up from the sofa. Brothers quarrel within the walls, and defend against humiliation outside. As long as you still regard yourselves as human beings, I will regard you as colleagues. Perhaps one day, when we expel the elven gods, the final fruits will be usurped by the Blood Clan or some other forces. But it doesn't matter. The key is to set an example, and let everyone know that there was once a group of mortals who overthrew the high and mighty elven gods. Then no matter how strong you can be after breaking through the shackles, as long as you go astray and become a god, there will always be our successors who stand up and overthrow you. Just like what we did in the past, the Vanguard army did in the past. Sauron patted the prince's shoulder, who was still in shock. Do you think your previous struggles were useless? Have you only seen countless final failures? I don't think so. I can gather so many people so quickly, and meet a large group of like-minded people wherever I go. Isn't it because you sowed the seeds of resistance? Resist, resist, resist. As long as there is a successful example, as long as there is a moment of resistance, it is remembered and spread. The spark of resistance will never be extinguished. To stop it, all mortals must be killed, but this is the only thing that God cannot do, because if there are no mortals to support them, what is the point of being a god, right? They cannot lose even once, but as long as we can win once, we win. Is there any simpler game than this? So the king cannot defeat the gods, only mortals can defeat the gods. Isn't that right, Senior? Prince Lizinba stared at Sorin for a long time, and suddenly turned his neck to cover his face. Sauron was embarrassed. No way, Senior. Shut up. The prince calmed down for a long time before regaining his composure. Okay, wait a moment. I go get something. He ran out of the door and disappeared. Oh, you actually made him cry. Zhu Yu's voice suddenly came from behind Sorin, and it came out without anyone noticing. Sorin covered his pounding heart. Aren't you not interested in this kind of thing, sir? I'm not interested, but it's really interesting that Lizinba can still cry at this age. Ha ha ha. I thought his tears had dried up long ago. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yu laughed heartlessly. But Sorin didn't expect that just 2 slogans could break the defense of a prince. Sure enough, the most powerful thing is to persuading others to do something, which is killing people and hurting their hearts. Alas, the most important thing for the revolutionary team is ideological construction. If there is a political commissar leading them, these old men will not go so astray. Humph. You are quite interesting. You can come up with a bunch of nonsense without thinking. Zhu Yu crossed her arms and circled around Sorin. But you let me see a good show. It's interesting. I have to give you a reward. By the way, did you buy this hairpin in Libra City? If you return it, my father once buried a treasure chest. Well, I don't know if you can find it. Treasure chest? You said this and Sorin was not sleepy. What treasure is it? It's a holy object, the treasure of Emperor Meribus, sent by the guards before the imperial capital was captured. Aren't you interested in these things? Just a broken flag that has been kept. Zhu Yu raised her finger and pressed her lower lip to recall for a while. Let me think about it. I begged my father for a long time before he took me to get the holy sword. Where is it? It seems to be buried under a canal. Canal? Sauron stared at her. Oh, you haven't seen it, right? That's right. Magic is so convenient now. It was used to divert water in ancient times. I know what a canal is. Sorin swallowed his saliva, his mouth dry. Isn't it a long canal, like a sky bridge between 2 buildings? Oh yes, it's the longest canal in the capital. I remember that under the 17th bridge pier from south to north, there is a white rose, the emblem of the royal family, and there is a secret room underneath. TSK, I didn't expect that after so long, the canal is still there. Wait a minute. Sauron stared at her. Haven't you sent anyone to get the treasure back in all these years? Zhu Yu rolled her eyes at him. Why didn't I send one? During the Third War, I told the Snow Army all this and asked them to pay attention. But later, the Snow Army raided the World Tree and destroyed it. The leader, Caesarion, was also killed by Justice in Libra City. Those guys were all Killian's best friends, the ones who grew up together in the garbage dump. Because of these old things, it always thought that it was me who caused Caesarion to not escape back, and it didn't like me. Hiss. This gossip is a bit big. So, will those treasures have already been? The elves probably haven't discovered them yet. That was the most brutal time of the 3 wars. There were still many martial arts weapons in the treasury. If they were discovered, they wouldn't be hidden away. Oh, there are quite a lot of things. They are all magic weapons made by the Emperor and the group of martial arts gods, who killed the demon gods. The martial guards transported several carts. I used to worry about it. If my father was willing to take out those magic weapons, maybe the vanguard army, or the group of warriors who fought against the Titans, wouldn't have suffered such tragic casualties. But my father thought that fleeing was only temporary, and he would come back one day to revive the empire with these weapons. According to the rules of the royal family, such things can only be awarded to loyal guards and trusted nobles. How can I give them to some peasants with no background? I even lied to him about the holy sword and told him that I needed it for self-defense. This is probably the curse of the royal blood. What they think about is always to protect their own power. The Blood Princess put away the sneer on her face and looked at Soren. You are right. The king will definitely not be able to defeat the gods. As for mortals, maybe, I hope you can win this time. Zhu, no, the Princess of Libra, looked at the book in her hand and handed it to Soren. Take it back to the library. To open the treasure house, you need to use the real Holy Libra and offer a price that is enough to change your fate. I think you should be able to do it. Sauron silently took the book Princess of Thorns and Knight of Stoneheart that was flipped to pieces. He turned his head and found that Prince Lazenba was also standing beside him with a large bag of secret scrolls. His eyes were still red, probably because he had just wiped away his blood and tears. I came here, actually just wanted to ask how to fight Titan. Sauron couldn't help but say. I know, but I just want to be alone for a while. Zhu shrugged, so let's just say it once, so that you don't have to bother me all the time. Chapter 258. To be honest, Sauron didn't expect the vampires to be so easy to talk to. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. It's like you have a sum of money, but you lose all your money in several investments, so you have to lie down and watch the assets depreciate. But then a genius fund manager suddenly appears and makes money no matter how he invests. And seeing that everyone around you has placed a bet and made a lot of money, what else can you do? Just follow suit and take a chance. How bad can it be anyway? So Sauron, who had somehow attracted another angel investment, went straight to the Imperial Capital Library. Zhu Yu's book has been borrowed for a long time, but she used the Libra as collateral at the time, and she only needs to pay a labor fee of 15 gold sands. The librarian searched in the mountain of books for a long time, and finally found the registration book of that year after a head of dust accumulated. That's it? Then I take it away? Don't you need to keep this Libra to select apprentices? Soren pointed at the scale on the table and asked. The librarian wiped the dust off his glasses with a handkerchief. What does it matter? There is still a level test, right? And the Emperor's treasure house is obviously more important. Of course, if you find the treasure, it would be great if you can lend us the scale. No problem, thank you, librarian. Soren put the cloth bag on the table. By the way, can you help translate these? It is said to be the martial arts skills collected by the Blood Clan. But they are all ancient characters. I don't think ordinary people can understand them. The librarian had been eyeing this big deal for a long time. He put on gloves and took out a scroll. He didn't open it, but stared at the seal carefully. Oh, this is the first time I have seen the secret book of the God of War. Wait, we need to call someone. Then he turned his head and said to a book, call the curator. The book immediately flew to the basement to take the subway. Sauron shrugged and carefully picked up Mobius's scale. When he saw the artifact again, the Medusa-like snake goddess was still sleeping on the golden plate. Only then did Soren realize that the snake goddess was a powerful magic attached to the scales. In fact, he saw it with his magic eyes that could see cause and effect. If it were an ordinary person, he might just see a golden scale. At this time, with a beep, the guardian of the great library, Index, appeared at the front desk and took the secret scroll from his clone. Carefully he took it to the desk on the other side and unfolded it. Soren stuffed the scale into his bag and looked at it curiously. Those secret scrolls are not ordinary ancient books. They are protected by magic. They won't oxidize, right? The library master explained. You don't understand? These are the real treasures hidden by the Wu family. Not just knowledge, but the carrier of the inheritance of the God of War. Those who read the secret scrolls will resonate with the breath of the God of War, and briefly enter the state of the God of War, thus having the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of their ancestors. But if you don't have enough foundation, it's easy to go out of control if you enter the martial god state at will, which will cause great harm to your body. You should have an idea, right? Sauron nodded. That's right. When he first opened the tyrant body, he directly killed someone. It took 3 years of training to barely train his body to the point where it can withstand the martial god state. He couldn't help but sigh, the martial god's heart is still a good talent. The library master was curious. What is the martial god's heart? It is the peerless genius in the legend of the ancient empire. He is in the martial god state anytime and anywhere, always knows the best battle strategy, and has a natural fighting talent and inspiration. Nonsense, there is no such outrageous talent. Index closed the scroll and handed it back to Soren. This is a swordsmanship scroll, which records the ancient swordsmanship Guingfa. Sauron was stunned, took the scroll and hesitated for a moment and asked, "What does this mean?" Index explained, Guingfa is a double-sword swordsmanship technique. When watching it, you will be immersed in the memory illusion of the god of war fighting on the battlefield. The inheritance of the god of war is almost like this. So it is best to practice alone, so as not to be unable to stop and chop down everyone around you. No, I'm asking about the heart of the martial god. I heard that there are people who are born with the heart of the martial god. They are geniuses that appear once in 1,000 years. I've also entered that state before. I know how to chop when I swing the sword, how to tear the person apart. The librarian laughed. I know what you mean. Enlightenment, killing intent, overlord, martial god state, or the heart of the martial god, whatever you want to call it, they all describe the same thing. Those were the moments when the human martial gods, at the limit of death battle, transcended the shackles of the flesh and spirit, and broke through to unknown possibilities. So no one can be born with this state. Since you are born in this world, you will be bound by the various causes and effects of this world. The paths to break free from those shackles inherited by each martial god may be different, resulting in slightly different things seen in the end, but the essence is still the same. That is the scenery at the top that can only be broken free from the quagmire, and touched by fighting to the limit and sacrificing everything. So you understand, as long as you are human, there is no such thing as a natural god of war. If you want to see the scenery on the top, you must make some sacrifices, otherwise, you could only come from somewhere else, something else. Sauron thought, so did Killian really take care of Gil through the back door because of the friendship of those childhood friends? He also made up a thing called the heart of the god of war, but Gil's level does not seem to be normal. Or has he made a considerable sacrifice to achieve that kind of natural heart of the god of war? Sauron, are you going to show these inheritances of the god of war to the soldiers? Even knights from noble families are very cautious when learning the inheritance of the god of war. If you rashly look at these killing moves, the average person's body may not be able to withstand it. Are you really sure? The librarian interrupted Soren's thoughts. Take a risk. Tyrant body is not easy to teach, but now the dead soldiers are learning killing aura. They can cooperate with magic potions and progress very quickly. I think those who have digested the 8th bottle can already open the inheritance scroll. Sometimes, you really have to make certain sacrifices, don't you? Soren did plan this way. No matter how strong a person is, he is not as strong as a group of people together. Look at all the ancient gods and dragons, and they are all emperors and kings. If they encounter a group of 40-man footmen, won't they all die without a burial place? And to be honest, look at the waves of vanguards sent, starting from the first generation of vanguards of the Stoneheart Knights, the captain of the 7 guns, the Blood Princess and the Blood Prince, the Ulrids family and Raven Mountain, Killian's garbage gang, the Flowers and Blood Cavalry, the brave Leakart and the Vanguard People's Army. Just the rebels that Soren knows, there are so many generations, and each of them is very powerful. Which generation of leaders is not more powerful than him? Isn't he better than him? But what are the results? 2 words, tragedy. 1 word, miserable. Really, all the gods have gained experience from these people. To put it bluntly, personal heroism is simply not feasible in this world. The only way is to change the direction, and mobilize the masses to create new history. Do you think that if you catch a Killian and defeat a Sauron, the new vanguard will be helpless? Hey, are you stupid? Everyone here has a heritage. Everyone. They are all martial gods. Ahem. Let's not talk about whether it is useful or not. At least you haven't seen this trick before, right? Fuck. That's really unthinkable. Well. Okay, I also copied some healing scrolls here. You can give them to the soldiers. This battle must be won. The library turned around and left. Perhaps because he had seen many more failures in his memory, although it was the same person, Index's attitude was much colder. It just stood aside calmly, watching the young self run back to the bookshelf at the back, intending to take out all the healing scrolls that he had copied with great difficulty, and was going to sell them at a high price to improve his life during the war, and intending to send them all to Soren, for the so-called revival of mankind. Do you still remember how I evaluated the Vanguard? the white robe asked. Sauron thought for a moment and replied, when you see a mistake, you correct it instead of thinking about the reason why the mistake happened. You can only rescue some people from the fire every time, but the fire itself is not extinguished. So you keep doing useless work, and in the end it's still the same? Index looked at him. Then do you know what you are doing now? Sauron smiled. I called everyone to put out the fire. Alas, one is crazier than the other. The head librarian shook his head, and put the secret scroll in his hand on the other side of the table. You can take a look at this volume of Lance Manual, which teaches the use of cavalry lance and infantry lance. Well, lance was a kind of cavalry lance that was specially used to break armor, and now it is called Dragon Spear. After it finished speaking, it took another volume of secret book and took it aside to take a look. With the help of the big boss and the library master, when Soren left the library, the secret scrolls of the inheritance of the god of war in his backpack had been classified and tied with colorful ribbons according to the types of weapons, tactical styles, and the strength of the inherited illusion, and classified and marked. Now the soldiers on the front line can directly choose the martial god inheritance that is more suitable for them according to the weapons and tactics they are good at. And if everything goes well, they can also choose a set of real divine weapons from the arsenal of Libra City. Standing in the square in front of the library, Soren felt dazed and couldn't help pinching his thigh. Wasn't this a bit too smooth? It seems that he didn't do anything, just said a few words, but the group's combat effectiveness has been qualitatively improved. It's too much. Even if he is the protagonist, he can't cheat so ridiculously. Then a carriage stopped in front of Soren. The door opened, and Soren's heart skipped a beat when he saw the people in the car. The only person who could stop him halfway in this world was Skode. She has grown a lot in 3 years. Well, from a primary school student to a junior high school student. Fuck, she is still a minor. Alexander. The sense of immorality is overflowing. It's simply, let's wait another 2 years. In order for the world line not to be concluded due to illegality, the relevant plot will wait another 2 years. Then Soren saw the person sitting opposite Skode, and his heart skipped a beat again. It was the long-lost dead nun Hela. The latter was still the same, wearing a monk robe of the holy relics and shadow of the dead. Well, just one. She also smiled and crossed her legs, and instinctively waved at Soren with her 5 fingers plucking strings. Oh my god! How did these 2 ancestors match together? Soren, thank you for your gift. Come up first. Put your backpack in the suitcase at the back. Skod was like the main wife, very generous, and didn't care that Soren's eyes stayed on the nun's thighs longer than his own. Right? Oh, okay. When talking to a prophet, especially the prophet of your future wife, you should do exactly what he says. Soren knew this without being taught, so he hurriedly opened the trunk of the carriage. Woo! Sauron slammed the trunk shut, frowning. Not ready yet? We have to hurry. Skod didn't seem to be going to explain immediately. Sauron had no choice but to scratch his head, open the trunk of the carriage again, move the orc who was tied up like a knot inside, and stuff the big backpack full of inheritance scrolls, and the holy Libra into the carriage. Then he closed the trunk to silence the screams of woo-woo-woo, got on the carriage, and took the initiative to sit in the same row with Skode. Sauron was so obedient that he didn't look at the exposed thighs of the dead apostle nun across from him. He smiled politely at Skode's silver eyes. Where are we going? To the Order. It was Hela who answered with a smile. Oh! Sauron was not surprised. The appearance of this nun meant that she would go to the church again. Maybe she could see death again, but what the hell was that orc in the trunk? And, how did you get together? Scooter smiled at Soren, pointed at his mouth, shook his head, and then pointed at the nun. Soren understood. Now it was a prophecy that was triggered. Yes, of course, he had been asking Scooter about what would happen in the future since 3 years ago. What happened to Soren and Scooter in another world? And what was the matter with the changed fate? It's human nature, who wouldn't be curious? But Scooter never said it, because now she was a real prophet who could predict fate. What is a prophet who predicts fate? Some things, she just repeats, may become reality. Not only that, every time a prophecy is made, the position of the prophet who made the prophecy will be recorded together, which may be calculated by the priests and astrologers of the temple, and then hunted down by the root. Okay, such a real person is really annoying, but there is no way. The strategic trump card of the prophet may be related to the victory or defeat of the entire war. Sauron can't destroy so many people just for his curiosity. So many generations have struggled until now, and it's hard to get such a small chance of winning. Fortunately, Skord was quite understanding. She couldn't say it, but the nun could explain it. We need to persuade the dead apostles to join the war. Hela raised her long neck towards the trunk. Have you forgotten the mission entrusted to you by the Pope? I received her letter and captured it from the Ali system. You can carry the orc in with you and report to the Pope later. Oh. Sauron was embarrassed. He had forgotten the side quest. Thank you so much. By the way, the last time we met, you were preaching in the Kingdom of Sand. But is Skod so strong? How could a letter be sent across the ocean to the desert? It's not to preach, it's to contact Lord Anubis and protect the container of death. Hyla stretched lazily, looking relaxed. Now the prophet is on our side, and you are also a knight favored by death, so it doesn't matter if you say it. Death was born under the sacrifice of the King of Man, and its container is the little daughter of the Bee family. After Lord Yachukas was assassinated, we wanted to use the Eastern Star to send it to General Anubis for protection, but the ship was seen by Destiny and attacked, so it was not safe to go south. So the general sent his men to protect Death to Franny. But fate also noticed it. If it weren't for the prophet's sister, who helped us at the critical moment, launched the trial to blind fate, and pulled the hero to our side, all the plans of so many years would have gone to waste. Now think about it, the situation at that time was really dangerous. In order to fight for Death, 3 liches, 3 great knights, and 2 main gods all fell. But fortunately, now General Anubis is personally protecting Death. When it fully wakes up, the gods are not worth mentioning. Soren was stunned. What? What kind of hidden plot is this? Isn't it a bit too hidden to hide it so deeply? How come he seems to be completely unaware of it? Wait a minute. Soren frowned and thought carefully for a while before he found a logical contradiction. Why did you flee the imperial capital? Is it necessary to hide? Why not just leave Death to Killian? Hela seemed stunned for a moment, and turned to look at Skuld in surprise. You haven't told him yet? Skod shook his head. Perhaps it is because he chose a different past that he can create a different future. So I won't interfere with Soren's judgment, but sister, you can tell him these things now, so that it is fair. The two of them played dumb for a long time, and Hela looked at Soren and spoke hesitantly. Do you know what Killian wants to do? Destroy the elven gods? Sauron frowned. Maybe add the revival of mankind? Destroy, that's right, to be specific, it wants to eat them. Hela explained seriously. Killian has gone mad. He wants to eat all the gods, or merge with himself, replace Death, and become the real Death. You have been to his office, right? That place is called the Sea of False Slumber, but if it can digest the godhood of Death, it can be upgraded to the real Sea of Slumber. But the death of Killian is different from the death of my lord. My lord wants to bring real peace to the earth. And it just refused to fail, thinking about getting back what it lost, wanting the relatives it lost over the years, the sacrificed comrades, and the half-dead people living in the pseudo-sleeping sea to all be resurrected in its dead country. But you probably understand what you said, right? Death is irreversible. If it really succeeds, the only thing walking on the earth in the end will be something like the crescent moon, with a mental disability. The nun was silent for a while, looking at the stunned Soren. You know what that means, Soren. If Killian is not stopped, this world will completely lose the tranquility, eternity, and absolute fairness of death. Chapter 259. Sauron closed his eyes, and leaned against the carriage, feeling overwhelmed. This fucked up world is really hard. It's a primitive difficulty, right? Didn't Sauron just want to unite the remnants of each era and go all in with the elves? As a result, he charged into battle and fought bloody battles, returned to the city to make all the calculations, made plans, worked overtime in the factory, drew blueprints, piled up technology, and increased production capacity, but it was not enough. He also had to deal with this, or that pitfall teammates' positioning mistakes, and protect and support this or that confidant to prevent them from dying. On the other side, there are a large group of crazy old things left over from the previous generation. They have to be ideologically worked on one by one, enlightened, and painted a rosy picture for Merlin, so that these gods and demons can be mentally stable and not collapse and destroy the world, but he is still running and fighting here. Killian, who sits in the office all day, actually went crazy first. Oh, so tired. This copy is really tiring. Seriously, destroy it, quickly. Then Soren felt his palms soften, and when he opened his eyes, it was Skuld holding his hand. It's okay, she smiled sweetly. I will always be with you. Hissing, the nun raised her eyebrows and watched the young man sitting opposite her recover in an instant. Men are so simple. I have a general understanding of Killian's affairs. Don't worry, leave it to me. Soren opened his mouth. Look at my tongue. Hela frowned and retracted her bare legs. What are you going to do? Skod couldn't help but look at him vigilantly. Soren patted his chest. Fighting power is nothing but empty talk. As long as my tongue is still there, it will be enough to deal with that idiot Killian. I have discovered that when dealing with the vanguard, persuasion is invincible. Believe me. Hela and Skord looked at each other. Fortunately, the carriage arrived at this time, interrupting the awkward silence. Soren carried the bags of treasure scrolls on one shoulder, and the orcs, who were screaming like pigs on the other shoulder, and entered the Church of the Dead Apostles. In the past 2 or 3 years, the church has doubled in size, and a large number of churches and monasteries have been built at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people coming and going were all nuns and monks, and there were also many noble believers who joined in wearing magic cloaks and concealing their faces. It can be seen that many people are indeed seeking a peaceful and tranquil eternal sleep. Alas, this world is really like this. Living and suffering is fine, but it is not easy to die peacefully. No wonder most people choose to escape. Living and facing everything itself requires great courage. So this kind of courage is even more precious. The twin popes welcomed them warmly. Ah, Sir Soren, and the sage of Mount Astrology, we are so sorry for not welcoming you. Hela, Sister Hela, help us, these ladies are going to be baptized, help us block them. So Hela smiled and nodded to Soren and Skod and said goodbye, and stopped the fanatical noble ladies for the popes. The twin popes are getting more and more handsome, the kind of golden boys with fair skin and beautiful looks, who are very popular with the old ladies. Every time they preach, there is a group of fanatical fans around them, who line up to kneel in front of them with their mouths open, waiting to suck their fingers when they are fed the Holy Communion. Does this description sound a bit wrong? Well, this scene is very wrong. Think about the dress style of this cult. This style is not right. Soren couldn't help but stand in front of Skord to help her block. Huh? Excuse me. The war has started recently. There are many more believers who are eager to get the protection of death. We are too busy. Aw, you caught him alive, right? That's great, please come here. We have completed the rest of the ritual preparations. Now we can start to unseal and take out the holy remains. Soren and Skod followed them down to the cellar. Soren looked at the strawberry marks on the necks and chests of the 2 boys, and hesitated to speak. Finally, he chose to ignore them and change the subject. Oh, I remember, you are going to unseal the liver, right? Yes, under the guidance of the human god, our brothers and sisters have cracked the secret of the seal. As the human god said, there is a liver in the jar. Soren looked at the boy who had said a lot of nonsense, but didn't say anything clearly. Fortunately, another boy added, we asked the orc slaves raised by various nobles, and learned about the legends of this tribe shamanism. We found that a few hundred years ago, around the time of the 3 wars between the Empire and the Alliance, an orc war god appeared. He led a large army to attack the elven gods. Huh? Soren stopped suddenly, and Skuld hit his back with a thud. Oh, sorry, wait a minute, you said, orc war god? The war between orcs and elves during the 3 wars? The twin emperors nodded and began to introduce. The orcs took advantage of the fact that the Alliance and the Empire were both defeated, and the tribes in the wasteland were integrated and unified. They gathered nearly 1 million troops, suppressed the entire snowfield, and crossed the ice sea to launch a surprise attack on the Elven Alliance. Since the main force of the Alliance was far away in the south to surround the imperial capital, the orc army once surrounded the World Tree, and they divided their troops to block the reinforcements from the main gods of the elves from all over the country, and the Great War God almost broke into the temple of the elven gods. Unfortunately, they failed at the last moment. Justice arrived with reinforcements and pinned down the Great War God from the front and back. Then the war gods from all over the country came to reinforce. As a result, the orcs were defeated and slaughtered. A large number of warriors died on the snowy plains during the retreat. The orcs were seriously injured. To this day, the orc tribe in the wilderness has even lost its heritage and has become a mess. And this liver is the root of the Great War God's powerful fighting power, and even the pantheon. Damn, Soren's eyes rolled wildly. It turned out that the situation of the Elf Alliance was so dangerous at that time. No wonder Justice, a main god, blew himself up to deal with the orcs. And that she probably also united the 3 kings to stabilize people's hearts. Later, she took the opportunity of Justice to eliminate 300,000 orcs to quickly rescue the World Tree, restrain the war god and turn the tide of the war. That Death's liver is quite powerful. It's not Death's liver, it's the war god's liver. The foe with a head of aloof hair explained, the custom of the orc shamanism is to gain the power to resist the corresponding magic by eating magic beasts and magic materials. The power of the holy relics and the law of death is only transferred between the living and the dead. The orcs' wasteland is short of resources, and they don't care what they eat, as long as they can fill their stomachs. So the war god should be like you, eating the holy relics, and then gaining the power of the holy relics. And the law of death is attached to its liver. The curly-haired pope added, and there are probably more than 1 or 2 holy relics. The Elven Alliance has always maintained its suppression and sweep of the Orc civilization, but during the 3 wars, its main energy was tied up by the Empire, and it had no time to deal with the Orcs for dozens or hundreds of years. As a result, during that period, dozens of Orc war generals, who were rare in 1,000 years, and could kill thousands of people, were born. Daimao said, when the big tribes were integrated at that time, the tribal leaders such as the war generals were usually the ones who decided the winners through fair duels. Curly said, the Orcs have the custom of a fair duel, and the habit of eating the defeated and completely digesting the opponent's power. So I'm afraid that the great war god who finally won the final victory and led the entire tribe. They pushed open the door together, revealing the ordinary-looking jar in the treasure house. It has evolved into an unprecedented holy liver that contains multiple laws of death. Oh my god, the legendary holy liver, damn. Woo woo woo. The orc on his shoulder twisted for a while, and Sauron came to his senses and threw the orc to the ground. What about this guy? What's the use? The kings pointed at the patterns on the pottery jar. According to what we have confirmed, the great war god was besieged by the gods at the World Tree and was outnumbered and died. The orc shamans fled with the liver. They sealed and buried the power of the great war god and searched for qualified orc war generals to inherit this power and lead the orcs to rise again. This pottery jar uses a kind of magic seal that is also a niche in shamanism. It must be perfectly unsealed with the blood of a shaman priest of that specific sect. In this way, when the liver is taken out by the orc shaman ritual, the power of the law of death will not be leaked and detected by Killian. But where did you find it, dead apostle? Our sisters searched the entire imperial capital and even the wasteland, but found nothing. It is said that this guy was caught in the Sand Country. Sauron stroked his chin and looked at the orc shaman on the ground. Sand Country? Why did he run so far? Maybe he went to the Sand Country specifically to find some great general. Sauron smiled at Skold and showed off. You know what? There was really a general there, and I killed him with 1 punch. Oh! You beat him to death? When Daimao and Curly heard this, they immediately laughed at Soren. Soren also laughed at them, but he couldn't laugh anymore after a while. What do you want to do? Daimao laughed. Did you defeat the great general through a fair duel? That's perfect. Curly laughed. You have also digested the holy relics, so you have the physique to withstand the law of death, right? That's great. Scott also laughed, I see. Soren was shocked. No, wait a minute. You didn't ask me to eat this liver. Hey, this thing in the jar has been there for many years. You want to kill me? Scott comforted him. It's okay, Soren. I can guarantee that you didn't die of food poisoning. The twin kings were also very happy. That's great, Lord Soren. You can be compatible with multiple laws of death, so that you can become a new holy body after death. Yes, yes, and even if you don't die, the sisters can extract the essence of the holy body from you. Hey, 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 stop, 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 stop. Shut up, shut up. I promised you, now shut up. So after a lot of noise, the twin popes took out the orc bone knife from the treasury and prepared to start the opening ceremony. Woo, woo, woo. The tied orc screamed and struggled, watching the pope raise the bone knife and stab it. Woo, woo, woo. The 2 boys cut open the orc's finger to take some blood, dipped a brush in it, and began to recite a spell, using the blood to refresh the pattern on the jar and perform the unsealing ceremony. Soren was full of black lines on his head. That's it? Aho shrugged. What else do you want? From the perspective of magic, the blood of a heritage priest is enough. I think the orc shamans cast a spell to sacrifice so many people alive, skinning and roasting them, just to take the opportunity to have a feast, right? Curly also smiled. But we believe in human gods, so we won't prepare extra ceremonies for alien gods. Woo! Look at the orc again, he fainted as soon as he relaxed. So Soren waited for a while, and the twins successfully opened the pot, and waited for Soren to come closer. Soren turned his head to look at Skod, who was standing outside the door, and nodded to Soren with a smile. Soren had to endure the nausea and walked forward. To be honest, if this was also Soren's arrangement, he really wanted to punch the other party. This is too much of a disrespect for oneself, isn't it? Is it necessary to be so cruel? He looked into the jar. Oh my god, the liquid inside is all green. Can you believe it? I could vaguely see a large piece of blackened meat hidden under the swaying liquid in the jar. Ugh. Leave it to you, dead apostle. This is what the human god expects. Expect you? Why did you 2 run so far? Hiss, this smell. Ugh! Sauron felt that he had really gone too far. Even though he knew that this was the holy liver, eating it would probably be a great tonic for upgrading the rampage, but it was really hard to accept physiologically. Ugh! Then when Soren turned his head and vomited the acid, he saw the large bag of things he had carried. The scales, scrolls, and treasures given by the Blood Princess. It was then that Soren realized that he didn't need to carry them all the way, and could just throw them into Gwanhaifa's lair. But why did he keep holding them in his hands? Is it because he realized that these things were preserved by so many people and generations who had sacrificed so much? Is it because he realized that this was not just a backpack, but also the last bit of hope that generations of people had placed on him? Maybe both. Of course, to put it more intuitively, it was because Skode told him to put it in the trunk first, and Soren subconsciously put it in the trunk. So, did she want to use these things to remind herself that everyone must pay something to change the future? Did she want to hint to herself that the price he paid was really insignificant compared to others and other losers? Or did she want to say that if he could not defeat the gods at all costs, Soren would eventually end up in the same miserable state as these vampires? Soren looked at Skode. Perhaps the girl didn't mean anything. In her silver pupils, there was only Soren's reflection. She was just quietly waiting for him to make his own decision. Okay, let's fight. Dear audience. Soren gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He raised his right hand and inserted it into the jar. He grabbed the slippery liver and pulled it out. The eating show exploded. Double click for me. Then Soren stuffed the liver into his mouth and bit it with his eyes closed. A click made his teeth tremble. No, why is there no taste? Then Soren opened his eyes and saw that his right hand was motionless, and someone was holding his wrist to stop him. The person standing in front of Soren held Soren's right arm with his left hand, and stretched out 2 fingers with his right hand to pinch out the holy liver in Soren's palm, and slowly smiled. Finally, I've been waiting for it. It was Killian. This is your plan, right? TSK, you played a lot of tricks with death, but I finally saw through it. Killian held the liver in his palm. You are so treacherous. If I had been more anxious and went to Franny to find a container of death, you would have absorbed these death laws and become a real container, right? Hee. Although I don't like to use my brain, I have at least trained my patience over the years. At this time, Soren realized what Killian meant by being the strongest. Not to mention resistance, even perception became difficult. This is not something that can be described by spiritual pressure, murderous aura, or fear. Time is literally forbidden. Using the terminology commonly used in novels, it is probably some kind of domain belonging to Killian, and at this level of Soren, at this time, he is completely a grasshopper being pinched by the other party. It's outrageous, really outrageous. The Dragon King can't be compared at all, similar, as if the whole person has become a specimen. Even when facing Fearless, he didn't appear. Oh! Soren suddenly understood. Killian really wanted to kill. Don't get me wrong, this is not targeting you, but if I really do it, I will do it to everyone. I can't stop. Killian stuffed the liver into his arms, and not only that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the big bag given by the Blood Princess. Yes, I have been listening. The nun is right. I want to devour death and the gods and resurrect everyone. What's wrong with this? You can see that this world is in such a mess. I might as well tear it all down and start over. At least I can guarantee that in my sea of sleep, in my kingdom of the dead, there will never be those damn bastards who stabbed me in the back. Sauron wanted to speak, but he found it difficult to move his eyes, let alone speak. Ouch, playing ball, the mouth is sealed. Don't think of sweet words, Sauron. I admit that you have done a good job so far, but when has it not been like this? When have we not taken action only when we felt that we had one? But what is the result? Besides, do you think I have never thought about making everyone a martial god? I tell you, my brother, everyone in the Snow Army is a martial god, but you saw the waning moon in the Imperial capital, right? This is their fate. If they can't do it, what difference can your dead soldiers shouting a few slogans make? Your men have no chance of winning this time. So don't waste those things. I keep them for you. And wait until you see the real opportunity before taking action. Oh, by the way, I saw the anti-Titan weapon made by the Technology Development Bureau. The sword was dismantled, leaving only those materials. It's not enough to make a dagger. With Gilt's current strength, I don't think he is a match for the Titan. But it doesn't matter. I will use his body as a container to revive the soul of Caesarion. With that guy's strength, it won't be a problem to deal with the Titan. But you seem to be friends, right? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go and say goodbye. No wonder everyone hates it. Killian is a guy who talks and acts on his own, never considering other people's opinions, and always follows his own plan. No one can stop it. Killian! The Prime Minister raised his head, and saw the girl standing in front of him, looking at him with a pair of silver pupils. Listen to him. The Prime Minister of the Empire was stunned for a moment. The eyes in front of him seemed to overlap with the eyes of someone in a distant memory. Who is it? It's been so long that I can't even remember. But, never mind. Okay, I give you 3 sentences. If you have something to say it quickly. So Soren's tongue was able to move again. Oh my sister, Skode, you don't really believe that he can convince this stubborn bull for 1,000 years just by talking, right? Can I say a few more sentences? Killian squinted at him. No, 2 more sentences. Sauron wanted to cry. No, now is not the time to cry. He absolutely cannot solve all the problems at this time. He must make choices. He must make sacrifices. Swallowing death, snatching treasures, these are not the key issues. The most important issue is that according to the plot just now, Guild may only live for 1 episode. Damn, it's so weird. So what should I choose? Is death more important? Or treasure more important? Or Guild more important? Do I need to think about it? Soren's principle has always been like this. What liver? What treasure is nothing? Only living people are hope. What do you mean by using guilt as a vessel to revive Caesarion? Killian looked at Soren silently. The waning moon is a sole vessel I made using the remains of my comrades, the dead holy remains and their descendants. Among the people who died in the Snow Army, only the remains of Caesarion have never been found. So I chose guilt from his descendants to transform, but I still couldn't call Caesarion back. But now, with this new holy remains, and the holy scale that changed the fate of Caesarion and guilt, I think it is enough to wake up Caesarion. Perhaps, this is also some kind of cause and effect? You also understand, we are fighting now, and there must be sacrifices. Using guilt, a mortal, to exchange for a Snow Army warrior god is a sure-win deal. Let him choose. Sauron roared. Killian frowned. Is that your last sentence? Let him choose, damn it. Sauron roared at Killian. You must do this. No one can stop you, but you give him a chance. Give him a chance. Let him decide for himself, damn it. You idiot, you don't know anything. Killian looked at Soren, and finally looked at the silver eyes beside him, and disappeared with a sound of bayou. Guilt squatted in front of his self-driving Red Horn Zaka custom machine. He had made the final preparations for the attack. Now, he was looking at the remaining Eden stones sent by the Technology Development Bureau lying on the ground in front of him. Placed on the white silk cloth, the colorful gravel flashed rainbow light like scattered gems. But it was too broken. In order to make a magic meter, the blade was not so much broken as it was shredded. It was impossible to use it as a weapon. Guilt squatted on the ground and thought for a while. Suddenly, as if he had an idea, he untied his belt, and pulled out the steel wire tied to the inner circle from one end of the belt. What are you doing? Killian was holding a backpack and holding the liver, standing behind Guilt and looking at him. This is the Titan flesh and blood we divided last time. 100 pounds per person. Guilt had long been accustomed to Killian's elusive character. He used Titan smelting, an alchemical magic used to reshape the metal properties of Titan's flesh and blood, to pull the metal in his hand into a thin wire like ramen noodles. He carefully controlled the metal wire, which was stained with Eden stone fragments and stuck to the silver thin wire, and it flickered like star sand. This is something Soren made, diamond wire, which is a wire saw that mixes diamond particles on steel wire, and can cut steel bars by pulling it quickly. Since we can now use the metal wire of Titan's flesh and blood to make a wire saw, it should not be a problem to pull open the Titan's neck. Moreover, the scattered Eden stones during the cutting process, integrated into the flesh and blood of the Titan, may also play a role. Also, I can try to see if the magic can work if the Titan is directly smelted through the Titan steel wire. What do you think? Guild turned his head and asked. Killian looked at the boy in front of him. No, the young man, but he unconsciously recalled the child who sat alone by the campfire and played chess with himself in the corner of the fortress-like family manor in Sasori's house many years ago. Yes, there are many things it doesn't remember, and there are many things it even forces itself to forget. When both humans and gods have reached their peak, only by reducing memories and emotions to the limit can the winners and losers be determined by knowledge and experience. But it's not this one. There are some things it asked at the beginning. Why are you playing chess alone and not with others? Guild rolled his eyes at it, and looked at his brothers outside the fortress, who were fighting the snow monster shirtless. I think that kind of game is not suitable for me. Killian nodded in agreement. Yes, little girls are not suitable for swordplay. Guilt, who are you? Are you here to see Grandpa? No, I want to pick a material from your family's bloodline to revive my friend. By the way, it's your family's first ancestor, Caesarean. Killian told the little girl in front of him, smiling, with obvious malice. Why don't you recommend one to me? Are there any bullies among your brothers? I take him away right now. Guild looked at Killian's white robe. If you take him away, will you kill him? Not necessarily. I have to train him first to see if he can grow to be a container. Killian crossed his arms and thought, and it depends on when I can find the remains of my friends as a medium. Then choose me. Guild said, I'm a hybrid. My grandfather told me that I have too much human blood in my body. I can't activate the blood of the god of war. I can only be regarded as an ordinary mortal. I won't survive for a few years if I stay in the north. If you need materials, choose me. Killian scratched his head helplessly. No, I just said I need a strong enough container. I will work hard, I promise. I will work harder than everyone else, be stronger than everyone else, and prove that I am the most suitable container. As long as I lose once I fail to meet your standards, even if I lose, you can find my other brothers, that's okay, right? And don't you want the container of the first ancestor? Grandpa told me that the first ancestor didn't have the blood of the god of war at the beginning, he was just a garbage collector. Killian was speechless after being bombarded with questions, so he asked, aren't you afraid of death? What's so scary about death, Choke? Guild sneezed and pulled his fur coat tighter. I can see my mother when I die. So Killian nodded and said, take your most precious thing and follow me. Let's try it. So Guild grabbed a chess piece and followed Killian, and told it seriously. The previous one was taken away by a raven, and this one was carved by my mother using a deer antler for me. Killian? Killian? You're like this again? Killian came back to his senses, and looked down at the young man in front of him. What do you think of this trick? I mean, apply some poison or nitroglycerin, use Titan smelting to make a cavity to hide the medicine, maybe add water, use current to short circuit, etc. This trick seems to work well on humanoid puppets. Guild was still introducing his ideas to Killian as usual. He was usually a taciturn person, but since he was facing Killian, he didn't have to worry about the troubles of being too close to each other and being reluctant to part. Hey, Guild, Killian asked him, are you willing to die? If I give you a chance, do you want to survive? Of course I don't want to. Guild did not hesitate at all, looking up at the rows of Zaku, cockroaches, tanks, and artillery in the warehouse. It's a bit hard to die so early when you have a chance to win. But do you want to survive alone? Isn't that just like a person abandoning his friends and running away first? He was silent for a while, then turned to smile at Killian. So don't worry, didn't I promise you that I won't lose? Killian looked at him for a while, then looked at the liver in his hand, sighed, stuffed the liver into his backpack, and threw it into Guild's arms, almost knocking him over. One by one, you don't understand anything. It disappeared with a sound of Bayou. Chapter 260. Ouch, the ball is playing. Guild is probably dead. What a pitfall, really a pitfall. Killian is such a pitfall, I really can't lead him. He actually set him up at this time when the war is about to start, and he still has the nerve to be jealous of others and stab him in the back? Those who stab others will be stabbed in the back. Okay, Sauron was lying on the ground and couldn't even get up. His mind was a mess, filled with all kinds of chaotic thoughts and complaints. For a moment, the computer was down. Then Skode screamed urgently, Hela. What? Sauron and the twins Hierophants had not yet recovered from Killian's aura, and were temporarily attracted by Skold's scream. At this time, a black shadow unfolded from behind the Hierophant like a whirlwind, and Sister Hela jumped out, holding the twins' heads with both hands very skillfully. Sorry, brothers, you probably won't agree. She pulled the twins into her arms, and knocked the two Hierophants unconscious with a thud. Then she took out the keys from each of them, and rushed to the treasure house inside with her long legs. And Skode screamed at her from behind, Silver bottle, silver bottle. Looking at the big bumps on the heads of Curly and Aloof, who had fainted, Soren was speechless. At this time, Skode ran to him and picked up the pottery jar of the orc. While the power of Killian's death realm has not dissipated, the elves can't see here. Listen to me. Skode's pupils were shining with brilliant silver light, which immediately suppressed the groove in Soren's throat. The power of the law of death resides in body fluids. After so many years, the concentration of the law of death in the liver and the preservative fluid is the same, but it has a time limit. You must activate it together. What? Embalming. Both sides must be done at the same time. I have arranged that. Don't worry. But the elves have been watching you too closely in the past 2 years, and I have never found a chance to tell you the prophecy. Now I have to hurry. She picked up the pottery jar like a little leopard, turned her head and shouted, Hela. Here it comes, Here it comes. Silver bottle, silver bottle. The nun held up a silver potion bottle with a ruby on the cap, and came over to open the cap. So Skode poured out the remaining smelly green liquid in the pottery jar, and poured it all into the potion bottle. He really poured it in without leaking a drop. This silver bottle is most likely a treasure, otherwise it can only be held in one hand. How can it hold such a whole jar of stuff? Sauron, listen to me carefully. Skode called back Soren's attention. You go to the dock immediately, and you are not allowed to use teleportation magic. Go to the dock to catch the last boat, and drink this after you get off the boat. This medicine will make you lose your rationality, but just remember to run towards my eyes. Did you hear me? Repeat it again. Go to the dock, don't teleport. Get on and off the boat, drink the medicine, and run towards your eyes. Sauron had no idea what he was doing. Okay, that's enough, thank you Miss Hela. Skode emptied the pottery jar and nodded to Hela. It was then that Soren realized that she had grown up, from a queen to a mature woman. No, she is old. After holding the empty bottle for just a moment, she has been affected by the silver bottle in her hand, carrying the astonishing law of death, absorbing a large amount of life essence, and taking a big step towards death. The nun just smiled and handed the silver bottle in her hand to Soren. This is what the human god expects. Sauron took the bottle and saw the terrifying cause and effect and magic power contained in the bottle, which was simply daunting. Everyone is making sacrifices. Everyone entrusts these sacrifices to him. Sauron. Skode threw down the jar, held Soren's cheeks with both hands, and made him look at himself. We all believe in you. You should believe in us for once. Then she closed her eyes and gently touched Soren's lips, like a petal blown by the warm wind. Start running now. His Soren was resurrected with full blood. Men are so simple. Oh. Leave it all to me. He rushed out of the church like a gust of wind, holding the silver bottle, as if a torch was lit in his chest. Hela sat down tiredly, smiling at the little girl in front of her. Is this also what your spiritual light saw? Skode squatted on the ground with his knees hugged, buried his head in his knees, and his ears were red. Suddenly I feel unhappy. Sejun frowned and threw the backpack into Gilt's arms. Sejun? Why are you here? Aren't you in the Technology Development Bureau? Gilt was holding 2 large bags in his arms, which was really inexplicable. What did you bring? Zygon scratched his head in annoyance, messing up his bangs. It's Eve. Eve? The creation of Eve? A new container you prepared for yourself? Gilt remembered that after they rescued Zygon again 3 years ago, she also briefly introduced the living body technology of the defected white robe. Well, to be more precise, this Eve is prepared for it. Zygon pointed to Gilt's red-painted customized Zaku 2 mobile suit behind them. You once reported that although the performance of the customized machine is already very strong, there will still be delays when the driver uses the alchemy device and computer operation, right? When I was thinking about how to improve, I suddenly remembered the story Soren told me before. What about the Skyhawk warrior? You know, it's also a weird thing. What about mental synchronization and living robots? But it reminded me, Xiong took out a sealed can from his backpack, which contained some flesh-colored moss-like nerve fibers. Maybe we can use Eve's nerves to directly connect the driver and the mecha together. It's like wearing a layer of living artificial body and a layer of sebum on the body. This way, we can save the delay of operation and directly use the human brain to control the body. Xiong yawned, took off the canteen from his belt, and drank a sip of refreshing potion. But the problem is that since the Eve body I developed is a living thing, it needs blood and other fuels to make it alive. I am still considering which kind of demon monster's organs to supply blood, or whether it is more appropriate to use synthetic fluid magic crystals directly. The project was temporarily shelved. As a result, the little prophet wrote to me early this morning, saying that the materials are complete and called me over. What's the matter? What good things did you get in your hands? Gilt rummaged through the bag that Killian threw to him, and pulled out a large piece of liver. TSK. Sejun was stunned for a moment, put on his gloves, and flexed his fingers. The prophecy is really useful. And what are those? Magic scrolls. Gilt looked at the label on the secret scroll. It's a secret scroll passed down by the god of war. It's a pity that my body is still mortal, and I can't trace back through memory, and bear the powerful memory of the god of war. Memory tracing? Oh, it's the kind of magic that teaches forbidden spells, then use Eve to see. Shi Qiong nonchalantly pulled out a can of samples of giant eyeballs from her backpack. Just right. You can use these memory illusions to adjust the synchronization rate between you and Eve. Even Gilt was shaken at this moment. Is your technology reliable? I'm going to fight titans on the battlefield soon. What nonsense are you talking about? Haven't you heard what the whole imperial capital is saying? Shi Qiong snorted coldly and put on alchemy glasses. My Shi Qiong's technical ability is invincible in the world, come to help. That's what Soren said to cheer you up. Guild sighed, picked up 2 large backpacks and followed Zaijin to climb onto his red Zaku. Sauron rushed from the cult to the dock in one breath. He was so tired that he realized that he could ride a horse. But forget it, he was in a hurry anyway, and sneaking and running was much faster than the skeleton horse. In this way, he was able to catch the last ship relatively safely. Oh, the Eastern Star, not surprising at all. Huh, Sauron? You want to board the ship, but we are going to Arishi. Nami, a half-snake Naga, is now a captain contracted by the company. In the past 3 years, she has been driving the flagship Eastern Star and leading the company's fleet to repeatedly travel between the trade routes of the imperial capital and the Kingdom of Sand. Well, you are indeed the last ship to leave today, right? Sauron was also a little nervous. If they really ran to Arishi and then ran back, a month would have passed. Hey Nami, isn't it time to eat? At this time, a pig walked onto the deck. Oh, it's the boss, don't delay, I'm hungry. Sauron stared at her for a long time. Who are you? Oh, you're so annoying, it's me, Penny. After eating with the caravan for 3 years, Penny had grown a lot fatter horizontally, and turned her hands into fluffy and plump cat paws, and pulled the dazed Soren onto the deck. Hey, let me touch your meat pads, okay, let's go quickly, let's go. Let's eat. The white lion girl from the north, who cut off victory with one sword. Now she is almost as fat as a ball. When entering the restaurant, Soren knew how she ate so much. She claimed to be a ship guard, but in fact, there was no ship on the sea that dared to stop the company's fleet, so she didn't need to move at all. The big meals prepared for the sailors in the morning and evening shifts in the restaurant were all high in calories and protein, and they could eat 5 meals a day. And the food containers in the warehouse were all fixed, so you could get a piece of ham here and a handful of shrimp balls there. And Claire didn't care about her because she ate a lot. Oh boss, sit here, I get you a bucket of rice. Claire didn't gain any weight, she still had the same flat figure, and she directly brought a rice bucket prepared in the kitchen to Soren. Soren was pulled by Fat Tiger to sit down at the seat for her and Claire. He looked at the pile of meat and rice in buckets on the table, and then looked at the 2 girlfriends, who had already started to wolf down their food. Is the food so appetizing? It's okay, I ate half full. Fat Tiger's mouth was puffed up like a bun. As a warrior, you must keep your physical strength at its peak every day, and be prepared for the battle that may come at any time. Claire said, looking at Fat Tiger with envy, and the blood and flesh of the demon in my body will consume a lot of energy. There is no way to store calories in fat like her. Hey, Superwoman, you said the forbidden words. Instead of talking about my skills, why not massage my breasts to promote the growth of fat? Oh, my hand is going to break. It's going to break. Soren was speechless watching the couple playing carefree and having a happy life where they only had to think about what to eat next. But one thing was right, let's start eating. He had a feeling that there would be a big war next, and he might not be able to eat anything decent. Sure enough, when Soren had a full meal, Nami came over to find support. Boss, we were temporarily recruited by the Imperial Navy. We have to help them transport troops. Soren wiped his mouth and followed Nami to the deck without any surprise, and met Reinhardt from the Harabel family. Isn't this Lord? You are really elusive. Well, for your sake, we won't call up the Eastern Morning Star this time. After all, everyone has worked closely together before, so the young Duke gave Soren face and raised his hand to signal to let the company's ship go. No, where are you going? We go together. Soren quickly grabbed him. We are all serving the Empire, so we should work together now. What's the difference between you and me? To put it bluntly, you know better than me how ruthless the elves are. If we lose this battle, we will all be doomed. Just treat me as an infantryman. The young Duke looked at him, nodded and asked Soren to go into the requisition captain's room to look at the map. The general's meeting has ordered to dispatch our 2nd Army's fleet to transport the elite soldiers of the Sand Country through the underground river and secretly transport them to the Monster Swamp to participate in the war. So that's it. It seems that the old man chose Anubis' plan. Of course, it could also be a decoy. Where will they disembark? Not sure. They will take the underground waterway, and Sharon will lead the way. The taxi driver? Sauron couldn't help but walk to the window to look out, and then he noticed that when he had finished his meal, the Eastern Star had been incorporated into a large fleet. Outside the window was a foggy sky, with only the waves quietly hitting the side of the ship. The shadows of ships on the left and right could be vaguely seen. Some of them were gunboats built by the company, and there were more ancient warships and skeleton transport ships. It was as if all the ships in the past 1,000 years had been taken out for repair. Far away, at the bow, across countless masts and sail flags, Soren could still clearly see a bright light hanging on the stern. It was the flame of the Forerunner that the dead soldiers raised when they passed through the curtain. It was a gondola, and the gondola man in a long robe propped up the boat, leading the entire fleet, silently crossing the dead river. Soren looked at Karen's back, and couldn't help asking the little duke beside him, "How many gold coins did you give it?" "It didn't take a penny." Reinhard shook his head, then smiled at Soren. Maybe it knew that no one would survive this trip. Soren was a little surprised. "You are quite relaxed. You are a noble, right? Aren't you afraid of death?" "Your Excellency, you have a deep prejudice against nobles." Reinhard frowned. "Everyone is afraid of death, right? It's not just the nobles." "That's true, but don't blame me for being straightforward." Soren didn't let him go. "You and your troops will not flee from the battlefield, right?" Reinhard thought about it seriously. "At least I should fight to the end." As if to prove that he was telling the truth, he took out a handkerchief from his bosom and showed it to Soren. "This is the thoughts my fiancé gave me. I will come back to get married after this battle. This is the tradition of the imperial nobles to go to battle, and it is an oath that they must not lose. Don't worry, this time the General Council has issued an order, and all the nobles in the army have sworn to their lovers, wives, daughters, mothers, and the closest women that they will never flee in the face of battle and embarrass them. I know you don't trust the character of the imperial nobles, but you can trust our traditions. Only thoughts should not be let down." Damn. To be honest, it's not too late to jump ship now. Chapter 261. I was suddenly confronted with a bunch of flags saying that I could go back home and get married after this battle. The defeatist generals of the Empire actually chose the proactive counterattack plan. Sauron was a little confused, not sure whether the nobles really wanted to fight or were just trying to confuse the enemy. Sauron deliberately turned his private soldiers into a training brigade, a special unit that was not directly under the general's committee, and the 31st Division was far away, so he couldn't figure out the specific strategic arrangements of the generals. At this time, Penny and Claire, who had eaten and drunk enough, followed him, finally remembering that Soren was paid. The officers, knights, navy, pirates, and golems brought by Reinhard, as well as the mercenary sailors who were willing to participate in the battle among the crew of the Eastern Star, gradually completed their preparations, silently boarded the deck and gathered, sailing in the quiet sound of the waves. The wind blew in the face, and only the sparks of the pioneer flame in Karen's hand in the front led the way, and no one spoke. Soren's mood gradually calmed down. In fact, even if you know the grand strategy, it is useless. The dice have been thrown. What remains is to do your best, and leave it to fate. Believe, even if it is just to believe in Skod. I don't know how long I have been sailing in this deep river. The bright sparks in front suddenly swayed 3 times, and then went out. After a while, Soren felt a shock under his feet, and the hull seemed to be stranded and touched the shore. Soren didn't have the patience to wait for the magic fog to dissipate. He jumped to the mast in 2 or 3 steps, and looked around. Finally, I saw the full picture of the fleet. After a little bump, a warm breeze blew, dispersing the mist that enveloped the fleet, revealing low and dark clouds. I don't know if it's going to rain heavily, or it's already dark. And this fleet sailing secretly, large and small, about 400 warships, merchant ships and cargo ships, anchored in a vast swamp puddle. The swamp is surrounded by dense forests on all sides. Even this piece of open space was obviously created by magic recently, and there are obvious traces of magic on the ground. Even so, there were still some small boats on the periphery, about a dozen or 20, whose bottoms were scratched by tree stumps, and they were overturned, with skeleton soldiers and weapons scattered everywhere. But the warships in the inner circle were mostly fine. This was also the inevitable march loss, when using great magic to mobilize troops, and it was finally within the acceptable range. In short, the fleet arrived smoothly under the leadership of Sharon. Monster Swamp. Disembark, assemble the troops. At Reinhardt's command, the soldiers on each ship began to disembark through the skeletons, ropes, decks, or passages created by simple magic. Get off the boat? Then get off the boat. Soren jumped off the mast, and landed in a muddy pond full of moss and water. He didn't care about being splashed with mud. He took out the silver bottle from his waist, and held it in his hand. He pulled out the ruby cork, closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one breath. Well, this smell? Ah. Boss! Soren, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Penny and Claire chased after him, only to see the silver bottle in Soren's hand fall into the mud and lie on the ground howling miserably. All the muscles in his body exploded, his blood vessels danced wildly under his skin like living snakes, the hair on his face grew rapidly, and he seemed to be about to burst. He frantically tore off his cloak and the armor on his hands and feet, leaving only the special jumpsuit, which was finally stretched well, and did not burst. The things on his belt were hung on this layer of leather armor, and would not be lost. Of course, at this moment, Soren, whose reason had been completely eroded by the severe pain all over his body, actually did not care about those things. The joints of his hands quickly grew thicker and longer, and the claws on his 10 fingers were like some kind of beast. Just by scratching his face, he tore through most of the skin and flesh on his face. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible, and then it was instantly filled with new skin and flesh. In just 2 or 3 scratches, his face was completely unrecognizable. This is the breath of a monster. Claire was shocked and wanted to draw her sword and chop at the humanoid monster in front of her that was quickly taking shape, but after hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth, rushed forward, grabbed Soren's hands tightly, and pressed him into the swamp with amazing strength to prevent Soren from scratching her brain out. "Penny, do something." "Ah, what can I do? How should I know? Are you asking me to kill him? Where can I find this kind of meal ticket after I kill him?" Penny immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and jumped over. "Suppress him first, maybe magic can heal him." "Then use that. What kind of magic do you have?" Claire's face began to twitch. She could feel that Soren's strength had increased exponentially, and he could no longer hold it back. "I don't know any magic. My strength is not as good as yours." Penny looked around. At this moment, the Empire's army was still noisily disembarking, and no one noticed what was happening here. But before she could find a wizard to help. During this moment of hesitation, Penny turned her head and saw Soren suddenly stand up, lifted Claire up, and threw her into the sky like a rag doll, and threw her into the big sail of the Eastern Star. Then he turned his head and stared at Penny with his ferocious bloodshot eyes, as if he saw a piece of fat meat, literally, revealing his fangs. At this moment, Penny's legs went weak. She had been lazy all year round, eating, drinking, sleeping, eating, and slacking off. When faced with the real threat of death, she realized that she couldn't even transform herself at the critical moment. Woo! Oh! Our hearts. Our gifts from the earth. Don't panic when you encounter danger. Mother Nature will give us strength. Penny was so scared that she trembled and sang the nursery rhyme that the tribal shaman taught her when she was a child, wanting to quickly turn into a lion and escape. But what surprised her was that she herself hadn't transformed yet, and the murderous Soren suddenly stopped. Could this song be useful? Yes, now Soren looked just like the one who failed to transform in the tribe. So Penny stepped back cautiously and gradually raised her voice to sing, "Children, remember your mother's advice. When you are confused, you should look far away like an eagle. When you are afraid, you should be as strong as a lion. In the face of setbacks, you must be more resilient than a lone wolf, and when you hesitate, you might as well run like a cheetah, pursue freedom, and let your heart soar like a raven." Soren stared at her blankly, then suddenly turned his head to look at the dense forest on the other side of the swamp. What happened? Penny couldn't help but keep singing and turned her head to look into the distance. Suddenly, a gap opened in the dark clouds on the horizon, revealing 2 big and round moons in the sky, shining and protecting the earth in the shadows in countless nights. In the distance, the silver light was shining, just like the warm eyes of a lover. Toward her eyes, Soren stared at the bright moon in the sky in a trance. Awoo! Just at this moment, a group of werewolves belonging to the monster army passed by the swamp. The leader, a wolf with beautiful reddish-brown fur, howled at the moon. For a while, the wolves howled at the moon, and Soren followed their example, crawling on all fours, awoo! Following them, he roared out the cyclone in his chest, feeling refreshed. The muscles and bones that were uncontrollably convulsing all over his body were also combed smoothly in this scream. The whole person's shape changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a huge black wolf the size of a truck, with red pupils flashing in his eyes. With 4 claws, he kicked the ground, like a black wind blowing violently, leaping over the layers of warships and sailboats in a few steps, chasing the wolf pack on the road, and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Penny opened her chin, dumbfounded for a long time without reacting. At this time, Claire, carrying a big sword, jumped back from the side of the ship and landed beside Penny. "I see. I was wondering why the smell of demons on you is looming. It turns out there is such a way to control your own transformation. Penny, why are you still standing there? You also transform. Let's go catch up with the boss." "Aw, me, how can I catch up?" Penny wanted to cry, that guy is really something, saying that he is a cat, but in the end, he turned into a dog. While complaining, she pounced on the ground and turned into a fat white lion. She carried Claire and rushed into the dense forest, chasing the direction where the wolves disappeared. On the plain of golden wheat, the second position where the two armies faced each other was extremely quiet at this moment, without any sound. Because there was something that forcibly separated the two warring parties. The new Titan. Sid, the leading knight among humans, known as the Spear of the East, sat on a hill made of the wreckage of a golem, looking at the imperial fortress in front of him that was mostly blown up. That fortress was the headquarters. After being completely destroyed by the Titans, the entire line of the imperial army had already retreated. Now the Titans are still hiding in this fortress waiting for action. During this period, the Empire only mobilized elites to launch a few raids. After being quickly destroyed, they gave up the counterattack and fell into oblivion. And I don't know whether it was because they were too afraid of the Titans' attacks, or because the second line of defense was suddenly lost and a large amount of supplies and ammunition were lost, so that the artillery fire in the rear stopped. The Allied troops also got some breathing time, and gradually mobilized the army to the first line of defense they had captured before, preparing for the next offensive. Although he was past the peak age of strength, Sid was not so old and dim that he was confused. Of course, he could see that the target of the Elves' crusade this time was not the undead or the demons, but humans. Although they did not speak the same language and writing, and humans had magic and technological civilization far superior to their allies. But this did not mean that Sid had to turn the tables and resist the Elf Alliance for the sake of his own people. To put it bluntly, Sid had killed many humans with his own hands, including bandits, rebels, merchants, nobles, black magicians, etc. Killing and fighting in this era were not a big deal at all. In the Kingdom of Benevolence, where Sid grew up and became famous, all lives are treated equally. Even elves and half-elves are treated the same. So it can be said that benevolence is more like a true god than the elven gods of the entire temple. No matter what race or origin, as long as you complete the trials issued by benevolence and make contributions, it will not be stingy with rewards. Yes, it is even so kind that it can even give the elf forest as a reward to other races. Why does this look like fairness? You are wrong, fairness is only for elves. The fact that this fairness can be equally distributed to all races is enough to show its kindness. So Sid doesn't mind fighting for this true god at all. As long as he has made merit in the trial of this holy war, he can ask for material assistance for the human victims in the territory who have suffered from the war. He can also satisfy his personal interests, that is, challenge the real strong and verify his own strength. This dual reward of desire and righteousness is the fundamental reason why the human named Sid has been constantly accepting the trials of the gods over the years, and it has also made Sid the famous Holy Spear of the East and the benchmark of chivalry. However, Sid has no interest in fighting this Titan. He watched the thing fight, and he really couldn't raise the slightest desire to fight it to the death. Because this can't be considered a living thing, not even a dead thing, it's just a simple imitation. It records effective means of attack, and then counterattacks through precise calculations, without any intellectual calculations or tricks, just attack and dodge straight back and forth. And the attack and move patterns will change very boringly, and the most effective combat mode after recording and observation will always be used. This thing is just a prop. On the contrary, the golem soldiers sitting under Sid's buttocks are made by the so-called undead. Although they also look like puppet-like props, the movements and moves during the battle are slightly different, and there are obviously some interesting combat martial arts inheritances. Finally, it gave Sid a sense of challenge, and helped him to relieve his fatigue. Unfortunately, the enemy stopped attacking, so Sid had to sit on the front line and wait in a daze. Well, he was waiting for the undead on the other side to send out the top warriors to defeat the Titans. The warriors who could defeat the Titans must be worth a fight for his power. At this moment, as if responding to his expectations, something came from the Empire's position. Is it finally here? Sid perked up and looked at the person coming from afar. Cockroach, such a big one? The locals' aesthetic taste is really disgusting. The giant steel cockroach bounced and jumped, far away from the second line of defense, and then it did a gorgeous rebirth and tail swing in the air, spraying a red shadow from the rear cabin, and then it actually spread its wings and fled back to the rear. The red figure fell from the sky, and showed its true form in Cheetah's vision. It looked like a giant wearing red armor. Judging from the metal mechanism at the joints, it seemed to be a large golem made by the undead. Moreover, the flesh buds that overflowed from the gaps in the armor also squirmed like living things, as if a layer of iron skin was directly branded on some giant. The style and body size of this soldier were different from those thick and solid iron armor golems. He looked like a female knight with a slender waist. Because of some external equipment, weapons and power systems, those bloated props were all removed. It only had 2 swords in its hands. Plain and unadorned, without any enchantment, it looked like an iron sword that had just been cast, and not even decorated. Although it was a steel golem that was far larger than a human, it was as light as a feather when it landed, and there was not even a loud sound. Sid gradually stood up from the golem's grave, grinning and revealing a crazy smile. Good, this opponent is worth fighting. Chapter 262. Shida was attracted by the food in front of him, and his body leaned forward involuntarily. Then, at the moment of losing balance, he kicked his feet with all his strength, and the fighting spirit burst out, blowing up the remains of the golem under his feet. The whole person was like a flying arrow, holding up the sharp spear in his hand, and sprinting straight into the fortress. At the same moment, the red demon soldier armor of the opposite empire also launched, wielding 2 swords, leaping deep to make a jump slash, crossing the 2 swords to make a cross slash, and falling straight into the ruins of the fortress. The blast pierced through the remains of the concrete fortress, and fell directly on the head of the Titan standing in the basement. Of course, it was blocked. The Titan looked up at the falling red giant for a moment, and instantly made a calculation and judgment. This move was stronger than all the previous moves. So its hands immediately transformed into 2 swords of the same style, and rushed back into the sky in the same posture. The blades of the 4 long swords collided with each other, and a pure violent collision, and a metallic wail burst out. With the vision of ordinary people, they can barely see the smoke and dust raised by the explosion. If they get too close, they may even be stunned by the shock wave. But Shida is not a normal person. Get out of the way, you useless rubbish. The spear of the ease stabbed down from the chest of the red soldier, and the spear swept directly towards the Titan. Don't interfere with the death duel I dream of. The Titan, who was attacked from both sides, turned his head immediately, and suddenly stretched out 2 extra arms from his back. He used the flesh and blood on his back to transform into the same sharp spear, and stabbed the crazy old man's throat with the spear. However, the red demon soldier also launched at the same moment, when the third party disturbed the situation. At a strange angle that humans could not do, but machines had no difficulty at all, he turned 360 degrees from his waist and kicked out. The magic lightsaber that bloomed from the mechanism of his foot instantly penetrated the body of the Titan, swept across, and cut off one of the Titan's thighs. As a result, the temporary imbalance of the third party caused the Titan's seemingly fake gun to be full of flaws in front of the refined fighting skills of the Ease spear, and was directly broken into pieces, and a gun stabbed into the head. After a quick calculation, Titan made a decisive judgment, and gave up the struggle with the red demon statue. He withdrew his sword to block the assassination of the Ease spear, but the price was that half of his arm and one hand were cut off by the 2 swords. However, Sid withdrew his strength and changed to a feint at the moment of fighting with Titan. The spearhead was just entangled with the blade of Titan's single arm and deviated to another place. The red demon soldier on the opposite side naturally would not miss this God-given opportunity. He took the opportunity to draw his sword and stab directly at Titan's torso. So Titan made another judgment, and used the flesh and blood in his abdomen to condense into a 5th arm to try to grab the blades of the 2 swords that were slashing at his torso. The price was that the spear of the Ease spear turned into a real stab at this moment, like breaking a stream of water, breaking the blade of Titan's hand into pieces, and stabbing straight at his face. So Titan once again made a targeted prediction, abandoned the red demon soldier, and turned to defend Sid. As a result, the old man played a fancy gun again and withdrew his move. Then Titan had no time to judge, and was directly stabbed by the red demon soldier's sword, and his head flew out, and was pierced by Sid's gun, and was stuck on the tip of the gun. This quick fight seemed to end quickly after a few back and forths, but the actual process was even faster. The 3 of them were completely back and forth at the top level of instantaneous speed. When Titan was killed, the shock wave of the first sword strike, and the dust that was shaken had just reached the periphery of the fortress. Haha, once its tricks are discovered, it's just such a boring thing. If it kills a few more people and learns some powerful tricks, it might be stronger. Maybe it can beat 2 of us at once. But at this level, that's all. Sid smiled and threw the head off the tip of the spear. He shook his hand and shot out countless spear shadows to smash the head into pieces. Okay, don't let this spoiler disturb us. Come and fight. The red demon soldier lowered his head slightly and looked at the spear in the old knight's hand. The silver flesh of the Titan washed away the dried blood on the spear head, revealing the spear tip that was shining with colorful light. What, are you interested? This is the Holy Spear of Mercy. Sid flicked the spear head in his hand, making a pleasant sound. Don't worry, there are no messy special effects, but you can freely change the damage attribute caused by the spear head, and you can kill any kind of elemental creatures and monsters, saving me from wasting time making new weapons one by one when I do the trial. The red demon soldier didn't know if he understood Sid's dialect, but just held his two swords horizontally and showed the blades to the old man. Sid narrowed his eyes and saw that the two swords looked ordinary, but in fact the blades were a layer of fine silver threads, and above the threads, there were also faint colorful halos, which were fragments of gemstones inlaid on the blades. Oh, interesting. So this kind of stone can restrain titans, is that what you mean? The old knight nodded to show that he understood, and then laughed loudly. That's none of my business. Come and fight. He leaped forward and launched a fierce stab, and the sharp spear stabbed straight into the chest of the red devil soldier. The red demon soldier leaped back, raising a large amount of dust. Don't run, come and fight. Sheeta swung his gun like a tornado, sweeping through the dust, and actually accelerated twice in the air, launching the second stage of the stab at an astonishing speed, but the red demon soldier still refused to fight him. He suddenly moved to the side, forcing Sheeta's gun path. Asshole! How dare you look down on me? Sheeta roared like a tiger, and the gun force rolled up another gust of wind, the third stage. A stab actually changed direction and accelerated for the third time. The red demon soldier actually spewed smoke and dust from his joints again. Emergency maneuver, turning to run away. Fight me, you bastard! Sheeta was so angry that he screamed. The spear turned again. Hide, you hide again. I can stab you 9 times, cough 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 cough. Unfortunately, the 7th stab was not enough. The old knight coughed violently, and the tip of the spear fell to the ground. The uncontrolled force blew away most of the floor, and half of the fortress tower was collapsed by this shot. But the old knight knelt on the ground, coughing and gasping like an asthma, cough cough cough, ha ha cough cough cough. You used poison? Cough 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 cough. You actually used poison, cough cough cough, impossible, ha ha, impossible, I am immune to all poisons, ha. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. The red demon soldier landed on the top of the ruins of the fortress, looked at the titan wreckage that was smashed into pieces, and then looked at the old man lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread. Guilt, who was parasitized by various blood vessels in the red demon soldier's mecha, couldn't help but frown and asked the rear technicians through the communicator what happened to him. Why did he die so soon? Shi Qiong, who was far away in the fearless fortress, shrugged his shoulders while holding a teacup and watching the live broadcast. Too much nitrogen was inhaled, and he was short of oxygen. What gas? Oxygen. People need to consume a lot of oxygen when they exercise vigorously, and your martial gods consume even more terrifyingly. I installed a nitrogen acceleration. During fierce battles, the oxygen generated charges Eve, and the nitrogen is discharged. The old man chased me so closely that I couldn't catch my breath. Xiong explained casually, then turned her head and looked at the Prime Minister standing beside her, watching the live broadcast with her through the high-altitude Gargoyle Scout, and said, "It looks quite simple. What are you worried about?" Killian frowned. Strange. The fruit on Guilt's body has obviously accumulated to the point of death. Why can he still defeat the Titan? Is it possible? Kid, run away. That trap was prepared for me. However, it was too late. The communicator lost contact. From the Gargoyle's video, we could only see a burst of strong light around the fortress. Then even the reconnaissance gargoyles on standby at high altitude lost contact, and all communications were cut off. What? Explosion? No, that's the Empire's position. And I have scanned the explosives and magic barriers. Shi Qiong was shocked. She had never miscalculated like this. Killian's face was gloomy. It's none of your business. This is a Titan relic from the temple, similar to the death and conspiracy barriers, but more advanced. They use it to lock me up during every war, and they never change the tricks. If you are locked up, you can only get out by killing all the elves in the barrier. And if the opponent keeps running away, by the time you finally get out, your comrades and subordinates may have been killed. Shi Qiong frowned. Is there no way to crack it from the outside, or force your way in? Killian was silent for a while. Yes, I actually thought of a way to crack this trick. Because I thought that even if the gods didn't use this relic to deal with me, the same trick would sooner or later be thrown at the head of Soren, the guy who loves to show off. But who knew that this time it would be launched against Guilt? This time I miscalculated. The Prime Minister clenched his fists, then loosened them. Well, This kid changed a trump card for me alone, and his death was worth it. It jumped into the void again, with a sound of bite and disappeared. Guild won't die like this. Xiong took out the notebook to check the previous machine records. She believed in her technical ability, and the ability to always defeat her chief. I believe the data of the Chizagu more. Data will not lie. Titan won the battle too easily. It was just a warm-up. There was still time for it to go berserk. If the elves did not send a powerful god of war, who would be able to walk out of the barrier in the end, however, Guild did not have the confidence based on big data like Saijin. The main reason was that the opponent this time seemed to be a bit bullying. Justice. Slowly walking out of the halo of the barrier, the goddess with an eye mask on her face untied the golden belt around her waist, slowly took off the silk robe that was faintly visible on her body, kicked off the high-heeled boots that were not convenient for fighting, and walked barefoot towards the red-armored giant in front of her. With every step she took, her shining body grew a little bigger, gradually increasing to the same size as the giant in front of her. Use that egg to lure you or kill you now. With the character and strength of the Spear of the East, it won't be a problem to stop you for a while I unfold the domain of divine judgment. However, it seems that I still underestimated the desires of humans. Justice smiled with the corners of his plump lips. I didn't expect that Sid was so impatient that he rushed out without even waiting for a moment. It would have been fine if he attacked the Titan on his own initiative, but he actually fell down after not holding on for long. It really wasted all my foreplay and preparations. It's so disappointing. Guild carefully raised his two swords while manipulating the mecha to guard against the opponent's surprise attack. Justice stretched her body slowly and lazily, as if she had just gotten out of the bath and was still feeling lazy. However, the divine power emanating from her skin pores had indeed formed layers and lines of divine armor in the form of a grid on the surface of her skin. Although I didn't have time to summon more help, fortunately it wasn't Killian who came. Well, traps and ambushes are a matter of both the king and the soldiers, so I won't worry too much about it. Justice licked his lips. Then, let me deal with you personally, the Knight of Death, Sauron. Guilt, eh? What? No last words. Justice, who was already wearing divine armor, waved his hand and transformed into a shining divine sword. I heard that you like foul mouths the most, don't you? What's wrong with this? Don't you have any comments on my body? This is specially transformed according to your preferences. Are you full of fighting spirit? Don't be distracted. Guild thought for a moment, and his right hand holding the sword turned sideways, raised his thumb, pushed it down, and shook his head. Oh haha, you are such a nasty kid, so unlovable, even if you kneel down and kiss the soles of my shoes to ask for my forgiveness. Justice thrust the sword fiercely. Don't even think about surviving. Guild had been on guard for a long time, and started instantly under the acceleration of nitrogen, dodged a body to avoid the sword, and then he only took a look at the posture of Justice holding the sword with both hands, blocked it with his left arm, and held the hilt of the sword with his right hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the opponent's heart. He saw through her trick immediately. He held the sword in his left hand upright in front of his chest, not to block the opponent's thrust, but to slash forward with a knife. At the same moment, Justice also turned the sword in his right hand, changing the thrust into a reverse roll. He was originally going to chop off the enemy's sword-holding hand, but was hit by Guilt's sword, and the sword light was tangled into a ball and blocked, as if he had taken the initiative to feed the move. Instead, Guilt's right-hand sword slashed towards her left breast, forcing her to spread her stance and lean back, stepping back and bending her legs to block Guilt's pursuit. Guilt did not pursue further, but just steadied his body and held the two swords in front of his face as usual. On the left-handed sword, golden blood flowed from the ridge of the sword. In the moment of fighting just now, Guilt's left-handed sword took advantage of the situation to pierce the swan-like neck on the right side of Justice, breaking a triangular blade edge, and the golden divine blood flowed like a stream and splashed between the bulges on his chest. Have you seen this move? Justice was already quite surprised by Soren's reaction speed and the posture of the two swords. He wiped his neck to heal the wound and gradually put away the teasing at the corner of his mouth. I have indeed seen the sword technique lightning method in the inheritance of the god of war. First stab, then roll, and finally chop with a sword, all in one go. The three swords aimed at the heart, throat, and top of the head are all sure kills, as fast as lightning, as fierce as thunder, and if you can't catch a sword, you will die. Guild died 3 times in this inheritance, and it is still fresh in his memory. However, compared with the god of war in the inheritance, the level of the gods is only this. Guild pointed the tip of his left-handed sword stained with golden blood at Justice in front of him, and raised it contemptuously. Come on, If he is defeated by the moves he has seen, how can he still have the face to call himself the chief of the empire? Arrogant and conceited brat. Justice gritted his silver teeth and charged with his sword. Chapter 263. The rainstorm began to fall, with raindrops as big as soybeans falling from the dark clouds, hitting the dense jungle of the monster swamp. The water droplets bounced off the branches and leaves, and slid into the moss-covered muddy pond. Under the pitch-black night, there was only the barracks of the elf army in the dense forest, emitting tiny dots of magical light. In recent years, in order to prevent the Empire from borrowing the monster swamp to infiltrate and break through the defense line, threatening the territories of the allied countries in the rear, the temple once set up dozens of fortresses in the dense forest. The elite scouts of various countries were gathered here to fight a fierce jungle war with the elite of the Empire. Originally, the elves had an advantage in battlefields such as swamp forests with their per capita quality. However, due to the rapid deterioration of other fronts in the past 3 years, the temple repeatedly withdrew its main forces from this war zone, and the number of new reinforcements became newer year by year, so the previous defense line was full of loopholes. The elven army, which was already insufficient in number, had to run around and reinforce everywhere, and could be divided and surrounded by the monster army in the swamp at any time. Repeated field battles also exacerbated the consumption of combat power, and the decline in the quality of soldiers. In order to deal with this huge wound on the defense line, the replacement main god, Mercy, changed the strategy, took the initiative to evacuate all defense lines and overly deep camps and outposts, assembled the army into a group, and nailed it to the front of the monster swamp, and no longer care about the movements of the Imperial army. Because Mercy is also very clear that the total combat power radius of both sides is 8 taels, but the Imperial army has more miscellaneous soldiers. And the strength of the monster Queen Priscilla is only a threat in the monster swamp, so it is impossible for it to protect the Legion and go too far into the heart of the Alliance. It is even more impossible for the Empire to ignore the main force of the actual Elven army, and unless they mobilize more resources from other battlefields, the monster army alone cannot strategically defeat the army of benevolence. Of course, this tactic almost completely exposes the subordinate countries of the Alliance behind her to the Empire's military force. In fact, this is indeed the case. In recent years, the Queen of Monsters Priscilla has led the army across the border several times, almost killing all the vassal countries behind the defense line, trying to lure the army of benevolence into a decisive battle, but the elves have never moved. Just nail the army to death in the dense forest of the swamp, as the hub connecting the Order Legion in the north and the Justice Legion in the south. It plays a role in stabilizing the front line in the overall strategy. Indeed, only Mercy can sit in the center of the army and ignore the tragic situation of the allied people being slaughtered behind him. After all, in its view, even elves are just part of the natural cycle. People can hunt, and monsters eating people is just a part of nature. Why should we intervene? In its own kingdom of God, it is like this everywhere. Therefore, the monster army could only return empty-handed several times. Although they ate their fill, they had to return to the monster swamp to hide after scaring away the population of a large area. After all, for the Empire, the strategic requirements of stabilizing this gap and preventing the elves from breaking into the swamp and going straight into the hinterland were exactly the same. Both sides were indeed nailed to death in this quagmire. At this time, the goddess, who held the same compassionate heart for all living beings, left the army camp under the escort of the temple knights and walked into the dense forest not far from the army. Elite temple warriors and assassins were on guard at the periphery, while the goddess Mercy, wearing a silver-blue magic cloak that covered her body curves and most of her face, walked through the dense forest and rain curtain. In a clearing in the woods, she pulled up the hem of her skirt to reveal her bare feet and stepped into the pond. From her toes, spider-like silver light spread out layer by layer. Dozens and hundreds of concentric circles around the goddess, like a magic circle unfolding like a star map. On each circle trajectory, there is a circular node symbolizing the deity, and from that node, various human-shaped flames bloomed, which were the projections of the corresponding main deity. Hundreds of star tracks and flames lit up half of the forest in the night sky. You are late again, Mercy. A purple humanoid flame flickered with brilliance. It is not certain where the Empire will start the attack. Justice actually came up and took action himself, using up all the domains of God's judgment, how to deal with Killian. The flaming phantoms of the gods around also swayed like candles in the wind, not knowing whether they were dissatisfied or uneasy. But they must have been shaken. After all, this purple flame humanoid was the phantom of the 4 giants of the temple order. Justice is too rash. The Empire's military strength has improved significantly in recent years. It is no longer the same as in the past. It is not an opponent that can be easily wiped out by involving a few top superiors. The timing of launching a holy war is too hasty. Can't we wait a few more years until the trial of destiny is resurrected and we get the guidance of the prophet before starting the war? This is a war related to the alliance of gods. Justice only wants to regain face for the humiliation of losing Libra City. It's too much. The meaning of Order's words couldn't be more obvious, but Order also means that its behavior is easy to predict, so Mercy spoke calmly. The night of death has fallen into the realm of God's judgment. Night of death? Death of God? Is it fate who said that the apostle of death is hiding in the empire? The god's attention was suddenly drawn back to Mercy from the speech of Order's seizure of power. The one who came to kill the Titan in person and was captured by justice with God's judgment was the Death Knight, Sauron, who carried the fetters of fate and the cause and effect of death. He was the root cause of the fall of alchemy, fearless, victory, and destiny 3 years ago, and the core of the human resistance of this generation. As long as he is killed, the mob of all generations and forces in the psychic empire will never be able to unite again, and will soon fall into a civil war and disintegrate. Therefore, Killian will never stand by and watch them die. Mercy was prepared for the provocation of Order, and looked around at the gods, speaking slowly. Justice knew that a Titan egg might not necessarily catch Killian, so she had improved divine judgment. As long as it is for the night of death Soren this time, Killian can't help but help before the end of the domain of God's judgment. The gods of the Southern Legion can activate the domain for the second time to trap it. Is this your plan? Not to mention the lower gods, even Order was a little surprised, but is she really sure to deal with Killian? If you can't deal with it, you can contain it, even if it's only temporarily. Kick Killian and the Night of Death out of the chess game, and the remaining mob of Imperial nobles will not be a concern, right? Although there are fewer main gods this time, it is precisely because of this that you no longer underestimate the strength of the Empire, right? And this time there is no orcs to contain. The top leaders, who are actually mobilized to participate in the war, are far more than the last siege, right? Don't worry about the Empire's new long-range weapons and artillery. Those weapons need ammunition. And now the Empire's ammunition inventory is not yet fully prepared, and the Imperial Army's ammunition depots and artillery positions in the southern battlefield have long been controlled by the Root. They can't fight many big battles. As long as we seize this opportunity to besiege Killian, the Southern Army will launch a fierce attack and march straight to the Imperial capital, cutting off the Imperial Army's supply again. In this way, without the support of long-range firearms, how can the armies on other fronts compete with the elite troops of our alliance? When we defeat the Empire, we can spare some manpower to retake the United Kingdom. Justice can be resurrected at any time with the 3 artifacts. This is her sacrifice as the supreme god to give up the kingdom of God and make for the rule of the temple. I, Mercy, also admire him. Mercy folded her hands and bowed her head as if praying for justice. The other gods also nodded in praise. Mercy's words were reasonable, and Justice was indeed a role model of the temple. In order to protect the interests of the gods, he was willing to take the initiative to give up his kingdom and take the greatest risk. It was really admirable. Order had been inciting for a long time in the meeting before, but Mercy appeared in the end and won back all the wavering hearts with just a few words. On the contrary, compared with the sacrificial spirit of Justice, it looked extremely clownish, and finally had to blurt out a sentence in anger. Even if Killian and that Sauron are trapped, there are still Ulrids and the Waxing Moon, and there are also the troops of Schwartold and Anubis. Mercy laughed, but we also have you, respected Order. You have the strongest army in the temple. Isn't it to guard against Killian and the allies chosen by death, like the Orc War God? The 2 biggest threats now are trapped by Justice's sacrifice, and the Empire's supply has been cut off. Do you still want to hold a large army and hide and watch the show in the name of defending the temple? You know me. I have never intended to compete for the title of Supreme God. In this war, Justice may need to be resurrected. If you want to lead the temple again, you must show corresponding achievements to convince the gods, right? What do you think? Order was speechless. Although she was quite surprised that Mercy, who usually pretended to be dumb, was as eloquent as Justice today, she was right. This is indeed a good opportunity to regain control of the temple, and excluding Killian and Death, her Northern Legion has a good chance of winning against the remaining main forces of the Imperial Army. After all, she tied the last battle because her opponent had an extra Killian. Okay, as long as Killian can be captured, I agree to take the initiative and launch an offensive. Go straight to the Empire's White Tower City. Order is also very clear that if she does not mobilize the power of her faction and actively cooperate with the Holy War when Justice takes the initiative to sacrifice herself, she will completely lose the trust of the gods. Then, take advantage of the Empire's trump card being restrained and strike out with the strongest punch from the front battlefield. No, please lead your troops to the monster swamp and meet with my army. Mercy smiled again and said something that was beyond the gods' expectations. The prophet has seen the light. The battle is in the monster swamp. I think the Empire has made a decision to gather the army to break through my defense zone, and then flank the Justice Legion? I will lead the army to delay. Please lead the army to support. Seize this opportunity, fight head-on, and completely defeat the main force of the Empire. Order thought for a while, and judged that the White Tower City was fine, and the fearless fortress in the valley might be more difficult to attack than her own position. On the contrary, the terrain of the monster swamp has been figured out for so many years, and it is a battlefield more suitable for the elves to perform. And indeed, she didn't think Justice could trap Killian for long, and she must seize the time to annihilate the main force of the Empire to establish a victory. So she nodded. Okay, the defense of the north will be handed over to Saint. I will lead the army to participate in the battle. Thank you for your help. Mercy smiled, bowed slightly to express her gratitude, and then ducked out of the magic meeting in the stardust, and returned to the mud in the rainstorm. She was bathed in the rainstorm, with her chin exposed outside the hood, blooming a silent and brilliant smile. She won, and next she would win as long as she caught Killian. Whoa! 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 Rincy looked up suddenly, and saw a series of whistle arrows streaking across the clouds above her head, and bright star tracks flashed under the dark clouds. These were the whistle arrows sent by the elf scouts to warn. A large army launched a night attack from the southwest. Humph! Priscilla's army is harassing again. This was already expected by Rincy, because her reputation was known, and the nobles of the Empire had secretly surrendered to her and revealed the strategic plan of the generals' meeting, which was to adopt Anubis's plan, mobilize troops to open a breakthrough in the monster swamp, and then attract reinforcements from the north and south for a field battle. In order to attract the attention of Mercy, the Monster Corps will constantly harass the Mercy Corps, forcing her to fight and creating conditions for subsequent reinforcements to launch a surprise attack. Of course, the assassins of the Root have long been eyeing the movements of the Imperial Army in Franny, White Tower City and Fearless Fortress. Now these troops are still on the front line, but they are secretly moving their military equipment and ammunition to the vicinity of White Tower City. Obviously, the Empire also found that she was not soft or hard, and did not dare to immediately move the army to the direction of the monster swamp. Haha, I help you then. It also saves Order from running all the way here, and the guests haven't arrived yet, right? So Mercy clapped her hands, and an assassin immediately came through the rain curtain and knelt in front of her. Attack! Priscilla has been coming and going for too long. Catch her and fight. Let her rest for a while. The assassin immediately took the order and disappeared, and soon the horn sounded from the elf camp. The magic light spots in the distant camp were instantly mobilized, and the various corps quickly formed a team in the night rain, filed out, followed by the whistle arrows, and chased the monster army in the southwest. The elves had been suppressing their anger for a long time. These monsters kept running around right under their noses, crossing the defense line to eat people in the town behind them. They had no place to rest, and they were all very angry. Now, Mercy finally let them out to fight. Kill them all! Kill them all! Whoa! Another series of whistle arrows slid across the sky, but this time, they were shot from the southwest. Did the Imperial Army split up and launched a pincer attack? Mercy was not panicked. After all, the Imperial Army had a large number of people, and the troops were deployed, not surrounded from all directions. The elite soldiers of the elves had long been accustomed to this, and continued to march out of the camp in an orderly manner, with only 2 detachments, coordinating in front and behind to intercept the enemy troops on the flank to the northwest. Whoa! Then a series of sentinel arrows rose into the sky from the east. This time, not only did Rincy frown, but even the well-trained elf centurions stopped in their tracks. What happened? There were also troops bypassing the east. This is impossible. Whenever the Imperial Army was dispatched, the elf scouts followed their team throughout the journey, and there were even more scouts outside the camp. How could someone sneak into the east, and sneak to a position where an alarm was needed? Whoa! 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 Then something even more ridiculous happened. A string of whistle arrows came from the southwest, saying that there were no enemies in the southwest. Then the elf veterans also started to curse. What's wrong? If there were no enemies, then were you just shooting the first round of whistle arrows for fun? Then more whistle arrows were shot into the sky. Some said there was a large army. Some said there was a small team. Some said no enemy was found, and some said to retreat immediately. The old elf soldiers, who were a little agitated at first, gradually calmed down under the flashes of the whistle arrows. After all, anyone who still didn't understand what was going on at this time would be really stupid. The whistle arrows used by the elf army to pass the message were cracked by the Empire. Goddess of Mercy. The situation is unclear now. The Knights of the Divine Guard under Mercy appeared behind the goddess. Please return to the camp immediately and defend it. Mercy couldn't help but frown, and was really a little upset. The old madman Sheeta had used it too smoothly over the years. He killed people and gods, and he could complete any trial by himself. As a result, the others became cowardly wastes. Now this was just a trick to confuse the enemy, and they actually lost the courage to fight. However, this situation is indeed a bit wrong. It seems that the Empire has really launched an offensive, otherwise it would not have taken the initiative to expose the fact that it had cracked the Sentinel arrow message. It must have been certain that it came to forcefully attack the camp. Could it be that firearms were transported here? But in this stormy weather, can firearms still be used? You can't go back to the camp. Changing orders every day, and not knowing when to retreat will only increase the chaos. You raise my flag and pass the order. You are not allowed to block the entrance of the camp. Keep sending troops. Lead the army to the southwest. Look for an opportunity to annihilate the main force of the Imperial Army. The Temple Knights received the order, raised the magic flag of Mercy, the white daffodil on the silver-blue flag, gathered troops, and marched to the southwest. And Mercy, under the protection of several apostles, hurried into the woods in the east. This is just an opportunity. Seize this opportunity to fight the Imperial Army. Even if the army is completely annihilated, the Empire will not be unscathed. It can just serve as a bait to attract the main force of the Empire, and then it can fall into the mouth of the reinforcements of order. Ouch! Ah! It's a werewolf scout. The black shadow that emerged from the dense forest directly took away an apostle. The magic warriors and mages immediately started fighting, and Rincy threw his hair robe and turned into an illusion of spring water. Like a spring, he split into more than a dozen clones, and began to use the water magic energy filled in the swamp and rainstorm to send out dense hail and water arrows to fight against the werewolf group that collided head-on. Rincy himself hid at the edge of the battlefield through a magic illusion, jumped onto a branch, and watched the noisy and tragic bloody fight in the swamp. As soon as he came up, he threw out the most powerful werewolf army under his command to surround him. It seems that Priscilla really launched a strong attack this time. Then the Empire must have sent additional reinforcements to her. Could it be that they were transported from the land of sand? Ah! What murderous intent! Rincy jumped and dodged in the air by stepping on the condensed ice flowers. In an instant, dozens of clones burst out in the dark night. But the attacker did not hesitate at all. He stared at Rincy's body and scratched at her with a claw. With one punch, he broke the sharp shield condensed by the ice flowers. He grabbed Rincy's chest, tore her vestments, and directly tore open her robes. Large pieces of flesh on her left chest were torn into pieces. The wound was so deep that the atrium in the chest cavity could be seen. How could it be? It had already used a secret method to turn invisible. What on earth was it? Rincy didn't care about the wound, and turned his head in shock to look at the monster that attacked him. It was bigger than a carriage, with a black barbed mane, and the muscles on its shoulders and back collided like steel blocks. Its eyes were like blood moons, and its pupils were filled with turbid murderous intent. The hot breath between its fangs evaporated into billowing irritation in the icy rain, as if its whole body was ignited with white flames. It was an extremely large black wolf. Chapter 264. Humans, elves, orcs, monsters, countless living and dead souls fought in this stormy night. This rainy night with thunder and lightning that finally arrived was the opportunity that Priscilla's army had been waiting for, to start the war. The howling wind and heavy rain blocked the elves' outstanding hearing and perception, and the dark night that was conducive to the monsters hunting also added a weight to the scales of victory. Of course, the most important thing was magic. The proportion of magic energy in the monster swamp was subtly deflected because of this rainstorm, turning from the rich earth to the manic water. And the wind, thunder and fire were also full of excitement. The moon was in the sky, the wind and rain were raging, thunder and lightning were roaring, and the air was filled with free, violent, overflowing, and jumping magic particles, pushing all rationality over the critical line. "Ay!" The screams that resounded through the swamp spread from the heads of the fighting soldiers. In the dark rainstorm, a huge shadow pressed down from the hurricane. It was lower than the clouds, larger and darker. The shadow covered the heads of the army. The smelly warm wind, with the smell of blood, hit the defeated faces of the elf soldiers with the cold rain. It was a pure monster. Its lower body was like a python or a centipede, Its upper body was like a woman or a spider, its arms and claws like sickles or branches extended from its muscles and scales, and 4 pairs of dragon-like wings spread out on its back, which penetrated deep into the clouds. Its open periosteum even covered the clouds, as if the entire sky was held up by this giant beast. Its head broke through the dark clouds and poked out from the rain clouds flashing with lightning. Its cheeks had spikes that looked like horns and centipede sickle teeth, and in its open mouth full of fangs, a woman's face stretched out. Priscilla showed her true form. Although 3 top-level elves immediately appeared on the side, and surrounded and restrained the beast mother. But the queen of the swamp, the mother of the monsters, was like a great demon between heaven and earth at this moment. Her mere existence dominated the magic power of the entire domain. The magic weapons of the entire elf army dimmed their brilliance in an instant, and even the magic power that the great wizard could call upon was suppressed to the bottom line. When attacked from all sides by the monster army, the magic barrier that the wizards had established to separate the battlefield in the first place disappeared in an instant. In an instant, the screams and blood in the wind and rain became even more intense. I don't know how many monsters rushed into the soldiers to fight, and I don't know how many new recruits lost the courage to resist just by looking at the true body of the beast mother and were slaughtered. Merciful Holy Guard. Because the East Spear usually leads the team, the Divine Guard Knight holding the Narcissus flag was a beat slower, but still raised his lance and shone with the light of his whole body, like a candle lit in the dark night, and his voice resounded throughout the dense forest, "Merciful Holy Guard, charge!" Responding to his call, the knights under Mercy rode their horses and charged at the giant beast in front of them. More sword masters and mages followed to fight the monster queen. The Alliance knew Priscilla's existence and methods very well, so there have always been 3 top-level war gods in the swamp as a countermeasure to suppress her. Now the army that blocked the swamp has gathered together. The number of monster troops can be surrounded, but the strength is not enough to completely wipe them out. If we count the Mercy team that came from afar to reinforce for the Holy War, all of them are elite soldiers selected from the Kingdom of God and have completed personal trials. In the entire battle situation of the monster swamp, the Alliance is actually always in an advantageous position. But now, Rincy can't care about the battle between gods and demons over there for the time being. Woo! Where did this wild dog come from? Just a slight collision, Rincy's thigh was bitten off, and the black wolf took it away and chewed it up. As one of the 4 main gods of the temple, it was the first time that Rincy was so embarrassed. Although she immediately used magic power to condense a new body, the opponent's 2 attacks made Rincy realize it. She couldn't beat this wolf, unbelievable, but this beast is actually a top-level one. Its strength and speed are even better than that of the main god, Mercy. Of course, not all elven gods are good at fighting. Compared with close combat and the forbidden method of absolute destruction, Mercy is better at manipulating reason. Transformation, clones, phantoms, mental control and suggestion, charm and manipulation of people's hearts. Even the top-level martial gods and white-robed liches, she is confident that she can confuse and deal with them. But her specialized moves are useless against this beast. This is a pure beast, without thinking, logic, hesitation, and no confusion or hesitation. There was only one thought in its blood-red chaotic eyes. God-killing. Damn it! Fountains and demons surge. Sea waves roar. Ice crystal forest. Mercy fled in a panic. She was sure that she must have been tricked. At this time, in this dense forest, there were hundreds of her split-water clones, magic phantoms, and real and fake virtual images. Each one was exactly the same as her appearance, and it was impossible to distinguish the real from the real body. And each one was casting spells to attack, water bombs, ice cones, snow rain. Even if they were suppressed by the magic power of the monster queen, Mercy's phantoms were still like a whole magic army, with overwhelming magic output, almost instantly flattening the werewolf community they had just encountered. But the black wolf, the damned beast, completely ignored the illusions around it, passed through various magical lights, dodged the endless icebergs and water knives, and chased her body straight. Every time it pounced, it directly tore open a large piece of flesh on Mercy's chest and back, and every time it bit, it went straight to her neck and head. When it comes to speed, spellcasters are still inferior to warriors. Especially at the top level, this is almost an irreparable difference. Mercy's magic would almost certainly fall behind, and could not even hit the afterimage of the black wolf, let alone stop it. On the contrary, when the bloody mouth and sharp claws and fangs bit at it, Mercy blessed the acceleration of the divine body to the limit, but could only barely avoid the vital points, and took a bite, and had a large piece of the body torn off. Impossible. Is there really a sixth sense of wild animals? Impossible. No matter what kind of magic or physical barrier, you can see your true body. Damn it. Last time I was chased so badly or... The goddess was so shocked that even when the werewolf tore off her right arm, she didn't reshape it immediately. In front of her eyes, a picture from a long-lost memory suddenly flashed. That was the most powerless and embarrassing moment in her life. Unlike now, it was a cloudless sunny day, with the scorching sun shining in the sky. The bright sunshine covered the face of the girl holding a sharp spear and pointing at her throat. Mercy vaguely remembered her simple outline, with a braided pigtail and only half of her ear slightly pointed, which was also a sign of a half-elf with too thin blood. Her face is faded from the long-lost memory. But Mercy still remembers her eyes that glowed with golden light. It was as if 2 holes were dug out of her skull, spewing golden flames. Even if the elf god pretended to be hypocritical and perfect, the darkness and evil tricks in his heart could not escape under the direct gaze of those eyes, because they were too gorgeous, too dazzling, and too terrifying. It's you. It's always you. You charmed my grandmother, bewitched my mother, and kept misleading me, harming my father. Allrides and his family. Why? Just to seize the throne of Mercy? Because fate has arranged it this way? Hypocritical and disgusting thing. I will no longer be your knight. Just wait. I have seen your death. When I complete the final trial, I will take back the real name of Mercy. Then I will definitely completely change your despicable and shameless court. I see. It is the magic eye that sees cause and effect. Anastora, you bitch. Mercy finally understood. The cause and effect has been triggered. The vanguard of the Ulrichs family, and the hybrid born from her niece, Elf Alliance. No! Half-elf silver dragon general, Anastora. That's it. Only the evil eye that sees cause and effect can see through her illusions and magic. All the magic tricks of Mercy will be seen through by those magic eyes. With the strength of Mercy and the name of Mercy, it is absolutely impossible to survive the activated death law assassination. Ah! The black wolf rushed over, and the fishy wind from its mouth blew onto the face of Benevolence with saliva. Innocent! The goddess's light shone brightly in an instant, and she suddenly burst out, grabbed the black wolf's neck, and kicked the giant beast away. The sudden change of the godhood, the enhanced power and speed, the price was that the hundreds of magic clones around were turned into springs and dispersed. The whole forest was suddenly awash with waves. In the surging tide, the black wolf shook his head and raised his head, and the figure of the goddess Benevolence was reflected in his blood-red eyes again. No, it's no longer Mercy. The divine body condensed again, but what took shape was not Mercy, but another goddess, Justice. After so many years, do you think I will just sit there and wait for death? It doesn't matter. The black wolf opened its mouth, and a mouthful of blood and saliva dripped into the puddle. Who cares what god it is? Just chew it. It pounced out. Then it was kicked back. Justice raised his knees and looked at the liquid on his calves, frowning. Is it saliva? What a disgusting beast. She stretched out her hand and pulled into the void, and the divine power turned into a long sword. She walked towards the black wolf, grasped the long sword with a lightning method, and pointed the tip of the sword directly at the wolf's forehead. If you can't beat it, just change people. You are really shameless. On the other side, Guilt shook off the divine blood on his 2 swords, and did not attack immediately. Justice, who was fighting with him just now, suddenly showed obvious flaws, and his divine body changed. After taking 2 swords, he retreated to the side. After repairing his divine body, his appearance and magic attributes changed significantly, and he completely became another god, which was really a bit weird. Haha, why don't you chase me while I'm merciful? Ah yes, you should have discovered that no matter how many moves you win, you can't kill me. The goddess standing in front of Guilt at this time, Merciful, smiled and said, very good, although the Death Knight Soren is said to have no brains, he is better than a pure beast. As long as he has reason, it will be easy to deal with. Guilt didn't reply, and raised his 2 swords to be on guard. But it is true that Justice's swordsmanship is outstanding, and he is worthy of being the most powerful god of war. It's a pity that the elves are destined to not reach the realm of the god of war's heart. So her moves had no core and no changes. They were just the ones Guilt had seen in the inheritance, so her whole body had been pierced by the 2 swords. But there was also the problem. Whether it was piercing the heart, disemboweling, or cutting the throat, it seemed that it could not cause fatal damage to Justice. After all, she was also a top-level war god. She could retreat in time every time she was seriously injured, so Guilt could not find an opportunity to behead and dismember her. On the contrary, this kind of fatal damage to mortals could only cause temporary damage to the goddess. Once Justice reshaped her divine body, she would recover, and it would not even consume much of her divine power. It's just that this time the divine body's face and body were completely reshaped into someone else's. I have to admit that I was almost caught by you this time. I guess it was arranged by that prophet, right? It turns out that there is a real prophet among the enemies, and he is so dangerous. I really underestimated the role of that bitch Fate. A lot of nonsense. Guild rushed forward and slashed with both swords. One sword beheaded, and the other sword broke the leg. Of course, they were all fake moves, but the opponent had no reaction at all, and there was no reaction at all in the previous attack, so Guilt immediately knew something was wrong. Before the sword blade could penetrate the flesh, he was ready to move to the side and jump away. Sure enough, this attack only scraped away a layer of water mist, splashing water droplets, and at the same time, a fountain shot from behind. If he hadn't reacted in time, Zaku would have been hit by magic. The opponent's tactics have changed. Guild dodged to the edge of the battlefield in an emergency, turned around and saw that what he had broken up was just an illusion, and on the other side, there were two identical goddesses, standing shoulder to shoulder and smiling at him. Oh, you can't see it, right? Then the two goddesses became 4, 8, and 16, smiling together, so I won this round. As soon as she finished speaking, the overwhelming hail and water dragons, mixed with hidden water knives and ice cones, smashed directly at Guilt's head. And Guilt did not hesitate at all. When he saw that he could not see through this forbidden spell-level multiple clone magic, he controlled Zaku to spray out the remaining nitrogen in one breath, pulled away to avoid the Legion-level magic attack, and turned around and ran away decisively. This time he was indeed caught. The opponent changed too many times, and no matter how prepared he was, it was not enough. At first, considering the speed and combat power of the target Titan, as well as its ability to absorb magic energy and then reflect it, Zaku's long-range firepower was too heavy, so of course he didn't bring it over. Although Justice showed up halfway, fortunately, with the help of temporary lessons, he recorded a large package of martial god inheritance into Eve's system, so Guilt could barely deal with it. As a result, now the opponent has turned into a magician elf god, and Guilt is a little helpless. There was really no other way. The battle was too intense, and Zaku's magic power was almost exhausted. Although Guilt had good talent and comprehension, he was just a mortal. Even if a mortal spent 3 years studying and training and improved his physical strength, he was still far from reaching the top level. Once he was out of the protection of this mecha, he would not be able to withstand the pressure from the elf god. 2 hits, no 1 hit. If this Zaku was hit head-on by a high-intensity magic attack, it would probably fall apart. Now he has not found the real body of this god. If he risks rushing into the crowd of phantoms for close combat, he will be finished if he cannot avoid the large-scale magic. But for some reason, the goddess on the opposite side hesitated and did not come up to kill him directly. Instead, she threw a lot of magic attacks from a distance and kept talking. I have to admit that you are indeed very difficult to deal with, much more difficult than the human leaders of previous generations. In order to deal with me, you even dug up the old past many years ago. I was really shocked. I didn't expect that after so many years, her magic I was still passed down, and it was passed down to a dog. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. It's a pity that I was almost caught by you. Just a little bit. Guilt made an emergency maneuver to avoid the sweeping water knife, but Mercy suddenly transformed from the passing torrent, turning the spring and water vapor into an icy cage, locking the legs of the mecha tightly. Because I understand the true meaning of so-called mercy. You spent so much effort to find out the cause and effect of mercy. It seems that the Libra King must have told you about my disguise as Justice, right? Yes. It was because of that fusion that I discovered this secret, that is, the second generation of L's bodies are not impossible to continue to strengthen. As long as they devour the core of their own kind, they can continue to evolve. Guilt's 2 swords flew in his hands, cutting the incarnation of mercy into ice crystals and water droplets, but the sword that easily killed Titan was completely useless at this moment. Ice crystals, springs, and even water vapor, as long as they contain magic power, can be transformed into a benevolent clone. Once touched, countless phantoms will emerge layer by layer, and the endless phantom bodies of the goddess will pounce on them, and the surging bodies will directly lock the Zaku. The water and steam flowed into the cockpit along the gaps of the mecha. The phantom bodies of the goddesses formed in front of Guilt like light smoke, and lovingly embraced the boy who was connected to the Zaku by various pipes and Eve's flesh. And the voice of mercy was like a magic sound, pouring into Guilt's mind. So at that moment, when I merged with Justice, when I obtained all her inheritance, I finally understood. All consciousness in this world is the same. Humans, elves, orcs, even gods and liches. The essence of everything is the same. All can be reduced to one. As long as the core can be integrated, I can be mercy or justice. I can also be destiny or death. So why resist? Merge with me, and then let me see. The magic eye of seeing cause and effect can be passed down, and the consciousness of the evil Anastora must still be alive in this world in some form, right? Ha ha ha. As long as I can devour her, as long as I can merge with her, I can get her eyes. With her perfect eyes, I can get Titan. Who are you? The phantom of kindness peeled off Eve's muscles layer by layer, but what appeared in front of her was an unfamiliar woman's face. Who are you? A hand suddenly thrust into the mecha cabin, grabbed Gilt's neck, and forcibly pulled him out of the Zaku's cockpit. A large piece of skin and flesh on his limbs and back was forcibly pulled out by various pipes. You are not Soren. I have seen his portrait. He looks like an ordinary rough man, definitely not a slender woman. Mercy frowned, confused and slightly uneasy for a moment, so he did not kill immediately. I am Gilt Caesarion. Gilt was covered in blood, but he had no expression at all, looking at Mercy, who was bathed in his hot blood. This answer obviously couldn't solve Mercy's doubts, so she extended her index finger, pierced Gilt's chest with a water knife, twisted his neck and threw the remains to the ground, and asked to herself, "Where is Soren?" Soren squeezed out his internal organs from the Black Wolf's ripped abdomen, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, and the memories before his death quickly came back. Damn, that goddess is really a good fighter. With a few swipes of the sword, he was chopped down in no time. Soren died before he could even react. Fuck, he was killed in 1 second, how embarrassing. Luckily, he had many lives to spare, and was not afraid of death. Looking up and around, the werewolf tribe had been wiped out long ago, and the place was in a mess, with the sound of fighting everywhere in the rainstorm. And justice was shining brightly in the sky, swinging the sword at this moment, cutting off Priscilla's claws and wings. Even if it was the mother of the swamp monsters, she was already restrained and beaten by a group of people, and now she was suddenly attacked by a main god, so Priscilla was no match for her. The huge body howled wildly and violently, twisting in the rainstorm. The waves of magic power that exploded caused the rain clouds and jungle to explode around. Even the gods on top were blown away by the magic power. But it was not justice. Justice completely ignored Priscilla's terrifying and violent magic power. The moment the blood and flesh flew everywhere, it reshaped its divine form. Like a divine judgment from heaven, it rushed straight to the front of the monster queen. The sword light that burst out from its hand crushed Priscilla's fangs and horns, and swung the sword to cut the throat of the giant beast, revealing the face of a woman hidden deep in the muscles. Priscilla, the mother of the swamp beast, die. She raised the sword high, and the amazing power condensed on the blade, and the hot divine power condensed into one point. What? Where is Sauron? Isn't he? Ah! Opportunity! Priscilla's head suddenly popped out of her muscles, and she opened her mouth to bite Justice's throat. Unfortunately, this desperate move was completely ineffective. Justice snorted coldly, grabbed Priscilla's flying head, and laughed contemptuously. You set your head to me, then I won't be polite. Your head, Justice will accept it. Ah! The dragon spear burst out of her chest and pierced Justice's heart. Why do you still think you can win or something? Sauron spat out the blood in his mouth and drew his spear. Huh? I can't draw it back. Then he looked up and saw that Justice was indeed dead, but her hands turned over, abandoning Priscilla and the sword in her hands, and tightly grasped the handle of the dragon spear. From the back of her head, it seemed as if a ghost face had grown, and a kind face had grown. The two goddesses were like conjoined babies, staring at Sauron with ferocious eyes, like evil spirits. So you're here, die! She actually climbed down backwards, holding the handle of the gun. Oh my god, even the dragon spear can't kill. This is so scary. Just when Soren wanted to drop the gun and switch to a sword, his arms and neck suddenly felt cold. He looked up and found a group of benevolent phantoms who had grabbed his hands and feet and held Soren tightly. Ah! The benevolent phantom screamed and opened its mouth, literally sweeping a mouth cannon at Soren's forehead. The strong magic energy rushed straight to his face, and silver light splashed in front of his eyes. The forehead felt cold after being stimulated by the spring flow, and Sauron suddenly reacted. Fuck, this is the invincibility of the dice activated, but at this time, he found that his entire lower body was trapped by the illusion of solid ice. The second mouth cannon in front of him was also brewing, and Mercy at the other end of the dragon spear was still manipulating the corpse of Justice to climb down the dragon spear. The raised arm stabbed straight into Sauron's chest. Die! Fuck hack fuck, power up. Give me some strength, I'm really going to die I'm not a woman. Rince's ferocious face froze, and her consciousness returned to the side of her body, and she realized that the domain of God's judgment had not been unlocked. Guilt, whose spine was broken, fell to the ground, stretched out his hand to hold the only remaining Eve nerve behind him, and through Eve's control, the red mecha opened its 5 fingers and held the body of Rince. I just look like my mother. So Eve clenched her fist and crushed Rince in her palm. Ah! The thing that was wrapped around Soren, which was more like a ghost than a god, screamed. The sharp claws that were digging at Soren's heart deviated slightly and pierced his lungs. Fuck! Sauron roared wildly in pain and rage. In extreme shock, anger and murderous intent, he felt his hands holding the guns suddenly loosen. So he pulled apart the 2 guns that were branded together, and suddenly broke free from his right hand, and thrust the tip of the spear at the end of the gun into the crown of justice and mercy, piercing the head of the goddess. Ah! Divine light, ice arrows, and blood burst, and rows of dense forests were blown down by the air waves. The clone of mercy and the body of justice were all blown to pieces by the uncontrolled magic power, leaving only a head strung on the tip of the dragon spear, which could never be reshaped again. Guild lay on the ground, watching the light of the barrier of God's judgment in the sky fade away. Countless lights rushed down from the sky, like a falling meteor shower. This was the gathering of the Legion of Justice, hundreds of war gods and dragon kings, and the strong men on the top surrounded them, shocked to see that they were crushed into a ball of meat paste, leaving only a head, left in the tiger's mouth of the mecha. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yes, it's mercy. How could it be mercy? Isn't it justice? Where is justice? And how could mercy? Why does this magic iron statue have such a strong death law? It's her. It's that girl who killed Mercy. Kill her. So I've already said that I'm not. Oh, forget it. Anyway, I won. Guild closed his eyes, and no longer cared about the sword light falling in front of him. I didn't disappoint you, Killian. Ah, well done. The Prime Minister of the Empire jumped out of the void, took off his white robe, and threw it over Guild's head to cover him. Then he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the Elven War gods, who were frozen in time and space with just a glare, and were all imprisoned in their domain. Then I won't be polite. Chapter 265. Sauron, my friend, see what I said, we meet again? Sauron opened his eyes, and found himself lying in a shallow pool of water. In front of him was a lush oak tree, and a young man whose face could not be seen was sitting on the treetop. He poked his head out from between the branches and leaves, and dropped a handful of oak leaves on Soren's head to attract his attention. You are? Death? Sauron squinted his eyes. His mind was a little fuzzy for a moment, his body was soft, and he didn't want to move at all. Damn, is he dead? Endangered, to be honest, even if it's you. Using the god-killing spear twice in a row is too suicidal. Death hung his legs on the branch, turned upside down and looked at Soren lying at the root of the tree, but even if Death's face came close, Soren still looked down on its facial features. But Mercy is really powerful. In the field of the mystery of the soul, she has reached the top. You should have noticed when using the shadow of time, that using 2 bodies at the same time will inevitably cause confusion in consciousness. That is actually the bottleneck faced by the top leaders in this world. After breaking through the upper limit of the container, they face the so-called upper limit of the soul. At this point, if you want to make a breakthrough, Killian's method of killing and devouring is crude, but it is also a way. And the fusion of Mercy has gone further. She has overcome the bottleneck, and can integrate the godhood of justice for her own use. If it is 2 years later, she can integrate order, destiny, and other gods into one. TSK, that Killian is really no match. Death flipped over and jumped down from the branch, tiptoed to Soren, so Mercy until the end, in fact, still has a chance of winning, but it is too greedy. In the last blow, it even planned to merge your soul together. In the end, it was blocked by the ancient guardian magic. It stretched out its hand, and took the silver-woven handkerchief from Soren's heart. Use her thoughts to exchange for a life. This is the promise I made to a woman in the past. Wow. Secord did a really good job. I will accept it according to the contract. It is really well prepared, so I can give you a chance to live. TSK, lucky guy, it is really easy to cooperate with you. You have a lot of tricks, and you have a wife to help you clean up the mess. TSK, unlike your predecessor, Ook, who would keep screaming kill, hack, fuck, and there is no way to communicate at all. So the last knight who died turned out to be the orc war god. Soren opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only smile bitterly. Are these really my arrangements? The gap between me and myself is too big. I obviously didn't do anything. TSK, that's not right, although Soren can make foresight and correct arrangements. But that's because he has experienced a considerable degree of sacrifice, standing at different angles, and seeing the full picture of all events, so he can choose key nodes one by one. And Sauron's arrangement was successful because he knew that these seemingly impossible tasks that seemed to reverse the rut could be accomplished by Sauron. If you choose to do nothing, but just spend your time drinking and partying with your knowledge, travel around, and have sex with your confidants, then no matter how much Sauron arranges, it will be useless, right? This is all because you made a different choice from you. So it was Sauron, not Sauron, who changed his own and everyone's fate. Death sat down at the root of the tree next to Soren, looking up at the oak trunk and the lush oak leaves together, as if two good friends were enjoying the leisurely afternoon sunshine. So it sounds like I'm pretty strong. Ah, I admit that, you're all pretty strong. Death suddenly stood up, and put his head in front of Soren. Speaking of which, what reward do you want for killing Mercy? Reward? Yes, it's too petty not to give a reward for killing a god, although you probably don't need anything, but I ask for the time being. Yes, I don't lack anything now. If I have to say what I still want. What's the matter with Titan? Ah, I see. I understand. I overlooked that there is a difference between you and Sauron. You are still too young. It is inevitable that misunderstandings will occur when you are exposed to a partial truth too early. Well, okay, although this is not really a reward, but since you asked, then listen to the oracle. Then Death spoke. Go find the gorilla and the rabbit. Gorilla? Sauron was speechless for a while. You mean go find those two girls? No, those two guys can guide me to find out the truth about Titan? Can't you just tell me directly? Death smiled. Believe me, Soren, what we are pursuing, our common goal, is essentially the same. But now you lack too much experience and information. If I really speak, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept the information for a while. But don't worry, just follow your own ideas and pursue the truth of the Titans. No matter what you see this time, and what choice you make, I will support you. I have this level of trust in you. Because we are friends. Sauron opened his eyes suddenly. The oak tree disappeared. He saw the rolling thunderclouds, and the big raindrops hit his cheeks with a crackle. He was confused for a while, and then the pain in his hands and feet came. Damn it, it hurts so much. It's rare to be beaten to the point of death. My whole body feels like it's falling apart. Sauron raised his head, and found that the battlefield just now was blown up, and the surrounding swamps were blown into a deep pit. At this moment, the lake water has accumulated, and his whole body was blown to pieces, with no intact skin and flesh. Only 2 pieces of dragon spears were still in his hands, skewering the head and remains of Mercy respectively. What? This, run. You bastard actually gave her. A shining elven god of war suddenly fell from the rain with magic lightning, staring at Sauron with a distorted face. His expression was like a turtle facing a minotaur. He waved his hand and chopped him down with a sword. Go to hell. Damn it. It's so soon to see old friends again. Sauron. A series of red lightning, accompanied by black light thunder, instantly shattered the god of war's treasure. Then, there was a series of explosions, breaking the armor on the god of war, and even most of the flesh and blood on his shoulders and arms, and exploding into red light slag scattered all over the ground, hissing and emitting steam and condensing into black crystals. Red magic. How could it be red magic? The god of war screamed and retreated. The flesh and blood surface swept away by the red lightning also turned directly into charred crystals, which obviously could not be reshaped. Then a fiery red figure, like a blooming night blooming Sirius, fell from the clouds with the wind and floated into Soren's sight. Cerasis was wearing a bright red robe, holding a silver-shining banshee sword, and standing in front of Soren with his majestic chest muscles, roaring like a mother beast claiming her territory. Stay away from my husband? Sauron, I'm so ashamed. I'm so sorry for making everyone feel guilty again. Asshole, you're just a human. You think you can do whatever you want just because you learned 1 or 2 tricks of red magic. The god of war was furious, and he transformed into a new sword and prepared to fight again. Then his head exploded. It was shattered by a shrieking white needle behind it, which was the assassination needle of the bee. Oh hey Soren, you're awesome. You helped us finish the trial by yourself. The masked broken bee lifted her stealth and poked her head out from beside Soren. She was wearing a bee suit and looked at the debris on the double dragon spear, then carefully checked Soren's wound. Sister, your man really loves you. Don't worry, he won't die. It's just that there is too much divine power left in his body, so he can't use healing magic for the time being, so he can only lie here. Always messing around like this. Do you still think I'm a magical girl who needs protection? Cerasis's messy hair fluttered, red lightning jumped in her eyes, and the black cyclone around her rolled up the lake water on the ground, condensing into a black tornado out of thin air, blocking the elf war gods, who were attracted by the explosion and gathered like them. I didn't know until Sukud wrote to me. You didn't even come to see me when you returned to the capital. See how I deal with you later. Rush, blood waves, bloom, blood flowers, shoot, blood roses. She roared at the sky, and the red lightning that burst out from her hand spread out like thick branches hidden in a tornado. Hidden by the black wind, the branch-like lightning spears swept through, sweeping away the elves in the sky. The top-level war gods and the sword masters who were on full alert could barely dodge, but the ordinary elites and mages who reacted a little slower were all instantly killed and exploded by this move, exploding into blood foam all over the sky, blooming in the air like roses, and falling a flower rain of blood and flesh. Oh, you're done, my sister is jealous. The mock Soren then disappeared in an instant, transformed into a killer bee, and joined the massacre in the rain. The sisters were really being taught more and more crazy by Ulrids. I didn't expect it. Oh my god, you scared me. Soren turned his head, and saw an elf squatting beside him. He was almost scared to death. He recognized him after a closer look. Why, do you want to avenge your old colleagues, General Silver Dragon? The banshee who inhabited the sword squatted beside Soren, not paying attention to Cerasis, who was killing people over there. She just stared at the freak head, with two faces of justice and mercy on the tip of the dragon spear. You can actually trigger the cause and effect I set up. Then you must have completed the trial to obtain the visual cause and effect. The banshee looked at Soren in confusion, but when did I pass on the visual cause and effect to you? Soren also rolled his eyes at her with his causal magic eye. Who knows, maybe it's the future, maybe it's the past, go ask Soren. Okay, anyway, you avenged me. Thank you. She seemed a little lonely and relieved, hugging her knees, sitting next to Soren, closing her eyes, looking up and bathing in the wind and rain. It seemed that she was just bored, but also seemed to be helping Cerasis, guarding Soren, the seriously injured man, for her. But unexpectedly, it gave Soren a feeling a bit like the death just now. Friend. So Soren couldn't help but be a little shaken, and couldn't help asking her, how do you know these two? General Silver Dragon rolled his eyes at him. Rincy is my grandmother's sister. Fuck, Big Melon. This expression is really unhappy. I don't want to talk to you. The banshee looked blankly. Hey, you are too much. Just now I thanked you. After all, I helped you. It's too much to arouse other people's interest. Sauron was making a fuss. General Silver Dragon had no choice but to explain. These are all old things. The elves have a small population, and the chance of twins is especially rare. Whenever twins are born, they are geniuses with huge magical power. They are almost certain to become saints of the main god-level container. Rincy and my grandmother are twins, and they were originally chosen as the twin saints, but later the first generation of Rincy was assassinated by the Vanguard's Grand Commander Ulrides. So they all had the chance to be deified. So the temple gave them the task of eradicating the remnants of the Vanguard army and hunting down Captain Ulrides as the content of the trial. Whoever completed it first would become Mercy. Later, she fought for the throne. Forget it, anyway, it was all about the mess in my family. I have mentioned it to you before, right? Anyway, it's all over. And Mercy is the source of all this, the grievances of 3 generations. I once wrote her death in the cause and effect. Even if it wasn't my own hand, it had to be the disciple who inherited the legacy of the Ulrides family, who came to seek revenge on her. I thought that this cause and effect would be fulfilled by Cerasis, but I didn't expect that it would be you. Could it be that you took on the fate through the bond? Or because of the engagement? But it doesn't seem right. Sauron stared at her. Wait a minute. So you and Ulrides, the zombie-faced one, are relatives. We are half-sisters, I guess. Killian let me go because of this indirect relationship. Because of this, several of their leaders started fighting at the time. The Banshee side? What are you talking about? It promised Edward that it would take care of his sister. Dunya is one. I am half of it. Sauron was stunned for a long time, and suddenly burst out laughing. The Banshee stared at him, as if she wanted to slap him. How come the tragedy in my family is so funny? Sorry, haha. It's just that I suddenly realized that Ulrides was the baby girl at that time. Haha, that zombie face, her name is actually Dunya. Ha, what the hell, cough cough cough. Sorry, I was wrong. Ulrides jumped out of the void and stepped on Soren's hand expressionlessly. Anastora, you just stay here and watch this idiot Don't let him die. I deal with the remaining elves. Then it deliberately stepped on it again, kicked its feet, and jumped into the air, drew out its long sword and slashed out a sword light, as if to vent its anger, and cut all the gods who dared to besiege its disciples into 2 pieces. And more white robes jumped out from the rain clouds one after another, densely covering the sky, and in just a moment, most of the divine light between the swamp and the clouds was annihilated. Whether it was the god of war, the great wizard, or even the dragon king, they would die on this battlefield tonight. General Silver Dragon, no, Anastora Ulrids held her cheeks, squatting beside Soren and looking at the sky. There are so many waxing moons. Well, that's probably because Killian succeeded on the other side of the battlefield, so the Empire dared to send all the reserve troops here at once. Yes, with 2 main gods missing on the front line, it's only a matter of time for the Empire to win this battle. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me weirdly? Anastora, Anastora. Soren recalled for a long time with a bitter face, and then he slapped his head and remembered. Oh, I have a message for you. It's the last words of an old man. The half-elf girl trembled violently, her lips trembling as if she wanted to stop Soren from saying it, but she didn't have the courage. Anastora, I'm sorry. I thought that it was only you. At least you wouldn't be involved. I'm really sorry. Soren recalled the scene he saw in the memory of Killian's blood wine, and relayed the last message of a vanguard commander. Is that so? To the bastard who pierced his own hand, the last words he wanted to say were just this. Anastora buried her head between her knees and sobbed softly. I'm sorry, really. I'm really sorry. Chapter 266. After conveying the last words of the Grand Commander, and not having the chance to gossip with General Silver Dragon, Soren fell into shock. This time he was really badly injured, his shadow was dead, the dice's invincibility was used up, and even the missing was really used up this time. And the wound was attached with the body fluid of benevolence. The remains of the water god filled with divine power, so he couldn't use the healing medicine directly for emergency treatment, so he had to rely on his blood to hold on. It was outrageous to say that at this time, an assassin who jumped out of the bushes could have cut off his head with one knife. Fortunately, this day next year will be the anniversary of Mersa's death, not Sauron's. In the intermittent fainting, he could vaguely realize that he was being dragged away from the battlefield by something. The battle was certainly not over, but it had just begun. Mercy and justice were just appetizers. As the Empire's plan became clear, and the top leaders were thrown into the chess game, the elves gods of war also appeared one after another. Both sides quickly played their trump cards, turning the battle into a complete purgatory like the twilight of the gods. Soren had to open his eyes from time to time, looking at the magic energy in the sky, the overwhelming wind and explosion that overturned the rainforest, the hot wind blowing the branches and leaves, and the mud and human body fragments falling down in waves, making crackling sounds. The steaming heat waves and violent vibrations woke Soren up and knocked him out. Sometimes he woke up and saw Sarasis hugging him, using his huge and soft chest muscles to hold him and scream at him. Sometimes he woke up and saw Shattered be carrying him on his shoulders and flying on the branches, with a large group of elf assassins chasing them with red eyes. Sometimes he woke up and saw a wounded brown wolf carrying him on its back, running through the blood-stained jungle. Sometimes he woke up and found that the people carrying him had turned into lizards, skeleton horses, familiar and unfamiliar people, humans, lizard men and skeletons. These images flashed before his eyes and disappeared from his eyes, like a revolving lantern. Even Soren himself couldn't tell whether he was dreaming or in reality. He didn't know whether the previous interactions with Death, Sarasis, Ulrides, and the Silver Dragon General were real or dreaming. I don't know how long it took me to be dizzy like this. Soren suddenly woke up from the pain and seemed to see Zygen. In a tent that looked like a field hospital, she and several black-robed and red-robed mages helped Soren with the operation. They used something like slime to absorb the wood chips and gravel from his exploded chest. Zygen wore a mask and didn't speak, but just looked into his eyes and gently squeezed Soren's hand. Her palms were cold and seemed to be shaking, but her emerald eyes were gentle, like a reflection of the green spring in the willow courtyard. Especially beautiful. So Soren fell asleep peacefully, and when he woke up again, he found himself lying in a camp full of wounded soldiers, wrapped up like a mummy. As the chief officer of the Parliament, a senior officer of the Empire, and the special treatment of the god-killing god of war, he had a separate tent to keep out the rain. Well, anyway, it seemed that this miserable life was once again saved by his women. Then he turned his head and looked at the person who was guarding him at this time. It was a slender, thin, gray-haired young man with a pointed chin and squinting eyes. He wore armor under his white robe, and put a canine-shaped helmet on his knees. When he smiled, he looked like a fox. Fuck, I didn't see the beautiful women everywhere when I first saw them after escaping death. Instead, I saw something like this. Isn't it annoying? Oh, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why do you seem disappointed to see me? It's so sad, Lord Soren. Anubis in white robe still looked smiling. General, have you brought a large army to reinforce? Is it really okay to let your subordinates fight bloody battles while you hide in the back and fish? Sauron turned his head to look outside the camp. The heavy rain in the swamp had stopped, but there was still a deafening roar from the other side of the dense forest. Obviously, the battle was not over yet. Oh, Lord Soren, you know I'm different from you. I'm a wise general who can plan and strategize. I should be hiding in the safe rear. Sauron, wrapped like a dumpling in bandages, looked at it. And it doesn't make sense to put too many top-level players into the battlefield at once. No matter how many ley lines and spirit towers there is only so much mana in the regional battlefield. We are all top-level players. You grab some and I share some. No forbidden spell can be used. So when the real fight started, they would fight in groups and pairs. It's not my turn to appear yet, so what's the big deal if I catch fish a little bit? Besides, I didn't bring a large army with me. I just came here to show my face, and to see if Miss Shichiong saved you. Oh, so you mainly caught fish, and visiting me was just a side job, right? No wonder you didn't even bring a basket of apples when you visited me. Wait, you didn't bring a large army? Well, Killian is holding the scene in the southern wheat plains, and here in the monster swamp, it is Allrides, who leads a group of small fry to attract attention. The 4th Legion is the main force, and the elite troops drawn from various armies will be assembled into the main battle group, directly teleported to the Fearless Fortress, breaking through the front mountain pass of the Holy Defense, and launching a strong attack on the northern battlefield. Go straight to the World Tree, and attack the core of the temple. Anubis still smiled, and told his plan in a few words. Soren frowned, thought for a while, and understood a little. It's all tactical deception. The fox-like general nodded. There's nothing fancy about the mobilization of a large army, and the ferryman and the teleportation field raid can only be used once, and the rest are ordinary tactical deceptions. If we don't achieve a considerable result, we will lose a lot. But fortunately, our opponents are stupid enough and used to crushing us, so it works. Of course, I thought that at least after I showed up, the gods could confirm that the monster swamp was the main attack direction. However, according to the intelligence of the Wind Army, the mobilization of the allied forces has completely fallen into a trap. I have to say that with the help of Miss Prophet, everything is really smooth. Of course, Lord Soren, you and Chief Guilt have done a good job. You killed Mercy and Justice, but you have gained a huge advantage for us. You must know that as the main gods of the front army, they must have arranged countless battlefield magics in advance that can only be activated in their names. But now all those battlefield magics prepared in advance are useless. Just like in the Sand Country. Ha ha ha, so pitiful. So even if we only rely on some small troops and the waxing moon, we can already defeat and surround the Mercy Legion. And now I can sit here and chat with you with peace of mind. This shows that my judgment of people is not wrong. If you were willing to become my disciples, how great it would be. I wouldn't have to run around everywhere. What a pity. So you guys are just taking in disciples to fish. Of course, in fact, with the current combat power of the Swamp War Zone, it is impossible to swallow so many elite elves in one bite. It is just relying on continuous fierce attacks to create a seemingly dangerous battle situation. But even if Order is careful, it can't take such a big risk and watch us open a gap in the monster swamp, or even outflanking to the south and encircling the Justice Army with the Prime Minister. So she must at least allocate a considerable amount of troops to clean up the mess. If she is lucky enough, the headquarters of the Order Army will probably come to the swamp to fight. In this way, we will have a chance to break through the northern front and win this battle. Sauron has nothing to say. In a war, if there is insufficient intelligence, there is no obvious gap in strength, and even both sides know each other's tactics and strategies, then it mainly depends on luck. And this squint-eyed man seems to have surprisingly good luck at the moment. However, there is one thing he doesn't quite understand. Breaking through the elves' defense line in the north means victory? I don't think the gods will give up so easily, right? And how are you going to deal with the miserable soldiers in the swamp and the supporting Order Legion? Don't deal with anything, just let the 3rd Legion be destroyed. Anubis said with a smile. Anyway, they are all monsters. I'd love to have it. Sauron, Haha, I'm not that cruel. If you can't win, you can just run away. There's no point hiding in such a big forest. As long as you can hold Order back, that's enough. Everyone is fighting, and no one is less at risk than anyone else. And I guess once the Northern Line launches an offensive, Order will have to turn back to rescue sooner or later. After all, the World Tree is the foundation of the gods, and how to hold it back will be a problem. Anubis didn't know if he was really joking or just trying to fool people. Sauron looked at it suspiciously. General, you came to visit me just to talk to me about strategic deployment? How could that be? Didn't I tell you that it was just a byproduct, to see if you were dead or not, and to chat with you if you were not dead? Why did you come to visit you on purpose? Anubis smiled as he put on the dog head, or wolf head, helmet under Sauron's suspicious gaze, and walked out of the tent with his belt in his hands. Okay, I won't disturb you to rest. Anyway, you can't go to the battlefield in your current condition, so just lie down and leave the rest to us. Soren frowned and looked at its back as it left. So why did this guy come? In the end, Soren didn't wait for his girls to visit him. He slept twice on the bed. Every time he woke up, he found himself in different places, sometimes in a carriage, sometimes in a boat, and getting farther and farther away from the battlefield. It was as if this bloody war had nothing to do with him, and he didn't start it at all. In the end, Soren was safely sent to the rear, back to the Imperial capital, and stayed in a building in the company's base to recuperate. As if someone wanted him to recover from his injuries, and not jump up again, Soren found that his information channels were blocked, and he had no access to any information about the battle on the front line. Fortunately, Soren did not have intermittent coma, and he finally remembered where he was now. It was the company's hospital, which he strongly requested to build. However, for reasons that everyone knows, in this magic world's magic empire, there are really few patients between the living and the dead. Therefore, the company's board of directors cut the budget for nurses year by year, so that now only the shareholder, Soren, and a group of skeletons who came and went to change his dressings, feed him, and bandage him, wearing the nurse uniforms he designed. But fortunately, after many days, another patient was sent in to keep him company and enjoy this godlike treatment. Hey, Gilt, you are not dead yet. Gilt was not much better than Soren, and was also wrapped up like a dumpling. His current appearance is even more miserable, because his internal organs were shattered by Merce's shot. Now his body is half empty, with dense spider web-like blood vessels, colorful internal organs, and new organs generated by pink flesh, wrapped in a slime-like transparent gel, and you can even see the blood vessels beating. So what is this thing? The liver of the great war god, the flesh and blood of Eve, the spine of the elf, and the heart of the dragon, organs taken from here and there on the battlefield, and some of Killian's secrets, and new things made by the Technology Development Bureau. Gilt had a blank expression. So Soren also had a blank expression. That's too much. That's too much to be so biased. Gilt shrugged. What's the situation now? I just remembered that I was sent to the Technology Development Bureau for emergency treatment by Killian, and I was sent here when I woke up. Sauron looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and could vaguely see the straps hanging on his legs on the bed. Then you really asked the right person. If there is anything more deadly than being locked up in a ward alone, it is probably being locked up in the same ward with Gilt. This guy is a hopeless face paralysis. He has no reaction at all, just politely, oh okay. So no matter what topic Soren talks to him about, it will end quickly, or he will chatter on his own, and can only talk about some meaningless grand blueprints for the company's future plans, and talk about some irrelevant chicken soup to relieve boredom, which makes Soren's mouth dry, and then his muscles cramp, and finally the ward can only fall into an even more awkward silence. What makes Soren speechless is that by the next day, Gilt's injuries have all healed with the help of various secret medicines and rare animal organs, and he can get out of bed and move around. You talk too much, Lord Soren. You should use this rare time to recuperate and heal your wounds. This guy actually mocked him like this. Sauron was almost mad. So he stayed alone in the ward for another 3 days, until Soren finally felt that his feet belonged to him again, and he was so happy that he could run around and die again. Anubis appeared at the door of the ward again, with a smile on his face. This guy must be in trouble. Sauron just looked at him with empty eyes and didn't ask. Anubis also smiled and sat down beside Soren's bed without saying anything. The two of them kept fighting for a long time, until the skeleton nurse walked in with a girl who looked like Soren. She had short black hair and fair skin, like a porcelain doll, and a pair of ice blue eyes, like a lake, with red neon flickering inside. At first glance, it was some kind of super superior magic eye. Soren frowned immediately, and Anubis nodded, confirming his guess. This is Death, the little daughter of the bee family, the vessel of death. Then Anubis turned his head, and said to the little girl, this is the Night of Death, Sauron. The little girl shook her head. I don't know him. For a moment, Sauron didn't understand what was going on. Until Anubis smiled and said to him, "You see, this is what happened. Our only supreme god, Death, does not recognize you. Because as early as when its vessel was born, it followed the young master of the bee family, and appeared in the world together with her 2 souls. Then may I ask you, where did the death that you brought 3 years ago, and is now hidden in the gap between your 2 souls come from?" Chapter 267. If you have to say what is good about being a Riddler, it is when you are hanging on the hospital bed, and you are powerless, and a boss who is more powerful and smart than you comes to ask you what your intentions are. You can say it very calmly. "You ask me, who the hell should I ask? Whatever you want, I don't know anything." Then he tilted his neck and pretended to be dead. Seeing Sauron's rogue look like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, Anubis could only smile bitterly and scratch his head, looking at the daughter of the bee family, or Death. "Look, I really can't see through this guy. I can't see through him. At first glance, he seems to be a pure reckless man, but he is also meticulous in his work. He always appears at the most critical time and in the most critical place, using the smallest cost to achieve the greatest results. If you insist on saying that it is pure luck, I don't believe it myself, not to mention that his good luck, if you look closely, started long before the real prophet joined our camp. So please let me make a bold guess. This Lord Sorin probably used some means to clearly observe the absolutely detailed future, and made planned and targeted arrangements. Compared to my way of using some deceptive tricks to win, this is a better tactic. So what do you think? What do you mean?" Sauron still couldn't figure out what these 2 people were doing. He secretly opened one eye and found that the girl possessed by Death was standing by the bed and looking at him. The crystal blue pupils were flashing with rainbow light, as if she could see through the soul, and exuded great pressure. "You do have a real law of death. What is your relationship with Death?" she asked. Oh, finally there is a question that Sorin feels he can answer. "Friends." "Friends?" The girl turned her head to look at Anubis in confusion. The white robe seemed a little surprised by Sorin's answer, but then smiled and said, "Friends refer to like-minded and congenial partners." "Are we friends?" the girl asked Anubis. The fox-like young man put away his smile and said solemnly and respectfully, "No, I am just your knight." Death nodded as if he understood something, and suddenly pulled out the dagger hidden in his belt, and stabbed Sorin. "Fuck, you suddenly turned against me." Sorin was shocked, jumped up from the bed, and did a backflip to the end of the ward. Then, he was stunned. He found that he was suddenly healed. Not only could he move freely, but the elven power that had been left in the wound and suppressed his body had also disappeared. "I have killed his wound." The girl put away the dagger and looked at Anubis. "The rest is up to you." So the white robe saluted and waited for the skeleton nurse to lead the container of death away. Sauron held his wrist and felt that the blood in his body was flowing freely, and his muscles were working without any problems. At this time, even if he was asked to fight a god or a white robe, he could fight. "What does this mean? Are you here to turn against me?" "Sir Sorin, I be frank. I don't want to explore your secrets." Anubis smiled and nodded at Sorin, "But I have a plan, maybe you can help." Sauron looked at him, thought for a while, first took out a set of combat clothes from the shadows, and put them on, then took the star-carved sword, and the magic sword in his hands. Anubis didn't care, and flicked his fingers to show a map, which showed the current situation of the war. The bright spots from south to north flickered, like a scene of a spark explosion overlooking from high in the sky. That was probably the battlefield in the fierce battle. "Sir Sorin, have you ever thought about how to win this war?" the strongest general in the Empire asked. "You mean winning this counterattack?" Sorin thought for a moment. "In fact, the chances of winning are very high now. If we can destroy 4 or 5 more legions on the battlefield, or kill 2 or 3 more supreme gods, I think we can make a final decision. This time, at least we can defeat the Alliance's offensive in this holy war, and the Alliance will not be able to prepare for a large-scale invasion in the short term. Then, they will take advantage of this victory to expand their army and develop, and fight battles every few years or even decades, eroding the territory of their allies, killing the elves' manpower, and gradually increasing the scale of victory." Anubis shook his head. "I'm not referring to this time, I'm referring to the entire race, the competition between humans and elves, and the final victory." Sauron frowned at it. Of course, he had seriously considered this issue. In fact, every general, lich, and noble in the Empire had considered it. After all, the problem was obvious. It's very difficult. It seems unlikely at the moment. The key lies in the temple, and the birth mechanism of the elven gods. Elves are different from humans. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven for human elites to reach the top, but many of the elven elites are actually blocked by the temple. Even if we kill several gods, it is not that the elves cannot bear the loss of the top. It may even make room for them. The names of the gods, such as kindness, justice, and fearlessness, can still be inherited through trials. It is just a matter of time. But for the top of the empire, every death means one less. The number of human martial gods in an era depends entirely on luck, and the conversion of liches is even more rare. Now we can achieve a temporary strategic balance, or even an advantage, only because the old people of this generation of the empire have not died, and the newcomers are not bad. It just happens that there are many talents. But if there is a gap in the top level due to the loss of a battle or a civil war, it will soon fall into a situation of being beaten everywhere. That's right. Anubis raised his finger, that's right. At this point in time, due to various reasons, humans temporarily united together and gained a temporary advantage in the number of top leaders. However, this advantage will probably disappear immediately after the battle because of the division and infighting caused by the uneven strength of the various factions after the victory. The empire will probably not be as powerful and dominant as it is today for a long time in the future. So there is only one chance, only this one chance. We can turn everything around. It points out a point in the northeast of the battle map, and connects it to the attack path of the northern front in a straight line. This is the World Tree, the Pantheon, the core of the elven gods, and the place where they keep the God's Commandment contract. Sauron frowned. God's Commandment contract? Sir Soren, you still remember the stone tablet in the Sand Country, that is the God's contract of alchemy, the relic of the Titans. Through the God's Commandment, the God's name of alchemy bound the earth veins of the Sand Country, obtained endless magic power, and became its source of power. But the alchemical Sand Country in the southern continent maintained relative independence and did not fully join the Elven God Alliance, while the northern gods, their divine commandments were all preserved in the World Tree. Anubis opened his eyes, his light gray pupils radiating crazy light. You just saw it, Lord Soren, the real death law, which gives absolute death to everything. Even the so-called concept of injury can kill, let alone living beings, gods, contracts, or titans. Therefore, as long as we can take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to send death to the World Tree and kill the God's commandment, then the birth mechanism of the elven gods will be completely killed. Sauron stared at it for a long time, then turned his head and looked at the straight line on the map. This is indeed the shortest straight line on the map from the Empire to the Alliance core. As Killian said, it's over as long as we fight all the way to the Pantheon and overthrow the World Tree. Using death, dragon lance, or forbidden spells are actually just means. But I'm afraid it's not that simple. Anubis smiled. Indeed, although I tried every means to divert the Order's army, I really don't have the confidence to break through so many lines of defense and reach the World Tree. After all, each of these lines of defense, like Fearless and Holy, has a top-level righteous god who has arranged the battlefield and is waiting. You also know that if you can't find the opponent's flaws, you can use the law of cause and effect as a side door method to assassinate. It is really difficult to break through the position with direct combat power. Soren's face was gloomy. Indeed, he killed Fearless and Victory in 2 or 3 days after arriving at the front line. However, he had been confronting Holy for 3 years, but he had never even met the real master. How could he kill the gods? Then what else can I do? Go to the northern front to help, but I don't seem to have any fate with Holy. You also know that I don't know anything. Those few were killed by the plot for no reason? No, take your friend and take this road. Anubis drew a curve on the map, starting from the imperial capital, taking the sea route, and crossing the northern ice sea. The arc was so large that it bypassed the outside of the map, and finally crossed the ice and snow mountains and arrived at the end of the World Tree from the north side. Just like last time, the Empire is in the south to contain the Elves' army. The 3 armies in front of us, plus your detachment in the United Kingdom, are all baits to attract the attention of the Elves. And you lead an elite team to sneak in from the northern snowfield and escort death to the World Tree. Just like the old route taken by the Orcs and the Snow Army before them, it's the same old plan. We do it again for the 3rd time. Sauron's brows knitted into a knot. How should I put it? This is indeed an incredible surprise attack with a detour, but the previous 2 times they were all wiped out. Anubis was obviously aware of his doubts. This time is different. This time, I will force my way through the northern front at all costs. Along my way, there are elite troops from various armies, including Schwartold, the Lion King, His Highness Yu, and the dead apostles of the Church of the Dead. Although they don't like Killian very much, they have a good relationship with me, and will come to support me one after another. There are also the soldiers who join the Vanguard People's Army under the persuasion of His Royal Highness the Duke of Carolingian. Of course, perhaps Lord Leichardt will also have the opportunity to rush to the battlefield. And I will also show up with death at the right time. In short, all the cards are laid out, so that the Elf Temple will focus all its attention on my main force. Create opportunities for you, and that friend who appeared out of thin air. As long as that person is also the real thing, the effect of it reaching the world tree will be the same as my lord. Checkmate. Sauron stared at it. This guy is serious. Yes, this is the best, and perhaps the last chance. Anubis looked straight into Sauron's eyes. We are all abandoned pieces, and we can become abandoned pieces because you have brought us a chance worth fighting for and winning. Now, the winner of this game is left to you. You can certainly use a more reliable method, go to the battlefield, kill a few more gods, destroy a few more armies, and slowly gain strategic advantages. Or follow my suggestion, gather an elite force, use the window of victory I created, and fundamentally establish victory. Of course, I believe that with your luck, you will definitely make the most correct choice. I will go back to the front line first. Anubis smiled, opened the door and walked out. Soren sat back on the bed in silence. How to choose? Although everyone said that they believed he would make the right decision. But this choice is really a bit too risky. In this war, with justice and mercy dying suddenly at the beginning, the Empire has already taken advantage, and will not lose if they fight safely. There is really no need to take such a wild and unrealistic risk. However, this is indeed a good opportunity. Sauron. The door was suddenly knocked open and Zygon rushed in. You are really here? This damn guy. What's going on? Sauron was frightened by Zygon, who was screaming like a lioness in anger, and was pushed to the bed by her, and his clothes were torn off. No, it's still broad daylight now. Let's restrain ourselves a little, okay? Suppress yourself, damn it. I didn't even cure that damn guy. Huh? How did your injury heal so quickly? Fortunately, Shi Qiong didn't do anything excessive. He was just checking Soren's wound. I heard that you were missing when I returned to the front line. Gil brought in a package, the dragon spear and armor that Soren had left behind, and said to Shi Qiong, "Look, he's fine. He's not dead. So much nonsense. Who smuggled you back to the imperial capital from the field hospital? Stop talking. I guessed it. It must be that damn guy. I was wondering why it suddenly came here." Xiong looked like he was going crazy. The two of them were really incompatible. Sauron was so sharp that he kept silent and pretended to be dumb. I found the person for you. I don't have anything to do with it, right? Then I go back to the battlefield. Guild was about to leave when a bat suddenly chased him and flew into his hand. After opening the letter, the usually expressionless and cold-faced man lost his composure and screamed, "What? What happened? Did something happen on the front line again?" Xiong and Soren were also shocked. What could have made this dead face lose his composure? My first ancestor, Chicken Coop Head, Caesarion, is back alive. Guild was shocked. After so many years, it's still alive? And it said that it was brought back by a snow rabbit. Where did it dig it out from? Xiong hesitated to speak Chicken Coop Head. Soren hesitated to speak Snow Rabbit. Guild stared at the letter for a moment, then suddenly smiled and shook his head. Killian should be very happy to know that he still has a friend alive. This is the only one left of the Snow Army that raided the temple. Snow Army, rabbits, temple raid, and friends. Is that so? It's the same situation again, and it feels the same again. There is no such thing as accident, there is only inevitability. Sauron looked at the front. Zygon, who had not slept well as he shuttled back and forth between the Technology Development Bureau and the field hospital, and Gilt, who had just come down from the operating table 2 days ago and was about to go to the battlefield again. There are also colleagues who are acquainted or not, fighting on the same front. There was no hesitation, and he understood the choice he would make. Everyone has to make a little sacrifice. It's time to end everything. Chapter 268. This is a fir forest in the snowy mountains, surrounded by a valley between the mountains. I don't know whether the surrounding mountains blocked the blizzard or the underground hot springs provided warm currents. In short, the special geographical environment has created a paradise covered with green plants, and with a temperature suitable for species survival in the snowy ice sea. But for some reason, this rare habitat in the snowy field, with a waterway to the ice sea not far away, and it only takes a few days to get here from the Empire Ice Fort, should be a great place for merchants and travelers in the north to stay, but now it is uninhabited, not to mention towns or post stations. There is not even an orc tribe, and there is no trace of civilization. It is so quiet that it makes people feel sad. Hey Jiwodu, is this really the residence of the snow rabbits? There's nothing here. You didn't remember it wrong, did you? Jenny breathed out cold air, looking at her friend Lai, who was walking in front of her with a worried look. She turned her head and asked the skeleton maid walking beside her. The skeleton head in her hand. How could I remember it wrong? When I was alive, I often came here to drink wine. There are so many white-legged rabbit girls. The skeleton head protested. If you don't believe me, ask it. Hey, there used to be a lot of rabbits here, right? Moved away? The skeleton maid brought from the Caesarean family looked at the first-generation family head in her hand and said nothing. Nonsense, it's just a skeleton. Ginny was also speechless, but this guy called Chicken Coop Head was not a bad guy. He led them all the way to the snowy plains, only to find that this skeleton was actually a great noble of a certain country, and his family even had a castle and an army. It was just that when they arrived, most of the people in the Caesarean family had gone out to fight. The Chicken Coop Head was idle anyway, so he just left a message, and then said that he would keep his promise and help Lai find the Snow Rabbit family of the same tribe. So he took a maid to drive, and continued to find the north. His skeleton maid followed respectfully all the way, and also prepared a skeleton horse sled, for coat and food. He also gave Ginny and Lai a lot of gold sand as a thank you for finding the master, and it seemed that he was not deliberately making fun of the two little girls. No. No one. Lai's mood became more and more depressed, and his ears drooped. That's right. If you can live a stable life in your hometown, why would you flee to Libra City? But it's really not right. Even if it's been many years, it's normal to flee when encountering wars and natural disasters, but there will always be people who migrate back, right? The chicken-cooped hare instructed the maid to throw her head up, and it flew up and down in the air, turning her head to look around. This forest looks good. It's completely possible to build a camp or outpost. Why didn't the snow army send anyone to garrison? Oh, there seems to be a village in the northeast. Lai's ears flicked, and he accelerated on the spot, rolling up a cloud of snow and rushed into the woods. Lai slowed down. Ginny had no choice but to pick up her backpack and huff and puff on the snow to chase. Why do I always have to chase this rabbit? They walked through the fir forest on the snow, and saw the ruins of a village. The wooden houses did not have any damage on the outside, and there was no sign of war or looting, but the houses were empty with only some tables and chairs left. It can be seen that the residents had abandoned them voluntarily, and moved away for nearly 10 years. Woo! Layla was very depressed. Well, don't be discouraged. At least there were people living here before, but they just migrated to other places. I think I will continue to look for people according to this clue, and I will definitely find the snow rabbits. Ginny comforted her partner. Layla also nodded, very touched. Thank you, Mother Monkey. Ginny was angry. Hey! Is it really a migration? But the chicken-headed man held in the maid's arms noticed something wrong. It's wrong. In such a sparsely populated place in the north, the scale of this village, although not in my time, should have been inhabited for 100 or 200 years. But they didn't encounter any war or natural disasters, but they voluntarily abandoned their homes and moved away, and even the empire didn't come. Could it be? Something is wrong. Quick, let's get out of here. It was so flustered that the two girls were really a little surprised. After all, when they were heading north, even if they encountered monsters like wyverns chasing them, this skeleton head was still leisurely chatting with them when they were escaping. It was so annoying, but they were scared by an empty village? What happened? Just as they were about to ask, a strong wind suddenly blew from the north, and the hot wind rolled up the snow, making the doors and windows of the abandoned wooden house creak. Damn it! No wonder no one dares to come here. There is an out-of-control demon god nearby. Chicken Coop Head yelled, Run! Run to the Caesarean's castle. Ginny and Lai looked at each other, and immediately turned around and ran away. They are not stupid. This skull-headed criminal was imprisoned in the dungeon by an elf god like Justice. He was chased by monsters and demons all the way, and was still chatting and laughing. He was so nervous at this moment. The danger that would come later was definitely not something they could handle. Although the two girls obediently dropped their luggage and ran away, Chicken Coop Head became more and more nervous. I just got out of jail, and I haven't had time to change my appearance and make a new life. I came out to enjoy the sweet air of freedom, but I ran into this kind of thing again. Isn't it a bit too unlucky? And judging from the aura he just emitted, this demon is quite strong. In his era, he was also one of the best martial gods. What's wrong? Is the Snow Army so weak now? It's really too bold to let such a powerful demon live near the castle. Or, let the maid stuff the head into a jar on the roadside and pretend to be dead. Or put it in a dry well. Chicken coop head. Before it could choose a place to hide its head, Ginny and Lai came back again. Damn, why are you guys here again? I think it's time to come. Chicken coop head saw a row of shadows standing at the entrance of the village behind them, and understood. It was the Root. There were 4 assassins of the Root, or more than 4, hiding their true bodies in magic cloaks with changing colors. They followed all the way, and finally blocked the chicken coop head in this abandoned village. Cause and effect. It seems that I will not see Killian's ugly face again. Unless. The chicken-headed man looked at the female knight Ginny, who was drawing her sword and preparing for battle, and asked with a little expectation, Hey, how many tricks have you learned from the tricks I taught you along the way? I haven't learned any tricks. Ginny was so nervous when she saw a row of elf assassins. Lai was pulling her sleeve to get in the way, but she couldn't bear to push the cute little animal out, so she yelled at the chicken-headed man. Woo woo woo, novels are really lies, God is really going to kill me. Chicken coop head was about to collapse. This girl is really not a genius who plays dumb, but is really a fool. This is the end, because it has already sensed that the thing has been alarmed by the smell of raw meat in the village and has attracted its attention. But the 4 roots at the entrance of the village were completely unaware of it. They formed a joint attack formation and cautiously surrounded Chicken Coop Head. What does this mean? This shows that the demon god is not a pure physical magician, but knows some breathing techniques to hide his strength. Even his skills are superior to those roots, and there is a big gap compared to these elite demon assassins. Even if Jiwodu is in his prime, he can deal with this level of opponent, but now he only has 1 head. Forget it, he can't escape by pretending to be dead. It seems that this small village in the snowy forest is his death, the place where the cause and effect of Jiwodu ends. Wait a minute. The chicken coop head roared loudly, and the 4 assassins stopped immediately, showing their scimitars and daggers shining with magic light. Ginny and Lai were also startled, and turned their heads to look at it along the saliva. The chicken coop head took a deep breath. I surrender. I surrender. I won't resist. You also saw that I can't resist at all, just take me away. The assassins just looked at it. Ginny and Lai looked at each other. Could it be that this skull head wanted to sacrifice himself? The chicken coop head glanced at them, and them. They are also accomplices in the jailbreak. Maybe they have confidential information. Catch them too. What? Hey! Chicken-headed guy. Swoosh! Before the 2 girls could protest, a bright light flashed in the fir forest, and a magic arrow had pierced Ginny's shoulder. The female knight screamed and her sword fell to the ground, and she fell in the snow. The melee assassins rushed to the village without saying a word. Sure enough, there are archers. And this girl really hasn't learned a single move. Chicken-headed sighed, looked at the 2 girls who were looking at him in confusion and anger. I don't know how long they can hold out. If I tell you to run, run north immediately. Huh? What on earth are you talking about? Boom. Swoosh. Ah! A sudden sound came from the forest, and the 4 assassins stopped abruptly, and turned their heads to look behind them in horror. The archers responsible for supporting the sniper in the rear were attacked, and magic arrows, explosions, and screams were heard from the forest one after another, and the trees collapsed and stirred up cold wind and snow. In a few breaths, everything returned to silence. Something walked out of the forest with a diffuse mist. It was a lion walking upright. Blue eyes, silver mane, sharp claws and white teeth, muscles with violent destructive power under the skin, fat, like clods of earth piled up on the back, like a bow arm with full energy. Just walking through the snow, the hot steam emanating from the body seemed to melt the ice and snow. In the instant of activity just now, I don't know how many assassins were killed, but there was not even a drop of blood on the hair on the body. Only the gaps between the claws were filled with bloody meat scraps, which truly explained that the noise in the forest just now was not the vain fantasy of the spectators, but a real fight. Under the gaze of the top predator, the living people in and outside the village all understood their position in this natural cycle in an instant. Food. What are you waiting for? Run! The chicken-headed man roared and woke up the people who were completely shocked by the murderous aura. Almost everyone reacted at the same time, as if they were electrocuted. Ginny and Lai ran away with their hands and feet. The 4 assassins roared and stimulated their full potential, and rushed towards the demon in front of them with knives and swords. Then, there was the howling of bloody wind. In the 4-frame still picture, the elite warriors of the root were chopped into pieces by sharp claws, exploded on the snow, and fell back into the pool of blood. Then the lion stood in front of the skeleton maid, staring at the head of the chicken coop in its hand with its dark blue pupils. Damn, you are pretending to be awesome. If there were still blood vessels, the chicken coop would probably have a well-shaped tic-tac-toe on his forehead. Back then, it was also a martial god who dominated the world. What does it mean when a tiger is in a desperate situation and is bullied by a dog? This is the situation now. Everyone is bullying it so much that it can't even lift a knife. Right, good, just give in. I surrender. You're awesome. Can I surrender? The chicken head tried to negotiate in a friendly tone. Friend, I'm just a bone, and I don't have much meat, so just let me go, okay? There are so many elves, and you can see how tender their intestines are, and they're still warm. Go eat it. Why don't you eat the one over there? Whoosh, whoosh, go over there. Whoosh. It would be strange if such a top-level predator could be driven away like a duck. But it did not take action immediately. It was a little confused, and lowered its head to sniff the skull. Indeed, it was the smell of its own kind that aroused its desire to fight. But there was only one head. The lion grabbed the chicken coop head casually, and the skeleton maid suddenly exploded, holding the chicken coop head in her arms and leaping back. At the same time, she took out 5 silver knives, clamped them between her finger bones, and threw them at the lion's eyes. Unfortunately, it was just a skeleton. The white lion flicked his index finger, and the claws cut the skeleton maid in half, and grabbed the chicken coop head in his palm. The skeleton maid could only shatter helplessly, and scatter in the snow. She watched the white lion grab the head of the master, and then disappeared in the wind and snow. The sky gradually darkened and cleared up. After an unknown amount of time, a boot fell in front of the maid. Soren leaned down, pushed away the snow, and checked the skeleton lying on the ground. Sure enough, it was the skeleton servant of the Caesarian family, so his ancestor must have been attacked nearby. Soren turned his head, and checked the frozen bodies of the roots not far away. 4 bodies at the village entrance and 6 in the forest were killed instantly by the top level. And there was no attempt to cover up the wounds, which were clearly torn by the claws of the beast. Yes, the king of the north. The relative of Penny's fat cat. That is not a fat tiger. This guy was a lion man who almost ruled the IC, but unfortunately, he was beaten crazy by Bluetooth, and now, he has completely become a runaway land disaster. A top beast roaming around the northern snowfields. Basically, a great demon god of the same level as the monster queen Priscilla. This is really... The set meal is ready for him. Soren took out 2 potion bottles from his arms. These were the last 2 potions that Zygen had brought him. The 11th order rose blooming and the 12th order rose withering, together with the 9th bottle of rose rooting and the 10th bottle of rose growth, formed a complete reinforcement circuit of 4 bottles of potions. But Shi Qiong told him that this potion was not yet complete, and it would be better if there were some causal factors provided by top-level materials. Now there were still some pieces of mercy or justice left in Soren's body, so he could drink the 11th bottle directly to digest it. But if the 12th bottle was to work together, it would be better to kill a god or a dragon or something, and the effect would be better if they were taken together. Now look, isn't this prepared for him again? When Soren was about to drink the rose and bloom, he felt a warm current surging through his body, and the coldness that penetrated deep into his bones in the north was completely dispelled. He only felt as if something hot was inserted into his flesh, and blood along his blood vessels. His lungs were all tangled up. His stomach was beating. But Soren could accept it. After all, he had eaten too much messy food. At least it was much better than the liver of the orc war god in water. Soren shivered with a bitter face, lowered his head to look at the direction of the maid's finger, and nodded to her, "I will help you find the master back." So he stood up, put on his hood, and chased into the wind and snow. The skeleton maid looked at his back, and the fire in her eyes gradually extinguished. Chapter 269. Sauron activated the enhanced bee suit and sped through the snow, using his enhanced organ perception to search for remaining clues in the snow. Although he reacted immediately and teleported and jumped all the way from the imperial capital to the north, he was still a step late. Judging from the speed at which the skeleton's magic power was exhausted, Caesarion and his group had been attacked by the King of the North for about 7 or 8 hours. It was difficult to track the footprints on the ground. A demon like the King of the North would fly away without knowing where he went with just a single jump. Soren could only chase in the direction pointed by the skull with the mentality of winning a lottery, looking for any traces left by the King of the North. Fortunately, he had worked with the Holy Legion for 3 years in a snowy mountain with a similar environment. With the help of enhanced perception, Soren gradually found the claws and footprints of the King of the North. But soon another problem arose. In addition to the King of the North, he also found the rabbits Lili and Ginny. Their traces when they escaped were much easier to find, and it seemed that someone was injured. Bloodstains can be found on the snow, fir trees, and fallen leaves from time to time. And the smell is quite strong. Maybe he hasn't showered for a long time. And the King of the North is obviously following them, but I don't understand why he didn't rush up to hunt them directly, but just kept his distance and lurked behind them like a play. Fortunately for him, other predators in the ice field are much more sensitive than humans. When they detected the King of the North passing through, they didn't even have time to escape and dared to approach. Otherwise, Soren should have found the remains of the two little girls after being eaten by the beasts. With the beast suits on his hands and feet accelerating him, Soren rushed across the snow like a wild wolf. Firstly, it was to speed up blood circulation and digest the 11th potion burning in his stomach as soon as possible. Secondly, he could clearly feel that his physical fitness had been further improved compared to the previous fight with the Dragon King. The 4B suits were no longer disposable combat props that forced his potential. On the contrary, they were auxiliary props that allowed him to warm up quickly and recall the feeling of being like a beast before, abandoning his rationality and pushing his body functions to the peak. Or to put it more simply, Soren is now getting familiar with this body, which, according to the panel data, has fully met the standards of a top-level martial god. And he hasn't even activated the hegemony yet. Once he enters the hegemony state, he will probably be able to tear the Dragon King apart with his bare hands and stand shoulder to shoulder with Killian, right? Ahem, I'm overstepping my bounds. I guess I'm still a little short of the level of Killian, Leekart, or even Juyu, but I probably won't have any problem beating the King of the North. Sauron suddenly stopped, stirring up a large amount of snow, turned around and ran back for a distance, then fell into confusion. Lost? The whereabouts of Lili and Ginny were still clear, but the trace of the King of the North disappeared. No, it was not disappeared. After a quick circle around the field, Soren found the paw prints left by the lion in another direction. The two roads were separated. The King of the North went northeast, but Lili and Ginny were going west. This was also very normal. Although it was unknown why the predator let the two little girls go, perhaps because he was full, the area where the King of the North moved was indeed in the vast snowfield in the north, and it also had its own territory. Ginny and Lili must go west and south, towards the trade route between the Empire and the Orcs, to seek help. They were injured, and running to the uninhabited northern ice field full of monsters was just asking for death. But Soren was a little embarrassed. Where should he chase now? Continue to chase the King of the North? But is the ancestor of the Caesarian family really in his hands? Or go to save the two girls? But if he delays like that, it will be difficult to track down the King of the North. Soren was so upset that he ran in circles on the snow. If he chased the King of the North and defeated him, he could at least continue to strengthen his potion. Moreover, if the ancestor of Caesarian was in the hands of the King of the North, Soren could also confirm with him the situation when the snow army attacked the World Tree. Perhaps there was key information that could help him complete Anubis's sneak attack plan. But the problem was that the two girls were injured, which was actually quite unsafe. If he ignored them at this time, the two tools who brought Caesarian all the way back to the Empire might also leave the stage. From then on, they disappeared in the vast snowfield, and would never meet again. They were just two strangers who met by chance and had a little fate. So, were they necessary sacrifices? Just like the sacrifice made by the human king to summon death, they were also necessary sacrifices to win this war. What a joke, in the end, he, Soren, was actually the same as the Yachukas. Sauron gritted his teeth. Because of this choice that was destined to be impossible to have both, he felt a nameless anger in his chest. Although he could choose to take it all, and give away a shadow of time. But Soren was not sure. Just now, it was only with the bloodstains left by Lili that he was able to find the trace of the King of the North. Soren needed to concentrate to track the lion, and if the two sides collided, it would be a life-and-death fight. This King of the North was a strong man who could survive Bluetooth's hands. To be honest, although Soren felt that he had a chance of winning if he fought with all his strength, he had no confidence if he was distracted. There was no time to hesitate here. What should I choose? Go find the gorilla and the rabbit. Don't worry, no matter what choice you make, I will support you. Yeah, it's really stupid. What's there to hesitate about? I just want them all. Suddenly, the words that emerged from his mind woke up Soren and made him make a decision. He accelerated and sprinted towards Ginny and Lili. The two of them had been running together. One of them was injured and could not run far. As long as Soren ran fast enough, he would definitely catch up with them before the King of the North. It would be best if Caesarian was with them. If not, he could throw a bunch of scrolls, potions, muskets, grenades, etc. to the two people to save themselves. Then he turned around and chased the King of the North. If he was fast, it wouldn't take long at all. Damn, it was perfect. I'm such a god. Fuck. Soren didn't rush west for far before he braked suddenly. He finally understood why the King of the North suddenly abandoned the two prey and turned back. An ice ditch was across the snowfield. From where the footprints disappeared, there were traces of struggle and collapsed snow blocks. The two of them probably ran too fast and fell down directly. This is really... Sauron had no choice but to look into the deep ravine. It was pitch black. 10 meters? 20 meters? Maybe the two of them had already fallen to death below. But at this time, inexplicably, Sauron did not consider whether to sacrifice or not, the price, whether it was worth it, and whether it was too late. If he did not save him, he would not be Sauron. He looked at the distance, jumped off the ice cliff, and used the sharp claws of the bee suit to grab the ice field and jump repeatedly, sliding and jumping, almost falling to the bottom of the ice cliff. He rushed to the bottom of the cliff. Fortunately, it was not very deep, about 4 or 5 floors, and there was a certain slope, so he would not fall too hard. He found Lai and Ginny. Both of them were unconscious, and mostly buried in the ice and snow. They did not have any fatal injuries that required a healing scroll, but they were frozen to death. They could only breathe out but not breathe in. If Soren had hesitated a little longer, he would have died. But at least, he caught up with them. Soren pulled the two out of the snow, tore a scroll to make a fire on the spot, used magic to build an igloo to keep out the cold, and sent a shadow to help them give artificial respiration, treat their wounds, wrap them with fur, and feed them healing medicine. After tossing and turning until the evening, the two gradually woke up and saved their lives. Am I dead? Goo. I'm so hungry. I'm definitely not dead. You are in good physical condition, and are not frozen to death. I have treated the arrow wound. Here is hot porridge, eat slowly. It was probably dark outside, and Soren was not in a hurry to chase the King of the North. He sat by the door of the ice house, flicking his fingers, and using the spirit wind to roll the hot air of the flames to circulate in the house. Big guy. You saved me again. Don't mind. Maybe you saved me in other worlds. It's all karma. Sauron took out a medicine bottle, and placed it beside the fire. Don't worry. You two can have a good sleep after eating. I take you to the top of the ice cliff tomorrow. Drink some energy potion, and go back to the castle of the Caesarian family. It will be safe. Ah, Caesarian, where's the chicken coop head? I was so busy running that I didn't even notice the skull head. Now they also remembered. The lich with the skull head? Soren comforted them as if comforting himself. It's okay, I asked the people from the Technology Development Bureau for help when I get back. They have equipment to locate the lich, and will be able to recover the remains of the lich sooner or later. You can rest assured. Soren crawled out of the ice house, staring at the gap between the ice cliffs on both sides and the dark starry sky above. Maybe he can't find it back. The ice field is too big. If the King of the North throws the skull away, it will fall into a deep sleep soon without magic supply. Then the intelligence of the Snow Army would be lost. In that case, no one would know what the defense of the World Tree was like. Soren frowned, afraid that he would have to go alone to complete Anubis' plan. This was not to play a hero, but Soren thought seriously and calmly that he had the greatest chance of winning alone. The Orc War God brought 1 million people, and the Snow Army was all elite warriors with chicken coop heads, but they all failed. It is impossible to forcibly capture the World Tree by relying on direct combat power alone. Even if Sauron gathered all his elites to airdrop, sneak, and attack. So what if he succeeded for a while? Death may eliminate the contract of the gods, and from then on, the possibility of the elves taking the trial and inheriting the name of the gods will be cut off. But the elven gods and their armies still exist. At least by then, the elite team that Sauron brought over may not be able to escape the past misfortune, and will all be buried in the World Tree. However, if Soren was alone, he wouldn't have that kind of worry. Because in this world, only Skad could see his whereabouts. He could indeed sneak into the World Tree and sneak back unscathed. Even if he brought one more person, he might get himself into trouble. And if you think about it carefully, even now that the battle has become like this, the elves still sent out a team of roots. They chased Caesarion and the others all the way to the northern border of the Empire. This is enough to show that the gods valued the Snow Army, and perhaps they had been prepared for it. If they really launched a surprise attack according to the information provided by Caesarion, it might be exactly what the elves wanted. Then think about it the other way around. As long as Caesarion's head is still in the hands of the King of the North and has not been taken by the Empire, the elves will also think that the World Tree is still safe, and they may not be too careful. It may be the right choice to keep the King of the North alive for the time being. I'm really smart. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Sauron laughed awkwardly for a while, but couldn't help but sigh. It's no use to comfort yourself. He didn't regret choosing to save people, but he couldn't bear to watch the opportunity slip away. Fuck. Sauron vented his anger and punched the ice wall in front of him. Bang! A big hole was smashed in the ice wall. What's wrong? Big guy, are you okay? Lili and Ginny poked their heads out. It's okay, it's okay. I just punched this piece of ice because it didn't look good. You guys have a good rest. However, why is this ice wall hollow? It echoes so loudly. Soren walked in along the hollow ice wall and took out a crystal to illuminate it. He could vaguely see dark figures in the ice. What the hell is this? Oh my god, I'm so scared. Behind the ice layer, he suddenly saw the hideous and terrifying face of an orc staring at him, and he almost punched him out of fear. After shying the crystal back and forth, Soren finally saw it clearly. The frozen bodies in the ice are all the corpses of the ancient orcs. The law of causality again? That's not necessarily true. If the Great War God brought 1,000,000 warriors and swept across the ice field to attack the World Tree, there are many corpses of the orc warriors under the ice, which is normal. Soren looked carefully and found that many of these orcs were dressed in elven weapons and armor, and robbed a lot of elven clothes and treasures. They were probably the defeated army that had plundered their allies and besieged the World Tree, but were defeated by the elven army that came back to support them. Perhaps they were escaping on the ice when the ice broke and they fell into the water and froze to death. It is also possible that they were caught up, killed and thrown into the ice sea to freeze, but the details are not clear. Then Soren turned around and found that the orc with a ghost face staring at him had something shining silver on his chest. So he squinted his eyes and moved closer. The light of the crystal shone through the ice, and he saw the square chip that the orc used as a pendant, drilled a hole in it, and strung it on a large gold chain. The dense grid on the chip was illuminated by the light, and the texture flashed with gold and silver. It looks like a chip. Is there something written on it? Let me communicate. Oh, NFC-style door card. Okay. Chapter 270. Lili shone the chip in his hand in the sunlight, squinting his eyes for a long time. NFC. Chip? Near-field interactive data communication card, usually used for device data exchange and identification of identity information. This seems to be a low-level visitor ID card, and it is a little damaged, but it looks much more advanced than the products of my generation. Maybe it can still be used. No, it must be usable, otherwise it would be meaningless as a reward for the task. After obtaining the key props and escaping the ice cliff with the two girls, Soren taught Ginny how to use the magic crystal, gave them his custom Mount Midnight, and finally took out a paper bat to write a letter. You will ride the horse and follow the bats to reach the city of the Empire in the shortest distance. The skeleton with the chicken coop head is a good friend of the Prime Minister. The Empire will arrange people to rescue you. In addition, I have also arranged the identity of company employees for you. You can use the intelligence system of the company and the Wind Army to find the Snow Rabbit tribe. Big guy, aren't you going back with us? Lael returned the chip to Soren. I have other things to do. If anyone asks, tell them not to worry. I'll be back soon. Soren smiled at them and released the paper bat. Waving goodbye to the two, Soren couldn't help but look at the chip in his hand. Soren really couldn't figure out what principle death was based on to lead him all the way to this point. Since his own fate had been changed, how did Death or Soren know that the gorilla and the rabbit would fall into the ice ditch? How could he be sure that he would break the ice wall and find the chip? How could he even know that among the tens of millions of orcs buried under the ice, the one with the door card around his neck would be found by Sauron? It was too deliberate, too magical. No, can this kind of causality really be done? It was almost outrageous. There was really no clue, and now was not the time to delay. Sauron had no choice but to put aside his doubts, and carefully put the chip close to his body. After stretching his muscles, he jumped over the snow and started running to the other side of the ice field. After another day of delay, he probably couldn't catch up with the real Lion King. But he still gave it a try. If he couldn't find the trace of the King of the North, Soren planned to cross the ice field alone and sneak into the Alliance territory along the marching route of the orcs. After all, seeing so many orc corpses under the ice cap, it was probably not far from the World Tree, and he could take this opportunity to completely digest the power of the magic potion. Soren put away the bee suit and directly activated the hegemony. He ran on the ice field with the strength of a martial god, adapting to his new physical strength while running. The more he ran, the more amazing he was. Although the perception enhancement brought by the props disappeared, the speed and strength did not fade. The enhancement of the previous 10 bottles of medicine added together did not increase as much as the 11th bottle. It was really obvious. This feeling was like people living on Earth. When they arrived on a low-gravity planet, they directly became superhumans, with speed, strength and agility completely beyond the scope of human common sense. He had to rely on the bee suit to enter the state before, but now, he can start it as soon as he turns on the domineering body. Even if he didn't turn on the magic eye of the eagle to enhance his dynamic vision, he might not even be able to see the road clearly when he ran. Could it be? I can fly now? Yaruto Ramen, transform. Sauron shouted, posed as Ultraman, jumped into the clouds, flew across the ice and snow hills, and then landed on the ground, sliding on the hillside for dozens of meters before stopping. Okay, I can't fly, embarrassing, but fortunately no one saw him having a second-year syndrome in this icy and snowy place. Sauron, who was patting the snow on his body, was suddenly stunned and turned his head to look around. He suddenly found something strange. There was no one around. Not only people, but no animal life at all. There are still people living near the Spirit Tower, so even in the cold north, there shouldn't be no living creatures at all, right? But now in front of Soren, the vast ice field seemed like a snowy dead place, and everything was silent. It was really too quiet. Soren slowly squatted down, took out the bee suit and put it on his arm, reached into the snow, and probed the vibration from the ice. So that's it, Soren thought he was hunting the lion, but the actual situation was reversed, and now he was the prey. As expected of a top predator, the king of the north of the ice field, he discovered the tracker before him, and now the other party is lurking behind him, ready to attack Soren in the hunting ground at any time. Interesting guy, he has already escaped, but he took the initiative to chase back. Maybe he has been dominating the north for too long and is bored? Sauron grinned, pulled out the double dragon spear from his waist, and with a flick of his wrist, unfolded it into two 2-meter-long lances, one in front and one in reverse. Hiss. Come and fight, curly-haired beast. Sauron shouted, and a gust of wind suddenly blew up in the direction of the sound wave. The mountain wind blew in the opposite direction, rolling up thousands of layers of snowflakes, like a snowstorm on the ground, covering the blue sky. Then the snowflakes that covered his head and face were lifted up, like a tsunami, accompanied by a muffled sound, and the sound pattern of the ice layer cracking. The fishy and hot wind rushed into Soren's nose. He blinked his eyes, and saw a tall figure slowly emerging from the snow in storm. Is this the king of the north? Get out of the way! A voice suddenly exploded in front of Soren's head, and Soren's body reacted subconsciously. While he jumped back, he swept his left lance across his chest, and swung his right lance downwards, forward. Although his vision did not capture anything, at the same time, there was clearly an amazing force transmitted to Soren's forearm along the dragon spear. So that Soren pulled away, jumped back 5 meters, and took 2 steps back to relieve the shock. Yes, the moment he showed his figure, the king of the north swung his claws and reached for Soren's chest, but the claws failed to cut off the dragon spear, leaving only a series of cracks on the spear handle and Soren's left arm. And because the right-hand spear stabbed at the abdomen, it blocked its subsequent pursuit. Soren looked at the wound on his left arm. The armor and leather armor were separated, and even the skin was injured, but fortunately the magic potion strengthened it, otherwise the muscles of both hands would be broken. Keep your distance. Don't enter its territory. The voice began to roar again. This lion's territory will greatly reduce the enemy's reaction speed. For the top-level martial gods, this is simply a fatal kill like stopping time. Don't be careless. The king of the north seemed to be confused because the first move did not work, and stopped in the wind and snow for a while without chasing. So with the strong wind blowing by the sprint, the clouds and snow were blown away, and the true body of the white lion demon god, its sharp claws, steel teeth, and majestic body also appeared in front of Soren. Are you talking? Soren looked up and down, looking at the skull that the king of the north used as a belt buckle and strung on his waist. Sir, is it General Caesarion? I'm not you, don't talk nonsense. That's right, it would be embarrassing if the word of a dignified war god being used as a belt spread out. Don't spread it out. Be careful, the radius of this beast's territory is about 2 meters, and he is left-handed. Caesarion knew that the battle between war gods could not tolerate distraction, so he quickly provided information and stopped disturbing Soren's attention. The king of the north also launched an attack, flying forward fiercely, and sweeping his steel claws across Soren's head and torso. This guy is really tricky. His physical fitness is already top-notch. Once he gets close to him, His opponent's reaction speed will be further reduced. The intensity of close combat has reached the peak. I'm afraid that few of the martial gods of all generations can fight against him. Soren naturally did not dare to be careless. He shook the two guns in his hands, and then sent the gun heads forward 1 meter, controlling the distance and stabbing at the limbs and torso of the King of the North. First of all, you have to avoid being attacked in close combat, otherwise, as the Sarian said, your reaction will be greatly reduced, and you will be torn to pieces by the lion's steel claws. But you can't be too far away. At the top level, with the speed of the war god and the sense of murderous aura, it is too difficult to snipe them from a distance. When the King of the North jumped over just now, Soren didn't find a chance to stab with a pistol. After all, the pre-swing of launching the dragon spear stab with the power of despair is too long, and it is very F***king that you need to brew emotions. Soren just cosplayed Ultraman one moment, and the next moment, he hated the world, he just couldn't get over it emotionally. Now Soren can only follow the inheritance of the spear method he read in the library before, wielding the two spears in his hands to entangle with the King of the North, controlling the distance between the two sides, and he has no time to stand in a horse stance and read the bar in person. Moreover, if according to Penny's words, and Soren's own druid card experience before, this King of the North is also a lion transformed by a northern human druid, but later he ran away in the battle with Bluetooth, lost his human reason, and became an animal with only animal nature. Strictly speaking, this can't be considered a god or a monster, and it also belongs to the category of humans. Even if the dragon spear pierces the opponent, it is hard to say whether the fatal attribute has such a great restraining effect on the King of the North. At least now, the tip of the spear stabbed by Soren can pierce blood holes in the lion's fur. The tip of the spear can directly cut through the lion's thick fur, forcing the King of the North not to over-accelerate and rush towards the double spears. But that's all. The dragon spear did not show any special restraint. It was just a sharp divine weapon. After all, Soren's martial arts were not as powerful as Gilt's. Almost none of his spears could hit the North King's vital points, and he was easily dodged. But Soren was strong and fast, and he stabbed and stabbed like a turtle fist, so the North King couldn't dodge all of them. And the lion was not impatient, always circling Soren, who was dancing with his spear, trying to find the flaws in his power and pounce forward. But Caesarion held back for a while, and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. You can't do this. Where did you learn this spear technique? It's just a show. Are you going to use it to stab people or perform? You are such a bad player. Who taught you? Hey, why didn't you stab its feet when you had such a good chance just now? Why do you keep stabbing its head? Can't it protect its head? Don't keep looking at the left hand. I told you that it is left-handed so that you should be on guard. You can show a flaw to give it a chance to attack. You keep staring at it. Even a fool would know to be on guard. Ah, you are so noisy. I am warming up. Sauron was speechless. Strictly speaking, he is actually a props player. Bee suits, laxatives, poisons, muskets, bombs, and zakus. If he is given some time to prepare, he can kill any demon. But he was really careless at this moment, and was blocked by the lion before he could even take out any equipment. What is the most embarrassing thing now? If Sauron is still as weak as before, he could risk his life, fight off a shadow 3 times, and get something from the shadow to cripple the lion. But Sauron is not so weak now, but he is not strong enough to crush the lion. He could have taken a 50-50 chance, but it feels a loss to let him die like this. But it is difficult to win easily just by wielding the dragon spear. Ouch, he was almost pounced. Distance, watch its feet, it's courting death. Hey, use your domain quickly, you're just showing off. Where's your domain? What the hell domain? I don't know it. How can I not know it? Aren't you a martial god? What did you see when you first entered the martial god state? It was the feeling of killing gods and demons. That's the domain, you idiot. What did you see the first time? Sauron vaguely remembered the scene of him transforming into a tyrant and tearing people apart. No, the state of the Overlord is actually after entering the domain. It was the scene seen a little earlier, even earlier. When I killed 4 elf sword saints with 1 sword, I caught a glimpse of the scene. Perfect trajectory, perfect circle. If the claws and fangs of the King of the North are also regarded as the sword light of the sword saint, then the trajectory of the Wind of Death is also a series of arcs and circles. Moves are not important, killing moves are not important, and the name of the domain is not important. The important thing is to find the imperfect gap in the perfect trajectory, and then pierce the core point. Ah! It was obviously the left hand that was collecting the spear, but the tip of the dragon spear suddenly swelled up, which was beyond the King of the North's expectation. Even if he turned his head in time, his left eye was still pierced, and a bloody hole was pierced on his face. And the spear with Soren's right hand went from the lower abdomen to the lion's intestines. The king of the north jumped back in horror, and a deep hatred was scratched on his abdominal muscles, but he still relied on his top-level strength to avoid Soren's killing move. After a few jumps, he dodged far away and disappeared in the snow mist. After all, he has become a beast, attacking prey completely by instinct and fighting desire, but once he is really injured, he will run away like a frightened beast. But he still has the strength of a top level, and it is really difficult for anyone to catch the King of the North if he really wants to run. This is probably one of the reasons why this guy has been roaming the north for so many years. It's just a pity that I just found the feel. Sauron curled his lips and looked at the skull head that was picked off on the gun in his right hand. Fortunately, he pierced the key point. The dragon spear passed through the eye socket of the skull, but fortunately it didn't pierce the bone head. Hey kid, you are quite amazing. You have awakened the enlightenment. Caesarion laughed loudly. Although it is not a particularly strong field, it is also of relatively high quality. After awakening the enlightenment, you can exert your own strength most effectively. Even if your usual skills are relatively poor, you can still use more direct and effective killing moves in a fight than the inherited skills. But why are you holding two Vanguard Dragon Spears? You are Killian's disciple. Why doesn't it pass on the killing intent that is more powerful than enlightenment to you? Because Killian is a stingy guy, he used all the good things to take care of his friend's descendants. Soren was embarrassed to be jealous of his descendants in front of others. After confirming that the King of the North had really been injured and scared away, he took the skull off the tip of the gun. He found a golem from the shadow and pressed Caesarion's head on it, so that this guy had some ability to protect himself. General Caesarion, I am Sauron, the chief officer of the Empire. I am carrying out a mission to go to the World Tree and infiltrate the core of the Alliance of Gods, the Pantheon. You are the last survivor of the Snow Army, right? Can you give me some advice? Instructions? What advice do you want? Caesarion moved his fingers, looking at the latest puppet technology of the Empire in amazement, and it took a while for him to come back to his senses. The location of the World Tree? That's easy to find. Just go over the Snow Mountain and follow the flow of the Earth magic. The tree can be recognized at a glance. But it's more difficult for you to enter the Pantheon. Your skills are barely at the level of our Snow Army back then, but it's impossible for one person to fight all the way in. This was not surprising to Soren. No matter how much Anubis attracted attention, the gods would not leave no guards at the World Tree. Even the Empire fought so hard, but Jews stayed in the capital without moving. Can I ask why the Snow Army failed last time? Were they outnumbered? Failure can't be considered a failure. In fact, several of us got in. Caesarion really provided key information, but the so-called Pantheon is actually just the entrance. If my estimate is correct, the ruins of the Titans are under the World Tree. The elf gods are also studying the relics under the World Tree. If you can sneak into the temple, you will find many forks. The temple also allocates roads roughly according to the way that each main god corresponds to a fork to explore the Titan ruins. Some paths have been mined and are dead ends. Some paths have many Titan traps, and you may suffer losses if you go down rashly. We are not familiar with the bottom at all. If we delay too long, we will be entangled by the elf gods, who come back to help. Caesarion suggested to the thoughtful Soren, my suggestion is that we still have to rely on the army to completely seize the World Tree, so that we can use the Technology Development Bureau to develop the Titan ruins bit by bit. It doesn't make sense for you to go in alone. Of course, if you really want to go and take a look, it's not impossible, but if you are like this, let alone the World Tree, you will be blocked by sentinels when you reach the border, right? Do you think you are an elf? Huh? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me. Sauron nodded, took out a bottle of magic potion from his arms, raised his head and drank it all, and turned into an elf. Oh my god! Caesarion said sweetly, what the hell is this? I've seen elf assassins before, and they have a potion that can transform into a human. Sauron handed the bottle to Caesarion, pointing to the willow leaf logo on the bottle and boasting, later I got some and changed the formula for my wife, and now she can transform into an elf. General, you will definitely receive rewards from the Empire when you come back this time. If you need alchemy and potions, such as changing a new body, come to the company to find Zygon. She is the most powerful witch these days. Chapter 271. Change. This is the most significant feature of the elf flow magic. Taking the four elements of water, fire, earth and wind as the foundation, changing the size, concentration, range and appearance of the magic energy without changing its source, but simply reshaping its appearance, is the foundation of the foundation for the elf mage. The advanced part is to combine the 4 elements of magic energy in pairs, 3 series, or even 4 series, and then combine them with some specific materials to form special properties such as ice, thunder, lava, and poison. As for the master level, it involves the human body transformation. Because based on the magic theory of the elves, if the existence of the so-called soul is not considered, then all the creatures born in this nature are also part of the magic cycle. This theory is more extreme. Rabbits with earth attributes and carrots with earth attributes are essentially produced by the same magic energy, but they are homogeneous with different appearances. So in theory, through the precise and superb magic transformation of surgery, the mutual conversion between these two homogeneities can be achieved. If the example of rabbits and carrots still sounds a bit ridiculous, but if it is more extreme, what about turning a clod of earth into a green dragon? What about turning a flame into a balrog? So it is understandable, right? This is the true divine art of manipulating nature and weaving all things in spirits, although until now, I have never heard of any elf who can really do this. But the gods are at least making rapid progress in another direction of advanced magic research, that is, the divine body-shaping magic that converts the body and magic power into each other, which has been mentioned many times. Now the second generation of gods, and the third generation of red magic that the temple regards as a secret are all research in this direction. However, the most powerful and famous in this field is the elf wizard Yug. Although he did not choose the direction of the second generation of gods, and his red magic is different from the temple, Yug has reached the extreme in basic elemental magic, and can completely transform with the earth, water, fire, wood, wind, thunder and lightning in nature. To some extent, he is already an immortal magical creature. Fortunately, the old man was fooled away by Soren a long time ago, and now he is enjoying a good life in the Sand Country, and has fallen into the hands of the Iali-based trading company. He can't extricate himself from the gentleness of the female employees of various races who sneaked into the investigation department. Cough cough, I've gone too far. In short, compared with these advanced magic skills, the transformation from elves to humans, and from humans to elves, this kind of basic and simple appearance change, which does not involve the essence of life and soul, is still relatively simple in the eyes of magic masters. After all, elves are humanoid creatures. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing does not even require sophisticated, expensive, and time-limited transformation potions. Even the club has enough technology to be simpler, more efficient, and more cost-effective. Through makeup, surgery, magic illusions, and other techniques, people can be disguised as elves. Ahem, you know. Of course, transformation potions are still more effective during infiltration operations. At least there is no need to worry about the magic disguise being discovered by scouts and assassins. After rescuing Caesarion and asking about the road and terrain, Soren did not delay any longer. He gave it a body, a bunch of magic crystals and scrolls, let it survive in the wild, and set off directly to the World Tree. At this moment, Soren looked like an extra-large elf, a sword master with a big frame. There were slight changes in the ears and facial features, but there were still similarities with the original face. This was also a disadvantage of using magic potions. The appearance after the transformation was fixed. If no additional disguise was made, this transformed elf face could only be used once. Once the problem was found by the root, the identity of this elf would be useless. In addition, the elf language was extremely difficult to learn, and the elves' own spells and combat qualities could not be easily imitated. Instead, it was easier and more convenient to directly pretend to be other races within the Alliance. Therefore, whether it is the Empire's Wind Army or the company's infiltration investigators, they rarely use magic potions. However, Soren went to the core area of the World Tree this time. It is impossible to get too close without pretending to be an elf. He can only rely on the ability of psychic communication, the acceleration of the bee suit, and the strength of the God of War to advance into the heart of the Alliance. Anyway, it's still the same routine. If you can't get away, just fool around. If you can't fool around, just fight. As long as all the witnesses are killed, it will be a perfect infiltration. But the actual situation was unexpectedly smooth. Soren easily crossed the border and passed through the defense line set up by the elves in the north. He even first discovered the elves' scout patrol, all of whom were new recruits, who looked very young and might not be more than 200 years old. They gathered in the outpost shivering to keep warm, as if the army's supply of magic stones was insufficient. It seems that Anubis's offensive is quite fierce. The north has been so empty after being drawn out. If at this time, the White Frost Crusaders of the Caesarion family led a detachment to attack from the ice field, it might be effective. But after thinking about it, Soren felt that it was meaningless. It doesn't matter if the top martial gods walk around the ice field. It is indeed an insurmountable natural barrier for ordinary armies. Moreover, there is no strategic target in the north. As long as the army guards the area around the World Tree, it is useless to attack from any direction. Only the orcs are so stubborn that they rushed all the way from the snow. 1 million people made such a journey back then, and now they are almost extinct. You can imagine how many people died. In order to avoid attracting attention, they let this team go and continued to rush south, gradually entering the mountainous area with continuous and dense coniferous forests from the snow. If you pass through the mountains here, you will inevitably be discovered by the elves in the forest. Even if you alarm the monsters in the forest, it may cause vigilance. Fortunately, Soren found a river, so he drank the magic potion Embrace of Thetis again, sneaked directly from the bottom of the river, and arrived at a town in the north. Pine Cone Town. After hiding in the dark and observing for a while, Soren chose to land here. This town is not big, but it looks like a trade center. From time to time, elf rangers, orc hunters, and human herdsmen come to the town to trade furs, prey, and fruits and vegetables. Occasionally, a caravan would pass by, bringing magic stones, handicrafts, various gadgets, and interesting stories from outside the forest. Perhaps the more isolated the place is, the more stable such a simple and plain life is. It is unknown how long the different races have coexisted peacefully here. Soren followed a caravan into the town, so that the caravan members thought he was a resident of the village, and the villagers thought he was a foreign traveler. Of course, in fact, no one cared who he was. The local residents were all surrounding the merchants to inquire about the news outside. Our patron saint, determined, has fallen? What happened? Didn't we say we were going to conquer the undead? How could a god fall? My children will be all right. I haven't heard from them for a long time. Be quiet, don't worry. We don't know the situation of our god, determined, but as long as the warriors of Pine Forest complete the trial, we will have another patron saint. Don't worry. I believe the temple will win. There were only the old, weak, women and children left in the town, and the young people were probably dragged out to fight. But even the titled guardian god died on the battlefield, so it was likely that few of his followers would survive. Frankly speaking, with the military organization of feudal society, it was difficult to withstand the casualties caused by the attacks of modern, state system, and professional armies. If it was a cold weapon fight between lords, there might be tens of thousands of people fighting in a battle, and only a few hundred elite warriors around the main general would die, and the rest of the mob would be defeated. But if the feudal army is attacked by long-range artillery and muskets, and is blocked from escaping by war gods, dragons, and inquisitors, it is estimated that in a positional battle, tens of thousands of casualties can be inflicted. Not to mention the current superiority of the Empire in the battle situation. Once the elves and gods are killed first, the forbidden spells will be cast later, and the entire army will be slaughtered. After this war, a generation of young people will die in such villages in the Alliance, and there will probably be no peace and tranquility for a long time. Soren put on his hood and walked around the noisy crowd, and found the local adventure guild next to the town exchange. This is also a standard feature of the fantasy world. Where there are monsters, materials, and tasks, the information of the entire area is shared here. It is an ancient management model that mobilizes the power of civilian mercenaries and adventurers to eliminate the monsters around the settlements and maintain order in the residential areas. Soren entered the Adventure Guild and found the panel for posting tasks, and the nearby map on the front wall. The big map is this area called the Pine Forest, with the distribution of various races and the location of monster nests. There are some unfinished tasks pinned on the map, such as collecting mushrooms, defeating out-of-control monsters, collecting earth dragon eggs, and other messy tasks. The rewards range from silver and copper coins to equipment and weapons, including food, wine, and meat. But to be honest, the rewards are actually quite disproportionate to the difficulty of the task. For example, this elite difficulty task is commissioned by the Forest Patrol team to help defeat a runaway scorpion-tailed snow leopard to prevent it from excessively hunting forest snow deer and destroying the ecology. Even the elf rangers were not sure of dealing with the upper-level monster, but the reward was only 3 gold leaves, which might be less than 10 grams of gold, or, note that it was a good bow made by the elves and 50 enchanted magic arrows. And the body of the snow leopard had to be handed over to the temple for examination to study the cause of the rampage. For example, this one, to defeat the mountain ogre deep in the dense forest, and avenge a villager's husband and son. It was barely an elite level, after all, I accidentally delivered food to someone. But the reward is only 100 copper coins. Of course, Maybe someone will thank you and treat you to a meal. Just treat it as a charity event. I think everyone can understand that this is not a task made by the game system. It is just a troublesome matter issued by the Forest Patrol team and villagers. Moreover, the local merchants are all small citizens who speculate by taking the risk of tariffs and bandits. They have to transport various materials from thousands of miles away to big cities to sell them at a good price. There is simply not enough gold and silver to buy the monster materials hunted by adventurers. So the monsters in such remote places can escape. It is not profitable. In fact, there are also such adventure guilds in the imperial capital. Soren has also seen them. They are low in difficulty and high in reward, which is completely different from the Alliance. Of course, due to the different national conditions of the two countries, most of the tasks in the imperial capital do not have an adventurous atmosphere. They are more like odd jobs. For example, washing dishes for the ogre restaurant, helping the werewolf blood clan gang to fight and stand in the atmosphere, assisting the lich in human experiments, and cleaning the imperial capital sewer garbage dump. To be honest, the daily task of killing rats in the garbage dump pays quite a lot. Cutting off 10 heads will give you 500 gold sands. It's just too stinky. Of course, Soren makes millions a minute, and he's too lazy to do those rubbish-level tasks. Now he has an important task on his shoulders, and he doesn't have the time to clear the panel like a hero. He directly opened the large map of the pine forest, and found some more hastily stapled simple diagrams and task lists in the corner of the task panel. This is a list of top-level tasks in other areas of the Alliance, which are too difficult and urgent to recruit helpers from all over the country. Such foreign tasks usually come with a simple route map to the task location. For example, the most urgent task now is to defeat the fallen adventurer, the West Spear Leakart. The reward for the top-level difficulty is to directly become a knight of the temple, an apostle of the main god, and receive an unlimited artifact-level reward. This list includes Leakart's charcoal portrait, his appearance and combat information, as well as the place where he appeared recently, and a map from the pine forest to the area near the target. If he accepted this mission, Soren could claim to be an adventurer on his way to defeat the West Spear, Leakart, and travel through the Alliance countries without worrying about being intercepted by the guards. Of course, he couldn't accept this level of difficulty. The top-level difficulty required at least adventurers with recognized strength from the local temple or lord to participate. Soren mainly took this opportunity to check the map to see how to get from the pine forest to the world tree at the core of the Alliance as quickly as possible. Hey big guy, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you an adventurer? Being suddenly addressed, Soren quickly restrained his breath, held down the dragon spear under his cloak with one hand, and quickly took out a mithril petal earring with the other hand, fastened it on his collar like a brooch, turned around and showed a kind and honest smile, and recited the lines he had prepared long ago. May the wind of sand bring my kindness to you. I am a wanderer from the kingdom of wind, Ayakir. The kingdom of wind? Isn't it a country in the northern continent? The two elf girls who spoke to Soren, of course, it is difficult to tell how old elves are. But from the dress, it is very obvious to see their professional orientation. The one with a lighter complexion has black curly hair flowing under a pointed hat, and wears a high-slit dress. Because the material is too thin, she also wears a short coat on the upper body to cover the bulge of her chest. Her hands are behind her round and curved hips, and on the wooden stick in her hand, there is a sapphire the size of a baby's fist, emitting magical light. The one who is slightly taller has a golden ponytail, and her cool short skirt is tied up with a leather corset. Her feet are wearing some kind of Roman-style braided short boots, revealing her wheat-colored slender and agile thighs. A dagger and a medicine bottle were tied to his left thigh with a belt, and a short bow and a pot of magic arrows were on his back. Ayakir, son of the wind, are you a warrior? Why don't you join the holy war? The magician asked with his lavender eyes blinking. My homeland is the Wind Kingdom in the southern continent. It was destroyed by the demon god in the past. I am undergoing trials to rebuild my homeland and looking for the whereabouts of my lost sacred beast, the Wind King of the distant mountains. So I will not participate in your country's war. Sauron smiled and fooled the other party. Since the country was destroyed by the alchemy of sand, the setting of the sons of wind scattered in all directions has been hundreds of years. Even if you look for it, you can't find any clues. Trial is a traditional term for the elves. As long as you don't meet a real prophet, just say it casually. The king of wind in the distant mountains? What kind of mythical beast is it? Maybe I have heard of it before. The archer didn't know whether he was really enthusiastic or continued to question with doubt. Soren was also prepared. It's the white eagle born in the cliff of wind, the guardian eagle of my hometown. As long as I can find the sacred beast, I can gather my people to rebuild my homeland. The magician and the archer looked at each other and exchanged glances. It was unknown how much they believed, but the archer quickly said, "We have been in the pine forest for a while, and have never seen such a sacred eagle." The magician also nodded, "But we are planning to go to other areas for adventure. Son of the Wind, you have traveled here from a distant place, so you should be an experienced warrior. How about joining us?" Their intention to talk to each other was obvious. A magician and an archer, if they could bring in a melee fighter, it would be a standard adventurer combination. Soren was still smiling. "Thank you for the information and invitation, but I'm just a stranger. Is it really appropriate for me to join your team directly?" "We have no ill intentions," the archer explained, "but the swordsman in our team fell into a trap in the previous battle and was kidnapped by the goblins. So we are short of a frontline warrior." The magician nodded again and again. "It is better to go to a simpler area to practice for a while. If you want to find out the news of the beast, it is better to go to a prosperous city. This kind of remote place can only challenge your own strength, but there is no information about the beast." Sauron was stunned. "No, then what about your teammates? Aren't you going to save people?" The two looked at Sauron strangely. "Why save? They won't die." "Ah, isn't it? They won't die. The goblins are hiding in the caves, with secret passages and traps everywhere. Our profession is completely helpless, and we will be implicated if we are not careful," the archer explained. "Besides, they are just looking for a breeding ground. We dare not really kill the elves, otherwise the temple will be disturbed and the whole nest will be cleaned up. Let him experience it, give birth to a few cubs, and find a chance to escape back by himself." The magician nodded, who told the guy to brag about how powerful he is and how good he is at fighting. "He even wanted to seduce the two of us. Haha, he can't even deal with goblins. This scumbag deserves to suffer. Damn. He's actually a man. Goblins are not picky about the breeding bed. As long as there is a warm intestine, they can be born." The archer explained to him carefully, "In addition to humanoid creatures, there are also medium-sized mammals such as goats and deer, and even dragons can be." The magician smiled at Soren, who didn't know what expression to make to face this cruel world at this moment, licked his lips, and said, "Son of the Wind, don't you even know these common sense? You seem quite young, even though you are so big." "Hee, it doesn't matter. Let the sister slowly teach you these knowledge." Chapter 272. Teaming up with outsiders will slow down Soren's progress, but it is also like having teammates to guarantee him. The success rate of sneaking into the Alliance territory will naturally be greatly improved compared to being alone. Considering that Anubis will need time to push the front line and attract the temple guards to mobilize, Soren thought for a while and agreed to travel with the two elves temporarily. He also took out the scimitars used by the Sons of Wind from the shadows to improve his character. Fortunately, he also has the good habit of picking up rags, so he won't take out the dragon spear to scare the two girls when holding the weapons of the elves. So the three-person team simply started the traditional adventure. With the real experience of the Kingdom of Sand, Soren was certainly not so easy to be discovered, and he quickly fooled the two girls with his experience of the Kingdom of Wind. The two of them also quickly opened up and started chatting. The archer's name is Lightfeather, son of Anticynimus, Katrita of Swift Wind Arrow, a believer of luck. The magician's name is Mystic Love, son of Xenocynthus Orientis, Violetta of Arcane Change, a believer of charm. After hearing the two people solemnly report a long list of names, Soren knew that they were all pure-blooded elves of orthodox origin and noble families. In human terms, they are children of the nobility, but there are still some differences between the civilization structure of elves and humans, and they cannot be generalized. In terms of the format of these two people's names, Lightfeather and Mysterious Love are blessings at birth, usually given by mothers to daughters, and sometimes by the female matriarch of the family tribe, or even the patron saint, to bless the newborn elf baby girl. It is a powerful magical blessing that elf baby girls will receive from birth, to ensure that they can grow up healthy and safe. However, this is a very powerful, long-lasting, and costly protective magic. It is said that it is equivalent to transferring a mother's spell slot to her daughter, so elf baby boys basically do not have the chance to receive this level of blessing and naming. The following son of Anticynimus, son of Xenocynthus Orientis, and son of the Wind are similar, all of which are the names of elf tribes, but the terrain of the southern continent is the two large tribes of Sand and Wind, and the terrain of the northern continent is complex, with many temples. There are many elf tribes, usually distinguished by the elven language of flowers and trees. Of course, you have to look up the potion dictionary to find out what flowers they are. Probably, Psychic can only translate knowledge that Soren can understand, and he can't know all the knowledge of other professions. Later, Katrina of Swift Wind Arrow and Violetta of Arcane Transformation are names defined by ordinary humans. Adventurers can put their own skills in front of their names, just like they have nicknames when walking in the rivers and lakes, so that other teammates can understand their expertise when forming a temporary team. Finally, Luck Charm is the main god they each believe in. It is not necessarily the patron god of the tribe, because the elves within the alliance can freely choose the gods to believe in according to their own expertise, obtain their blessings and inheritance, and complete their trials. It is even common to change different main gods to complete tasks and obtain blessings and rewards. After all, the elves have a long life, and the gods are allies. Just be careful not to choose the elf gods, who have personal grudges and conflicts with each other. So according to this format, Soren's current role should be called the Son of Wind, Ayakir, the follower of the King of the Wind in the distant mountains. Archer Katrina is quite common, light and swift, and Luck is also one of the typical patron saints of archers. Its blessing can probably increase dodge, hits, and critical strikes, and it may even increase the drop rate. In short, it is a very popular god. However, Soren can also see that Katrina is still in the process of training and growth. Her movements and breathing are really far from the frontline elf archers. She is just a little better than humans in talent. In the terminology of the game, she is a major archer, but her profession has not reached the maximum level. The magician Violetta is quite rare. She is not a four-element magic, but an arcane magic. This magic is probably a new topic in elven magic. Maybe someone in the Technology Development Bureau is also studying it, but it is really unpopular. At least Soren has basically never heard of it in the Empire. Of course, judging from her magic level, she is not a particularly powerful magician. Probably the level of the Empire's Red Robe. The elves are sparsely populated. These two elven girls, who are not at the maximum level, and can't even deal with the goblin nest, and they are purebreds with blessings and protection, of course, they will not be on the battlefield. So the two of them went out together for adventure and experience travel. In fact, most elves are free and undisciplined, sightseeing and experiencing leisurely everywhere, without worrying about their livelihood. After all, with the elves' lifespan and the strength of their alliances, the wealth they have accumulated is enough to squander. Even in this magical world, if you just break off a branch and enchant it, you can sell it to races like humans as a magic prop to earn a lot of money. As long as you are motivated and make a little effort, there will be countless opportunities and help. You can become the core elite of the temple. If your family background is better, and your network is wider, it is not difficult to inherit the throne of the gods smoothly. The whole world is their playground. Although they are both humanoid, they experience completely different lives. How do you say that? Maybe this is fate. Ayakir, do you want to see the World Tree? The World Tree is actually nothing to see. It's just a bunch of temples. It's not as good as the scenery of the pine forest. Oh, you want to ask the prophet in the temple where your tribe's sacred beast is? Katrina also suggested to her companions, then let's go to the World Tree. It's not far away anyway, so it's a good time to resupply the magic stone. Mage Violetta nodded repeatedly, okay, but I heard that the prophets have been gathered by the temple recently to look for the light of the false prophet. The holy war is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find someone to predict for you. Sauron pretended to be casual and asked, by the way, I also heard the holy war when I entered the village. Is your country fighting against some demon god? Are the undead like the skeleton zombies? You are from the southern continent, so you should not know. They are a group of fallen human nobles, demons who have abandoned their humanity in order to gain magic power. It is a threat to all creatures in the world. Yes, I heard that those demons enslave and oppress creatures of all races, even humans of their own race, and use them as slaves, or even as food and props. They sign contracts with demons from various other worlds and sacrifice creatures to gain powerful power. It's really cruel. I hope the gods can defeat these demons as soon as possible. Don't worry, over the years, terrifying demons and demon kings have risen from time to time on the continent, but they have not been able to shake the rule of the pantheon. And there is the powerful war god Justice leading the army. It will take at most 10 or 20 years, and the disaster will be quelled in the blink of an eye. Of course, Sauron did not expect the people in the enemy camp to have any objective stance, but it seems that although the temple deceived the vassal races and the lower-class civilians and concealed the truth about the psychic empire, the elves of the tribe still knew a little bit about the situation, and would not really think that the holy war was to fight zombies. Of course, it is impossible to know so clearly about the right and wrong of the elves and humans, the gods and the vanguard. However, a blink of an eye? That's right, this is the main problem. The elves have lived too long and are too slow. It has only been 3 years since the death of Fate and Fearless, and less than a month since the Holy War began. The news of the death of the two gods of mercy and justice has probably not spread yet. Until now, most of the elves are probably still picnicking in the mountains and fields, playing in the goblin's nest, and have not realized the seriousness of the problem at all. The Psychic Empire is a competitor at the civilization level, and it is completely different from ordinary demons, ghosts, and even natural disasters. Although the temple has begun to take action, the war potential of the entire elves has not yet been mobilized. Of course, this state of carelessness and underestimation of the enemy will not last long. As the casualties on the front line of this war, and the news of the fall of the gods gradually spread, the entire alliance and the entire elves will be alert. In 2 years, it will be a pure dream to sneak into the world tree and the pantheon. Anubis is right. I am afraid that now is indeed the best and perhaps the last chance. So Soren nodded and changed the subject casually. I hope the war will end soon. By the way, do you want to fight that guy over there? That guy? What is that? The two women beside Soren looked towards the dense forest in the direction of his finger, but saw nothing, and turned back to look at him. They didn't even notice it. What a weakling. Soren deliberately waited until he got closer before speaking to hide his strength. After all, if it was the archers of the Fearless Legion, they would have shot a string of armor-piercing arrows at this distance. There is really no other way. Wait here for a moment. Sauron leaned forward, exerted force on his feet, and rushed out with a gust of wind. Of course, he didn't use his domineering body at all. He flew past and plunged deep into the bushes. In the blink of an eye, he jumped out and grabbed a bear in his hand. How much can this beast sell for? Sauron threw the demon bear, which was about the same size as him and was still in a daze, to the ground, grabbed its cervical vertebrae from behind its neck with his right hand, and pressed it to the ground, stomped his feet on the bear's, but to hold it down, and used his free left hand to punch it in the ribs. The demon bear screamed, and then he took out his scimitar and stuffed it into the bear's mouth, pausing for a moment. If we kill it now, will the price of the materials be higher? Katrina was shocked, and she and the bear hadn't reacted yet. But Violetta's eyes flashed. There are many earth bears in the forest. You can make fur coats with your skin, but it smells too strong. Elves generally don't use bear skins. Usually only orcs in the north will wear them, but they can hunt for themselves. You can try to pry open its skull. If you can dig out earth crystals, you may be able to sell them for some money. Some of them can be sold for a gold leaf, judging by their quality. Sauron frowned. The gold leaf of the Alliance was only 3 grams per piece, and it might even be mixed with silver. The price was too low. Looking down at the fat bear who was about to cry, Soren shrugged, put away his scimitar, picked it up like a hamster, and threw it into the woods. No wonder the mercenary adventurers rushed to the battlefield to die, when they heard that there was a holy war to fight. The small peasant economy of the Alliance was in a terrible market, and it was too difficult for adventurers to make some money. However, it seems that the company still suffered a loss in the smuggling transaction with the elf merchants. The materials of such a big bear alone are definitely worth 2 crystals if they can be transported to the imperial capital. Roughly speaking, the price the company paid for the goods is also 400 gold sands. But the elf caravans do not have to worry about bandits when transporting within the Alliance country. The main shipping risks are on the company's side, and the money to open up the connection with the Elf Alliance Coast Guard is also spent by the company. No wonder those big elf merchants are still cooperating with the company's actions even when the Holy War has started. At first, Soren was worried that the other party had ulterior motives, or he was too naive. He didn't expect that the value gap between the two sides of the resources was so big. Doing business with the company, this money is simply picked up for free. Maybe, even if the elf god really knows that we are smuggling with the company, he won't object when he sees the profit. Wow, Iakir, are you a swordsman? No, you should be a top magic warrior. Katrina jumped over and reached out to touch the muscles of Soren's arms and waist. Oh, I guess that the magic power I felt from you is not comparable to that weakling. You are really a master. Violetta also took the initiative to come over, staring at Soren with her eyes. In all conscience, Soren wanted to keep his distance from them and declare that he was married, but the magician's words aroused his vigilance. Feel my magic power? Impossible. One of the characteristics of Soren's combat suit is to resist low-level magic. In other words, he can't emit too much magic power to attract the attention of detection tools. Unless you have the same seeing cause and effect magic eye as him, it is impossible to detect his magic power. Soren let the 2 elf girls approach him and asked gently, I've been away from home for a long time and have been traveling around. Maybe I've improved my skills. However, since I don't have much savings, I don't practice magic very much. Miss Violetta, what is my magic level? Oh, Ayakir, do you want to learn magic? Okay, I teach you. Violetta took the opportunity to hold Soren's hand in her arms. How many spell slots do you have? I can feel that your lost magic power has reached the level of a wizard. Don't worry, you will learn it soon. Hey, don't eat alone, you stinky bitch. Katrina suddenly smiled and cursed at her teammates in a dialect, then turned her head and said gently to Soren, Ayakir, do you want to learn magic arrows? I think magic arrows are more suitable for magic warriors like you than ritual spells. Look in the mirror. You are drooling, you gossipy bitch. The magician also responded in a dialect, and then moved half a ball closer to Soren. The magic passed down in my family is arcane magic, which is the inheritance of my ancestors from the Titan ruins. How about it? Are you interested? Oh my god, how can an elf have the inheritance of the Titans? The inheritance of the Titans is too common. And why is the aesthetic the other way around? Is it that the Empire is popular with young and handsome men, and the Alliance is popular with muscular men? Soren had no choice but to smile and continue to maintain his character of a foreigner who doesn't understand anything. This is not good, although I am very curious. But isn't this your secret skill? Hey bitch, the last one was ruined by you. How come it's my turn this time? This one is different. Okay, look how strong he is. I've never seen a male elf that looks like this. Look, he looks like an orc. If he looks like an orc, can your body handle it alone? Oh, that's right. But I have to go first this time. Okay, you go first, you bitch. They quickly reached a consensus in dialect, and then they all looked up and smiled at Soren. It doesn't matter, we just have time. We can teach you magic together. Yes, since you are interested, let's start with the bow and arrow. Is that really what you mean? Soren hesitated, but in order to keep his character intact. Well, let's just treat it as learning magic. Chapter 273. In order to achieve the final victory, everyone has to make sacrifices. Soren understood this truth very early, so for the sake of the overall situation, he had to temporarily endure his personal honor and disgrace. So after experiencing the close guidance of the archer, the private teaching of the magician, the team training in the forest, the open-air lake nap, the late-night gun training, the oral course review, and so on, a series of plots unrelated to the main plot. After Soren's hard sacrifice, the three-person team also greatly improved the internal tacit understanding and running in, and became close comrades, who knew each other well and cooperated closely. They walked and stopped along the way, and finally the three of them arrived at the core of the Elf Alliance, the World Tree. Is that the World Tree? It's true. You can recognize it at a glance. Sauron rode on the back of a ground dragon that he had grabbed halfway because he was delayed for too long on the side quest. In his arms sat the dazed Katrina, and behind him was the charming Violetta. Looking at the huge shadow cast by the World Tree in the distance of the mountain, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Of course you can tell it at a glance. Because it's obviously something with a different style. That World Tree is fucking iron, to be more precise. This thing called a tree by the elves, from Soren's perspective, should be more accurately called a vertical spacecraft launch site. The entire launch site is surrounded by a sea of trees, but the launch site with the World Tree as the center is surrounded by flat land without forests. The steel tree standing on the ground is extremely eye-catching. The trunk is the landing gear, the branches are various tower beacons and antennas, and the roots are dense supply pipelines. Its size is also extremely amazing. How big is it? Let's put it this way, from a distance, there is even a rain cloud, roughly halfway up the trunk. The height of the rain clouds is usually below 1,200 meters, which means that the height of the entire World Tree is more than 2,000 meters. The landing gear is so tall, only because the planned spacecraft to be launched is indeed of such a large size. A 2-kilometer-long warship, in Soren's impression, is already larger than the largest ship he has seen in his previous life, the 1-kilometer flagship of the Martian fleet, the Dreadnought-class battleship. It is indeed the launch base of Titan. However, Soren did not see the spacecraft on the launch pad, and did not know whether Titan was in an underground hangar or orbiting in low Earth orbit. On the World Tree, there are only tree houses of those uneducated indigenous elves. They use magic to build layers of temple platforms in the heart of the World Tree, and use some kind of magic vines to build a city around the launch pad. Above the clouds is roughly the Pantheon, the kingdom of the gods. The middle section of the trunk is the residence of the elves. Probably the descendants and disciples of the elf gods, who have not reached the top level of the elite class, live in this trunk closest to the top. And below the tree roots, of course, is the Inquisition, the secret place guarded by assassins and apostles. It is said that there are countless Titan treasures. It is probably the underground warehouse and command and control center. From top to bottom, this core world tree is naturally the core area that only the elves can approach. And on the launch field flat ground outside the world tree, with the world tree as the center, spreading outward, layer by layer, circle by circle, from different eras and styles, surrounded by countless buildings that are crowded and piled together, is the outer city of the world tree, the area where the vassal states of the Alliance and the envoys and merchant groups of the vassal races live. After all, the Alliance has been the ruler of the entire northern continent for so many years. The world tree where the gods gather is naturally the absolute core of power and economy. But from a flat perspective, the outer city area of the world tree is not as big as the imperial capital, and the imperial capital has several layers of underground facilities, while under the world tree is the Titan ruins, which is impossible to develop. There is only one Titan ruins in the world tree, because the gods have been gathering in the ruins for a long time to explore, which has formed a political center. There are no mineral veins or special products nearby, and there is not even a water source like a river. It is impossible to support a large number of residents locally. It is completely dependent on caravans from all over the country to continuously deliver supplies to maintain its survival. Those who can afford to live here can be said to be the richest and most powerful ruling class in the entire alliance, and the main ethnic group such as elves. Look, that's the world tree. It's dirty and messy, and there's nothing to see around it. I really don't know why you are so anxious. You might as well stay a few more nights by the lake. The archer lifted his hips and moved backwards, which made Soren feel hot. Ah, Ayakir, you haven't been here yet, right? You have to register when you enter the city for the first time. The magician lay on Soren's back, blew a breath, and licked his right ear. Take the right intersection, and go to the judgment hall over there to cooperate with the inspection. Sauron shuddered and quickly kicked the earth dragon to clear the way. Damn these two annoying goblins. They just calmed down for a while in the morning and then recovered again. I have to find a way to get rid of the two of them who can't be satisfied. This is not a scumbag. He is here to do serious things. Although Soren really thought so, it was a pity that he found out that he was still naive when he arrived at the courtroom and had not suffered enough from the beatings of society. What is this under your clothes? Spear, take it out. When the guard yelled at him during the body search, Soren almost pulled out the dragon spear and started killing. As a result, he remembered that he had hidden the dragon spear on the ground dragon in advance when he pressed his waist. Then this gun. Oh, it turns out that the other party only touched the gun between his buttocks. Fortunately. It seems that there is nothing to be thankful for. As a result, Soren was isolated by the elf judges and guards in the detention center for concealing weapons. He was directly dragged into a small dark room for a round-by-round, thorough, head-to-toe physical examination. What black magic weapons were they checking and searching for? Bullshit. Where did the black magic weapons come from? Black weapons are more like that. As a result, it was not until the evening that Soren finally cleared this sudden branch dungeon, knocked out the guards one after another, and finally faced the elite monster of the chief judge. The fierce and protracted battle finally made her surrender with ups and downs. Finally, she was reluctant to let Soren out. But who knew that this was not the end? As soon as Soren went out, he saw two teammates waiting for him at the door. Obviously, they had anticipated what would happen to Soren, but they just took the opportunity to relax. Now that they had recovered their strength, they chatted and laughed, surrounded Soren, and went to the hotel to book a bedroom to rest. This round of leisure tasks was not finished until midnight. I sacrificed too much this time. Even with top-level physical strength and dice cheats, Soren was really exhausted, mainly because of the mental fatigue caused by the continuous dungeon battle episodes. To be honest, the elf's desire to fight is too strong. As soon as Soren entered the city, he found that these two teammates who came to him were not special cases. Soren is not bragging. I don't know how many people glanced at him along the way. Soren himself can only speculate that it is probably because of his appearance. Maybe he is just an ordinary-looking rough man in human society, but after slightly transforming into an elf, he just hits the elf's aesthetics. Alas, everyone is like Daniel Wu. At first glance, Gul'dan is probably also shocked. This is the reason why things are rare and valuable. In short, Soren's two teammates became his amulets. It was difficult for them to refuse the Judgment Hall, who used their power for personal gain. The proprietress of the inn came several times to ask to join, but was driven away by these two female friends. This saved Soren a lot of energy. Moreover, I don't know if it's a racial characteristic or it's the first time to eat a full meal. Once the elves start fighting, they will not stop at all. They have to fight until one side faints before the victory is determined. This decent person can't stand it. No wonder the male elves prefer to go to the front line. If the battle rhythm is this intense, I'm afraid that if they go to the front line seriously, their lifespan will be even higher. Even Soren wants to go back to the battlefield to fight and duel swords right away. Come on. Sneak into the temple quickly, destroy the divine contract, find the truth about the Titans, and run away. If this goes on, Soren is really afraid of being killed. He checked the bed, and confirmed that the two teammates were already sleeping soundly and contentedly. Sauron also changed into the night suit of the Wind Army, turned on stealth, restrained his breath, bypassed the innkeeper and the cook next door, who were solving the problem together, and sneaked out from the back door of the small hotel. The defense of the outer city of the World Tree is very lax, which can be seen from the fact that the woman who locked the Judgment Hall still had the leisure to fight with Sauron. But even the most uneducated natives would not underestimate the 2,000-meter-high steel giant tree. The closer to the roots of the World Tree, the more assassins and scouts there are. Although Sauron can force his way in through the loopholes of these assassin patrols, he dare not take the risk immediately. Because there are still mages on the World Tree who take turns to monitor with crystal balls. Ordinary magic reconnaissance may not be easy to see through Sauron's combat uniform, but if there is a mage using the Eye of Mystery to explore, Sauron will be alerted. This is also the secret that Soren finally found out after repeatedly, and in a simple and indirect way to his magician teammate Violetta, and after killing her and forcing her to surrender several times. Arcane magic is actually a new discipline summarized by the gods through reverse research on Titan ruins in the past 200 years. Originally, only some factions were researching and applying it. However, in recent years, in order to deal with the Empire's increasingly professional and systematic large-scale battlefield magic, the elf wizards have developed new countermeasure magic based on the principles of arcane magic. The Eye of Mystery is a new reconnaissance magic based on the principle of arcane magic to detect magic elements. Simply put, it is an upgraded version of detection magic, but the effect is outstanding. Not to mention that Soren is in a tights, this magic can even see through the Hodel shadow curtain, and the observation range is farther than that of the Eye of Panoptos. These two items alone basically crack the current strategic advantage of the Imperial Army. However, Violetta was not clear about more situations. Her current rank is actually that of an apprentice trainee, because the magic family she belongs to is one of the researchers of arcane magic, and has the blessing inheritance of the secret love. So naturally, she was also the first to learn some newly developed arcane magic. In fact, she currently only has the Eye of Mystery and other arcane magics that have reached the master level. The other 4 element magics are just average, just the entry-level level for humans above red robe and below black robe. By the way, she opened the Eye of Mystery to peek at Soren, actually mainly to see through his figure. While lamenting that Violetta is so attractive at only more than 200 years old, Soren is also shocked by the magic research ability of the elves. There is no telling how many schools and techniques of arcane magic there are. Once they really start, they will develop the Eye of Mystery, a secret technique that is completely ahead of the Empire, in just 2 or 3 years. This battle cannot be dragged on. But now Soren has indeed not found a chance to sneak in. According to the information obtained from Violetta, the Eye of Mystery is no longer a particularly rare magic. Even a great wizard can master it, so this magic must be in the defense system of the World Tree. According to Violetta, the magic power of Soren is like a dazzling torch when he is not wearing clothes. It can be clearly seen from more than 10 kilometers away and is hard to ignore. Even if he puts on clothes and goes within 10 kilometers, he can still see it if he looks carefully. Well, because Soren specifically asked her when she was in a trance and couldn't stop fighting, he probably didn't have the energy to lie. Ahem. In short, even if Soren was hiding among the great wizards and magical creatures everywhere in the World Tree, it would be impossible for him to sneak into the roots of the tree. Presumably, once a magical creature like him rushed into the defense network of the World Tree at an accelerated speed, he would immediately attract the attention of the gods. And Sauron circled the tree twice, but he didn't see any obvious flaws. Chicken Coop Caesarion said that the remains of the Titans were underground, probably an underground base or something like that, but it also happened to be the headquarters of the root. Just the magic barrier that Sauron could see on the surface, with the vision of causality magic, was already as dense as the defense of the imperial capital. I don't know how many traps there are along the way. It's difficult, it's really difficult. He's not strong enough to kill all the World Trees to sneak in perfectly. And if this fails, thinking of what happened today and the number of World Tree elves. Even Soren couldn't help but feel trembling and fear from the depths of his soul. It's better to think long-term. At least you can't fall into the fate of an infiltration investigator. As a result, he didn't find any flaws until dawn, and Soren had no choice but to return to the hotel to think of a solution. He didn't know what was going on with Anubis. Now he estimated that he would have a chance only if the Empire made new progress on the front, and transferred a wave of defense forces from the temple. It was still dark when he returned to the hotel. Soren didn't want to go back to the room and wake up his two teammates for another battle. He sat alone in the restaurant and wanted to rest for a while. As a result, the proprietress didn't sleep either. She probably just took a shower to calm herself down. Her silk nightgown was wet and stuck to her skin. As a result, she couldn't move a step when she saw Soren. She came over directly, sat down with her thighs close to him, propped her chin with her hands, leaned against Soren, and didn't mind Soren's eyes. It's better to say that she took the initiative to straighten her waist to meet Soren's eyes and said, "Guest, you haven't slept yet. That's right. Young people are energetic. Why don't I talk to you? Are we really just talking?" Sauron saw that the other person's calves were hooked around his knees. Just when he was about to say that he was not in the mood to refuse today, he suddenly had an idea. He asked curiously, "Boss lady, have you been running the hotel in the World Tree for a long time?" When the boss lady saw that Soren did not resist, she smiled and came forward, half sticking out her pink tongue like a snake, hissing at Soren. Not for a long time. But also, it's been a long time. Have you ever climbed a tree? Have you ever been to the World Tree? Sauron pointed at the giant steel tree outside the window. The lady boss came over and lay in Soren's arms, as slick as a big fish. "I've been there, but there's nothing to see. It's just that you stand higher, but it's the same everywhere." "Oh, can civilians go up there for sightseeing?" That's not possible, but my husband is also a swordsman on the front line, and the guards won't stop me. Guest, if you really want to go in and see the World Tree." The lady boss took advantage of the situation, and put her arm around Soren's neck and sat on his lap. "Tomorrow, there will be a God of War trial. I take you in to see it." God of War trial? The new God of War inheritance? Soren was immediately interested. This was the breakthrough point. After all, the battle on the front line was so bad. It was normal to find someone to fill the vacancy after a few gods of war died. Which God of War? What's his name? I've never seen a God of War trial before. I really want to see it. The lady boss giggled. What's so difficult about this? But customer, how are you going to thank me for helping you? Wow, your legs are locked around my waist. How can I thank you? Oh, let's sacrifice a little more. Chapter 274. Sauron can barely be considered a ruthless man who will do anything to win. But to be honest, it's okay to do it once or twice, but it's a bit tiring to do it one after another, one scene after another, without even a halftime break. Why does it feel like it might be easier to charge in through the gate with a gun than to charge in like this? But forget it. Anyway, Sauron found the opportunity to sneak into the temple through the fierce battle. At noon the next day, after sleeping with two teammates, Soren was taken by the boss lady to visit the World Tree. To be honest, using magic potions for disguise was a good choice. Especially the assassins guarding the root area of the tree, they were much more rigorous than the court outside the city. Foreign envoys were strictly searched and questioned repeatedly, and they also needed the temple's hand order, and even a special priest went to pick them up. They didn't give those chiefs and kings any face at all. Even the top heroes had to hold back, because they were just the lower races of the vassal state. They were quite lenient with the elves of the same race. The proprietress seemed to often sell honey wine to the guards, so they passed them directly after getting familiar with them. The other female elves were only questioned. After all, they were all wearing relatively cool clothes, silk gauze stockings and suspender skirts, open chests and backs, and exposed thighs. They could be seen clearly at a glance. It was in public, so the guards couldn't touch them randomly. When it came to Soren, the man, the assassins searched him without hesitation. Although when they touched him, they didn't mean to take advantage of him at all. They were completely businesslike and carefully checked his equipment. Fortunately, Soren left all the things that must not be seen in the light, and would kill people if seen in the light, in the inn, and only borrowed a set of elf costumes from the proprietress's house, and wore a completely normal elf outfit. I was not worried. But one after another, several people came over and stared at Soren, and they were all middle-aged male assassins. Their expressions were also very serious. Soren once thought that he had been exposed again, and was about to start a big move to kill everyone. In the end, it was thunder and rain. The root registered a lot of books for Soren, and did not ask the priests to guarantee him, and just let him go. The proprietress, who was waiting on the side, noticed that Soren was strange and comforted him. "This is your first time to the World Tree. The spies of the route will definitely come to take a look and recognize you. Don't worry, hotels like ours have to report to the route regularly. They are also old friends. They said that your physical features and magic marks are very conspicuous, and your smell is also very strong. Although you are a stranger, you will not be forgotten after one look. This means that you have not been involved in any major cases. I will let you go for my sake. The register is an old criminal investigation." But the smell was a bit strong. After all, he had been fighting hard for the past few days, and hadn't even taken a shower. Soren could smell a strong smell of seafood hormones on his body. Feeling that the assassins behind him had not yet dispersed and were probably still looking at him, Soren continued to act cautiously. He stretched out his hand to hug the proprietress and took advantage of her. The two of them talked and laughed all the way to sightsee. No one knew how many temples there were on the World Tree. After all, in addition to the main god, there were also patron gods from all over the world. The Alliance could create a god for each vein, and these gods have been fighting and fighting for so many years, and there were always rotations, falls, and rebirths. Every new god has to build a temple as a symbol. Some elven gods are weaker, so their temples are smaller. Some main gods are rich and powerful, and even their apostles and descendants have long-term residences and side halls. Such a large-scale temple also needs to be maintained by priests and officials, and these elven priests naturally live in trees. There are even special school districts and dormitory buildings on the trees. In addition, there are of course buildings where judges, root assassins, elven wizards, and sword masters gather. In short, elite heroes with a little status and some savings, even if they don't live there themselves, have to buy a house on the tree as an investment. And the lifespan of the elves is so long, the older the family, the more they have accumulated, so even among the strongest elves in the world, the gap between the rich and the poor is ridiculous. Even if there is enough area to live on the World Tree, those who live here can actually be regarded as elven gods in a literal sense. After all, whether it is the gods or the priests and apostles, they are basically selected from the elf families on the World Tree. The children of the elites can also continue to receive the protection of the elites and grow up to be elites, and continue to monopolize the grace of God from generation to generation. And the vast majority of the elves, civilians, either stay in the countryside to be soldiers of the guardian gods, or come to big cities, like the World Tree, to find opportunities. In most cases, it is impossible to change their own destiny. Even if you serve in the Legion since childhood and fight on the battlefield for hundreds of years, you can't buy a piece of your own land in the end. For example, the proprietress and her husband, a centurion who is in an unknown legion and has not appeared for decades, and no one knows whether he is dead or not, are both 400 or 500 years old, but at present, they can only barely run a family in the outer city. The new generation of elves are even more miserable. The Great Alliance has already divided up everything in the world. The Empire can at least snatch food directly from the elven gods of the Alliance, but what about them? Even if the Empire is defeated, what use is a pile of bones and stones to the elves? So the birth rate of the elves is getting lower and lower, and it is useless no matter how open, free and unrestrained the people are. After all, you, a soldier, have been fighting on the front line for half your life, and the little results you have won have been digested by the gods. In the end, you don't even have a place to stay, and how can you reproduce the next generation? The elves themselves are in such a mess, and the gods don't care. How can they care about the welfare of half-elves, orcs, and humans? You could only dream of that. Ahem, that's probably what I mean. There's no need to say too much. To sum it up, there's nothing new under the sun. They're all in such a mess. The question is the inevitable trend of social development, and the wheel of history. If you don't like it, don't play it. So, there are no more channels for advancement? Sauron looked up at the towering temple. Ordinary civilians have no chance of becoming gods? Isn't it a holy war now? Your husband is not a centurion. Maybe he is lucky, and can outlast his superiors and lead the corps? Hee, lead the corps? Hee. So what if he is the corps commander? He still has to eat empty salary with that little salary. Besides, how can he get such a position with military power without faction background? Why, Iakir, do you want to stand out with your own ability? So you want to come and see the God of War trial? Don't be too stupid. I advise you not to even think about military merits and rewards. The lady boss snuggled in Soren's arms, looking at the city in the distance shrouded in the shadow of the World Tree, giggling. I have lived for a long time, and I have served in the Legion. I have seen through it. Civilians will only be assigned to the front line to fight against the demons, evil spirits, and undead in the heavens. Only the legion with the highest casualty rate will use the sword master cut from the soldiers as the centurion. The salary in hand is not enough to buy a magic sword, and I have to earn money to subsidize him. Humph, the legion commander, the divine guard, the apostle, the dragon rider general, are all children of the priests and the chief priests, and they are high-level professions that can only be held by the elites who have been educated in the world tree. Many people don't even go to the battlefield, they just enjoy themselves in the world tree. Anyway, if we lose on the battlefield, it's the subordinate's fault, and if we win, it's the superior's credit. We are always the ones who take the blame and get punished for fighting and risking our lives. What about being loyal to God and completing the trial to get God's reward? Bah, it's bullshit. Fairness has long fallen. The boss lady was a little excited, and she calmed down and continued, but young people, it's easy to understand that they want to make progress, but it's not okay to fight like this without thinking. I like you, so I show you a way. Your two female companions have good family backgrounds, but the magician's background is even more powerful. These days, those who have the money to let their children learn magic as their first profession are either rich or noble. Even most of the residents in the world tree let their children become magic archers first. As for the warrior profession, it is a helpless choice for the civilians who are further behind. So you should work harder, whether she wants it or not, try to make the magician pregnant, and strive to become her son-in-law. If you can also make her family elders appreciate you, then they will naturally use their own connections to train you. If your strength is not too bad, they may be willing to spend some money to buy you a corps commander or a border patrol captain. Then you can eat empty salaries, sell arms, find some ways to smuggle caravans, get some garbage, and exchange some magic props with the company to give to the superiors and the nobles of the world tree. As long as you have money and connections, there are opportunities everywhere in the world tree. Company? Soren was stunned. The lady boss smiled. Yes, you probably don't know, this is a group of wealthy people that have emerged in recent years. I don't know if they are local rich people who run gold mines, or some brainless second-generation rich people who run a chamber of commerce. Some people even say that they are spies of the enemy country. But it would be better if there were more enemy countries that send money like this. They accept all kinds of goods in the market. My homemade elven honey wine usually costs 50 silver coins per box to the guards, but I can sell it for 50 gold leaves if I give it to them. Everyone in the temple is doing business with them. The big ones directly intercept the military supplies for the front line and ship them out. My husband wrote to me and said that in fact, many people died on the front line in the past 2 years, and several legion numbers were lost, but they kept it secret from the people in the temple. Why? It was to transfer military supplies from various places in the name of military supplies to continue trading with the company. But don't go out and say anything about this. The Alliance has not had any profitable business in recent years. Everyone in the world tree is vying for the big cake of branch company trade. If you offend this group of powerful nobles, you will be completely finished in the Alliance. In short, as long as you can get in touch with the company to do business, if nothing goes wrong, you can make back the money you paid for buying an official position by smuggling a few times. Sauron wanted to say something but stopped, and finally had no choice but to sigh. Alas, but it is true. The nobles of the Empire are so rotten that even if the Protoss of the Alliance can be a little bit stronger, a dozen Killians can't save the world. So to put it bluntly, the world is the truth of the world. The Alliance and the Empire are really matched with opponents of equal strength. But now Sauron has a little understanding that the company is spending money and making concessions to maintain business with the Alliance. It seems that the many think tanks he left in the Iali system did not disappoint him. They completely understood the minds of the elves. They made great contributions in secret and made up for the gap in national strength between the Empire and the Alliance. Moreover, this insidious method has led to the current chaos of the Alliance, which is exactly the same as the chaos of the Sand Kingdom back then. Maybe it was arranged by the orc unit Gooden, who he spared a life at the beginning. TSK, the orcs are really the nemesis of the elves, even if the eggs are cut off. Let's not talk about these troubles. Don't you want to watch the God of War trial? The arena is in front. The lady boss led Soren to an open-air circular arena that was quite old. 2 bikini warriors were dueling in the arena, but they were both men and quite weak, so Soren only took a few glances and was dizzy by their shaking buttocks. He frowned and turned his head, almost straining his neck. Elf nobles were playing and feasting in groups of 2 or 3 on the terrace, and servants were coming and going with fruit, wine, and desserts. The VIP seats on the high platform were probably the place for the judges. Soren could see through the magic barrier that several elven priests in gorgeous clothes were pointing and commenting on the warriors in the competition. It doesn't look like they are selecting a war god, but rather a duck. It hasn't started yet. This is an entertaining performance by an artist. Let's go sit over there. The war god candidate will be here soon. Sure enough, the proprietress' words were confirmed. The two bikini warriors quickly decided the winner. Of course, there was no bloodshed. The weapons were not sharpened. It was more like a dance to show off their bodies than a duel. Then the two warriors bowed and left the stage. After a while, they appeared in the private box of the priests, and began to perform the second half for the priests. It was probably the winner who played 1, and the loser who played 0. It was so blinding. Don't cover your eyes. Look, the blessed knights are entering. The lady boss held Soren's hand and said, these people will decide the winner, and the winner will become the new generation of victory. Victory? Soren looked at the 8 elven magic warriors who entered the arena. There were both men and women, and their magic power was elite and peak. At least, they had calluses on their bodies and hands, and their breath was also trained, unlike the 2 ducks who could only do hip dance. It's a pity that the judge's attention is now on the latter, not on these god-chosen warriors. You mean Victory, the god of war Victory? Soren asked the lady boss. Who else could it be? It is said that Victory lost to the fallen spear of the west not long ago. The lady boss looked around and whispered to Soren, but I heard from the assassins that she died a long time ago. Not only her legion, but also the inheritance of the artifact was destroyed, and even the phoenix died. This god's name is just an empty shell, and he is a god of war. If he inherits the name, he has to go to the battlefield. None of the high priests above want to get involved, so they throw it out to select people from various legions to bluff the country soldiers. Well, that's enough. Victory has been dead for 3 years, and there is no elf to do its trial. You guys can't win this battle. It's really awesome. It's really awesome. As expected, when the elite class calculates, they are really equal regardless of race. But the chosen ones in the field obviously don't know this. When they see the appearance of these lower-level warriors, they are all grateful, as if they have been fighting in wind and rain just for this day. Finally it's rewarded. Finally became a god. It's so fucking inspiring. A self-touching expression. He was just about to swear an oath and give a speech on the spot, sacrificing his life for the Alliance, the Temple, and the elves. Oh yes, he was almost there. Even if it was just an empty shell, the name of a god that would kill you on the battlefield was still a name of a god, and there was only one spot. He still had to fight. So the warriors looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. Those who stopped me from becoming a god, die. This kind of. Then Soren looked at the judge's platform expressionlessly. Well, the high priests all went down to participate in the performance, probably forgetting that the gods were still being selected outside the magic curtain. It was really magical realism. So they waited for about 5 minutes before a high priest, who had finished the job, sweating all over and a little reluctant to come out, and announced, let's start directly, whoever is standing at the end will be the new winner. Hey, that's too irresponsible. Why don't you give an opening speech, just a few simple words? But the warriors thought it was good to be so simple, and they were very excited. Well, they probably thought that the magic ritual before the god's trial was finally completed and they could become gods. So as soon as the priest finished speaking, the warriors in the field started fighting. Perhaps they were too excited, and everyone performed exceptionally well at the beginning, and the winner was decided in a breath. Even in Soren's opinion, he is a magic warrior selected from the front line. His fighting tactics are neat and decisive, and every move is fatal. Of course, the main reason is that there is a warrior who is obviously stronger. The others are fighting each other, but he has already killed his opponent in one move. Then the others are distracted and are directly attacked. Even the high priest was stunned for a while. Oh, so fast. Then you are the new. Please wait a moment, sir. This win is too easy. Unexpectedly, the winner still felt unsatisfied and added drama to himself. This is the battle for my godhood. If I win by such trickery, it will be spread out in the future as the battle for the godhood of Victory of the dignified god of war. This legend is not good. So I ask for another match. Anyone who is dissatisfied can challenge me. If I lose, I am willing to give up this godhood. The high priest turned his head to look at the private room. The 2 ducks were already exhausted, so he turned his head and shrugged. Okay, whatever. Soren, he is quite confident. If he knew that he had to sign his name on the divine contract to become the god of war, and that he had to win 12 battles on the battlefield before the real test could begin, I wonder if he would still be able to laugh. The lady boss laughed and saw Soren slowly turning his head and looking at her with raised eyebrows. She said coquettishly, I was young and dreamy too. I used to dream of becoming a true god, going to the root of the world tree, carving my name on the divine contract, and then picking a Titan relic as my own artifact. Haha, the past is like smoke. I see. Sauron looked at the lady boss, suddenly lifted her chin and smiled gently. You haven't told me your name yet? Looking at the man's silver eyes, the lady boss's heart beat for no reason. Minerva. Good name, Minerva. Thank you for the victory you brought me. Then I will also dedicate the victory I won to you. Sauron kissed her lips lightly, jumped into the arena, and kicked the magic warrior, who was still shouting, Who dares to fight me? Into the wall. The top-level pressure exploded, instantly suppressing the whole audience. As you wish. This name of victory, I, Iker, won it? Chapter 275. There is really nothing to say about the top fight against the elites. Soren defeated all the competitors in no time. Ahem, there is no ambiguity. No audience jumped out to shout about injustice and shady dealings. After all, everyone saw that it was the winning gods chosen who asked for it. Even most elves have never heard of such a strange request in their lives. The quality and potential of the elves are actually there. As long as there are resources, and as long as you live long enough, you will have the opportunity to become a god. Now Soren has seized the opportunity. Although he is young and has no resources, he is big. Ahem. In short, the high priest only took one look at Soren and decided that it was him. Soren then accepted a physical examination by the guards under the supervision of the priests, and successfully obtained permission to become the candidate knight of the God of War victory. The audience applauded and congratulated the birth of the new gods chosen. The defeated loser was forgotten and dragged away from the corner like garbage. The proprietress hid in the crowd and did not come over to congratulate. Perhaps she was depressed when she saw her male companion soaring to the sky and hooking up with the high priest, or perhaps she realized the gap between the two sides the moment she saw Soren showing his strength, and decisively cut off some thoughts that had just sprouted in her mind. Sauron couldn't guess these things, but at the end of the game, he didn't have time to care about the mood of others. After all, using gun skills instead of gun skills to fight the last copy, even his own mood was a little unbalanced. Just like Wutfak. It can only be said that the world is unpredictable. Back then, Soren sacrificed his life and blood to become the chief official of the empire. Now he is still a low-level noble. When he came to the Alliance, he showed off a few tricks, and he actually had the chance to become the elf god. The one who presided over the victory god selection this time was naturally the high priest of the Victory Temple. Victory, a god of war who has been on the front line for many years, and has been reshaped several times, naturally has no time to manage the affairs of the country. So this high priest stayed in the rear and ate all the rewards and bonuses that a god of war got from fighting hard on the front line. However, the high priestess was very frank with the new generation of working gods. It was obvious that Soren was now regarded as a fellow god by her, and she did not hide it. The high priestess personally brought Soren to the Temple of Victory, and along the way, she told him the inside story that the common people had no right to know before, such as the truth of the Holy War, the elves and humans, the Alliance and the Empire. The history of the temple, which was different from the perspective of the Empire, but not much different in content, did not need to be elaborated. She made it very clear that it was not that the temple was really willing to give the title of a god of war so easily, and confer it on the common people under the tree. After all, even if it is a downtrodden god of war, with an empty title, in normal times, sooner or later, he will find a buyer who is eager to achieve class advancement. But the problem is that now is not normal times, it is wartime, and the front line is already fighting hard. How about it, Lord Iakir? You know the truth about the enemy, and have read the secret report of the root. Do you still want to become a god? In the Temple of Victory, the high priest crossed his legs, licked his lips, and looked at Soren in front of him, who was solemnly watching the secret report in the secret room of the temple. Soren frowned and looked up at the high priest. After reading these secrets, do I still have room to refuse? And the situation of the Holy War seems to have collapsed, right? Is the temple not worried at all? Indeed, the elven war gods, who were the mainstays of the front line, were seriously insufficient. Several of them were completely killed, and even more were seriously injured and fled, and needed to replace containers to restore their combat power. After a brief collision, the entire battle situation was completely reversed by a wave of defeat. The remnants of the Justice Legion on the southern front had completely collapsed and fled, with the top leaders being slaughtered one-sidedly by Killian, and had lost their organization. Currently, the main losses of the elf god also occurred in this war zone, mostly caused by Killian. However, the Imperial Guards were also in a weak position, and could not catch up for a while, so they could not expand the results of the war. The Army of Order was surrounded in the swamp, and had no hands to support other battlefields. The battle in this area was particularly fierce, but the Elf God and the Lich took turns to fight each other every day, but there were too many people and too dense, and support and rescue were also frequent. There were not many top leaders who died, but the combat power of the elite level 1 was consumed and exchanged violently like being thrown into a millstone. Meanwhile, the Blood Cavalry, the armored division of Sorin in the east, had almost uprooted the Kingdom of Justice, and swept across the territories of the Alliance without any obstacles. The progress was so smooth that all the troops had to slow down their advance to save fuel and ammunition, and to relieve the pressure of supply while fighting against the local tyrants and dividing the land. But the northern line was the most successful in terms of strategy. The main force of Anubis, together with Franny and the Blood Clan, and the vanguards of various generations and positions, had successively defeated the main forces of the old elven war gods and broke through the sixth line of defense, counting the Fearless and Victory that Sauron defeated before. Most of the 12 lines of defense from the Empire to the core of the World Tree have been conquered. In such a desperate battle, when it was almost under his nose, this middle-aged woman in the temple actually had the mind to hook his legs barefoot. The situation is a bit bad: justice, kindness, strength, victory, fearless, destiny, etiquette. All fell. This is the first time that so many righteous gods have been replaced in such a close manner. But, low-level warriors, like you also have a chance because of this, right? The high priest took the fruit wine, stood up and sat next to Sorin. Actually, Lord Iakir, if you are willing, I suggest you wait one more round. This godhood of victory does not match your strength, and now the Empire is in full swing. As long as you wait a little, there will always be a better god position to inherit. Looking at the other party's hand touching his leg, Sorin was speechless. How can he be so charming? Is he an elf who can't refuse him? And what the hell is this? What can he do to not know the hatred of losing his country? He can't wait to sing the back garden now. Thank you for your advice, I appreciate it, but I am confident in my own strength and do not want to miss this opportunity to make achievements and become a god. Sauron resolutely pushed the high priest's hand away. It was not because he disliked her age. Elves are more attractive when they are older. Cough, cough, cough. The main reason was that Sorin had just seen that this priest had too strong tastes, and liked to use auxiliary props to do it herself. This was outrageous, and could not be accepted. Cough, 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 cough. Oh good, it's a good thing for young people to be energetic. I appreciate you even more. The high priest was not angry. He had an ambiguous expression that said, "You kid will fall into my hands sooner or later." He stood up and buttoned up his open robe again. It seems that if you don't become a god soon, you don't have the mind to do anything else, right? Then follow me. Sorin hesitated for a moment, but still followed the high priest into the secret room of the side hall. Fortunately, they were not here to use the big bed in the secret room. The high priest waved his fingers to twitch the magic string, and after a pleasant elf song, the hidden magic circle was deployed. So Sorin understood what the so-called privilege was. What is so-called injustice? Privileges are all the people under the tree, whether you are an elf or an orc, a human or a skeleton, a great war god, a snow army god, or even a scheming lich or a death knight leading a large army. You are all ants. Everyone must fight and bleed, fight until their heads are broken and their bodies are covered with wounds. Win every battle, climb up step by step, climb to the top with a bloody road, and then you can become the final winner of the battlefield, and see the scenery on the top, and have the opportunity to touch the ruins of the Titans and the truth of everything. And the injustice is that as long as Sorin holds a high priest in his arms, or even arouses her sexual interest, he can directly teleport from the teleportation array in her bedroom to the destination. It's really ridiculous. Is this the ruins of the Titans? This should be it. Just like what Caesarion said, it's a fork in the road. At first glance, it looks like a tree hole, but when you look closely, you can still find that the entire space should be the hangar of the Titan launch site, but the metal surface is covered with magical vegetation, and the vines climbing on the four walls are as thick as pythons, densely packed like blood vessels, weaving a huge elven temple in the center of the hangar, or warehouse. Judging from this simple and wild natural wind, it is probably an ancient altar from the early days of the elven civilization. Sorin and the high priest stood on a magic circle in the altar. He looked around and saw vines extending in all directions, some of which blocked the corridor doors around the hangar. Some extended along the cracks in the damaged walls and ventilation pipes, forming a series of forks leading to the unknown. and the entrance to each corridor was marked with a magical plant. Various flowers and trees that Soren didn't recognize. The high priest didn't rush him, and continued to speak slowly. You don't have to be so anxious. The fall of the gods is not a big deal. Just continue to confer the gods. In fact, most of the so-called trials of gods are just excuses made up by the temple. After all, the public statement is that the number of ley lines is limited, and only one guardian god can be conferred. Becoming a god also requires trials, and only recognized heroes can be chosen. But these are just words to calm people's hearts. You will know when you see it later. The real God's commandment is closer to a transformation surgery, and does not require top-level or elite physical strength. Any elf, can be directly deified with the God's commandment, and transformed into a second-generation god body. However, if it is originally elite, and has rich combat experience, it will be much easier. It does not require extra time for training, and can quickly master its own strength to form combat power, and can be directly deployed to the front line when needed. The secrets she casually mentioned as common sense for teaching newcomers were so shocking that Soren turned his head and stared at her in astonishment. All elves can be deified? No limit on the number. The priest walked to the passage with golden roses at the door. It can be considered as a certain number, right? There is only one quota for each god name, right? At least that's what Sand Alchemy, the disciple who betrayed Yug, claimed when she developed the second generation of god body here. Each divine commandment supports a divine name, so we can only select apostles one by one to participate in the trial. But in theory, the number of divine names that can be connected and powered by each earth vein should be infinite. After all, the magic power of the entire earth vein in nature will not dry up even if an entire elf tribe contracts with it, right? But we are not sure. In exchange for the magic of the divine body, when the temple supported alchemy to establish a country overseas, she secretly took away alchemy's divine commandment. Humph, she is quite ambitious. I won't mention her now that she is dead. But since she left, no one in the temple continued this research. After all, the world tree is crowded, and fewer gods are better, right? Speaking of this kind of thing, even the high priest sighed and looked far away. If it was the heroes and sages who survived the Titan Crusade, maybe they would share this secret with the whole tribe. But unfortunately, there were a lot of Titan relics at that time, and the predecessors did not immediately understand the use of the divine commandment, and only thought it was some kind of magic stone for power supply. The technology of using magic to shape the second generation of divine bodies was discovered when we searched the laboratory of the great wizard Yog after he was expelled for human experiments. By the time these two were combined, and the magic of conferring gods was fully developed and mastered, the power division of the temple had already solidified and corrupted. How could the upper-level families in power be willing to share the land veins and resources that they had monopolized and accumulated for so many years with the civilians? Besides, elves can become gods. But what about humans? What about orcs? Can every race use the divine command? Is the power of the Titans really endless and unlimited? But if that's the case, why were the Titans easily conquered by the sages? There are too many things we don't understand, and it's impossible to understand all the truths. We can only grasp everything we have now, and protect everything we have, right? So the alliance of gods appeared. The high priest sneered. So Iakir, you also understand, those undead, or the Imperials, have no chance of winning. Although their current strength is a little beyond our expectations, the territory in the corner of the Kingdom of Starless has limited resources. How can it possibly compete with the gods that we can create endlessly? This turmoil can't be supported for long. What do you think? Do you still want to be transformed? Perhaps after waiting for a few decades, the third generation of more perfect divine body technology will be mature? But if you still want to win, follow me. She turned and walked towards the passage of the Golden Rose. Soren stood up and followed. But at this moment, the teleportation array behind them suddenly began to flash. The two turned their heads subconsciously, and saw a silver-armored elven god of war kneeling in the center of the teleportation array. There was a big hole in his heart, and cracks spread from the wound like spider webs all over his body. The whole person was like a porcelain bottle that was cracked and glued together. It was obvious that he escaped from the battlefield with serious injuries. The high priest walked towards her in surprise. Huh? Isn't this holy? How could it be? Has the 8th line of defense also been breached? West, it's the Spear of West, that damn fallen hero. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is Jin doing? Cough, cough. Why don't you look at him? He actually came out from behind to attack me. Silver blood was oozing out of Xingjia's mouth and nose. When she raised her head, she glanced at Soren and suddenly opened her eyes wide. It's you, dwarf. The high priest was stunned. What dwarf? A thunderous sound came from behind. The high priest only caught a glimpse of silver light flashing in the corner of his eyes, and then her head flew out in a circle. He only saw that Xingjia's head was half broken, and her headless body was also shaking and fell on the altar. Dwarf! Dwarf! Bang! Sauron fired another shot, using the annihilation bullet to take the head of Saint, and then swung the star-carved sword to smash its remains into pieces. Damn it! Perhaps he had killed too many unicorn knights at the border, and Saint really remembered his face. Even this charming charm was useless. Confirmed again that the high priest over there was already dead. Sauron immediately summoned Guan Haifa in the shadow, swallowed the body first to deal with the murder scene, and turned his head to rush towards the corridor of the Golden Rose. Now that we have taken action, there is nothing to worry about. Just like Anubis planned before, we will destroy the divine commandment immediately, and cut off the trump card of the alliance of gods, and this war will be won. After that, we will fight our way out with real swords and guns. But it is really weird. Is this holiness his nemesis? It has been hiding on the front line for 3 years, and has never shown up. How can it suddenly show up at this critical moment? How can it be so coincidental? Coincidence. Soren suddenly stopped and stood at the entrance of the corridor. Looking at the dark corridor, his heart suddenly beat wildly, and he felt that his adrenaline was secreted faster, and a cavity of hot blood rushed to his head. No, there is no coincidence in this world. If the appearance of holiness at this time and in this place is inevitable, then there is only one explanation. Soren turned his head suddenly, and stared at the golden rose by the door. This road is wrong. Soren took a deep breath and forced his pounding heart to calm down, and slowly retreated to the center of the temple where the blood was not dried. Looking around at the countless corridors, countless floral emblems and magic symbols, cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Holy was stabbed and injured by the brave, just like fate back then, who did not expect his own death at all. Is it Skode? Is she using this method to remind Soren to avoid the wrong path? But that priest should have indeed guided Iakir to the god's commandment for the transformation of the god of conferring god, right? Now if he destroys the god's commandment of the gods, won't he win? If that wasn't the right choice, then which one would he choose? Damn, is he going to decipher it again? How much does he like deciphering? Besides, he has no idea what plants and flowers are. Fuck. Is there any? No. Fuck. Is there anything else that I overlooked? Sauron had no idea, and turned around in confusion, watching countless flowers and plants that he didn't recognize pass by like a revolving lantern. Damn, this kind of deciphering is a trick that only mages are good at, right? Another trick played by Soren? How can he break it with a melee fighter and a Death Knight? Death Knight? Soren suddenly stopped. He had a vague idea, but was not sure until he checked all the flowers in front of the fork again and found the magic badge, and then he was sure of his guess. It's not that he didn't recognize all the flowers. There was one that Soren did recognize. This time, the answer to what to choose was told to him from the beginning. Plasma Rose. Is it here? Soren swallowed his saliva, turned his head and looked around. If so, give me some hints. Then the teleportation magic circle lit up. Fuck. Soren had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush into the passage. Chapter 276. The development of the matter has deviated from Soren's previous plan. He leaned down to the ground to feel the vibration from the vines, listened to the faint shouts of surprise and anger from behind, and the footsteps of soldiers in armor running back and forth gradually sounded. I am afraid that killing a high priest of the elven god just now has exposed his identity and aroused the vigilance of the gods. However, from the direction of the footsteps, Soren guessed that the temple also had priorities. The guards would probably search the corridor of the Golden Rose first, the key place where the divine commandments were located. So he still bought some time. Of course, he couldn't hide. If the temple started searching, he would be found sooner or later. Now that he had made a choice, he could only go all the way. Soren took out the last bottle of roses withering from his arms, and drank it in one breath. Feeling the burning in his stomach and the sharp pain in his heart, he gritted his teeth and sneaked forward silently. He was not sure if he could digest 2 bottles of high-level magic potions so quickly, and whether his body could bear it. But it was the last stage, so what was there to save? The most annoying thing about playing games for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder is that after defeating the final boss, you find that you still have a lot of medicine left. In short, feeling the blood boiling and the magic power rising in his body, Soren was ready to fight desperately. Then he arrived at the end of the corridor. There was a small open flat land coming out of the passage. The magic vines did not grow out, and the interior of the base with metal walls was completely exposed. Facing the front of the corridor, you can see an alloy gate. There are no guards standing at the door, but the floor at the door is very dirty, with layers and pieces of reddish-brown substances sticking to it. It is soft and disgusting to step on. Soren approached cautiously, observed the thing stuck on the floor, picked up a small piece with his fingers and smelled it, recognized a small piece of humanoid ribs, and knew what it was. This thing was probably once an elf. Damn, it melted on the floor, and no one dared to come to collect the body. It looked like the final boss room. So Soren approached cautiously, paying attention to the extreme, ready to jump and escape at any time. Then the probe at the door lit up and scanned him, and said, "Unknown cyborg, no approach to the control room." I won the prize. If Tonling was a girl, Soren really wanted to pick it up and give it a kiss. Soren quickly took out the nameplate chip from the orc from the shadow and held it high in his hand. The probe also cooperated to read the chip in seconds. Temporary technician identity card. Identity verification area is damaged. Ownership cannot be read. Great. Probe, please confirm your identity information. A metal pillar rose from the ground and stood in front of Soren, with red light flashing. Soren, From the design, it looks like some kind of biometric detector, probably asking him to put his hand on the top of the cylinder for detection or something like that. Well, at least it means that the crew of this ship are also humanoid creatures of similar size. But if the detection fails, Soren looked at the flesh and blood melting on the floor at his feet, and swallowed his saliva. Probe, please confirm your identity information. No matter, it's time to do this. Soren gritted his teeth and pressed his left hand on the detector. The red light lit up and flashed once, then disappeared, and the probe stared at Soren. Soren also stared at the probe. Information confirmed. Level 12 biochemical. Confirm operator authority. Determined to be legal. Identity data entry completed. Welcome aboard. The door opened. Damn, I love science. Soren's back was covered with sweat. He lowered his collar and swallowed his saliva and walked into the dark door. The front door was the reception desk, with red carpet on the floor, and the carpet extended to the left and right, and you could see the guest rooms. Soren rubbed his eyes and tried to take a step back. Metal door, dissolved carbon-based biological remains on the ground, and a dark abyss-like door in front. One step forward. It looks like the front desk of a motel in the 1970s and 1980s. Sauron felt that he had entered a state of stupidity. Ding-ling-ling. Then the phone ringing sound from the 1970s and 1980s rang. Sauron turned his head sharply. Ding-ling-ling. It came from the left-hand side. Sauron hesitated for a moment, followed the ringing sound of the phone, walked along the red carpet, and stopped in front of room 0070. Ring, ring, ring. It's here. The door is locked. Oh. Soren looked at his hand, and the chip he was holding turned into a room card. So, unlock it and open the door. A simple guest room, with 2 beds in the bedroom, and a landline phone on the bedside table in the middle that kept ringing. This kind of scene design. Soren already had some idea of who called. He took a deep breath, calmed down, walked to a bed and sat down, and reached out to pick up the phone. Hello? Sauron, are you having fun with the elf ladies? Although not a succubus, I think it should be similar, right? From the microphone came the unique voice of Death, a boy in the puberty period. No, is it really Death? Or should he be called Sauron? No, 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 that name belongs to you now, call me Death now. Death or Sauron said in a cheerful tone, first of all, please allow me to congratulate you, my friend. You have passed the level, your story is over. This world belongs to you, enjoy your spoils. If you want to kill elves, kill elves. If you want to kill orcs, kill orcs. If you want to kill humans, kill humans. Do whatever you want. Literally. Did you see the phone book next to it? Sauron turned his head and saw the black book next to the landline. That book is the manual for this base, the operation of Titan, and the rules of this world. Well, I think according to the rules of this world, it should be called Sauron's Death Contract. Death laughed. If you want to learn magic, all the magic in this world is in it. Sauron opened his chin and didn't speak for a while. It's over? No, the war hasn't been over yet. Sauron, what's there to fight for? Didn't you hear it when you walked in? What do you think elves are and what gods are? Okay, this is a fool's tutorial. If you want to exterminate the gods, open the first page, call 911, and tell Titan that you want to reset the elves. Those individuals who illegally transform themselves using the holy capsule will be destroyed. It's as simple as snapping your fingers. Fuck, it's so simple. How is it? Do you have any questions? If not, play by yourself, I'm dead. Wait a minute. Sauron was anxious, almost roaring. What are you playing? What death? You are Sauron, right? What am I? What is my mission? Didn't you say you were going to save Skode? Who killed her? We have to solve the source. What is going on? Please explain it to me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then the boy's voice came back slowly. Sauron, 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 you should understand. Only you can understand, because isn't this Sauron's characteristic? This is me, giving Sauron a chance. Sauron took a deep breath to control his emotions. Opportunity? Opportunity to withdraw? The joy in the voice of death gradually disappeared. So far, everything you have done is within the scope allowed by the rules and is a legal act. You can just take control of your own life and live happily in another world. So far, Soren's story has ended. As for Skode, haha, who told you that she was dead? Soren, Didn't I say that you came back this time to save Skode? Not to save you, but to save me. And from the moment you successfully appeared in this world, my goal has been achieved. Everything until today is your own choice and your own life. In order to thank you for your help, I also helped you a little. It's just sharing some legal information, not worth mentioning. So do you understand? As long as Soren's story ends here, your scoundrel will not follow the old path of my scoundrel, which needs to be saved. So this is the opportunity one gives Soren, and I sincerely advise him to stop. Soren was silent. The other party's hint was already very obvious. In fact, he had already felt it since entering the Titan base. And when the gods could be directly destroyed by calling 911, Soren already understood what kind of enemy death, or another Soren, was facing. This whole world is not necessarily completely virtual, but it must be completely monitored, controlled, and even completely created by some higher-level civilization system. This level of civilization, the huge information gap, and the absolute crushing of strength. Just like how Sauron armed the Empire and crushed the alliance of gods with a little modern military knowledge, no matter how outstanding an individual is, it cannot make up for it. From Sauron's perspective, he has enough friends, lovers, colleagues, and ties in this world. Now that he has mastered the magical rules of Titan and time, his life is perfect. But you give Sauron a chance to choose, but has anyone given you a chance to choose? Soren asked in a deep voice. Death did not respond to him. But it was also a response. I think so. Indeed, from a rational point of view, quitting now is the best choice for Soren, but I refuse. Because that is not the choice Soren would make. No matter what you want to do, save your Skuld or something else, I will join. Soren said seriously, anyway, no matter what I choose, you will support it, right, friend? Wow, Soren, you are quite talkative. I am almost moved by you. The voice on the other end of the phone laughed strangely. Okay, since you are so brave, let's chat for a few more words. Turn on the TV. TV? Sauron picked up the remote control on the bedside table and turned on the TV in the hotel. The distant view of the World Tree appeared on the screen, and under the night sky, the launch site surrounded by the forest. Is it already night? Look at the starry sky. Is there anything strange? Starry sky? Sauron adjusted the camera remotely and observed the starry sky. It was cloudless, and there were only 2 moons in the sky. It was normal. Normal? How many moons are there in your hometown? Hometown? Earth? Of course there is only 1 moon on Earth, but isn't this a different world? 1 more moon is not a big deal, right? It's much more scientific than the bullshit law of causality, right? First of all, the extra one is not a moon, but an artificial lunar satellite loaded with a multidimensional rift generator, namely the LWG Lunar Wormhole Generator. Of course, it is actually a version that has been updated countless times. I just borrowed the concept that you can understand to explain. Second, this is not another world. Death said cheerfully, this is Earth. What? Earth. Earth? Earth. What the hell is going on? Okay, don't worry. It's useless to worry. These are all limited secret information. You are now using a level 12 biochemical person. You can't receive information above the authority. Even if I tell you, your brain will directly delete or ignore the confidential information. It's like waking up from a dream, but you can't remember what you dreamed about. You should understand the feeling of wanting to have a spring dream again, but not being able to, right? Ahem, I've strayed off topic. Anyway, zoom in on the moon, yes. Focus on the small one. You can see it, right? I saw it. A huge artificial celestial body. Countless robots like worker ants, and the Titan robots that appeared on the battlefield before, crawling and working on the surface of the artificial moon. It's obviously building the artificial celestial body. Sauron, listen to me now. After hanging up my phone, First turn to the last page of the phone book, find the number of the maintenance department, ask them to shut down for maintenance, and then call the computer room to ask them to restart temporarily. Finally, you have to call the butler to increase the confidentiality level of the biochemical information you are using now. Do not exceed level 14, otherwise it will cause an abnormal alarm. The abnormality will be recorded by the antivirus program. Once it is activated, you know what I mean? Well, anyway, as I said, you still have time to stop now. In time. Isn't the story over? What the hell is throwing out so many settings and divine developments at this time? It's too annoying. Sauron was almost so angry that he flipped through the phone book and called one by one according to the instructions of death. The other side was very straightforward, directly confirmed, and then began to repair and restart one by one. It can be clearly seen that the robots on the moon have stopped their activities. Then Soren made the last call and asked to upgrade the information level. Confirmed. The moment the voice on the phone sounded, Soren found that the scene around him had changed. It was no longer the motel in the 1980s. He appeared on the bridge of the flagship of the Mars fleet, where he once served, sitting in the captain's seat. Ahem, in fact, he is just a Marine. Then the communication from an unknown identity came in. Who else could it be? Of course, it was Death. No, at this time, he didn't need to use the identity of Death to disguise himself. However, the projection that appeared in front of Soren was the weak version of the young Soren 3 years ago, who had not yet taken a bellyful of magic potions, and had trained himself into a muscle by lifting weights every day. He looked like a gentle magician who matched his voice. But he was wearing a white robe. You should not be this age, right? Have you transformed into a lich? Soren couldn't help asking, besides, aren't you from the future? Haha, don't worry about these trivial matters. Soren in the white robe smiled. It only takes an hour to check the entire system, so we should hurry up. Start from the beginning, assuming this is Earth. He raised his hand and conjured up 2 onions, skewered together with a stick. Sauron looked at him expressionlessly, indicating that even if he started grilling now, he would lie flat and not react. Sauron smiled. You know the theory of parallel universes, right? You don't need to know too much. You just need to know that when the wormhole generator was first put online and successfully tested, the multiverse was linked together by the wormhole in the lunar orbit. Just like countless onions strung together, parallel Earths have evolved from a theory to a new world that can be actually observed and exists. In order to observe, colonize, and develop new worlds, human wormhole technology is also constantly developing. Although technology has not yet enabled humans to pass through wormholes, it is already possible to send nanoworms through the door, build remote-controlled robots on the other side of the door, and then start building orbital lunar satellites. After bidirectionally stabilizing the wormhole, it is possible to start large-scale transport of unmanned fleets and begin the transformation and development of parallel Earths. This magical world is probably the kind of existence that exists in theme parks. Wait. Sauron frowned. You said, so far, it is still impossible for humans to pass through. Sauron in white robe nodded, pointing to the short stick connecting the 2 onions. Yes, this door, physically speaking, cannot be directly passed through. But Earth number 1, I call them that, the technology has already surpassed most parallel worlds and has developed to a certain extent. He peeled off the onion skin of Earth number 1 at the bottom of the stick. Matrix, virtual network, simulated world, you know. Before the breakthrough of wormhole technology and parallel world, Earth number 1 had already developed a developed virtual network world, relying on remote-controlled intelligent machinery for production and development. This artificial lunar wormhole generator is also loaded with a quantum communication device, just like remotely operating drones, which can communicate across the gate and remotely control the drone fleet here. It can even be done to allow the consciousness of the humans on Earth number 1 to be directly projected and control the living bodies on other onion Earths, whether they are native indigenous humans, genetic creatures, genetic humans, modified humans, or biochemical humans. As long as enough nanorobots are absorbed in the natural cycle, and the brain and body are transformed into receivers, the other side of the gate can cross over and live in the bodies of local indigenous people. As for whether to travel through time and space to become an elf or a human, haha, you know, on the other side of the door, it mainly depends on how much money you spend. On this side of the door, just adjust the parameters in the background. Sauron swallowed hard. Did I travel through time and space like this? By the way, Madness said that death is fake. Could this be the so-called truth of the soul? Then I am actually from Earth number 1? This world is full of containers. That's not the case. In fact, many worlds have not yet been online. The Titan transformation is just carried out according to the program. The people of world number 1 have not yet been connected on a large scale. There is a civil war over there. Soren in a white robe pointed at the ship they were on. In world number 1, Mars and Earth are fighting. After all, once the wormhole gate is put into use, even long-distance crossing means that the development of Mars over there for hundreds of years will be in vain. So the Martian fleet blew up the artificial moon of Earth number 1. Before that, a lot of hackers were sent to infiltrate the company that contracted the transformation of parallel worlds and crossover. It seems that they intend to destroy the artificial moon of each world from this side of the gate. Soren was shocked. So I'm from Mars. Soren in white robe curled his lips. Don't be so shocked. Listen to me, okay? So in order to deal with Mars' plan, the Earth also took corresponding actions. How should I put it? First of all, I have to tell you that the development of Earth number 1 is quite extreme, and the humans there are already in a state of semi-mechanical ascension. You know the Matrix, right? Mars is like a human resistance army living in reality, and the people on Earth are like those mechanical octopuses, usually living in the virtual world of the Matrix, and in reality, they are robots in the literal sense. However, those machines are still servants of humans. Although the entire Earth has been corporatized, it is controlled by human brains, not AI intelligent programs. However, there are still resistance organizations, like the Martian rebels, who refuse to be canned. Sauron nodded. I understand, so I am Neo. Strictly speaking. Sauron in a white robe sighed, and with a flick of his finger, a man with black hair and falcon eyes appeared. Although he had never seen him face to face, Soren had long heard of this face, the brave Leakart. He is Neo from the Martian rebels. I am Smith sent by the Earth Company, and you are my backup. And these memories about the Martian fleet originally belonged to Neo on my side. After all, using Earth's code to input the concept of Titan into the clone will trigger anomalies. Fuck, it turns out that I am a company dog, and I am just a clone. Chapter 277. So, everything started with the mechanically ascended advanced civilization Earth-01, which first mastered the wormhole technology and transformed countless parallel Earths into colonies. This world is one of them, or in other words, a magic-themed playground. The separatist forces within Earth-01, the Martian rebels, sent out spies while the parallel Earth transformation was not completed, trying to cut off the wormhole connecting the parallel world and Earth-01 by destroying the artificial moon. This spy is the brave Leakart. Earth-01, or the company that contracted the colony transformation, also sent agents to capture these Martian spies, who infiltrated and sabotaged. This was White Robe Sauron. Then, for some reason, White Robe Sauron cloned his own copy, Death Knight Sauron. Sauron understood. But he didn't understand completely. I am your clone. You and Leakart are from Earth and Mars. No, didn't you say that living people can't travel through wormholes? And I thought you were from the future. And didn't I travel through time? Are the memories I traveled through yours, or Leakart's? I'm confused. The White Robe Sauron also scratched his head. You are my backup clone, and I am also my backup clone. Alas, why do you always pay attention to such insignificant things? Let me think about how to explain it. Well, when building this kind of amusement park world, although there are intelligent machines to carry out specific construction, there must be people responsible for planning various entertainment projects and mission scripts. Because people can break the rules, create accidental variables, and transform the other world to be more attractive to customers, which is something that machines that can only run according to the written established rules cannot do. However, the cost of quantum communication across wormholes is too high. It is not cost-effective to maintain communication management before a built world goes online. Therefore, the company will illegally collect the genes of indigenous humans, transform clones, and then transcribe the employees' memories, personalities, and knowledge into the clone brain stored on the moon. And these clones, who are born as replicas of the original personality, are remotely connected and remotely controlled through the quantum network, using this world to complete the magical transformation of biological containers to reincarnate and perform the tasks they were created for. However, in order to prevent the clones from awakening and rebelling, the Earth had enacted laws to prohibit unauthorized human brain cloning, and the transcription of advanced scientific and technological knowledge was a red line, so the employees cloned by the company were just playing a marginal game. Their cognition was strictly controlled. Except for a few executives, most of the employees did not even have personal memories about the company or Earth number 1. They could basically be regarded as natives, and were completely in line with the real-person NPCs set in the magic world. Even if the container was to be strengthened to a level 14 biohuman for convenient work, the Titan could not be used directly, but a plot to kill the Titan was made up, and these devices were used as ancient god relics to maintain the setting of the script. It's just that from the root, they were born to transform the parallel world according to the company's script, so there will be some hidden magic settings, or magic plugins such as Causal Dragon Blood, to facilitate these employees to become elites, legends, and heroes in the population. Let them quickly stand out, occupy high positions, and guide the civilization of indigenous creatures to develop according to the company's script. Of course, the main direction is to maintain a fantasy adventure-style game world, so that the indigenous people will not progress too fast, or even discover Titan's equipment, and there will be a civilization leap. Then we have to conduct a comprehensive cleansing of the natural world, and a major disaster or something will interrupt the progress of civilization. Leakart and I are the same as these cloned employees from a technical perspective. We hacked into the company's system and copied and transcribed the brain clones of our original personalities on the moon. Our original bodies are hidden in the brains of these employees on the moon, and are born through the containers connected to the ground to perform our own tasks. However, in order to avoid being exposed, our memories were also forged in the early stage. The time traveler is a kind of virtual personality, using clones to simulate new customers and experience the new world. Used to test the completion of the transformation. Only when a certain time point is reached or the strength of the container reaches a certain standard, the sealed knowledge will be unlocked. So from our own perspective, it feels like we suddenly traveled to the magic world one day. The other party paused for a moment, waited for Soren to digest a little, and then continued, "These are all irrelevant backgrounds. You can just treat them as novel settings. Just know the cause of the whole thing. The next step is the key." Soren in white robe snapped his fingers, and a photo of an elf popped up on the channel. It was the one with silver pupils. Destiny, this bitch, well, the one who used this cyborg body is the GM of this server, you know what I mean, right? The clone company executive in charge of the cyborg progress here. In fact, the development of this story to this point has nothing to do with the Martian fleet. Whether it was Neo who destroyed the artificial moon or Smith who captured Neo, it was all an internal fight on Earth number 1. A clone of a Martian infiltrated, and the company discovered his traces. In order to avoid the suspension of the project and affect the stock price, the upper management secretly sent someone, me, to deal with it quietly. This world just happened to become a battlefield. In fact, similar things happen in all project worlds, just like I said, because there is a war going on over there. It's no joke. But the real trouble in this world is actually caused by the people inside the company themselves. Yes, this is fate. Sauron in white robe grinned, haha, her personality was probably recorded privately by a senior executive over there. I guess she illegally added some private extra memories and knowledge, intending to leave a backdoor for herself in the server before going public. Whether it is collecting data or backing up code, the specific purpose is unclear. In short, whether it is corporate espionage or working to make extra money, it is common in the company, you know. As long as she doesn't blow up the moon, it's none of my business. Back to the point, Destiny, the container of the manager, has a different code of conduct from other tools. She does not simply follow the company's script, but acts freely. At first, as the GM of the entire server, as you know from the name, she is responsible for standing at the top and guiding the transformation of the entire world. But in order to use the elf temple more conveniently, manage other tool people, and guide the changes in the world, of course, I guess it was mainly for laziness. She wrote a small plug-in program, which is this pair of eyes, the so-called eyes of destiny. In essence, with this pair of eyes, you can bypass supervision and directly connect to the central processor on the artificial moon to receive instructions for the core of Titan's world transformation sent through the quantum network of the company headquarters. Then, you can intuitively see the virtual network of each period through matrix simulation calculation, such as the record of the transformation project, the interference and transformation instructions executed by the entire system at this point in time, and the specific planning process of future interference with the world in the plan. This is to see the past, the present, and the future. What's even funnier is that these eyes have been added with magic settings, becoming a reasonable existence in this world, so that every time Destiny wants to change a body to play, its container can also automatically work according to the script program with the help of the plugin. So she screwed up. The white-robed Soren grinned and laughed. You recognize this person, right? I spent a lot of effort to find her. I designed a hidden plot specifically for you to meet her. Did it scare you? At least you still remember it clearly, right? The white-robed Soren released another photo. This time it was a female human, with silver pupils. Soren was stared at by those eyes, and recognized it immediately. This is Killian's. It was the woman in Killian's memory, the last prophet. Wait a minute, she seems to be. Yes, human, literally, born and raised here, indigenous human. The white-robed Soren still had a smile on his face, but he didn't seem really happy. You know, this is a parallel Earth, not a real alien world. These natives are actually all human beings from the DNA level, and there is no reproductive isolation. Although we have made a mess of their world, people, transform nature or adapt to nature. With the long years of evolution, even if they don't understand the principles, they gradually began to accept the settings, and there appeared magical humans, who could control brain waves and manipulate nano-level magic effect robots with magic principles and self-suggestion. The people who use magic in this world are not remotely reincarnated, and are not authorized to activate the nano-worms in their bodies, but they have truly evolved superhuman brains and control the actions of the nano-worms through rituals and suggestion. This kind of thing has never been heard of on Earth 1. In theory, biochemical people, clones, and modified people whose DNA has been edited cannot control nano-worms without the authorization of the company, but real human DNA is not restricted. So you understand, only humans can learn the magic of elves, so you know what this means. This woman, a native, a human, because the inheritance of the magic eye is a magic setting, by accident, reasonable, extremely accidental, got the permission to go directly to the core, and even connect to the head office over there, and the Earth network over there, and it's not just her. It started with her, and since her. Every astrologer, because they meet the setting, can access and use this damn plug. In program, every prophet can see that damn aura. Ha ha! The white-robed Soren burst into laughter. Soren looked at him quietly. You haven't said it yet. What happened to Skode? The white-robed Soren put away his smile, sat on the operating table, expressionless, and answered irrelevant questions. I am the original version, and my Skode is also the first Skode. Do you understand what I mean? The beginning of everything, the beginning of everything. My experience, in fact, you should also know that the starting point is the same, the plot is the same, and the actors are the same. But if I hadn't participated, the result would have been different. Haha, no matter how we fought, we would lose. Later, I talked to her about fate and played a trick, which saved some people. So Skode wanted me to help her. She found me, and hoped that I would continue the wishes of the previous generation and drive out the gods with her. After all, this is also the long-cherished wish of the prophets of Raven Mountain. Drive out the foreign gods from their world. Although the native prophets don't understand science, anyone who can see the aura simulated by the virtual network can guess what the company wants to transform this world into. Of course they didn't want to, so Killian, Rivendell's people, those vanguards, have been thinking about expelling the gods, expelling the gods, expelling the gods. Maybe it's because I slept with her sister, maybe she thought I was the only remaining hero of mankind, the last hope of the Empire, or maybe because she saw or guessed that I was actually a person of the gods. But Skuld thought that he could still influence me, a human being, by reasoning? Of course I refused. At that time, I had recovered my memory and completed the mission. This silly fortune teller didn't know what she was facing, but I certainly knew what Titan, the company, and the Earth represented. Besides, although I was a clone, my original body was doing pretty well at the gate. Do you understand what I mean? I eliminated the Martian spies, saved the company's stock price, and got a big handle on fate. The original body was also very satisfied, and gave me a very high authority here. In my world, Titan 0070, I am also a very powerful god. Even if the project is launched, I am still the GM, don't you understand? What's more, my brain is still on the moon. Even if I go crazy, I will become a Martian and blow up the moon. After the Earth has dealt with the rebels, I can build another one sooner or later. Why should I agree to her? Sauron stared at him. Then why did you agree to her? The young man in white robe also looked at Soren and sighed. She said I would agree to help her and save her world because she saw it. I said it's impossible, this world is hopeless. Let it be destroyed. It's none of my business. Anyway, the people I love have all died. So she wanted to make a bet with me, and I agreed. The boy snapped his fingers, and the death contract in Soren's arm suddenly flew up and fell into his hands and opened, showing a magic, the dream of Skod. This is her magic, the past, present and future, the replay of life, the magic of changing destiny. She said she would definitely change my destiny, save my life, and save my lover. But as a price, and a fair exchange, I have to save her world too. The young man in white robes held his chin and pointed to the top of his head, but she didn't know that no magic, no technology can change what has happened. There is no way to reverse time. The dream of Skod is just a dream. This is actually borrowing the computing power of the Titan core above to perform a matrix simulation replay, which is similar to an immersive virtual movie. After waking up from the dream, nothing in the past will change. The only thing that will change is the dreamer. At most, it's a kind of brainwashing illusion, right? Of course, illusions were useless to me at that time, so I didn't point it out to her. I was bored after reaching the maximum level, so I just started a new account and played with her. So in my first dream, when Scored took the initiative to chat with me and wanted to help me change my life, I pretended to be moved by her and took the initiative to pursue her, trying to tease her. Well, I was rejected in the end, and was asked to maintain a friendship, which was even more miserable than reality. The young man in white robe leaned his head against the screen and exhaled a long breath. Actually, I don't like her type either. She's a little girl, looks gentle, but is actually very stubborn. And her ability is really limited. Because she's an ordinary person. So my fate, the fate of this world, basically follows the script of fate, and has not been changed. Maybe if I hadn't provoked her at the beginning, the first magic failure would have ended. But Scode cares a lot. After all, we didn't have much in common, and she just thought I was a scumbag who had hooked up with her two sisters at first. But since they became comrades who changed their fate together, and had a close contact with my life, they might have noticed that I was living a miserable life, and felt sympathy for me. In short, Scode felt very guilty about her failure, so she asked for another chance and said that she would definitely save me. Then I agreed. After all, I pretended to live again, and came prepared but still failed to catch up with her. It was really embarrassing. The young man in white robe was suddenly stunned and didn't speak for a while. What happened next? Go on. Sauron wanted to bring a plate of melon seeds over to Crack, and urged him repeatedly. Later. Actually, there is nothing much to say. We studied ways to change our fate, and cracked the script in our dreams. We became lovers after a long time. Sauron in white robe shook his head, of course, after calculating and replaying again and again, hundreds and thousands of times of review, we can always find ways to crack the plot. But when the plot is really cracked and everyone survives, it is even more unbearable. Especially when this magic progresses to a certain point in time, it will end. You clearly saved everyone in the dream, but everything turned into a bubble after waking up from the dream, and you feel very devastated. I want to hide in the dream again to escape from reality. Because as I said, the past can't be changed anyway. Sauron frowned. If the past can't be changed, then what's going on with my world? Am I also a simulation of the Matrix, a movie? The young man in the white robe shook his head. The past can't be changed. Only the future can be changed. I am not your future, but your past. In short, we spent a long time and finally found a way to use the backdoor left by fate to try to directly tamper with the core of the management of the head office, when the wormhole regularly connects with the head office, and steal the management authority of my body. But the Martian fleet also launched an attack at that time, blowing up the moon on the Earth's side. When the quantum communication was interrupted, Scode's consciousness was greatly damaged, and part of his memory and personality, or soul, was probably lost forever in the quantum network on the other side of the door. It can be said that he was in an eternal dream. So I created your world. Scode, you created. It's a bit exaggerated to say that I created. Let me put it this way. I found the parallel world in the company's project that was closest to the completion of 0070. I took advantage of the interruption of the communication with the head office and my original authority to tamper with the Titan number on your side and rebuild the new 0070 Earth as the script was. Of course, there are a few differences. After all, we wrote this script together, and everyone can survive the happy ending, so you're welcome. Now in the company's system, you are Sauron, and your world is the 0070 Titan project. The Martian spies in the 0070 project have been cleared, so the company will not bother you. And the fate of this world is just a role in our script, not a real executive, but you, Sauron, are the GM with the highest authority. So this world, Titan, the moon, you have the final say. Just look at the death contract for the specific operation guide. Now the civil war on Earth-01 has not ended, but if one day, the wormhole goes online and starts to connect, you just need to remember to maintain the theme park as a fantasy theme. The specific plot content will not be of concern to the customer. For other precautions, you can look at them yourself. As long as the abnormality does not exceed the standard, Titan will not activate the firewall antivirus. I can't give Scode a world that she really expects to be completely saved. I can only give her an illusion. I don't know if I can retrieve Scode's consciousness from the internet, but at least, when your Scode starts to dream, the Eye of Destiny will gradually upload her memories and her emotions to the core matrix of the moon. The future she had dreamed of was also the dream uploaded by my Scooter in the past. So by the same token, every time we communicate through the wormhole link, my scooter can also read these memories of dreams. Relying on this 0070 backup, perhaps she can gradually replace her bad memories and even reshape her soul. At least, it can also let her have a good dream. This is enough. Soren didn't speak for a long time. Until Soren in the white robe smiled and said, "Time is running out. Is there anything else you want to ask? There are not many opportunities to shut down all systems for self-inspection. The next time we can chat, it will be at least 10 or 20 years later. Are you really sure you can find Skode back?" Sauron hesitated, not knowing whether to say it to her face. Didn't Index say that some lost things may not be Skode even if they can be found? The boy just smiled at him. Of course I know this, but I won't give up. After all, she actually gave up the plan to save the world from the first dream, and only wanted to save me. And I have lived long enough, only this one task is left. Haha, don't worry about Sauron. I am grateful that you are willing to stand up and help me. Perhaps this is also the influence of the memory of those Martians on your character. But as I said, when you reincarnate into this world and start to move forward according to my script, you have actually completed the task I gave you. Everything after that is your own choice. And this world is my reward for you. Maybe what one world can't do, two worlds can turn things around if they join forces. Or maybe you don't want to take risks, don't want to lose everything. I understand. I really understand too much. The choice is yours, didn't I say? I will support you no matter what. So now, it's up to you to let Sauron's fate go astray. He reached out and patted Soren's shoulder, and then the lights went out, and the light and shadow of the boy and the command room disappeared. Soren stood in the empty command room, a little lonely, with darkness in front of him. He looked at the death contract in his hand, which seemed to be taken out of a dream. He stuffed the book into his arms, and slowly walked out of the corridor. Epilogue. The temple priests, the god of war, and the elven warriors were gathered around the portal of the hall temple, shouting and instructing the sword masters to search the surrounding passages one by one. He turned his head suddenly, and saw Soren coming out of the Red Rose passage. The sound suddenly quieted down, and then he reacted quickly and roared, drawing his sword and rushing over. His mind was still full of what he had just heard, and Soren, who had not reacted at all, was shocked. The next moment, dense blood thorns burst out from his pores all over his body. He was like a sea urchin, piercing all the elves in the room in the blink of an eye. Whether it was the god of war or the sword saint, they were pierced into holes by the blood thorns in an instant, and the flesh and blood on their bodies were completely melted away. The whole human figure quickly withered and shrunken, leaving only pieces of skin hanging on the dense blood thorns. The disappearing flesh and blood seemed to be absorbed into his own body. Is this the magic of the fourth ring of the rose potion strengthened? Too disgusting. The blood thorns on the screen disappeared in an instant, leaving those skin bags that had been sucked dry into soul-like sacks on the ground, sticky and slippery like the filth at the door of the command room just now. Sauron wiped the blood plasma off his face, flipped open the death contract and took a look, and a line of words appeared in the book. Rose Courtyard, limited to GMUs, forcibly removes the nanoworms in the biochemical human body, and can be used to destroy out-of-control containers, illegal creatures and runaway players. This guy really prepared a one-stop service for him. At this time, the magic circle in the center of the temple lit up again. Soren was too lazy to move. Come on, anyway, he was already invincible, and could kill everyone in seconds. Then the white-robed leader, with Madness at his side, led a large group of white-robed tourists from the Technology Development Bureau, who had been staying at home for a long time, and jumped out of the magic circle one after another. Caesarion mixed in the crowd and shouted, "This is it, the Elf Temple. It's really the ruins of the Titans. Wow! The teleportation field is so convenient. Rob the hack out." Soren, He almost forgot that there were still a bunch of bastards who hadn't gone to the front line yet. "Soren, you're injured." Skod screamed and squeezed out from the crowd of white robes, throwing himself into Soren's arms, who was covered in other people's flesh and blood. "I suddenly couldn't feel your breath just now. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything. I thought you had. I was really scared." Shi Cheong was also in the crowd. She seemed to want to rush over, but when she saw Skod got there first, she hesitated for a moment. But Hua pushed the shy disciple from behind, so she had to come over and took out a bunch of bandages and medicine bottles. She glared at Soren and said, "Don't dilly-dally. Show me where you are hurt." Soren looked at Skod in his arms, and then at Shi Cheong beside him. The two girls looked a little worried, but more relieved at the reunion. The heaviness and powerlessness that had been weighing on his heart had dissipated a lot without him noticing. Of course, No one cared about the small theater here. The white robes were extremely excited and scattered around the temple, studying the surrounding passages, touching and poking here and there, and some scraped some meat sauce on the ground and put it in their mouths. Sauron looked at those white robes who were just like those who came out to relax in the mental hospital, thought for a while, took out the death contract in his arms and said, "There are some things I have to tell you about the Titans and the gods. Perhaps the power of the company, the earth, and humans is too strong to resist. Perhaps the struggles of so many generations, and so many worlds are really completely scripted, meaningless struggles. But so what? Everyone born in this world can become Sauron's ally and helper, because this is also their world. As for what Sauron needs to do, and what Sauron will choose to do, there is no need to say more. No matter what awaits him ahead, is a new beginning or a complete end. Sauron has the confidence to face it. Must face it. Don't worry, I will protect you, I will save the world, I will save everyone. Because this is my script, this is my story,